having a good time, they're capable of doing it. Like they can have the more relaxed, intuition-based Counter-Strike and play off of each other and all. The issue is that as the round loss kind of pile up, then they become unable to deal with the pressure. Then people get tensed up, and the communication just retracts a little bit. Apex starts shouting more, getting more upset, and you find yourself into this vicious circle where I'm getting mad at you for not doing what you want to do. So you feel it. You start doing less. I'm going more mad at you, and at the end, no one is doing any move. And the only thing you can do is like a set strategy at 30 seconds because nothing happened. These are the breakdowns that you're talking about that we've witnessed from Vitality. And I don't know how the summer break has fixed that. Like maybe 4 weeks in a desert, just talking to the sky together. I don't know, something like that.
Well, it's similar
Talking
to,
to the sky.
we talked about it with complexity, that it's a matter that's more mental than
Yes,
CS related, and the players just need to find a way to unlock that. I mean, we were talking about Spinks for a lot of these situations, right? When it's crunch time and from his position, just struggling to find impact, right? And I think that's something that obviously Vitality can recognize as well, and that they hopefully addressed during the break, and we'll see how they look now in the new season.
Yeah, I mean, just ZywOo with 58 frags, just a casual little 50 bomb right over there across the
Yeah, but
series.
the third map, he's not going to give you 25 on the third map. I mean, let's not pretend like he's not part of the problem either. It doesn't do him any good.
But it's fun to watch for us. I mean, it's not our,
Yeah, I'm sure
necessarily
it's fun to
our
watch.
problem. But I mean, well, it's fun to watch for us, probably. I think it's probably the easiest way to look at this one. Yeah, so we switch tones here a little bit. We're going to have the veto come out. We're going to find out what maps we're playing in this best of three quarterfinal. But in doing so, where do we see ourselves going in terms of the map? Because obviously, the last time we saw the result. Are they going to run it back?
Well, the only problem that I have is I don't know how teams stand on the current Vertigo right now. I don't know if teams are ready to play in an official. I don't really believe so. So I think the maps will be relatively similar. It could be an Inferno. It could be a Dust 2 against in the pool. And the third map, teams wouldn't be mad about Anubis being there. Ancient's going to be flown out here from Vitality. No reason to play that. And then you see what VP does. They go for a Dust 2. They actually Mirage. That is a bit of a left curve compared to London.
Yeah, it's a bit of a curveball. I thought we might see the same maps, just in a different order, right? That VP would pick Anubis and then Dust 2 would be the third map, but they decide to switch it up completely, go for Mirage. Vitality was the one who could have potentially picked Vertigo, right? But
I don't know if they're ready for it.
they played it against, well,
M80.
against M80, yeah, but they decided against it probably with that 13-5 win the last time they played. You know, no reason to have to switch it up so hard. So Anubis and Dust 2,
I think they go Dust 2 here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, considering the last time they played, right? Anubis was a little close.
Yeah, but the problem is the Anubis at the time was off the back of that emotional uppercut they got on Dust 2. And that's the problem with Vitality. They're a team now for whom it seems very complicated to fully reset from map to map and not have this credit at the bank open that you have to repay the first 5 or 6 rounds. And I think that's a huge indictment of a team at the very top level, that I'm incapable of standing here telling you they're going to be fine. The next map is a different story. Everybody's going to reset. Dust 2 third map. We'll see. I mean, the map pool is not that different that I expected.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing how VP shows up, man, because we were talking when Electronic was announced. They might have the strongest rifle core, one of the strongest rifle cores. Fleet Fame Electronic. I mean, that's a lot of firepower. You have Jane on the op doing his thing, and Norbert has also stepped up. You know, this year has been finding good impact for the team. So Electronic had an incredible series against Complexity, his best series ever since he joined VP. So this team, if they have started to figure it out, right, and get on the same page, and it's fluid, it can be very, very difficult to play against them.
And you know what is not necessarily going to help Vitality's case? I know you're going to like this one.
It's okay.
We're talking about 42 opening kills by VP to the 23 of Vitality. You know,
23 of Vitality.
That's across the last time they played in the series, right? So that doesn't necessarily help you out earlier on in these rounds.
No, definitely not. And I think VP is a very cerebral team to play these power play situations, these 5v4s. They don't give a lot of space for you to come back in. And you couple that with the lack of creativity of a Vitality that's losing, and then it's a dangerous formula. You were talking about Electronic as well and his level. I agree with you. What VP had to go through was to survive the mentally taxing period where we both know we're not going to play the best Counter-Strike because we're attempting something here. Like we're living our comfort zone, which is the Counter-Strike we used to play with Jane. We're going to try and take a step in your direction, which means we're going to lose a few rounds here and there because we can't execute it well. But you have to be strong and resilient enough to kind of separate what are we doing wrong or where was the good idea badly executed. If you can keep your eyes on that and you can keep working on what needs to be worked on, then that's it. That's perfect. But a lot of teams don't survive that period. A lot of teams just say, you know what, screw this. I'm not okay with this. We're going to stop at this very moment. If VP can survive it, and now they actually get to execute some of their new plans together, which they've been doing, gets really dangerous, a bit squeaky, if you will.
Yeah, I thought I heard some squeaks in there. I wasn't sure if it was like Yanko fuming at the ideas that you're throwing out here about Vitality. I love the little lover's quarrel you kind of have between the two of you, even though only one of your teams is here currently, right? So,
I mean, VP's here.
Yeah, there you go. Just because.
It's okay. Jump on that one.
Just because. Gentlemen, we've identified who we're looking at to be those sort of heavy hitters. We've talked about James versus, ZywOo. We could go into the stats there. We could talk about it until we're blue in the face, but eventually we have to get the teams on stage. We do know the maps. We've got VP picking Mirage. We've got a Vitality picking into Inferno, and then a Dust 2 should we need it, and a Countdown even. And that makes me nervous sometimes. Is it making you guys nervous?
How long do I need to take Vitality? Vitality! Took me a second. I was scared.
Good Lord, bro. Anyway, it's all good.
I was told I have to be quick.
Yeah, you've done well.
I'm cool as a cucumber, Trace, and I think VP, strong showing in the opening game. I think they have a good understanding of how to play against Vitality, how to punish their style. I think they take them down here.
I will find out. Let's sit by. Better yet, let's go to the stage.
The curtain raises on another day here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The Esports World Cup. Counter-Strike has had a whole day of best of ones. Now it's best of threes.
Absolutely. We had a best of three that lasted quite a while last night, but you know what? It just means that the action is always ongoing here at the heart of Riyadh.
Do you know, it was a long night last night. I will testify to that. It was a very long night, but what a game as well. Absolutely. Seeing G2 against the odds go through, and that's what this is all about. We had one quarterfinal last night. G2 have gone through to their semi-finals. Today, it is the rest of those quarters. 3 best of threes to see who will make it through to the semis.
Dreams will be crushed, and so will the keys, as we've seen them in our move it up as the day goes. But let's introduce our team, starting off with Team Vitality. Apex, ZywOo, Flames, Spinx, and Mezzi. They are Team Vitality!
And they are a team walking out as favorites. The team they're taking on, yes, on paper, they will be the underdogs, but they do not feel that in their hearts. Please welcome Riyadh. Please welcome Virtus.pro. And let us introduce that team for you, starting with Norbert, Jane, Faye, Flit, and Electronic. They are Virtus.pro. And what a game we have for you today. A best of 3, a quarter-final. The winner goes through to the semi. The loser, they get crushed in 2 ways.
Absolutely, they get crushed on stage, and they have to give their key away to the winning team to have
brutal.
it crushed.
It's
honestly,
so brutal.
I mean, everybody's been calling it the Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Memes also, if we want to go down the road here for Stunna, but I'm really looking forward to this match.
The Boulevard of Broken Keys.
Absolutely, we'll keep it at that. But that was it for us introducing the teams, getting them on stage, but let's get our game ready. Back to the studio.
So Vitality on the stage, VP on the stage, and now two gentlemen on my stage trying to tell me who's going to win this
Why are you
game.
catching strays?
Oh yeah, what's going on
I'm
here?
shocked. Like, I've got Moses and Dinko on my back. OJ, he's never gotten off my back. So you tell me.
It's okay, we got you.
Thanks.
This is a safe space. Nothing can happen to you. We'll protect you, we'll hype you up, give you high fives if you need, all of the good stuff.
I tucked in my shirt today, so I feel already awkward enough. Didn't need any of
Great.
that. Thank you very much. Yeah, so Huddle's in, and it's time to get serious here. So key factors here that's going to keep Vitality from winning this game. Yanko.
I think just their style, it's a little bit predictable, right? Okay, they're playing good Counter-Strike, they're proactive. We say that's good Counter-Strike, but you can't do it the same way all the time. And I think a team like VP is very good at punishing that, and that's what could potentially give them an edge in this matchup.
Yeah, and if you just saw it, those were our STCplay.gg results. We asked you to predict. What is it, Maniac? You look troubled.
Yeah, of course I look troubled. Anytime Vitality goes to stage, I look a little troubled.
His nickname is Maniac.
I've
Of course he
accepted
looks
it.
troubled.
I have accepted it. I agree with Yanko. I think the proactivity from Vitality very often just hides an ugly truth about how to play the mid-round a bit more calmly on the CT side, how to go for information gathering, how to have these moves that a team that is in confidence actually plays out. I don't think this is something they could have practiced during the break, but I hope they have this philosophy in mind, this mind state, or the state of mind rather, of going for information, being fluid, being spontaneous on the server, and that's not something that we've seen from them in the past few weeks.
No, and we haven't. There's a bit of poise. There's a bit of a approach, right? There's a bit of demeanor, and that's kind of what we were talking about before. You're seeing your teammates get frustrated off of things that they can't control, and then that somehow is infectious. It's somehow contagious.
Yeah, it's the issue of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If you start losing rounds, and in the back of your mind you believe that you're going to lose the next round, that leads you to play slightly worse, slightly force it, which leads you to actually lose the round, which leads you to be slightly worse. That is the principle of a vicious cycle which Vitality have found themselves in a few times.
And talking about, Vitality maybe being a little bit one-dimensional in that approach, same applies for VP. They're a little bit too default-based, a little bit too slow, which again is something that Vitality can use against them. And then you're hoping for VP to have added and sprinkled in some of those faster things to make them more difficult to read.
Let's sprinkle ourselves into the game. How about that? Let's go ahead and do this one. It's a quarterfinal. We got Vitality, we got VP, and it's the Esports World Cup. Chad, Alex, take it away.
It is indeed the Esports World Cup, and a big one. We're going to be having these playoff games throughout the day. This is our quarterfinal, Team Vitality and Virtus.pro. What do you reckon, Chad? Team Vitality, so far, so good out of the break?
One series, it does make it a little bit more difficult to, really gauge exactly what to expect from these teams. But when we look at it within the microcosm of the Esports World Cup, yeah, great. You've won your series, you haven't dropped a map.
What more could you ask for?
Exactly. The same to be said for VP, who had a tougher opponent of Complexity, or that could be argued with their loss to M80, but either way.
Flet's going to be cooking up some util to get the boys into B. ZywOo, however, has got a lot on his plate. 12 bullets in that USP. Let's see if he can dispatch of the majority of VP before the cavalry arrive. You can see they've already cleared out ramp.
Well, rotation is going to be miles away if VP hit the go.
Then what are they waiting for? It's actually giving the CTs a bit more time here.
Well, Electronic is the probe. He's seeing how much room he can find. Hasn't taken any
contact. The guy in spawn.
Oh,
wait, my mini-map's bugged. Cool.
Yeah, you just hit a Alt-R.
Done.
An Alt-R for the refresh, but Electronic's made a lot of space. I don't think he's been heard. Oh, okay, well, he's been noted now.
ZywOo, you've been here this whole time. He's tracked one across and, doesn't nail the first. Now that he's noted and he's deleted. Good work eventually. 3v3. Spinks takes one as well. So everyone's kind of got their one. It's time for Flames and Mezzy to do the same.
From Flamesy, though.
He can't deny the plant, but he has got the element of surprise. No, he hasn't. Flit immediately catches a glimpse of him. And Mezzy's got a duel with Electronic as well. This is uncomfortable for Vitality now. Flames trying to be proactive. Jumps out of the apartments and has managed to land a bullet into Electronic. Mezzy and damn, Flit looking good. He finds the necessary frags. Electronic and Flit with a double kill to start us off.
Yeah, that looked great from Flamesy in terms of just jumping out the window to avoid the van player and trying to isolate that one fight towards the front of the market door. And, having ZywOo over towards B as the worst case. All right, guys, we'll be the pack. We'll go and try and take this space. And they got that information over towards A. You have ZywOo in case they come early and you think, well, this is ZywOo, great on pistols. Let's see if he can get us a couple of kills. Only able to get away with one. And the rotation from Vitality was there in time just due to allowing Electronic on that probe. So pissed around to VP on their map choice. A great T-side start, but into the force buy for round number 2. ZywOo with the scout. A couple of MP9s, some pistol upgrades, and a light bit of util. Apex.
Got a similar call.
B. Yeah, very team heavy. And Matsu he had a nice way of putting it. The proactivity of Vitality hides, well, I'm paraphrasing him a little bit here, but they're ugly mid-rounds.
Oh yeah, we saw that on Vertigo. That's why we're not going to be playing that. Norbert leaping out of the apartments does take down the only Vitality defender of this B-bomb site. So I guess you go for a second bite into the third round, considering your full investment here, just the one loss.
I wonder, you know, what we're going to see if Vitality have changed anything on this map, because there's conversations, and I don't know that we need to get too deep into them at the moment, but it's about how some of the players could be used. And Apex is one of these in-game leaders who likes to play map control positions on the CT side, being connector. How the pistol round and a force buy, normally you do things a little bit more out of the box, right? You're either hoping you get the stack correctly. They had an aggression on that CT side. So we'll see when we get to the rifle rounds if anything has changed for this team within the break. Because I know one of the conclusions that some of the minds of Counter-Strike out there come to is it feels like Vitality might not have trust, or at least Apex from the leadership position, in some of the players to make the right decisions. So he plays those spots. And you can be very influential as an in-game leader in those spots, but one of the things you want to avoid is getting in-game leader brain where you're focusing too much on the radar and rotations, because you get caught out in a very key position on the map. You need to be finding impact. But, you know, we watch some Apex games on Nuke when he's outside, right? He's mauling players with smoke spams. Well, nice movement from Norbert. They're making that one look beautiful. So he's no slouch, but, well, you know, sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't.
Yeah.
But you have to take the good with the bad, right?
Yeah, he's a little volatile in the fragging department.
And in the emotions. So that's why we love him.
Oh, look at this mid-push. And it looks like Flit's been set up for success, unable to land the transfer, so just a one and done. Spink's good to shut him down mid-range. Continues to push forward. Norbert's just taking this space. Wow, perfect punish here from VP. And already it feels like Vitality haven't had a chance to play. Sure, the pistol, but into the second and third, it's just been abusing this B-bomb side.
Precisely.
Flame's gone.
I think that's a key that you just highlighted. So within the early stages of this match, they've just conditioned the B-bomb side, or at least the idea that this is the side they're going to be hitting. So we'll see if that continues going into the gun rounds.
Like, they're professional players at Vitality. You know, they're not going to be kind of under the impression like, okay, they're going to keep coming. But it is proof from VP, like, hey, you know, we'll happily waltz in. If you're not playing bodies on B, we can already be getting that bomb down.
I think that was something that happened yesterday with G2 going up against Spirit on Ancient, right, with those calls from G2 to go towards A time after time. And that's a map where you do the heavy press mid, you do the heavy press B, and maybe you leave A under fortified or not fortified at all. And then it's a game of bluff. Okay, hold up, they just did an A play. Surely now they think they've conditioned us, we'll play somebody, and you go again. And how deep does this rabbit hole go?
Yeah, the Mongols on A Ancient, that was always they were quite relentless, taking these smaller, lesser occupied sites. Looks like Flames has got his headset off. We may have a small delay. Just adjusting his earpiece, I think.
He's having a conversation with the admin team. We'll see if this one gets rectified quickly or not. We've got plenty more best of threes coming your way today. This is the first one just kicking things off here at the Esports World Cup for day number 3 of competition. And our second quarterfinal. Mouse versus
late,
Furia. Yeah, you did. You're a naughty boy.
I'm going to stay up late again.
Past your bedtime.
G2 Spirit was a banger, and I had to go 3 just to really screw my sleep schedule. But we also had Na'Vi FaZe.
You going to stay up for that one?
I have to.
All right.
I have to. I'm intrigued. I'm
Major
very
grand
intrigued.
final rematch?
Yeah, and I'm just interested to see what form FaZe are in. I haven't been watching much of their Counter-Strike so far.
It was FlyQuest they played against, and it was 2 very close maps.
Oh, that's right.
That was on the same time we were covering G2 versus Mongols on day number 1.
So yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what form FaZe are in up against an opponent that they'll be giving full respect to.
Well, here we go. It looks like B once more, or at least the early probe. Early util lobbed out, flash forward, extinguish and go.
He's in so much trouble. Good util though. Look at the damage. They weather the storm.
That's a 1G.
Bit of a 1G, yeah. Fame takes himself down. And they've locked it down. Oh, this is dreamy. We were just talking about conditioning. One way to say no is to have 5 alive as they try and do a pace switch, charging into B on the first gun round. This has been shut down, running through the Molotov, running into their own Molotovs, and there it is, one little blemish on the record with the HE from Electronic, but yeah, Apex, he knows what that means. It's a message to James saying, try someone else.
That feels really good. The fact that you're able to shut that down with just the 2 players over towards the B bomb site and also make Fame look a little bit funny. You can see just getting chunked down as he drops into his own flames. So he's going to be feeling a little bit silly about that one, but that's sometimes just the way she goes. All right, VP, do we see you transition now into something a little bit more default heavy? No, we'll just continue the pack rolls, but we've knocked on one door plenty of times. Let's try the other. Apparently this is a game show.
It is, and it's funny that they are going to be starting quite heavy towards B and mid. Poor Apex. He's going to be screaming, there's 1,000 nades in the sky. I need some assistance. They're not going to be respecting his smoke, I'll tell you that much for free. Apex, what have you got for us? He's tracked. Whoa, just about. 20 bullets later, does deal lethal damage to Fame. Flit goes down to Flames. Good response from the con players. ZywOo and Mezzi going to hit in CT as that bomb does get planted by Electronic.
James has good...
Clear. Exposed and executed. Nice from ZywOo.
It's highlighting James' utility. Don't worry about that.
ZywOo's going to close this one down. Mezzi, do you clear your corners? You don't clear your corners, and Norbert's going for some trigger discipline. That smoke keeps him completely hidden. They're going to overlook him. He does tap into the one. Mezzi needs to react. Spam from the smoke. That was necessary. Good work from Vitality. And Norbert giving it everything it was worth.
I like the decision to go for the ult first, right? Because you get the jump on ZywOo on top of Ticket, and then you think Mezzi's still going to be in front of you as you swing the crosshair back. But the fact he jumped up on the box, you see him flip around with the crosshair, go, wait, where the hell did he go? So that one's a bit unfortunate for Norbert there. But these direct approaches from VP, you see Apex there labored. Fortunate that he got one, but another decent shutdown from Vitality. I wonder if these direct approaches from VP are trying to account for the fact that they think Vitality will be aggressive on the CT side in moments, just looking to try and win rounds. You know, shoving all in mid. Can they win it there? Going aggressive towards A with some pushes like we saw on Pistol.
Like, we're already into round 6. We're nearly halfway through this attacking half. Yet to see that slow VP default, and it's getting shut down in mid. Look at them go. Flames, Spinks, Apex, Norbert only the one, and the round is already done. There's 1 minute 30 still on the clock.
Yeah, these have been some fast rounds, but this is now Vitality in control of the rhythm of the game, right? The Pistol with the conversions, we're talking about the conditioning towards B, well, it's being completely flipped on the head. You go for a B rush on the first gun round, you get shut down by Vitality. Then you go in towards an A execute, sure, you get in towards the site, you get the bomb down, but you still get absolutely smothered as you try and take that space and control to get set up for the retake. And then you go, all right, well, now we're just going to do a mid play, and you get mauled there too. Vitality had it literally every single member cheating over, multiple players in connector, window, and short for the fight.
Is James just having a chat, or is he disconnected? Okay.
Maybe he's having a, you know, he's doing a French tactical timeout, taking a page out of...
Right, you know.
Norbert Scout, it's obviously Norbert special. I'd love to see this one. It's classic. Can't stop ranting and raving about it.
Spinks could not be better positioned for this one. They've got a very heavy mid setup here. Flash for the push of Flames. Does well to find Fame.
Come on,
there will be pre-aim. There's no doubt about it. You can see Electronic and James just waiting for Flit.
3 of them tucked in. All right.
And he's off. Does well, managing his angles, falls into the third. And Norbert Scout doesn't get too much done.
All right, well, 3 straight from Virtus Pro, now 4 on the trot from Vitality. In that 4-round spree, the bomb's gone down once. Let's see, will there be a tactical timeout to have a discussion from VP? Get the newly appointed coach. I know he's been there from before the break, but I'm going to say Xoma. It's X-O-M-A now. I'm sure for all the Russian speakers out there, we're saying it incorrectly, but let us know. Maybe we can try and do it your way.
Acentric, Flames in assistance of Apex this time.
At least they've sold some mid-pressure this time around. You've got the window smoke in, top cap, molly towards connector. This makes it feel like more of a default round. But a heavy rifle setup, so Apex to be the surprise. Flames need to take first contact. Spinks and ZywOo, the one tasked with middle, and that AWP posted up on short has given them deep sight lines. So being able to call mid primarily clear on Vitality. They don't have eyes towards underpass. And setting up for the A-go. Flamesy, Apex. How many can you stop?
Counter utility in. Flames a little mid-sight smoke, give him some options. They throw the util and pause. Flit going to try and fake out with an additional smoke. That's the entirety of their smoke grenades. They are going to make the play into Flames. It's one and done. Norbert up Tetris. Apex hoping to be overlooked. Ready for the balcony player. Fame delayed. Norbert pushing. He's already across to bench. They're going to overlook him. This is big for Apex, and he's going to find at least one. Can he deny the plant? Oh, he can't. He covered nicely. James does manage to get his gun out in time, as he needs to find some impact here. Good start. Takes down James, and a 2-on-2 emerges. ZywOo coming in from conside. Flit hit the shot from the ramp. ZywOo. Smoke on the bomb will already get them a bit uncomfortable. It's a hard one now. Missing that first shot. He realizes his chances Are fading. Just going for a stick, and never mind. Fake flick. Now he has to hold it. Flick just needs to spam the smoke. Oh dear. ZywOo pulls it out of his arse. A 1 versus 2. Up against the odds, up against 2 rifles, he still manages to emerge victorious.
Yeah, that buffer of cash that they have, you know, it definitely allows ZywOo to have the liberty to go for a round like that. After the first missed shot, you think, okay, well, he's going to be done now. How's he going to make it in towards the site? But the fact that he pulls that off and so brazenly, smoke on the bomb, it's going to pay for itself as Vitality keep the winning streak alive. Now, 5 in a row. Bomb going down again, a bit of a double pump from Virtus.pro. But not enough to secure the round. That one's going to have some mild frustrations because you feel you could have started getting back in the winning ways as far as the gun rounds are concerned. But max loss bonus, bomb goes down, cash available for a purchase.
Yeah, that was really nice from ZywOo. Also just using all the time he had available, using all his resources, that smoke grenade made that round doable.
Just take a look at the left-hand side of your screen right now. You can see extra cash for everybody on Vitality. So we'll take a couple of rounds to be able to grind them down. Already heading into round number 9. MR12, it can get away from you quick. Insta window lines up. Away it goes with a little jump, step and a throw. Window will be obscured. 6th landing on that one.
Oh my goodness, it looks like a default.
Well, it's about time, really, isn't it? The direct approaches of VP haven't rewarded in anything since the pistol with the conversions against the Force, and that's where Vitality were more gambling. They've definitely had a couple of more outside-of-the-box setups, right? You can see, you know, all in towards mid or the AWP over towards ticket. Apex in that previous round as the sleeper agent in the site. He's the con player, so playing Counter-Strike by the nameplates. It can come back to haunt you if you think, oh, wait, Apex should be coming in from con. We won't clear the site.
We clear the boost. Just beautifully managing his ankles. James just better. Not ready for the walkout from Electronic. At least Flames brings it back to a 4v3. Does get that trade onto Electronic. It was Fame that got the frag though, so nameplates indicate at least one more towards the ramp. Flames and ZywOo responsible for that. Norbert just parked mid for the late piece.
Good.
Flash could. And is. Takes one. Flip will find it.
Bomb would have been spotted there as well.
Interesting that ZywOo opts to go back towards the jungle side. Norbert trying to beat them. An audible scope, perhaps no, Norbert was too far away. Got across, but sitting duck is James. Looking a bit stuck out in the open there. Overlooked Norbert's position, so it does work out for VP. Or does it? Mezzy pushing the smoke. Look in him, Norbert has saved VP there. A high impact round from Norbert. And maybe it's just, you know, my memory, but I feel like we've been singing the praises of Norbert for a little while in this VP jersey.
He's definitely had some really good patches throughout the 2024 so far. As these big games, then still for his type of position can have some pretty miserable games as far as the stat lines are concerned. But yeah, there's been some big Norbert moments, and that one there is important. You can't lose 2 back-to-back 1-on-2s in your favor. That would start to get the tilt factor of a VP really riled up. Back 10 for Electronic. Rifles in the hands again for Vitality. A chance to break them late in the half, VP, if you win this one.
Norbert applying early pressure towards the B site, but no reaction as he feels comfortable. You've invested a lot of your smoke grenades.
You can see how ready to fight Vitality out towards middle. This is just by seeing Flamesy gravitating towards Connector alongside of Apex. Spinks lying in wait in window, and then, oh, Norbert just taking down Mezzy towards B. Okay.
Oof.
That's going to open things up. I feel like Vitality are going to be forced into have to fighting middle for some information space or potentially a trade back.
That's what Flit and Electronic are expecting as well. Vision obscured. Flit advancing. That's a missed shot from ZywOo. That's uncomfortable now for the AWP. Incendiary being punished. Leaps across. Gets into the side. Just ignores him. Says you can have ladder. I want the B side. Apex gives it a go. ZywOo won, but not ready for the flank. Still gets away with another. Covered by Flames. And now a 2-on-2. I thought this round was locked in for VP, but with 35 seconds left, you need to prioritize that plant. Fame and Norbert, what have you got? ZywOo kicking up a fuss, trying to just obscure, or rather clear the smoke for an angle towards the apartments. Tries to draw attention. And wow, how has Norbert not found that? Flame does a lot in this round, and it's not over yet. Fame rather, up against Flame. And Flames takes 3. That is a recovered round from Vitality. 5 frags between the two of them. ZywOo and Flames deliver a crucial 6th round.
ZywOo's fear factor on the AWP there is what made it a little bit dicey. They were so focused on his position over towards short with the AWP. Flames, he was able to find that timing to eke his way out the window. So good stuff from him. 9 kills in total. Leading the charge. At least for Vitality's sake, it is Norbert who found the opener in that round. So closer in the previous, opener in this one. Still not enough to get the round on the board, and we are at the tail end of this first half of play.
Flames an M4A4 enjoyer.
Another little mix-up. We've seen so many different moves from Vitality. This is Apex out the window into the underpass, looking for early B fights, and mid is awfully clear.
Yeah, a little suspicious. Mezzi and Spink start to prepare themselves for what could be quick B, and it is. Here comes the util. Spink that looks like a good HE, tucks into the corner, and manages to spray down at least one. Mezzi combines, and VP, they're getting escorted immediately back to spawn. Nothing here for Flit. He just wants a rifle. Frag. Nice work from Flit. No, Spinks was there too. And Apex is activating. He might be able to catch James leaving with the bomb here. James aware of the push possibility, but Apex has won the round with that one. Just like that, a 7th secured for Vitality.
Yeah, Dink dead and a lot of those jewels there, and good utility usage from Vitality as well. Grenades, also catching them with bottles of flame on the way out, so good stuff from Vitality. Started with the pistol and the conversions going against them, but since then, it's been 7 out of the 8 rounds of play. And the round they won came down to a 1-on-1, but Mezzi was definitely within his rights to win. VP have bought what they can for this final round.
Not the worst, not the best. In fact, distinct lack of util, so it's going to have to be bullets for VP if they want to try and find an advantage to start us off here in the final round of their attack. Oh, Mezzi, you are getting a little bit big for your boots. He's already called apps clear, but he has to just park the bus here. That's a gift for the defense. Oh, never mind. It's Norbert that steps into the Mezzi push.
You can't really go through this if you're on the T side. That smoke's so deep. Obviously, the way the CS2 smokes Plume as well, it just seems so big. You need to look for a fight elsewhere. You're already down a man and make it another. Pain continues for VP.
This is VP's pick. And they're the ones getting picked apart. Fame does brave that smoke. And now he knows he can try and surge into the site, take some space as the rotations come through. Spinks. Be cognizant that bench could already be under VP control, and that's confirmed as Apex pushes in. Yeah, without a bit of coordination, that seems a little suicidal. All of you coming in from market as well. This is unfun.
Smoke Molly HE to make this possible. Plenty of time. Diffuse gets in play.
Incendiary out. This is the fight. That is a good one from Flames. He's got some impact already on the retake. Spinks looking for Fame. James to swing off the contact. And he's done well with that 1v1 though. James just going to be hiding. And there's time for Spinks here. A 5th round fought for vehemently by VP, and they will secure it. Competitive first half in this quarterfinal. The Esports World Cup in pursuit of a champion. We'll be back after the break.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
It's Mirage, first map of this quarterfinal between Virtus Pro and Team Vitality. A good and competitive half with 7-5 going the way of Team Vitality. However, now we have swapped sides, an attack now for the international roster. And I'm intrigued to see how competitive they can be on VP's map pick. It looked good, Chad, in that first half.
Yeah, if we return to the head-to-head just before the break over there in London, VP picked that one up, but they lost their map choice, which at the time was Inferno, which is now Vitality's map pick. So maybe this is just VP. They lose on their own map choice, and then they'll win their opponents. We'll find out. We've still got a whole half to get through.
And that's the end of ZywOo. We know he's one of the best, if not the best, in the pistol. Not this time. Cut down by James. Just his fourth frag as well. James, I expect him to start to hit some shots once he gets the AWP in his hands on this defense. And Flitz or Beretta's good for one. It's the electronic pair onto Apex out Palace. The bomb, however, will likely go down into this 2v2.
Flash on Norbert. Will that come into play?
Oh, what you going, Spinks? He thought he had way more time. Trying to reposition it, puts it all onto Flames.
He can win a round like this.
He certainly can. No kit. Flame's going to be cognizant that it's unlikely, unless he's hearing a smoke grenade. Oh.
Someone's got to stick it.
And they're going to hit it. Nice work. It's Norbert again. I feel like he's the one that's been securing the important kills in VP's round conversions more often than not.
Yeah, decent amount of impact kills. That one right there, obviously, to get the defuse through the 1v2 situation that were 1v1 against that of Mezzi. Some frustrations from Apex being shown, but that's a bit of a classic, isn't it? It's just going to feel a little bit sour losing both pistols. But with the bomb down, do we see a Vitality force buy? This was a crispy one from Mezzi in that first bullet straight into the dome of James. We'll get our answers in a moment if we see the force buy, or if they'll just hold on to these Glocks.
Nice shot from Norbert there on Spinks' cross.
It did feel a bit weird that Spinks was trying to move out of that site, right? So Coach Extern's just having a word with the admin team. Hopefully not too many dramas, and we will see the force buy.
It's util heavy, Chad. Just Tech 9s and a whole lot of util. Is this just going to be kind of, you know, shock and awe into a site with everything covered and considered? Oops, fumbled on the jump boost.
Actually could be a difference maker, couldn't it?
Yeah. Gets himself across all the same.
Feigning mid-pressure, so how close will the support stay of Norbert?
Head of the nade. Mezzi making his move. Spinks and ZywOo swallowed that one, though. This looks like it could go horribly wrong, horribly quick. Just as easy as those opening two.
Oh!
Nothing from Mezzi. Couldn't find the head. Just instead, just chips away at him into the shoulder blades. Now it's uncomfortable for Apex. No plant available. There's too many bodies on the site running into them. Jane collects, and we're up 7-7.
I'd really like to see that from Norbert's perspective, spinning on a dime right there into that frag. That was huge. Again, you're talking about Norbert's impact. He's up to 14. Tippy top of the server right now. Norbert's continuing. Smoke perfect. You think, okay, yeah, there should be a couple here for Electronic. ZywOo does well, but this is it from Norbert. Okay, yeah, he's just flicked into it. There's not a whole lot of control onto that. Great shot from Norbert.
Yeah, I'd like to take it back. It's not Mezzi's fault at all. That's just Norbert being an absolute madman. Commits to the spray. High sense activities.
I have invested a little bit here, Vitality. There's some deagles upgraded in the hands of 4, a flash in the hands of Flamesy. You're just looking for damage if you're Vitality. See how many of these rifles you can make them reinvest into the next. You don't want to give them such a comfy start. And they did have quite a comfy start into the first half, but all in rounds after rounds. Stalled out as...
Labored.
This is very labored, isn't it? Don't want to lose Electronic. He needs to keep his head tucked.
Oh, blimey. I don't think we got anything more from ZywOo, but that was real quick. On the draw, Jane will close it down. Yeah, he is starting to close that gap. He's equalized now with the majority of his squad.
So what, about 3K worth of investment to force 2 CTs to have to rebuy everything or get dropped. So a decent amount of damage. Here it is in slow-mo. Bang, and that bullet was meant for Electronic. Norbert's just the one to take it between the eyes. All right, AWP out for Jame. Not the same for ZywOo on the other side of the server. VP now into the lead, but just by 1. Will it be the same story as the first half? Pistol conversions and then falling flat for a spree. Let's find out.
They call it mid completely clear. A lot of information, and Fame confirms ramp feels under scrutiny. Quick to commit. Off you got. Flames an opening and a lineup for Fame. What is that from Fame? Ready for Mezzi. Triple kill in defensive A. Segregated. Apex thinks he might have a chance to plant. He's not wrong. Gets the bomb down. And Spinks, the late piece. Will they overlook it?
They're so aware of the look. Jane was literally still looking at B apps as he was rotating away from B.
Well, you know you've just killed 3 on A. Spinks is giving her timing. Oh, Flint's still considering it. This is all about Spinks' decision-making. When does he choose to move? Too early, it seems. Apex in trouble. 1 shot, 2. Oh! And Apex another! A triple kill from the in-game leader, and he might get a 4th! Baby! Shrug of the shoulders, an insane clutch from Apex!
Just dancing around, out the sandwich, smooth, crouching into fights, and how the hell has he pulled that one off? Spinks, they had his number, read him like a book, knew that that flank was coming in, knew the exact type of player they were dealing with, and it's Apex who has to step up with a 1v4.
That was so good. We'll see it again. This is just the last one, the pièce de résistance. Jane got him to 5 HP, Chad. 5 HP, 1 bullet left in the mag, and he takes him down. Yeah, look at the faces, just shocked, baffled. How has that happened? I mean, okay, you can't win a pistol, but you can win a 1v4.
Well, you've got the ZywOo 1v2 within the first half. Now you've got Apex stepping up with something quite magnificent indeed.
Bloody hell.
And that is another round that felt like it should have been VPs. That one is going to sting, and it leaves a mark in the finances as well. Losing it to Apex, right? That one, you know, oh, we've lost to the in-game leader. We've lost that 1v4 to the man we should be having in the pocket.
Oh, Mezzi's a dead man. Or not! Ooh, 8 HP in it. Fame just about pulls it across the line. Will they overlook Electronic? It's looking increasingly like it's happening. And 1, 2 on the FAMAS. Should be brought down through the boards. Apex, again, already needs to do a lot. He's got ZywOo with him, though. That's quite the potent partnership.
They're boxed in. Look at this quick flank from the likes of Norbert and Fame, who...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's quite a large miss.
That's a bad miss. Okay, now, ZywOo is on an adventure, and understandably so, given the time. They want the CTs to start getting a bit confused as to what's open, what's worth being considered. And yeah, well timed on Flit there, catches Apex.
Flit's positioning tells me he knows that this is a possibility.
To round. He knows, but not quite ready for ZywOo. The pace on that. Fame. Oh, Fame. Started this round with a magnificent push into the Palace, and that's one way to recover from the 1v4.
Had to make good on that promise, because that would have been the cash shattered and a red carpet for Vitality to be staring down the barrel of double digits already accrued. So nice one started by Fame with that push, but Electronic, right, well, they've already just pushed Apps, you know, he's not going to take that type of a swing. But you see Electronic is always in these cheeky positions, right? Boost up B balcony, now he's on A Palace. Feels like he goes wherever he wants. Well, the Hero AK now out for the likes of ZywOo, the rest with a couple of pistol upgrades besides Apex, just rocking the Glock. Likely the one that donated that AK across to ZywOo.
You know, we joke.
Stickers on it, so maybe not.
About the ZywOo go kill. This is very much what he's been tasked with. Does well to at least provide the trade, albeit a little bit.
I thought he finished him,
scrappy.
the classic.
Yep.
Yeah, he should be dead, right? Whoop, hold up, let me finish that one off.
Comes back for his seconds. The A side's completely vacant. What's VP's game plan here? Just concerned about middle?
Surely not throw multiple bodies through the vent.
They are. 3 players just creeping and crawling.
The round could have been done there.
Yeah, right? If it's ZywOo just parked on bus, that gets awkward.
Look at the multiple search parties. Hey guys, there's nobody home.
This is so weird, they can't believe it. And ZywOo does fall after one. Additional frag towards CT. Now they return towards A. Norbert's going to be taking this fight with Flames. Huge work from Flames in the absence of armor. Oh, can't cover. Just live. Apex doing everything he can. A little burst. Clock jump shot, and Flames has hit it. Can he come up clutch? This would be another one that VP should have converted. It's up to James. Flames no Kev. Doesn't really matter up against the AWP. That's well positioned for the Incendiary. Tries to clear out that right side corner. But it is planted for Flames.
There's a kid in the back of the site, but it's awkward. He might not be able to find it.
He's looking for it.
Seen it now.
There it is. Picks it up and holding. Flames needs to commit to this. He's too scared, playing scared. No, James got off it. And he hits the shot with just enough time to lock it down for a 10th. Valiant attempt from Vitality considering the investment. But James, he saves the day.
Yeah, that one would have been surely the backbreaker for VP. You lose that one after the Apex 1v4 as well, knowing that that was just an AK and a couple of pistols invested. You would have been in hot water. But they hold on again. As the Flit flashed forward for the opener. ZywOo making sure he finishes his meal. And then, yeah, as I said, multiple search parties. Everybody checking every corner. Have they pushed A? Are they Palace again? Well, they had evacuated the site completely. ZywOo with the AWP out now.
Okay, here we go. T-side AWPing. Standard spread. It's brave from Flit. Holding that angle. He does chip away at the AWPer. Deals it.
Looked into his teammates' flash, didn't he? Oh, another team flash?
The other side of that smoke. Apex resides. Apex revealed now. Nice shot onto James. Flit back. This is going to be chaotic. Flit nice on the double. And a big one back from Spinks. Some significant damage dealt. Flit's going to activate, looking for more. Mezzi on towards the ramp as well. It's just a biff, a full brawl in middle. And it's Vitality that leave with the lead. Heavy advantage. Norbert just braving these flames. The spread brings him low. That's significant damage. 64 damage.
They knew
trying to poke his nose around the corner.
Yeah, knew it was likely B, but there they definitely know exactly where he was. They've heard the singe, they've thrown some nades to deal with it. The bomb's now being picked up from Apex, and that was crazy over towards middle. Either team with team flashes, right? You saw the one for Flit to pick top mid, copped his teammates in the face, and then when they came out from underpass, the T's throwing it to facilitate Apex, trying to grab some room. And he gets it in the face. It almost cost them in a big way, but a nice little double kill there from Apex. More impact from the in-game leader.
You know, he's no slouch. And if anyone feels bad or gets bullied by their friends for having a dad crosshair, you know, a big chunky monkey, like we have here on the Observer PC.
Yeah, but that's for the visibility of all of you at home who don't have to squint too hard.
But Apex rocks it, and he's hanging with the big boys. Okay? You can tell them next time.
It is interesting to see play. I get like the comfort over so many years of playing Counter-Strike, sticking with like similar crosshairs or similar resolutions, and it is hard to shake.
Yeah, I mean, I actually learnt that MC, one of our observing team, and general technical wizard, he plays with the observer crosshair. I guess he's just spent
so used to it, just spending all these hours glaring directly at it. Well, let's just say VP are financially worse for wear. They've only lost 2 rounds in this half, but the last spree, there's been some real close moments, so haven't been able to accrue too much of a CT-sided economy, and that's why you can see Norbert going for the save in the 1-on-3. Not only a difficult round to win, but a weapon that they need quite desperately.
Different round if Mezzi doesn't clear out Fame. Second tactical timeout taken by VP, as Vitality do post their second T round. The bar was set. 7-5 half in favor of Vitality.
Well, we are returning to this impact round, the Apex 1v4. So Spinks goes down. This second one just catches Flit right under his nose. No trade from Fame, right? Fame there, unable to finish that one off. Puts it down to 45. USP comes out because it's the AWPer last alive. And that one, that is where things really could have started going wrong. But VP have been able to bounce back. That timeout that you just discussed, well, it's more to decide, you know, what are we going to do with our limited funds, because the loss bonus bottom of the barrel. They have been able to get out a couple of upgraded pistols. Norbert's dropped that M4 across the Flit to hopefully find some impact, giving himself a FAMAS to work with. Heard Mezzi in the pre-game interview talking about how difficult it can be to be up against a team like VP because there's always something up their sleeve. Right? Oh, do they have enough money for an AWP? You always need to be on guard when you're playing Virtus Pro. Obviously, their identity shifting a little bit since the addition of Electronic. They tend to like to run through smokes a whole lot more these days.
There's certainly something up their sleeve here. Armed and dangerous is Flit. Slower pace to this one. Look how much utility Vitality still have. They'll start to play now. I guess just kind of essentially giving the 30 seconds to see if there was anything aggressive and coordinated from VP. Here's Flit's M4 taking a swing into the AWP, no less.
He's got a flash, right? There was a flash that came over from B. You can see he just obviously wasn't wide enough because ZywOo hit that one with ease. So the rifle that was donated has been dropped without any impact. Fame can't do anything either. This one falling apart at the seams now for VP. Should be tied up 10-10 for Vitality. Just need to get towards the site now.
I was going to say, yeah, maybe we'll just retrieve the M4 and save. James already a step ahead. He's grabbed it from window and finds himself just battening down the hatches over on that B site.
Yeah, better than the alternative, which would be a full eco coming into the next. Going to be that 1900 loss bonus, so they will hold on to these goods. I imagine take the save around these weapons, fight with them the best they can, and then have a rifle round going into the next when the scoreline for Vitality should read 11-10. This is just the first map of the best of 3. We're done with the resurrection bracket, the best of 1's, your chance to get back in the tournament, and that was Furia having the luxury of practicing Nuke all day yesterday.
Yeah, crazy.
Was surprising to see Mongols allow that when they are the ones who had the choice between Inferno and Nuke on the final best of 1 of the day, but hey, they gave the Brazilians the opportunity and they seized it.
Yeah, can't fault Furia if it's given to you.
All right, bomb goes off, round secured, 10-10, 20 rounds deep in this one. And there's ZywOo coming out of the flashbang to take down Flit, so yeah, that one is going to feel a little bit frustrating. Dominoes easily could have started to tip the other way. Let's say Flit gets the first, but still gets traded. Then they come up con. Fame grabs one, then he gets traded. At that point, okay, maybe, just maybe, VP can scrap it together in all of the chaos, but no save guns. And away we go again. James, the one with the A1S. Stops the movement there. Still break the vent. Flashes were on Fame early. Now it was just a smoke towards the A ramp. A smoke for Norbert to work with as well.
Flit, the stepping stool, has been brought over to get James back where he was looking for. Into ladder. And a kind of anti-eco spread. They've kind of parked the bomb towards A site and sent the majority towards middle and B just to ensure No early info pushes from VP.
These type of rounds can be tough, and you'd see it with lesser teams. I think maybe even using M80 as an example in the early stage of the complexity game yesterday, when they knew they were against an anti-force or an anti-eco, they were sitting back, okay, is there an aggressive move? No. Okay, now let's go through our map control variation. I think with Vitality, this is a much better and well-understood team of...
Oops.
Just as I was singing their praises. Well, I missed window smoke, but they understand, hey, we need to, if they're not going to fight us, go for the aggro move, which is what you wait for early. Oh, James.
Audible. Oh, the spread. He's going to go down 100-0.
That's why he missed the window smoke, Alex.
Part of the plan.
That's exactly why Spinks missed that.
Flip could have something, but it's going to be cleared well. Further away from the angle was Spinks. And there's a nice cleanup. I mean, that's a tilter. I'll tell you what is a tilter. 1v4, 100-0 with the only rifle. They've had a couple here on Mirage.
Yeah, Jane looks very silly here, doesn't he?
Oh, wait, hang on, jump. Oh, bugger. Okay.
Yep, and he missed the jump at the start of the round as well. So that M4 saved for 2 rounds from Norbert results in absolutely 0 impact.
Respect to James, though. I mean, that's...
What, to not lose your cool?
Didn't even raise his fist towards the desk.
Definitely.
I don't think I've ever seen James hit the... Oh. Back-to-back rounds, or are we watching a replay? He has attempted to get towards the same similar position. It looks like we're going to be getting them out mid again.
This is a bit more direct, a bit more pep in the step. They don't have to worry about, hey, where is this one rifle saved? They're the ones setting the tone right now. Vitality 2 rounds away from picking up this first map of play and then moving to Inferno, their turf, where they absolutely turfed VP when they met just before the break. Iwu 17 kills, had a clutch of his own, a 1v2 in that first half. Everybody contributing for Vitality. Well, VP are allowing Vitality to go through the paces for this mid control. Vent room's theirs. Connector could be. No utility to really speak of for VP to close out this round. Diffuse kit not in sight, just 1 HE for Jame. Well, they've parked Flamesy up in towards that ladder room here. You're able to hear the rotations. Might even be able to catch a player if they go for an aggressive maneuver. So right now he's the sleeper cell. What will he be able to offer? He also will get to activate late, as we do see Vitality now group up with 4 and set themselves onto just a contact.
Late is the key word here, Chad. You need to get into this site. Walking through ramp at 20 seconds remaining. This is uncomfortable for Vitality. 5 alive on both sides. 15 seconds still yet to cross towards the site. That's a big duel. That's on the bomb. Spinks loses the bomb. They've hit the shots. This has to be a quick retrieval. Where is the bomb? 5 seconds. Get onto the sandwich. Zywoo just about getting it down. The spam can't find him. 1 HP left as he gets it in. Is Flames really in a position to win this? Oh, doesn't look like it. Does manage to chase down one towards the Tetris position. No trade immediately, but Norbert's there. Another impactful close from Norbert.
From something that looked like Vitality were doing the right thing, they get the space, they leave Flames there to activate late, they rotate in. The thing was, it looked like they wanted to go contact. As soon as they were at the point to take the fight, that's when they started throwing the util. They didn't really obscure any lines of sight, and then Spinks being the first to go down with the bomb, you can see you want him pathing towards the site here, but he jumps up and over with such limited time left. Maybe you would want Mezzy going for that, or have Zywoo trying to do that. You needed Spinks to be definitely pathing towards the site for the plant.
Yeah, it might be one of those ones where you just...
Didn't realize he had it, maybe.
Yeah. I need big Comic Sans text telling me I've got the...
Blinking in the middle of your screen at all times.
Yeah. They're activating.
Flash and fight.
Yeah, flash and fight. That's the name of the game. Oh, obscured by the HE smoke. Flit still leaves with an opening kill. It's going to be okay to peek over this flame. Oh, a flub smoke from Mezzy. Might be an angle for them to work with around that. Flame starting to maneuver towards this fight on Norbert. Flit, yeah, that's the bad smoke. Oh, and it collapses for Vitality. At such a crucial moment of the game as well. VP in pursuit of 12 first, and it looks like it's theirs. Spinks and Mezzy left standing. So brutal. Such small discrepancies can lead to a 5 versus 2. You think you're covered from Con, focus your attention on short instead. What was a 5v4 becomes a I'd say unmanageable. 2v5. Is Electronic going to be overlooked? Here in his corners, Electronic strafes out, good for one. And Spinks with it all to do. Jane collects. We are going to see VP secure 12. We'll have some cash. Significantly comfortable for Vitality to at least put up the best fight possible, taking their attack timeout to make sure they get it all lined up.
Yeah, the finances is one thing you're talking about here, but the other is what is the necessary approach going to be? Because the spree of rounds that they've got, the 3 on the trot, it came with breaking the money and then having the saves, and that was also off some back and forth close rounds, right? There was clutches in the mix. So they were able to whittle Virtus.pro down with the finances, and that's what was able to put them in a position of superiority regarding the guns. Right now, they will be able to buy. Vitality will be able to afford. It's just a tough spot there for Apex. Shouldn't be getting too mad about that one. I don't think they was really able to cover in that environment. But both teams will have a full buy. There won't be the ZywOo AWP, but will Vitality try and go for something mid-centric again? Will it be a pace change? They have all their nades, right? They don't have to just go all in. And they've been able to get map territory. That round was, you know, VP playing ahead with a bit of confidence.
Oh, they're boosting the AWP up. Oh, God, the movement has not working today.
Yeah, and it might cost him, Alex.
I mean, that would have potentially caught out Apex. It's ahead of the flash. A jump peek from James. Good nade. Looks like they've managed to avert the potential for disaster.
You think the clutches that Vitality had wanted to kind of leveled this game out, because remember, both pistols and conversions going in the favor of VP. If the clutches aren't enough, need to put together a very good team-based round of Counter-Strike here, Vitality, to take us into overtime.
Well, they've got a minute to do it. They have found the path of least resistance towards middle. Flit already concerned about ladder. It's an indicator as to how uncertain he is as to the Vitality positions. 50 seconds as they do start to encroach. James, good read of the situation, looking to bolster the numbers on B. And his Flit to activate onto Apex. Norbert towards the bench position. They are swinging through. Need some support. He goes down to ZywOo. James and Flit locked out in the market. The util lands. You're not pushing that. And a good nade to chip away.
Everybody from market, Alex. They might need to diversify the retake.
No, couldn't find anything. Bit of chip damage onto Flame's back. They're all grouped up. This is uncomfortable. Swinging over the Flames. Nades, jumps, everything's a bit kooky here. But this angle from ZywOo should be set for success. Commits to the spray. Can he find a second? No, good cut back. Electronic in. Do we need overtime? Time to find out. 2 towards the van position. Mezzi on short in this off angle. Will he be overlooked? Looking good from Spinks, gets one. Mezzi, that's an important frag back, and now all onto James. Goes down, and overtime required on map 1 of this quarterfinal.
Yeah, Norbert getting left on an island over towards that B bomb site, and then him swinging to take the fight. He really couldn't stay alive. Isolated had to worry about apps as well as already leaking up short. So Vitality do eke us over the line. 12.5K, we set ourselves up for looking for 16 as the magic number for one of these two teams to pick up map number 1. Inferno waiting in the wings. Dust 2 as the third and decider if we need to get there. But we're straight back into play. Both teams able to get out the full buys and some frustrations from Norbert. Thought they should have had that one done. Flit had been the difference maker late with a lot of his mid plays. Able to stick the landing as Fame just walks into that AWP as ZywOo. Now they spring to action.
Yeah, James under a lot of pressure. These flashes limit his contributions. Trying to get across and planting. Flame's doing just that. Oh, Flit gone already. God, this round is over before you know it.
Yeah, it might be VP save in overtime. Understandably so. You know, the CTs can really siphon through these finances quite quickly. Can purge you of the cash and, well, you're going to have a few troubles. They are worried about this Spinks lurk. He actually did find impact from underpass onto Flit. Oh, they are waltzing in. Let's see how close they get.
Retake.
Still walking.
¿Qué hacen estos?
Running for it. Ninja defuse. This is actually crazy. There's no time. They can't find the bomb in time. Oh, okay. I mean, giving it a go. At least the AWP is saved. So, you know, best of a bad situation for them. A lot of Vitality members going down with the ship, but that means all diddly squat.
I think one of the luxuries you have if you're a team like VP, and saving is synonymous with the name, is essentially in some of these scenarios you can lull a team into a false sense of security that you are just going to hold on to your guns. But in overtime, Flames are doing the right thing, not getting too far away from that bomb, and well, the bomb too far away from Norbert to get on it with the right amount of time on the clock.
It had legs. Yeah, it made sense. Just not going to work out.
Now this is more direct. Vitality, they do just tend to contact up this ramp. It can catch you off guard.
No one's looking at it right now. Flames is going to be having a little look intermittently from the elevated position. Flames caught a whiff. Fame dips down into dark. Molotov's going to force him wide. And he's down empty-handed again. Back-to-back rounds. Fame's not been able to do too much here in overtime. Jane good to catch the mid-lurk early. Flit's working on a fast flank ramp. 3 for VP, and now just 2. Apex has managed to find the early encroaching Norbert. Bringing that bomb in now. Flames trying to hold, and wow, just to spam through. The smoke catches Electronic. He was trying to get flashed through at the same time.
Nothing feels like it's team-based for VP, though, does it? A lot of the time, these kills are just happening without even trade potential. Even a lot of the times that Flit was looking for space, sure, he was being set up by flashes, but he was going in alone. So if he went down, there still wasn't going to be able to be the opportunity to take that room off the back of him. So Vitality doing a great job now that we've made it to the bonus rounds, making VP look a little bit silly in these last 2. Not rounds that they're even in with a chance of winning. And James looking to hold on to his AWP again. Gets a kill, sure, but that one's just for the HLTV stats page. You see him prioritizing. Oh, you can keep the AK, mate.
It's all yours.
Yeah, hold on to that. All right, well, this might just be the clean sweep. Vitality just waiting to show us their best CS on the T side until they had everything they wanted and more. And Vitality looking really hot now. As mentioned, it feels like everybody's had their contributions. Obviously, Mezzy at the bottom of the scoreboard with 12, but Apex with the 1-on-4, but pushing into CT. This kill right here is a big one to win. ZywOo catching Flit on the flank. Here it is, and deep on the flank as well, so making sure that doesn't even become an issue within the round.
Yeah, I mean, that's what was happening in CT onto Norbert as well. And I like this from Apex. Just this pendulum swinging. Contact into A. Good nade from Norbert. Can he pass this test? A lot of bodies coming his way. In that power position towards the bench will be overlooked. And flattened is Electronic. Norbert gets himself the 1, but he kind of needed 2. That's asking a lot of him, sure, but look at that smoke from Vitality. You can see how Flit's completely nullified towards short side. Can't even clear it with the nade.
Flamesy the can opener, Alex. He got openings in back-to-back rounds there.
Just running and gunning, takes off Electronic. That's a big one. Hang on. Big one. With Fame finding Apex, this 3-on-3, it's on. Has to be on. And now Jane finding ZywOo as well. This is all to play for. Oh, and Jane caught out. Good work. Wide swing, confident from Spinks. Puts it onto Mezzy. In the apartments, Fame seems to be aware as to his position. There's plenty of time for the mind games to begin. Does Mezzy call this bluff? Does he even move? He doesn't move a muscle. Fame has to go hunting. Mezzy anticipating this loud as Fame. Charging in, catches him on the jump. Well read by Mezzy, and a clean sheet on their T side. 3-0 for Vitality's attack.
Yeah, it feels like they've sucked any energy out of VP that was possible. This is great stuff from Virtus.pro to turn the game on its head. Back and forth in nature throughout, and now it's just looking like one-way traffic. Flamesy, as mentioned, has been great, just charging into these sites and finding that opening kill. The CT side, sometimes he finds himself in a few more anchor positions, and there's the frustration from Norbert being unleashed again. But Flamesy, you let him go, you send him in. He's the type of kid with the aim to crack open the bomb site. Yeah. And look at this. They've gone for a double AWP setup on Team Vitality to be the knockout blow. One for Spinks, one for ZywOo.
Interesting.
Something we're keeping tabs on as well, and this is probably bigger picture for Vitality, is Spinks in his lurks. Is he being a bit more active, right? And I think we saw in a couple of those rounds there, he was, you know, letting his team take the initial fight, but then he was not too far behind, trying to catch a timing. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. The life of a lurker. If they dry into this, ZywOo has a free opener.
ZywOo just looks away. Oh, spotted now. Electronic cancels his plans. Does he? Pushing in. ZywOo flashed off of the line and re-peeking. Everyone fighting for underpass. ZywOo concedes the 50 seconds to smoke it off, so that limits their options. You're not pushing that, so Channeled towards B.
There's some problems for the VP in this final round. The whole point they did the wall smokes with the 2 mollies on A is to draw the attention from middle away, and it's still locked down. VP are in hot water.
They're very uncomfortable. It's going to have to be a hero. Electronic and Flip postured to be the first one in. And it's Spinx. That AWP, it does work out. This double AWP investment already finds an opener. Electronic watching from the sidelines as their map pick gets pulled away, 1 frag at a time. Lovely hold from Spinx and Mezzi. And Mezzi still
Hay media hora para eliminar el mensaje por uno nuevo,
Good
hasta las
work from
10.
him. A chance to extend play. But the bomb does need to be planted. Fame tasked with that. Should be able to get it down uncontested. They're going to be boosting short side. Fame needs to choose his post-plant position wisely. ZywOo providing the Overwatch cover. Flash to get himself out of dodge, trying to reposition off of the back of it. Flames caught out on the turn. Good team play we're seeing from the 2 of them. Flit and Fame piecing together a recovery. Apex braves the window. Oh, he can't hit the shot. Flit too good. This is a big round from Flit. You said it had to be a hero play. Well, 4 kills from Flit. I think that's heroic enough.
No.
Nice one back from ZywOo. Bomb's not planted from the market. Might cause a bit of a flip, but nice. Baits the shot out of the AWP. Counts down in his head and runs him down. It's a VP round. Flit, he's the one to thank.
Yeah, may as well give him the ace there. Doesn't read it in the scoreboard, but we'll give it to him. Does take down ZywOo there with the bomb at the very end. And ZywOo with another attempt on a 1-on-2 CT side AWP, but this time the biggest issue. It looked like it was done. It looked like Vitality were just going to close this map down, especially after Spinx gets 2. Mezzi was still alive, but they're still able to break through with a round in overtime.
Great maneuver from Flip.
I knew that they had to dictate a couple of these fights. If they just sat back and allowed Vitality to slowly comb in towards the side, they would have been isolated and taken out one at a time.
¿Quién se rompe todo window hoy, boludo?
Vitality have actually taken their overtime tactical timeout to have this conversation. And look, the double up setup, you feel it worked to get you the opening kill, so do you run it again? Well,
si la se clasifica con la Pinto, amigos.
Off the mic,
¿Por dónde se ve hoy en día?
Disney, ¿no? Was still with his weapon of choice.
Starplan no existe más.
Full buy obviously available for Virtus Pro, even though they all went down as well. But that was a tough round. As I mentioned, they did that A pressure to draw the mid players back to give them a gap to work through underpass, and they were completely denied. So the fact that they still win that round with the heroics of Flit, that's something special. Are you going to be able to pull that off again?
Jane working up the ramp.
Freebie.
Complete freebie, yeah. Fame delivers an AK-47 and a death.
Feels worse than last round. Yeah. Last round, you didn't get what you wanted with your util. This time, you just lose an opening kill within the first 20 seconds.
Flames cannot believe his luck in such an important round. In a quarterfinal, Fame just presents himself.
Silvia, saludos. Pero sí, andando bien, Star Plus.
Considering making a play.
Look at all the bodies.
He does. Leaps into the smoke. He's gone down again. Just 2 individual plays.
Yo había leído que Disney andaba como el orto.
Down in the dirt, down in the dumps, 3v5. Can Flit do it again? That's a good start. Molly's going to force Mezzi into a position. Doesn't have a smoke, has to swing. Burning, finds a safe haven. Flit will clear him. Look at it. Ooh, look at the pre-aim. It was so close. Still converts.
¿Cómo se complicó Flit?
V2, all to play for and 49 seconds. Flit, uncertain as the potential for a flank. Looks like James going to be brazen about this in order to confirm.
Si empatan, como se empatan y ahora están en desempate, amigo. 12-12, overtime. 6 rondas más. Y si empate no, 6 rondas más. Y así, hasta que uno gane.
By cutting their noise, making this decision, it's forced ZywOo away. It is going to all hinge on Apex. Can he get this information safely? If he goes down, it's likely a VP round. About seconds before they have to commit and start making noise. Here we go. And in the smoke, Apex does choose to spam and understandably off the mark. The last couple of bullets do chip.
Después de Most Furia,
Still gets interesting. Apex for this defuse has a smoke and a molly.
Game smoked off, plays ahead of it. Who plays first? As discussed, that util's been used. It falls now to the bullets. Apex caught out. Good work from.
Hay uno, otro Grudge.
Ah, yo te cayó. Back-to-back quad kills to keep Virtus Pro in it to win it.
Oh, the light is shining on Flit right now. Keep this guy alive late. A 3v5 situation that you're able to turn around because Flit gets you another 4K in the most pressure of moments. The map is on the line, and in back-to-back rounds on the T side, he is looking absolutely masterful. Here's the first.
Can we just clone Flit?
The technology's not quite there.
My God. He's just completely impervious to pressure. If anything, he just gets better.
Had to deal with ZywOo as well in the 1v1s of both of those. All right, guys, 2 of you walk out and die, and then Flit will happen.
Y ahora, 15-14.
They say a man meets himself in the face of adversity. And Flit, he does not flinch. He does not buckle. Ooh, Spinx, that's a lot of damage on the tracking of Norbert out the window with a white screen. Spamming away, evades the flame, no down. Good from Norbert. It's a double into the site. Could VP really match Vitality's output on this T side? It certainly looks that way. Another as well. Comfortable collections for VP, and ZywOo thrust into a 1 versus 5. And we go again.
Overtime!
0 VP match it.
The good feeling of getting the 3-0 start on your T side has just been flipped completely on its head. You are on the CT side, considered the easiest side on this map, not by much.
Hoy tenemos bestias cruz 6 de la tarde, eh.
You had a round where you get multiple kills on Spinx's AWP. You then have another 3v5 in the next round. You have multiple opportunities to close this game down. Move on to your map choice of Inferno, where you drubbed VP last time. And now we do it all again.
This is a highly competitive game of Counter-Strike right now.
Well, I thought there was a massive tone shift once we had made it into the OT, just because of how Vitality were playing that first half.
But we didn't account for Flit.
Oh, can VP make it 6 in a row? Let's see if, first of all, they can make it 4.
Tienes iguales, otro T.
Feigning mid-pressure.
Yeah, but they have the info. Just look at the position of Spinx.
Does that mean they'll be able to bolster A quicker? Seems like ZywOo's going to be the first man on the scene, but smoked off and flashed off. They can lose this site. Might be one hell of a retake demanded of Vitality here. Or not. Actually, Apex catching Flit of all the characters to find. That's a big one to post before the bomb goes down. Trying to get info off that boost.
Ahora segurita.
Tough one here.
Voy a ganar el Cyber Virtus Pro.
Majority Mezi and
Clava ZywOo.
heading CT.
Cerrado ZywOo.
A little late peek. Oh, James puts one in his knee.
Ay, ay, ay.
Chronic. Wow, unable to convert, but Norbert can. Holding, spamming, down he goes. Good work from Spinx and
Regel, 3-2.
Fame and Jame in an uncomfortable position, but the time is on their side. If they can just keep
Poco tiempo, eh. Linda bala Jame.
As Jame hits the shot necessary, the round is theirs. VP continue their spree on this
sí,
side.
Oh, they're going to lose everything again. Spinx and ZywOo too close to the
ball. Da vuelta,
Virtus
Pro ahora.
That has the ramifications. They lose the next one again. Vitality, you might see have MP9s in a few of the hands come the final round of this OT number 2 first half. Good timing from Apex to catch Flit, right? They weren't focused on CT spawn whatsoever, but the opener meant nothing. This from James, just aiming way too low. Could have essentially confirmed the round with that kill onto ZywOo a little bit earlier, but still, this one gets close. We're keeping it interesting. The entertainment being delivered.
Most definitely.
Quarterfinal number 2, day number 3, match number 1.
Flames. This time it's his turn to be the opening death. As opposed to the opening kill. We've seen him provide a couple. Forces a reaction out of the CTs there, and that's what Jane. This is where Jane can call some of his best Counter-Strike. When he gets that opening that he's been hoping for, converting that tends to be where VP do their best work.
It did feel like the ideas were flowing for Vitality, right? They had all these different setups. You know, Apex was everywhere late in the game. He's pushing underpass. He was the sleeper agent in A site, while Flamesy takes first contact.
Dice 15. Maneja por furia Mouth, tío, eh. A ver qué pasa ahí.
Middle, again, great information. So the util counts for naught, but still Vitality need to lock down the site.
26 kill la segurita.
ZywOo poised.
ZywOo.
Anticipate James got some util full belt about to be thrown out. Will ZywOo get the chance to take the shot ahead of the swing? Or ahead of the smoke and flash? Spinx is active.
Tiro yendo para atrás.
He's on his way. And ZywOo does get his chance. Norbert just a fraction too early on that flashbang. Down goes James, and down goes VP's chances of converting this 5v4. I need to get a fork and eat my words, because it all falls to Flit now. An early advantage squandered here by VP. Flit down to 50. Good nade right on his nose.
Surely no time.
And no time, no hope.
Dice iguales.
Confirms it. So tied up this time.
Okay, well, they finally break the streak. That was 4 consecutive rounds for VP, all on the T side in overtime. That's finally been broken for Vitality. So somebody has posted a CT round at least.
At the list.
And this is Spinx's flank, right? And that was down a man, a free kill early onto Flamesy. But that's it right there, right? Spinx just being able to catch that perfect timing. If it wasn't James at the back of the pack and it wasn't the bomb loose. Oh, double ops again. Spinx found success with it earlier. Let's see if they can do it to put the second on the board for the CT side of Vitality.
¡Oh!
TK.
Seguro, pero Flit se lleva el compa. Con todo el daño de Apex.
From both teams finding perfect T-halves, we could see Vitality into the second overtime with 2 CT rounds, back-to-back defensive rounds.
Back-to-back.
Have they found the solution?
I think Spinx's position, it depends on how far he keeps going, is essentially secured this A site regardless of what happens elsewhere. But the bomb now pivoting back on Norbert tells a different picture. But VP once more strung out individually, and Flit, the man that's found the impact, or at least a lot of it, he's dead.
Este año hay mucho, sí. Pero League, Cologne, este año se pica.
However, with the bomb on his back, he's not going to be the one to take this first engagement. James just throws the AWP onto his back and starts to maneuver into the side with his Tech-9. Flames needs support. He is about to be overwhelmed. Not distracted by the steps behind him, hoping not to be cleared from above. And yep, he's not. Norbert with a bomb in his hands. Flames secures it surely. There's nothing here for James.
Muy rompepijas el power. 17-16 pasa a ganar Virtus Pro Vitality y el cambio de lado.
Okay, well, how many twists and turns do we have left in this one?
Let's see this exchange again. So it was, oh yeah, just straight into the left there.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit frustrated if you Flit as well. You weren't blind.
Yeah, just stand still.
Yeah, hey, mate, I know you're Flash, but can you not take me down with you? Thanks.
I'd be scared to call Electronic out there. I wouldn't say anything.
That's one of the problems. He's definitely got an attitude to him. I was going to say, understandably so, you know, major winner, but so is Flit. So, you know, if we're...
Hola, perdida.
A measuring Look at my ruler. I have a tape measure.
$17-16. El baja ha estado muy lindo, papá.
2 rounds for Vitality required to take this. Magic number 19 this time round. Nades towards Connector, hoping to soften up any aggression.
Este juego para nerd, tiro más. No sé si tan nerd como otros juegos, como el LOL, pero se necesita una cuota muy grande de nerdeo.
Electronic, he's making his move. Perfect play from Electronic.
Todos los esports en general, quizás sacando el FIFA, ponele, igual hasta el FIFA. Pero la mayoría de los esports es para gente que es inteligente, gente que es nerd. O sea, no nerd, pero la palabra nerd es como nerdidad del juego, digamos. Trijardearlo al punto de que no es entrar y disparar. Tiene un trasfondo muy grande el juego que es solamente disparar. Aparte que para jugar profesional tiene que ser inteligente, eso no hay duda. Para jugar a este nivel tiene que ser inteligente, posta. Reacciones, saber pensar. O sea, es para un juego para bochos. Y después la cuota de nerdeo, que es las latitas, los pixels. Bueno, Robs es uno de los grandes nerds del juego. Monesi también. Vos lo ves el pendejo streameando y está todo el día intentando cosas, probando, viendo qué lata va, bugueando el juego. Eso de nerd. Eso es nerdear el juego.
VP find the first of this second half of our second overtime. Apex, look at this warpath he's on. He's feeling emboldened to charge. James nails the jump this time and removes that B-lurk instantaneously. Problems now.
5-4.
To be said about Fame, he has been a bit of a liability for VP. Mezzi, gonna have him in his sights soon. In that off-angle jiggle, he's only gone and done it. Takes down Mezzi, extends their advantage. Apex has wormed out of Con and doesn't manage to profit. Not immediately anyway. Bomb is detached from the pack.
Pasa que este es un juego en, digamos, con compañeros. Acá tenés que tener, acá tenés que estar bien en todo sentido. No solamente ser un inteligente que sabe que va a ser el rival y que...
Very few options here. VP going to be avoiding them. Keeping them at arm's length. Flit another onto Apex, so removing that aggressive prong.
They changed the nameplates. It feels a little bit like how some of VP's rounds were going down one at a time. These deaths happening, not really tradable. Trying to take the gamble of space based off what you think the picture of the CT setup looks like. You just walk out to your demise. So VP, they grab 18.
Y aparte de todo eso, de la inteligencia y el nerdeo, es que tenés que combinar el P. Porque también es un juego que no es fácil disparar. No todos pegan. No es que el juego se destaca solamente porque es más inteligente. Es una combinación de todo.
Some crazy moments. Apex, I think, has the statement as far as that's concerned. That this has been a bit more of a tug of war, an arm wrestle, some stalemates at time. I'm going to see if they can take this AWP away from ZywOo, and considering the cash over the cost, they just want to go with 10 seconds left on the clock. They are, going from cold to hot. You remove this after time, ZywOo is not going to get any loss bonus, and finances could be an issue. A conversation, 2-1, and okay. Well, fortunately, went down before the round ended. It was an absolute nail-biter.
What? It must have been...
I think he had like $100, right? And now he's got 27.
No, absolutely. But it felt like it was after time. Must have been just in that last second. Calculated, obviously.
Just like ZywOo at all times. Okay, well, maybe you're new to viewing the MR12. Once you get into the overtimes, you get one timeout to use within the confines of that overtime. So one per. They don't stack. And you're seeing Vitality use theirs when they need it most. Now, ZywOo's been able to get an AWP dropped across.
This is where the call has to be spot on. The third overtime if Vitality want to be able to convert this.
And a bit of a Vogue look from Electronic bringing out the AUG. Floppy tried this yesterday. Didn't really get him anything. You don't see the AUG too much these days. Let's see if Electronic can put it on the front of the magazine.
Probably just going to sit on that truck off angle on the bumper. Call that one the Carrigan.
James.
The one bringing the fight here. How good are the jiggles? Knee revealed.
Apex.
It's twice.
James will evaporate. Might want to keep that ult moving, especially if it was noted.
Brave. He knows it was being held, but he just anticipates the fall off. Starts his crawl all the same.
The type of guy to make those more brazen plays. Window Smoke lands in unison with the CT and Sendry down to stall out the crawl of Apex through underpass. So they're aware of this possibility and, well, not just going to sit.
Tienen 8 minutos para corregir, para eliminar el comentario de Telegram y hacer otra predicción. Si cambiaron de idea, recuerden que hay un juego, amigos, y tienen 8 minutos para jugar. Simulación Telegram. Tienen que comentar con un solo mensaje antes de las 10 cuántas cantidades de rondas van a jugar el día de hoy en la WC. Son 3 o 3. Vayan a hacerlo porque es antes de las 10, amigos. Si hay mensaje después de las 10, chau. Y tampoco editen los mensajes. Si quieren corregir una predicción de ayer, eliminen el mensaje y vuélvanlo a mandar. Sigan Telegram en el chat, amigos. Está piñado. Oh, bueno, James.
Too impactful. Orb frags. It's up to you now, Mezzi. Good timing from Flit on the re-peek. Uncrouches into Mezzi. Still goes down. Well, they overlook Fame. This forward setup. They need this frag. Fame delivers it. Oh no, Spinks has found it. VP, after their AWPer does so much heavy lifting. 15 seconds. Can they deny the plant? The pressure is on Flames. Punches in the code, and it is all action. Stations are recovered.
3-3, amigos.
Now a 3-on-3.
Empata el partido Vitality. Y hay otro overtime. Sí. Sí. 18 iguales. Y hay otro overtime.
How are we continuing with this game? Another 3v5 situation in the overtimes that should have had the game done. And Dustin will now the shoe on the other foot. Both teams knowing exactly how that feels. 18-18. Still locking horns. And we go again.
God, if you're James, you definitely feel like you've done enough there.
And as well, you get the dink on Mezzi, right? So you think at that point, okay, well, somebody just has to land another bullet and we probably win this round. How have they not converted that one? VP licking their wounds. Maybe another, maybe second or third win for Vitality now, but this should just be a little bit more direct. No more funny business out the A ramp, and they burst in towards the site.
Yeah, a burst indeed. Look how just shocking this is for the VP defense. Panic stations on the rotations. No hurry here for Vitality. You've got all the time in the world. Don't want to let this one slip away.
Another one. Keep counting the number advantage, round losses. We'll see how many more we can find. Sure, somebody's got a tally at home.
La segunda.
This one, it seems. VP, ZywOo catching the swing. Norba gave it a go. Electronic just the one.
A guardar, James. A guardar, Urru.
Do you hunt? Is it in your interest to hunt? I mean, there's no harm in doing so. They'll certainly put the feelers out, as a wise man once said.
Apex running head on with this. Oh, noted again. James getting run on down now. I don't think he's going to walk away with this one. Completely surrounded, short apartments and market from behind. He does hit a nice shot. Maybe, just maybe, that's going to be enough. Runs across the line aside from Flames. He must have been in transition at the time. And somehow holds on to the AWP.
It's what he does best, Chad.
We were making the hunts entertaining.
That was good. Well, we know how much he likes to prioritize it, and so important save from James. You can shake that one off if you're Vitality. You leave with the round. Nothing really matters.
Need something from Fame on this A defense. He's been exploited a couple of times. It's just one kill just to stall them out. Look at Mezzi. He's going for the bully straight through. Yeah, we'll just keep going for this fight on Fame.
Fame is screaming, I need help. Electronic down after the one on his aggress up mid. Okay, pressure is on. Mezzi does kind of pull back after his initial test of Fame. Had his one pot shot, unable to connect on the jiggle of Fame. Back on default, now heads to CT. Doesn't want to concede this site.
Yeah, juggling a couple of nades, see if he can use that to hold them at the door for now. They've contacted
him.
In fact, it hasn't been telegraphed in a lot of times. It's caught him off guard, and maybe again they just come straight through the smoke. They do. Look at this.
So brave. And it might work out for them. Mezzi does at least bring down Fame. James, his AWP been noted in CT.
3-3.
Flit so far away. Just about now, starting to head towards T-spawn. Check in with him later because it's Mezzi. Clear of the smoke and a good frag.
22 kills.
Down, a missed shot from James, gets away.
Might cost him.
Good dude. A 1v3 would have been too much to ask.
32-24 para ZywOo. Top fragger, ¿no?
ZywOo in the mix.
Estoy pegando la predicción del Discord.
They're really counting on Flit to find Spinks caught off.
Lo vieron.
Yes, he did. A clean headshot from Spinks for his 30th. And a double jungle retake. Time about half gone on that bomb. Gonna have to make haste now on the cross. A crossfire established here. Spinks, with ZywOo's help, has dealt with the invaders. And now just live. That's what they're saying. Live.
¡Oh! ¡Ay, boludo! Creo que llegaba,
Magnificent clutch from James. Just couldn't quite adjust past the brickwork.
Really getting punished on this A side, aren't they? One of the things with the A anchor, that defender tends to either put themselves in a position where they play ticket and they jump spot for both, or you're a bit burrowed in, like you laser focus on Palace and then you hope that your teammates can catch them if they come out ramp or they're telegraphed or vice versa.
Sure.
Right? You know, you have your comm player, they'll smoke apps for you, or they'll watch apps if they're the AWPer from window when they're smoked off, and you try and cover the holes that way. But the timings in which they've just walked out ramp has felt like it's caught Fame off guard time and time again. And what's one way to deal with that? Put the AWP over towards Ticket.
I wonder if that's deliberate there from Jamie. He threw the
Jam time,
which does give that angle to Mezzi, and he just holds it. Cheeky beaky.
That adjustment coming in very late though. And Apex, he just waltzes out.
Apex,
the traditional A lurk done. Well, Apex, the in-game leader, he'll take that space. Fame's found something.
Ahí subo.
CT going to be overlooked here. Good timing from Fame.
4-2.
VP looks to at least leave with one round on this defense.
Tiene que asegurar Vitality. Para que no haya otro overtime.
With it all to do. Sping's very disconnected at this point. ZywOo is just going to sit and wait. Since that bomb will be retrieved. Does this cut of noise get a little bit worried for the B site? It looks like Norbert is acknowledging the potential. Even Flit starting to maneuver further away. It's worked out in their favor. ZywOo, oh, he hears him. Did they spot him on the jump?
¿Lo vieron?
I don't think they did. ZywOo's making a play. This could be a huge play. Fame caught out.
¡No! Me la ZywOo, amigo.
Destroys VP.
2-2.
Not another.
Ay, lo apagó Flit.
Big shot back. Of course it's Flit. And now what is that? Norbert, lovely control. ZywOo nearly made the play. The play.
The amount of rounds that have gotten out of control with number advantages is insane in this game, and that would have been another one to chalk up.
Era buena.
Crazy clutches.
If I'm Fame, I'm shaking my head. SMH. Just can't seem to catch a break.
All right, we'll have something to take in the second half, but you wonder if this one's ever going to end with the back-and-forth nature, with the what has felt like unwinnable or unlosable situations going either way. But once more, we lock horns. Flit charging forward, scaling in front of the smoke. Flamesy takes him down. With the number advantage, they want to back off. Caught the flash, and Electronic now, he's the one in the open. Norbert finishes off Spinks. 3v4.
No, interminable eso,
An advantage for VP. Looks like VP may be targeting the lesser of the two evils here, with more bodies towards the second letter of the alphabet. Apex with Mezzy the closest to respond in that bench walkthrough. Saying that, ZywOo thinks he's seen enough. Throws out the smoke and second guessing himself here. They really are flying blind. This contact walk into A, it seems destined for glory for VP to equalize here in OT. Third overtime. Apex, oh, the timing could not have been better. Activates fire, nade to clear on Con. And Norbert disrupts on should be able to still get it down here. He's under a lot of pressure though, has to be planting very quickly. 29, just a couple of bullets could have done it, but Fame finding Apex, caught on this push through the smoke is Mezzy.
20 bares. ¿Cómo está esto,
VP, they will convert that man advantage.
I give it a go, ZywOo.
Why not?
Let's have it happen. Let's have some more magic.
A wave of his magic stick. Shy of the mark onto Electronic. We are back to level pegging. 20-20.
21. We do it again for OT number 4, Alex. 22 this time is the number that we are looking for to have the map secured.
At this point, why not?
That'll just keep the game going.
Yeah, why not?
They love staying late last night, I heard, especially with that Spirit versus G2 game.
Right,
Maniac.
You have to make Na'Vi phase if this keeps going this way.
Oh, an all-5. Look at this. Just a swing.
Thanks
straight out middle. A real change up, sure.
What the fuck?
Okay, I guess, says ZywOo. Apex as well. At least James able to punish. ZywOo just thought he was able to re-peek into that.
Yeah, well, they're no longer ripping out Pages the Strapple.
Oh, okay.
They're creating Pages the Strapple.
Oh, yeah, they're right in it. The ink is still wet as Fame on the warpath into Apex. He should be traded. Ooh.
No hay que comente igual acá el Maniac.
Couldn't quite hold on to the
No conozco yo mucho la voz.
Considering the impact he had in overtime number 1, he was
Este cable no es Maniac,
rounds coming out of his ass. This time can't convert onto Apex. Now it's James' turn for another clutch.
Doable.
Ah, machín.
Objective 1 lies over Stone throw from James' current position.
Y el otro es...
This paranoia doesn't know where to expect these CTs.
Feels like a country mile. I think the fortunate
El
factor is they
morochito
don't know
como
where
es.
it is.
Yeah, it's Mezzi he's uncertain about, right? He doesn't know whether that
Es
BF
Punchy.
has been pushing this whole time. So he's highly concerned about it. We are going to take a quick look at this dry swing. I mean, mixing it up, I guess.
Yeah, you take those every day of the week. I think if you want to try something as risky as that this deep, definitely trying to catch Vitality off guard.
No, igual no hay que ir.
Checking back in with the Jane walk. Getting his steps, 10,000 a day.
Claro,
Been able to pick up the
el...
necessary package for the objective, but still just searching. Vitality have
No,
absolutely
la onda el de rulitos,
Jane
boludo.
is either.
¿Cómo es este loco? Yo con los nombres, boludo, de los talentos los conozco todos, pero no me acuerdo.
Motor Mouth
Se me
letting him know.
cruzan los nombres.
Jane not ready. It's a tough one. Had he had the bomb, it's a different situation. It's a different round, but
Está siempre en SL.
discussed Mezzi, the unknown entity.
Ah, estos dos son, claro.
Apex, the AWP vendor. Make sure Zywo
No, este
has
no.
same weapon
Este
which
es
he
el que
opened
está
the
en
previous
los...
round.
All right, what comes next? I saw Xtaz just before we got into play there signaling to take the tactical timeout, so he'll use another. He's getting the luxury. If the overtimes keep coming, he keeps getting a 30-second chat available. This time, the advantage to close things out. Let's see, are they able to come up with the solution? I don't think VP will be going for a dry swing out top mid anytime soon. And look, if we do need to flick back to VP on the CT side, we can start having a bit more of a conversation about Fame. I was saying that, you know, you and I are looking into the positions before we get into this, and it feels like Fame and Electronic have been flip-flopping a little bit in recent times of who's the short player and who's the A anchor, and maybe this is why Fame is having a couple of qualms. Might not be his necessary comfort zone, but Electronic, his voice might be just a little bit louder in getting the positions that he's looking for. Regardless, might be a conversation for VP to break down after the fact. This time Smokes used the standard window and top cat with the connector Molotov as well to try and constrict some of this mid control. No, but smoked off.
It's a forward position from Flames, but confident with Zywoo's cover.
21-20.
Wow, by this on the spam, Electronic will just himself into the ledge, allows him to be a late piece, a late arrival as the pressure gets turned up on A. Vulnerable to a short swing, but no such move from Spinks just yet.
La Rodri. Vaya a jugar rondas, boludo, este. Ya hay 41 rondas, en un solo mapa. Me parece que van a calcular como el orto.
Well, a bit of a gamble right now from Vitality. You can see this boost on B, but that's where Apex is joining, so getting a bit of an inkling, unless they want to try and clear out middle from short.
Zywo's leaving as well. Oh, fortunately, they give him the sound cues, and that's the fight, and it's the same result for Flick. Can't seem to win these duels just yet. Electronic does arrive. Even Stevens. 3v3, never mind. Flames down, comms are good. Electronic spams another. Electronic, a multi-kill. Triple kill. Gets away with it as well. Mezzi, what can you do? 15 seconds as James still hesitant to plant. Worried Mezzi may already made his way. James and Mezzi.
20-21.
James,
Planted in the open, and Mezzi just...
That's the round, that's
llega. No llega.
Stop, that's the win.
¡Lo ganaron!
It cannot end like that. Overlooking. Planting for his opponent, and that, of all ways for it to end, is madness.
Apex missed a sitter on Electronic in the window. Electronic goes on to get a multi-kill. James walks out in the open on short. Visible to short on his own, just has to plant the bomb. Too scared to make the move, and Mezzi clutches things up. Meltdown.
Unbelievable scene. That's just map one. It took us 90 minutes, but Vitality have taken down VP on map one of this quarterfinal. I can't wait to hear what the analysts have to say about that one.
And so a lot of things to take into consideration here. Of course, we were looking down the barrel of what could have been a quad OT, but really the way that last round fell apart.
Bueno, 1-0. Sí, pero más que haya matado a Nelly, loco. Si rota rápido, venía una jungla, o sea. Ya plantar estaba arriesgado, sea donde sea, porque si no tiene info el último. Pero creo que tenía tiempo como para esperar a Electrónica. No sé.
teams cannot be paid by the rounds. They're all consorting right now to create the longest games of Counter-Strike, never winning 5v2,
Detalle,
4v3s, walking away
que
with
deja esto
in hand. We have to stop this.
en 1-0 para Vitality. Vamos al segundo mapa, amigos.
Can you be Apex for a second, Matthew, and I'm gonna be James?
Okay, what do you want me to do?
So, you guys want to win this game?
I mean, what about you win this one?
No, I mean, that's cool though, but do you guys want to win?
Let me just talk to my crew for a second. No, actually, maybe you win.
I felt like both of these teams were just throwing the game constantly. It's like, okay, we're gonna win both pistols, but hey, here's the 1v4 Apex, so now you guys can win the game. Okay, that's nice, thank you so much, but you know, we're not gonna clear the B-bomb site, so here's a 2v5 for you guys. Okay, well, let's just go to overtime, let's prolong this.
And continue with that as well?
And continue with that as well. It's just such sloppy CS from both of them.
Yeah, listen, Trace, you have to indulge us. We're having a little bit of fun. This was not a clean game of Counter-Strike, but it was an entertaining one. It was very entertaining. You had a bunch of moments that changed stories of rounds, multi-kills that were very impressive. But it's true, both teams had many opportunities to close it and do it in a cleaner fashion. Personally, I think Vitality should have closed much early on in regulation. Pistol round converted both sides for VP.
Bueno.
It was supposed to be Vitality's easy game, but no, they took us for a marathon, and here we are.
And honestly, we're looking at the first OT. I'm thinking like, okay, without Flit in the first OT, well, probably not even going as far as it did.
Yeah, and it was reminiscent of the grand final in Dallas for Vitality and the game against G2 on Inferno, right? Because that game goes into OT. Vitality wins 3 rounds on the T side, 3 match points, and then G2 brought it all the way back. And that's what VP did here. Sure, heavy lifting from Flit, but, you know, off the back of that, VP still wasn't able to close out the game. We had another overtime.
Yeah, and I agree with you with the comparison, but I think it's even worse than in Dallas because in that situation, G2 played really well. Like when they crow back from that 0-3, these are incredible rounds, good calls from G2 frags. You know, Vitality had 2 rounds back-to-back with massive power plays. Like the first wave of attack from VP is getting stomped immediately to 5v2 to 5v3, and then I think this is Vitality trying to play perfect. Like nobody wants to give the angle, nobody wants to give the kill that's going to allow VP back, and they overcomplicate.
Except for Apex.
I mean, he's always up. It's kind of part of the DNA of Counter-Strike. So yeah, Vitality made things a little too complicated. I think the first overtime should have been it. We should have been looking at whatever 16 to 12 or 13 at best. That's it. My best offer.
At best.
That's all I can do for you.
No, I get that. I do get that. I mean, we're
Sí, en el segundo mapita. ¿Qué mapa es el segundo mapa?
Both sides. I mean, there were some issues from there was a bit of cohesion missing.
What? Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Sometimes we decide not to listen to you just to make sure that you're following.
Just to make sure that I'm also.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not listening to you guys, so
that makes sense.
To who
So you were asking.
I was listening. I just couldn't hear you.
What about? Let's talk about ZywOo just a little bit. You're talking about conditions that were working for a team. The fact that ZywOo quickly put his hands on AWPs early on in this game and connected, I thought was going to be enough. I thought this was going to be enough. One of the criticism for him is a bit too hybrid, missing shots with the AWP at times. He, from the very beginning, put on the AWP on the CT side. He had a couple of very key stabilizing multi-kills on the defense. He had his 1v2 that he crafted out of nowhere.
Bam, bam,
this
bam.
was supposed to be the win condition. He did what I wanted from him early on in regulation. He kept on going with the pace. Finishes at, what, 36, 37 kills. And as we can see in this replay, he very important, not lazy kills. Because hear me out, ZywOo can be lazy. Because when the game is so easy, sometimes you just take a step back and say, I just have to hold this angle, it's gonna be fine. I want him to be creative. I want him to try, have initiatives. That's what he did here. He used a couple of pop grenades in the smoke, found some kills. This was ZywOo that was active. Turned out helped Vitality massively.
Let's also give some more flowers around here because he wasn't alone. Spinx had his impact undoubtedly.
Yeah, he did. I think just looking at it, you know, from a bit of a broader perspective, I liked for VP at the start. They won the pistol, they converted, and then there was a couple of fast hits.
Oh yeah.
You know, B-pop, A-pop, sure, they couldn't win the rounds, but I liked the change of pace. It was ZywOo stepping up, you know, that really denied them some of these rounds early on, but then it was not converting some of the clutches. The 1v2 from ZywOo was very big. Obviously, the 1v4 from Apex, that never really should happen, and that was the problem. That really put a hit on VP's economy, and then VP, you win 3 rounds in a row, a CT, 3 gun rounds where your opponents don't plant the bomb, and they still have enough money to buy. That was the 30th or the 24th round of the game, last round of regulation, and that's a problem. Like, you should be able to have an easier round at that point in time, and it was just because the clutch from Apex completely shifted the economy in regulation.
Yeah, just making it tough, to say the least. Maniac, I like that we sat near you during this OT, because I know you have sort of an affinity here for watching what is Vitality play Counter-Strike. On the scale of how it made you feel today, tell us, is it the smiley face, the mid-smiley face, or like the sad face?
Pop, pop, pop.
I'm having like a
groaning.
mild smile on my face. You know, we get the W, they get the W on Mirage. That's great, but it didn't need to be so complicated. Good for them to not completely fall apart. I think there were chances, there were places here where you could have completely fallen apart. In fact, when VP pushed it to the second OT, in my mind, that's it. I'm thinking this is it. I know Vitality, I know how these boys react. They're not gonna come back from these power play situations they misplayed, and they did. So good for them, good on them. You would like to see them have that resilience, but also it didn't that complicated. So I'm like, my
Inferno.
So like
that's about where I am.
Infernito.
I mean, you can also tell things were breaking down towards the end of that. I mean, just the final round of the game.
Absolutely.
Jame just being completely lost in that one, and yeah, it's going to be tough for VP to bounce back from this.
That's what I want to talk about. VP bouncing back on Inferno. We've already kind of highlighted the fact that Vitality might just run around with this one right from the get-go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Mirage was a win condition for VP. History tells Vitality is a strong team right now. Only really G2 can mess around with the Inferno when it comes to Vitality. So now you keep an eye on what is it you've been doing well on Mirage, how you got to these leading positions, how you got to these power plays. We apply it again. But for me, Vitality have survived the scariest moment in this series, and this should, being the operative word, be the end on Inferno.
And we'll see, you know, if the same
En un ratito de clasificación de Colapinto, Estamos a la espera.
Same 1v5 us again.
No, Vitality allowing a comeback and crumbling completely right and from
Estamos a la maldita espera, guys.
So if that's going to happen here on Inferno, we'll have to wait and see.
Hasta que arranque la locura. Le he puesto Mouse Furia, Picado también. Picado.
Yeah, I mean, G2 is pretty much there already. I don't think we can change that. You know, they kind of earned their position in the semi-final. It's happening.
Yeah, very true. Gentlemen, let's go ahead and head a break. Let's go into Inferno. Let's try to settle the differences here on what Alex Machine Richardson called a measuring contest. That's right. We're going to be jumping into Inferno.
Measuring of what?
Yep. Rulers, he said. VP, Vitality, when we return.
Oh.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
Hola, Cube. Gente, Cristian. La Fórmula 2. La Fórmula 1. Vale, bueno. Fui a ver las dos. Muy peor ahora, muy peor.
وصحبة وسهرات. لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك عليك صوت. عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Dale, dale, dale. Infernito. Elevating care I extending expectation. Now opening new locations. Ah, bueno. Mira el capitán.
For my holiday and during the break we had, actually, for myself I didn't do much. I just do like, just to see my mom. I just went to see my mom, like, because it's been like more than 6 months I didn't see them, so
Lo más desayuneta, pa.
my time with them, and I didn't want to travel because we are traveling a lot. Everyone have a good rest, everyone had like good holidays, and and actually we had like 1 week of practice, and it was really good week from us, so we are happy for that, and we are just ready to fight. Against FaZe we don't have anything against them, or no, actually we just play our game against them. Maybe it's hard for them to counter us or anything, but we are not doing crazy thing against them. We just gonna play our own game. We are not overthinking. I don't really care about the changement, to be honest. Every team can beat anyone at this day, so it's gonna be good tournament. How the relationship is like, Apex is a lot of his like emotion express, like he's showing a lot of things, maybe less. So maybe that's why it's really good to have both of us in the same team, and also as a friend or outside of the server, because we just complement like ourselves together. Like he's really good. Like I don't have to show anything, because Apex is showing like already a lot. And actually we had to talk like 1 week ago, and he said, and I was agreed, like we are like an old couple. Like we can scream at us, he can scream at me, I can say also something, but in the end we will be happy to say that, because we're going forward and we're gonna work together, and that's also the beautiful of our like relationship. I think looking back at my career, obviously what I can feel inside of me is like I have more confidence like into myself. I remember 6 years ago I couldn't do interviews or anything because I was scared to do it. I was scared to speak in front of people. I was too much on my own bubble, I would say. And now, yeah, to see Apex or to see other people, to see like also to do interviews.
Interviews.
People are, yeah, I'm not scared anymore. Obviously, that's also a part of our job to have some fun close to us, and like and we need to think also we need to enjoy it with them, because it's them like watching us, like giving support about us, like they give a lot. Like I give an example for the Paris Major, where I remember if it wasn't in Paris, I think we should have lost or anything, because when we see all the fans like giving support, screaming your name, screaming like Vitality on they can
Che, hoy 18 horas también juega Furia, Crew Bestia, por la Thunder Peak.
And that's amazing to see that, but at the same time I feel bad as well. You know, I don't know. I feel like between the thing.
Lindo mapita ese.
We need to work also about that, and it's gonna be good.
Time sure does fly, doesn't it? Having a full sit-down interview with ZywOo. It feels like only yesterday he was telling Freya that,
no,
I don't.
No was about as far as it went.
Yeah.
I will not be talking to you. No.
Well, listen to him now. You know, I think talking about the rest and relaxation they had off of the break. Some teams taking as much as 2 to 3 weeks off of the game, walking away, touching grass, and we're ready to get ourselves in and situated for our second map of this quarterfinal. Can you believe it? It's only the second map of the day. It's been a long one on Mirage.
Yeah.
On Mirage.
90 minutes, 42 rounds of CS. That's almost 2 whole regulation games. And that one final little detail, Jamin Electronic, the 2 leader figures, seemingly fumbling the last round. Now, you can break that down. There's conversation on whose fault that could have been. Should Electronic have gone connector? Should James have been a little bit braver and just gone into the site and tried to plan?
Sin Inferno, amigos.
Before that, but the point stands. The two leadership figures, are they tilted, right? That's the big question mark, because that was such a long game on their map choice. Will any residual issues now filter into Inferno, where they lost to Vitality on their map choice in London, 13-5?
Here's a good question. I'd like to think we're going to have an equally competitive game here. Trying to boost into the apartments is the name of the game here for Vitality's pistol. Norbert on that boiler position with the dual Berettas, but Flames with a perfect first bullet.
No, no, Flames sí.
But Flames with a perfect first bullet. Swings into Norbert.
Luego gana 1-0 en la serie Vitality. Ganó 22-20 el primer mapa. Sacado.
And he has no Kev either, so unless he's hitting some crazy shots, this one looks like it's already set up for a plant. Set up well, but still Flames goes down to James, and James does start to deliver.
No rotation still.
It still hasn't bought it. The bomb.
Oh, shame.
Do it all, Alex.
Doing it all, mate. Takes down Spinks as well. Who needs Kevlar when you've got headshots?
James time.
Touching him. Just untouchable. Does nearly catch Zywoo as well, but Zywoo's still in the server. This one not done. Tasked with retrieving the bomb. Does just that. Mezzi on the site as well. All congregated towards this library side. They need more frags, and they're going to get them. But Zywoo only the one. But it's a winnable round for Mezzi after all of James' hard work. Can he track them both? He gets the first, but denied by Flit. And Jane gets a firm pat on the back, surely, after what he's managed to deliver.
Considering the output in that situation, he's getting multiple kills. There's pressure there. There's util, no rotation until the third kill comes in. They start to make their way over. He delayed. They still have to deal with him. James is the hero of the pistol round. People might want to debate if he was the villain of, well, not taking us to quad OT, but he's kicked things off on the right foot. Another pistol round converted for Virtus Pro. Will make that 3 for 3 so far.
And
something else that needs to be kept in mind is the fact that they did pick this map and lost it last time they played. So now Vitality see this as a weakness, but VP at the time saw it as a strength. And a lot of these teams go, yeah, we didn't play our game, or this went wrong, we lost this. Well, they're obviously happy to play this map against Vitality, right? They picked it last time round, so let's see if they can make good on how things went wrong.
Zywoo go kill. Name of this round.
Vitality.
And the pistol have allowed it to be financially viable. And the game plan is simply set by Zywoo's pace. He looks to punish an overextension on the James smoke, but not to happen.
I just want to reflect on a couple of things within that last map, if we could. The teamwork was there in terms of setting each other up with flashes, and I thought for both teams. And there's obviously cases. This doesn't apply to every single round. We had 42 rounds of CS, right?
Right.
But
Every
it felt like there was a lot of
round.
situations where the rounds were extremely strung out in individual duels, like one-on-one type fights, where the trade potential was pretty few and far between. And even though there was certain rounds where the trades probably should have come through, it felt sloppy, like players not finishing off kills that they should have gotten. So I felt that the team play in certain rounds in that game was quite poor from both of these teams. So we'll have to see if Inferno is any different. You're going to need some good team play to be, making sure you get your banana control down on the CT side. Some of these retakes are going to require some good coordination. And I say that, but think about how many rounds as well we had that were like 3v5 scenarios that teams should really never have been winning, which they did. There's a bunch of clutches as well. So it was exciting. Or it had patches of excitement. It might be a better way to frame it. We'll see if that can continue on map number 2. Now the AKs are out. Caught that one right in the face, but safe for now, Zywoo. Charging up Banana to try and grab this control. Something that VP have always done a lot of on Inferno is these gambles.
Oh, that's the B-bomb site wide open. Flit, he just gave him an elbow, and somehow Zywoo finds his head.
These are these gambles I'm talking about, right? Like, it's not unusual to see 3 players stack over towards B at the start of the round for Banana control, but VP, we're always like, hold up, why in this round have they decided to have 3 guys here? And sometimes the trap works, sometimes it doesn't. Well, right now we get to see the classic. It is going to be the VP save. So there's still parts of the DNA that James has flushed through. Let's keep the camera on Electronic if we can. Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would love to see just how much vitriol he is currently spouting.
He's looking down the line. Eye contact required. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be something.
Gambling
nature, that is. That they're going to be well aware of. Obviously, the ability to kind of subvert the expectations.
Toda la tecnología tiene
It is interesting nonetheless that ZywOo was so quick ahead of that. He mollied up top banana, cleared his corners, and of course it takes more, some mechanical skill to be able to hit that shot. It's not like Flit was overextending there. That was a quick jiggle out and loss of the round.
There was something that Matthew was talking about during the death segment, talking about ZywOo because not being lazy, which was something that he was highlighting. Right? For ZywOo, if you this is not a lazy kill.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? But ZywOo, he could just sit back and then you get a couple kills. But that's a hugely impactful frag that secured them around. It was ZywOo searching banana. Not only is he a great AWPer, he's also a great rifler. He's one of these all-rounder type Counter-Strike players that gets to play the AWP role within the team, but he's bloody good at everything. So the fact that he's just surged up banana in such a fashion made a bit of a statement early in the half of his intent. We'll see how many more times he's able to tussle.
Oh, interesting approach to the apartments for Flames and Spinks. They actually just partner up and go loud about it. They want the A players to be aware that this is occupied.
Seems that VP's game plan on this CT side is to try and hold on to this Yuto. It's obviously facilitated by having the AWP, which just sounded off. So that gives this A defense an inkling that maybe Vitality want to push the issue, knowing that the AWP won't be on that long side. Here they come. They're going to comb forward. These transitional aggressions on the CT side worked in certain rounds on Mirage.
That it did. I'm not going to kind of go too far. There's a flash half wall.
Oh, they know it's a fake, don't they? You know it's a fake.
Yeah, well, they're well aware. And Fame will be there in time. Not the best weapon for the job, the FAMAS, and that smoke is going to give an angle to Flames on the elevation. Understandably concerned about Pit, the Molotov.
Como de pelo, no sé, amigo.
Clears it out. Now they can focus their attention on the site. That's a big one from Flames. Builds a second into it. Onto Electronic, and now Norbert in trouble. It's a Flames.
Solid Flames.
Triple kill. Flit caught off by Spinks. Vitality putting together two very nice rounds back to back.
That's a nasty one to lose, isn't it? Considering you know that it's a fake, you know exactly what's coming your way. You stall out with utility that then gets used against you. Would love to see a bit of a bounce back from Fame, who felt like he was getting abused over towards that A site on Mirage. He's the first one to fall.
Same time.
And he's the one that you think is the least likely to take contact over towards that long side. But that should not have been such light work. Definitely hoping for better in the trading department there from VP.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that that short smoke gave a lot of options to Vitality.
It did. If you had a player in pit and that smoke goes down, then you're covering off both sides of it. Right. Because of that scenario, it lands, and you've actually created an avenue for them to get in towards the bomb site. So a misplay there from VP does come back to haunt them for consecutive rounds. A couple of save rifles.
Need for Fame. I mean, he's got 2-3 players on his screen swinging out of the smoke. Your teammates through. Comfortable. No doubt about it. Early doors, early rounds. Vitality one up in this series. Looks like mid, a bit of a mid-centric approach with an aggressive smoke. Flames is looking hot.
Might Flames volando por el aire.
Hands out Electronic. Look at the damage. From the Extinguish gets it down just in time. But now I guess he's going to have to be the probe. You don't want to be sending in the healthy ZywOo yet.
No,
too much.
Too
quick. Messi catches that one. And ZywOo, just as he transitioned off of those barrels, confirms with the potential for a cross. He's going to be diligent on the clear. James Orp is here. ZywOo a free track. Nice work from James.
James time.
Second, Flames cut down. Apex, he's not going to shy away from this one. That's a nice little gap he's found. Nope.
Otra James.
Aware of the potential.
No para la bestia James. Gracias Mati. Gracias Papa por eso.
James, the only one really laying down the law so far. Multi-kill rounds that have converted both the pistol. And now here in the 5th round of play.
That scenario right there is one of those situations where you look at the overzealous nature of Apex and you question, was that necessary? Right? I know that 2 of his teammates were just felled. A lot of defensive utility was dropped, but he's still trying to punish the gap. ZywOo had called there was 2 players top banana, and what he spotted wasn't an AWP on either. He would have seen that both were rifles, but that's the thing. In that time, it's hard to communicate all of that information. Then James shows up with AWP, so you know that there's 3 players there.
Papa.
They lose 2, so at that point we're looking at a 2v4 situation, but there was still about a minute on the clock. So, like, I don't want to be overly critical because I think Matsu put it nicely. It's like the DNA of Counter-Strike is Apex being aggressive. You expect those maneuvers from him, but if you let the round simmer out and you do a bit more damage, look at right now on the right-hand side of the screen, you have a lot of cash left over. So you're fine for the buys. VP, even if they win the round, you take away a couple of guns, they're going to have to drop. It's going to be keeping pressure on their economy. You run in like that, you don't do any more damage. Now they have 4 players staying alive. So it's the little details. It's definitely not the end of the world, and we'll have to see how the half trends. They were shut out of this round most likely, but let's say they get 1 or 2 more kills and still lose the round. Well, I would have taken that result over Spinx just then having to go and sit away and save.
Interesting consideration. How much did he see of Ape?
He's had 2 good rounds now, James. The pistol round, and then the triple on the AWP.
The AD spam.
Terrible chitero, man.
That's great. AB Flames is going to try
another entry.
Yeah, has he got it in him? James in the right place again. This time,
Norbert.
Norbert back to and easy frag. Spinx 1. Norbert doubles up. It's a triple spray from Norbert.
Norberto.
Recovered AK.
Norbertazo.
It's a very good use. Electronic, absolutely no problem.
Electronic.
Flames the last man, stand in and not for long. Flip puts him down. Lovely work from Norbert. Joins the multi-kill masters of Jame.
3 players right now for Vitality combined. I wonder if Xtaz wants to take a timeout early within the half just to discuss their options going forward. You could get an AK on the likes of Spinx, ZywOo, as well as Flamesy, and then for Apex and Mezzi, they could operate with Galils. I just need to talk about what type of utility that you want to be bringing forward. Will they take this tactical? No, they are just going to take a hero AK. So Spinx will be rocking and rolling with that. So upgrades coming in late from spawn as well. So, okay, they've smattered something together. They're obviously in no rush. Understandably, Inferno does tend to play a little bit slower these days with just how good everybody is with the U2. You can see even though the CTs and Sentries...
La pistola de mano de Vitality y el AK Hero en Spinx.
You also want to stay away from the flak damage regarding the HEs, not get yourself melted down too early. Spam through smokes, all of those qualms. So we'll just be hitting the pause button on the start of round number 7.
Number 7.
It might take us a couple of hours to get there, but I would love to see these two go toe-to-toe on Dust 2. Obviously, I think a lot of people having it reintroduced into the map
Atacante o defensor.
massive favorites, but
Bastante
I like to
parejo,
see it. You know, wider corridors. I think it allows a little bit of a different playstyle. It can play slow, can have a lot of saves too, but can have some excitement to it. Dust 2.
Se viene discusión para el side B.
To be pulled back over would be Flit.
Defiende Fame. Ataca las Deagle, las Pistol. Y el AK de Spinx. Flames. Mete el entry y después muere en vano. Porque está 4-4. Intenta ganar espacio. ZywOo. Otra buena kill. No tiene que poner ZywOo ahora. Tiene la AK bien ZywOo. Encima mata. Ah, otra vez a guardar tu burro. ¡Ahora el burro!
And one Deagle headshot. And this site comes tumbling down in favor of Vitality. Electronic was the second piece. Could have perhaps...
¡Ahora el burro!
Give it a look in. You talk about saves. I think this one most definitely is a guarantee for Jame and Norbert.
You wonder what the situation is there. Obviously, you're not expecting Fame just to get his head absolutely ripped off. Are they planning to just play retake if there was an execute up banana? Because you could have really justified a full gun round. And they just threw in little bits and pieces. There wasn't a whole lot of investment right there. I think that's also the 4th opening kill for Flamesy within this half. Had one on the pistol, 2 in back-to-back rifle rounds, and now 1 with the Deagle. So his impact on the T side is definitely being felt. But that setup as well, you know, you're playing over towards Speedway. I think that's where Flit was for the rotation point. Fame playing from Coffins. Again, not expecting just to get destroyed in that fashion, but still, they could have and should have lost the bomb site if there was a set-piece execute.
Cuadres.
Take a bit more action here, yeah. Forward stepping is Electronic. See that Norbert smoke.
Oh.
Again! This smoke is their death sentence. Now, admittedly, they won the 4v5 after Flames' smoke spam, and Jame had an opportunity there for an early equalizer. Doesn't connect it. sticking around for a repeat, but they're already pushing out apps. This is awkward. Norbert's going to have to be aware of this.
Norbert
switching weapons. Oh,
how's he get a kill?
Well to find a kill.
Great effort.
Yeah, fair play. Fair play. I was going to be critical, but no, actually, considering, it's a very impressive shot.
Oh, Mamadera. Again. Apex, don't let him do it, Apex.
He's on the way. Flit about to go and look at this mysterious watermelon in a bowl. What are you cooking? Vitality are cooking a very competitive T side here.
Bueno, va a empatar el partido Vitality.
Just pairs of rounds strung together.
Se viene la muchacha francesa.
It is insane how much the opening kill is able to dictate how these rounds go, right? Because this hedging nature from VP, again, these scenarios, Electronic pushing down, he's making a play. There's no trade potential there, but if he gets 2 kills, they probably win the round. Instead, he gives it open, and then Apex, you can see immediately, whatever the code word is, A pressure is applied immediately.
2 rounds VP have overcome the 4v5. That was the pistol, where Flames found Norbert, and Jame killed everyone. And the second 4v5 was that Flame smoke spam, recovered by Jame on the AWP. So yeah, I guess Jame is the only solution they've got so far to these early openings.
Tactical timeout.
Well, they'll get to buy again. Tactical timeout from VP. They just tried aggression. I don't expect to see that one manifest once more.
Twice. I mean, keep throwing the smoke, but it doesn't seem like it's being conducive with success.
Well, the thing is, if you're doing it to slow the default, to stop them from getting map control so early, stop giving them the kill behind it. You know, if you want them to take time with that, obviously there's lots of implications behind that smoke.
Same smoke, but they are going to be having multiple bodies towards second middle, so a flash from Apex, they can clear this one out. Just like that. Flash banana. Flit's going to be pushing on the deep banana smoke, and Zywa's going to catch this timing, give it a go. Good cover. Really important frag from Fame. Not only onto Zywu, but saves his teammate with just a fraction of health remaining.
Look how far Flit's backed off. Hey, all right, we'll just leave you on an island again, shall we, Fame? And just hope that they don't come to your bomb site and put one bullet in between your eyes.
Maybe he's just going for that flashbang. No, he really is just...
You know, these are these situations that definitely do start to take shape. We were talking about the gamble. Well, what?
Tomarle de poco, y cae primero.
Towards A. It might be coming. It might line up. Long smoke deployed, telling now.
Pensar a tomar, tac, tac, tac.
Setup.
El que cae primero, o cada tomada hay que hacer un test de contra hasta 10. El que cae primero, seco al suelo, o el que ya no pueda contar hasta 10, mierda. Si contás hasta 10, pasa de ronda. Si te trabaste, es un conteo, como en el boxeo cuando te tiran, cuenta como si te tiraran. A la próxima no puede contar vuelta, otra contada. La tercera perdés.
Not bad at all. Fame unable to contribute. Is this really going to be another save? Surely you've got the man advantage. You've got to give it a look in.
Oh, there is a kit. Remember, Flit is low, and Incendiary on Norbert as well to try and make this retake possible. Norbert's still investigating top middle for the lurk. Spink's alive.
They've got another smoke. They smoke CT now. You're really... Oh, you're either pushing a smoke or it's a very late retake. Yeah, pushing. That's the
4 iguales. Retake complicado. Ensaya debe tirar un hombre más. Bueno, Molo.
Finds an angle.
El totem.
Boost up. Good frag from Flame. Spinks combines. And all of these resources now crumbling. Electronic trying to remain alive at the end of this.
Está bien, Vitality,
And he can't even do that. Flit, of all the people. The first
no para de sumar, 5-4.
He's the only one to get out.
No, la gallina explotó.
Another Vitality round.
I know it's just a one-round game at this point, but the rounds from VP have looked pretty miserable, haven't they? They've felt like they've always been outmaneuvered. In that situation as well, with Fame rotating back in, Jame just dies getting one, and I think it was a decent effort to get one, but he's not positioned to defend the site. Right? He's playing in another non-committed position. So if they did execute like they did, he has to play ahead in a position where he's likely to be traded because of the weapon. And then Fame, he's not in a scenario where he can just run through the smoke and try and disrupt either, because there's nobody close behind him to either make good on that. You can't, like, if you're Vitality, you get to set up your post plant perfectly. You have multiple smokes. It's so comfortable.
Yeah, that's a good word for this T-side so far. And looks like it's ZywOo putting Flit in the dirt. The only save rifle. It's the opening death by VP.
In they go.
Fame.
Fame needs a big one. Swings on the flash. It was nearly two. Mezzi did get dinked up. They can try and spam that smoke as much as they want. Apex isn't scared, apparently. The bomb will go down, and yeah, this is
La pistolita.
Guaranteed 6.
Mano de BP.
Referee is going to just jot 6 in his notepad right there.
Y se va terminando.
B has been a real problem.
Oh, the whole map kind of feels like it's been a bit of a problem.
Did they get their... Oh, yeah, they got 2 of those rounds kind of early doors.
Yeah, so it was Jame 3K pistol, then Eco with the ZywOo Deagle, easy enough to convert against. Then ZywOo running up Banana first gun round when they were gambling. They just had one player top B. ZywOo rips his head off, they win the round. Then you have Jame with 3 kills on the AWP. All right, little bit of damage.
Little summit, but as you discussed with those round runs from Vitality, they got cash. This is their 4th consecutive victory, 2 of which with minimal casualties.
You're not a gambling man, Alex, but 7 or 8.
I'm thinking 7.
Okay. I think VP will get 1 more in him. Oh, there was also the A round where Flamesy used their smoke against them, jumped over when they were had a man disadvantage. There we go. Take another man disadvantage.
Oh, they're actually going to extend it. Look at the timing on that push from Electronic. Very brave maneuver. Should seal it. Yeah, most definitely. Jame does find a second. But not one to discount the Woo.
Isn't it crazy that you could have such a rough-looking half and still walk away with 4 or 5 and then still be in the game with MR12? You win the pistol again, which would make them 4 from 4 after the break. You know, get the conversions, which they've been good at doing.
Yeah, I'm not one to discount the VPT side.
Well, we have to play all the rounds so they don't get paid.
That's right. It's part of the deal. Oh, we're trying to pip the gap on this smoke, and he's not far off of the mark. Fame did duck in. Flit's the one to activate. He does well to secure this one.
Should have boxed it now, shouldn't he, Mezzi? He'll be able to get a drop into the next round of play. He's got the lowest cash on the squad, but his teammates will be able to hook him up.
There he goes. See, Jame, he only tagged him because I told you, James getting 2. Can't be getting 3. And we are going to be seeing the first tactical timeout called by Vitality X-Taz on the mic, and he's moving those lips rapidly. You only get 30 seconds. You better make good use of them.
Whack-a-mole.
Just as Apex trying to duck under.
Catching him on the way down, yeah. Good awareness from Flit as well, not just stepping out lazily behind the smoke, ready for the fight. Well, what's the change going to be for the final round of half number 1, map number 2? X-Taz orders will have finished. Could be 7-5, could be 6-6, all tied up inseparable as we turn into the halftime break.
Nice little cache of retake flashes and even a HE there going to be left at CT spawn.
Yeah, if you're not leaving extra util on the final round of the half, what are you doing?
Good question. What's the call here? Let's see how Apex is going to try and pursue this 7th. Action the name of the game, but ZywOo does well to find Flit there. White screen, just good control, good pre-aim. Even with his vision obscured, he's done well there.
Apex doing a lot of talking, trying to pull this mid-round together. I think he's expecting rotation off of that kill, so trying to get them to quickly pop through this smoke.
Electronic dipping away. That's actually a very astute tug from Electronic, and Fame immediately backs off.
Might get doubled.
Pushing in, aiming, executes Flames. Beautiful from Electronic, but Mezzi very quick on the trade. That's only his 3rd frag, so Mezzi, this could be his chance to find a round-winning frag sequence. Molotov and down. Spinks. There's out the B side for the boys, and Jame just ducks under the taps of Apex. 2 versus 2, Norbert on the way.
Can't save on this one.
reload and try and get this double nade from Norbert into the mix. Clears out the first. No one active. What are you doing here, boys? A conversation happening. Waiting for the fade, grouping up. This crossfire is going to be very hard to break. There's no Norbert just cycling through all of his nades, trying to get ahead of it. Good play again from Jane, but still Mezzy's hitting shots, and it's Mezzy. 3 kills to end it. 7-5 on the half. Vitality. I don't know if they'll be too satisfied. But it still feels competitive. Despite looking like the better side in our first half of our second map, this quarterfinal, more twists and turns, I anticipate.
Bueno, 7-5 cada lado.
Set, go.
Bueno. Cambio el lado, amigos.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
¿Qué pasa en el chat? Se están reputeando, ¿no?
Back in action for Inferno, the second map between Vitality and Virtus Pro. This quarterfinal, it was an absolute banger on our first map, and here on Inferno, 7-5. These two teams still very much up for debate as to whether or not we need Dust 2. I'm joined by Sponge, who he'd like to see it. We'd like to see some Dust 2 action here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup 2024. Let's find out if it's necessary as we take Vitality to the defense. VP on the attack.
And Mezzy, the utility mule, has hooked up Apex. Mr. Merriman will be operating without any Kevlar, but a smoke to help block. 3 players starting over towards the top of an underplay for information, and ZywOo, the sharpest tool in their shed, is the spearhead. And there you have it.
Shot. Demonstration. Live before our very eyes, and he doesn't seem to be done. I can't believe he's sticking around. He just wants to fight. Apex is deleted by Fame, but ZywOo's still alive. And so now they're second guessing it. Do we commit? Yeah, the answer is yes. We're just going to throw every nade in the book at him. Double molly into ZywOo. Mezzi and Spinks are on the way.
Might be on for the ace, ZywOo.
Yeah, he could have something more for us. ZywOo looking so deadly. Plays with the USP. Taps away a third. Still re-peaking on the low
7-5 para Vitality.
He's done everything. Boost could work out, but the smoke is going to obscure them all the same. Hoping for a little change in the smoke, and there it is.
2-2. Pistol importante. Vitality quiere sacar hasta 2-0 después de un primer mapa en 22-20. Bueno, 7-6.
Everything ZywOo tried, but still doesn't work out.
And keeping tally, that's 4 from 4 as far as pistols are concerned. Imagine losing 2-0 and having all the pistols. That would be a miserable way for things to go down for VP. This started fantastically. Great shot from ZywOo. Nade lands on logs. Flamesy running down. ZywOo grabs a second. Able to pick off a third as they run in towards his side, but it's the Goosh after that, and he's suddenly getting a bit of hot water. At the point he went down, I think he only had 8 bullets remaining, and that was residual included. Well, those 3 kills have allowed ZywOo to drop a silenced A1S into the hands of Spinks. I like to see this, right? These second round force buys, you need to be more creative than everybody just buying like MP9s or 5.7s, Deagles with a little bit of Util. Got something creative going with this. So ZywOo, the one who's going to hook it up, means he doesn't have Kevlar Sure, but has the Deagle. So if he hits a shot and can drop back, it's not the end of the world.
Bueno amigos, ahorita digo unos mensajitos.
There you have it.
He's hit it and does get away.
Cuando no al día, man.
Find Norbert's crawl, and just like that, Vitality with a 2-man advantage in this force buy.
5 versus 3.
It's a good idea, Chad. It's worked out wonderfully. ZywOo doesn't even need Kevlar to be a threat. Flashes and go.
Esto que flipo, chaval. ¡Oh! Mira vos. Queda Apex todavía, ¿eh? ¡Oh! No, mira cómo lo mata. Lo me pego volando, boludo.
But you know what's crazy there? Look at the residual cash on Spinks. He could have had head armor.
Qué asco, boludo. Todo vena. ¡Opa! Chuchu situation. Retake. M4 en el suelo. Agarra M4.
Still time if they give it a go now, Vitality.
No la buscaré, no hay defuse. Ah, está en la mierda, no tiene defuse.
No trade available. 3 HP hits it. ZywOo, off you got nothing. As Fame nails it. Absolutely mad. That's back-to-back triple kills in round losses from ZywOo.
Curious to see if Spinks holding on to extra cash is going to net in him potentially dropping an AWP come the first gun round, because now we should see the eco, right? Gets 2,900 as the loss bonus going into the next. Oh. Well, no, I've got to be eating my words. He could have just bought into head armor in the previous because he's cheaply invested again. Grabbed himself a Deagle, grabbed himself some Kevlar. 3v5 falling by the wayside, saved by Flitz UMP. Keep it a bit more simple. Last round.
Ronda number 15.
Apex trying to bring the CZ75 back into popularity.
Second orange boost. Good angle. And not so good on
complicada la SZ.
Aim punch. Tough.
Well, how much more damage can you do if you're Vitality, right? Last round it was just Fame staying alive. This time around, if you grab yourself another couple of kills again, we can play the financial game, which is all this one is really going to become. ZywOo's position now noted thanks to the Deagle spamming off through the smoke.
Va a pasar a Ana Virtus Pro.
There are SMGs in the mix, so one of the questions you have to ask yourself is, do you want to try and back off and avoid these $600 kill rewards that are going to be possible for the likes of Electronic and Flit? Or do you want to play for exits? Either way, I'm sure we'll see some action before the round done. Bomb about halfway gone, the reposition.
Can we talk about Norbert's angle for a second? Look at this one. He's really locking it down. Just in case. And it's going to work out for him potentially if Flames had gone a step further. The SMGs are on the hunt, and looks like Flitz UMP is destined for a couple more. Electronic gets it all. So yeah, making the most out of that round of VP.
Yeah, normally I don't bother talking about those details because I think that the SMGs would search out, especially when the fights, you're just gonna shoot them, right? But the fact that they have absolutely been sublime with the usage there will give them a big tick of approval. And a lot of the things VP do are intentional. So for them, I think we'll give it to them. Oh man, we lost the eco.
Damn it.
Guys, we suck.
Oh, I couldn't kill him with a CC mid-range.
When I was the only one holding the bomb side.
Damn it.
God damn it.
God damn it.
Things I wouldn't be frustrated about for $10, thank you.
Yeah, well, you are not French.
True.
Ronda número 16.
Ask Rushley.
You and me both.
8-7 gana Virtus Pro. Y ahora uy, lo que sucede.
ZywOo and Spinks getting a little challenge here.
Pobre Apex, man. No la molesten, está grande, che.
Looking a bit VP-esque from Vitality here, isn't it? An early 4-man gamble.
Hola, Walter.
Off of the line. Respects it.
Walter Bin Laden.
Flamesy has another smoke over towards B, so once that's deployed, I'm curious to see the rotation.
Oh, it's quick. Rapid onto Electronic, takes him down.
So that's just landed.
Terrible.
They have a HE for Norbert to break.
Here comes the reclaim. This is Spinks looking a bit more active, but he could be punished by James. Oh, but he... What?
Todavía.
That's what the legs look like. Oh, Flamesy, you have to defend.
Off you got for us. Fame. Leading the charge. Apex goes wild. Quick swing.
Qué mierda,
Flames
oh, Sadeto.
out by Flit, having no problem.
3-3, le ganan el side.
When he wants it, he takes it. Double kill from Flit. Setting VP up for a perfect 4th round on this T side. Yet to see Vitality.
Se empieza a hacer grande Virtus Pro. Y esto no joda.
The only way back in would be if you found one through the spam there on the way back in.
Se empieza a gigantar VP.
Giving that option over, and we're going to see more of this. It's pretty classic with VP Vitality games to get a lot of saves. I think you go back, there was a couple, especially when D2 was just reintroduced to the pool. You saw a lot of it.
Bueno, escuchen esto.
Maybe putting himself up to a 2-round lead, 9 now in total. His multi-kills instrumental throughout this series so far. Barrage, overtime and pressure, 2 massive back-to-back 4K rounds.
Bienvenidos a esta transmisión de la Fórmula 2 en el Húngaro Ring, una nueva cita de la temporada.
Cola Pinto, cola Pinto, cola Pinto, cola Pinto, cola Pinto.
Yep, well, we know how that one ends.
Cola y Pito, cola y Pito. Se viene la quali de la Fórmula 2. La quali de Franquito Cola Pinto.
Maybe we have an interesting scenario on our hands. It is going to be the second tactical timeout for Vitality now. Xtaz again on the microphone, those saved guns. Lost bonus where it is. Can be another rifle round. You don't want to lose this one.
De los autos calzados, los neumáticos rojos, como estaba.
We do have more best of threes coming everybody's way today. I think when you start the day with a VP game, you never know quite when it's going to end. But it was slated to have Mouse versus Fury. I think it was meant to be 5:30. I think that might be slightly getting pushed now. And you've got Na'Vi versus FaZe to be the final game of the day. And that'll conclude all of our quarterfinals. We head into the semis tomorrow on Saturday and then Championship Sunday here at the Esports World Cup.
He's pretty able to barrels. Flit's going to be pushing forward on that. Ooh, takes a good pot shot.
Y hace calor, Pelus. Lo puedo poner acá atrás, o sea, no hace calor, pero yo tengo la calefacción al palo.
They're going to be committing through this.
ZywOo has been looking sharp. He's had some nice moments as well. Crispy Deegs.
God, look at the kill spread right now, yeah.
His entries up Banana were great as well. He just surged up and took those fights clinical. But again, another gamble stack, and ZywOo, if he just gets smoked off, mollied out, this was one of the scenarios where he just might have to be looking down the barrel of a save again. I think one of the positives for Vitality going into this one, still made a few skip. ZywOo?
The smoke dips her back. Now they're going to start to make a move. They're going down on B.
Well, the positive I was talking about is the util they've held on to, Alex. Smokes, mollies, flashes. This retake may manifest, but again, no kit.
It's like you've been practicing in your scrims. 5-man retake of B. And ZywOo's got another one. The only man here, and he's still kicking, still fragging. Takes down Fame. Flames down. Electronic cut to half HP. And James doing well to completely minimize the push from Bernard.
The orbs just going off.
Norbert a nice tap on the smoke, and it is orb on orb. ZywOo with 2, James with 3. And take a look at James as well. 17 and 5. KD for you.
Well, that round was all about the orbs. I can't believe ZywOo gets 2 kills. The first one was insane. If you think about that round from ZywOo, he's aggressive banana at the start, a molly lands behind him, he still goes forward for a flick in a fight, then he runs through the flames, takes about 60 damage, smokes it off, has to dip back, they execute, comes through coffins, gets a kill, CT, another frag, and you think, okay, this retake can be on, but then James, his time on the AWP, lights it up and shuts it down, and what could have been Vitality with another save, and potentially another buy off the back of it, will still be a buyout. Just with one emission, Mezzi with a poor little pea shooter, the MP9. Oh, a bit more of a standard.
Ronda 18.
Not a 4-1 split.
Ouch. That's a lot of damage there.
Primera para Norbert.
1 AG.
Natsuki.
Damage and Norbert get down Spinks right early doors.
Yeah, I think he tried to peek through window room.
Okay, looking for info. He gets more than he bargained for.
It is good to see Spinks going for some of these plays. We discussed it over there on Mirage, but right now he's sitting at 4 and 10. So this is one of the things. People can be critical of him not being active enough. Right now, maybe too active. That's the problem. You're doomed if you do, you're doomed if you don't. And what does that mean? Well, maybe we're seeing why VP picked this map.
Bueno, ¿qué de tercer mapa? Hay bastante dolor de tercer mapa acá, eh.
Just pad this one in, Alex.
Das 2. Das 2.
Diligent stuff from VP, making sure they're not just going to run on in, using all the util. Flashes are great for the scaling. Fame across the pool. Electronic surging, the backside cleared. Bomb to go down. Will there be a hunt? That is the next question, because the round is all but secure for VP. We'll call that 11 on the nose. And yet to drop a round in this second half of play, looking to lock in 6 consecutive rounds after this one. And they felt like they were having a really tough time with on that CT side. Vitality more so.
ZywOo couldn't track it. Controls reversed now as the tease.
Ciao.
Trying to get into the site on A. And it looks like ZywOo's AWP is no more, nor is Apex. Good farm. They were trying to bring through a very comprehensive buy into round 19, but denied.
It still will be possible for them to all get rifles, and I
Sigue la quali, el Colapinto, man, dale.
Messi can drop one.
Dale.
Same. Apex is
Momento importante, loco.
They could get rifles, so realistically, it's just ZywOo who needs to come. But it's all about the opening approach to the rounds. What do they want to fight for? Because to start off in the patch, they had a couple of rounds that were 4-1s, and they were dominated in different fashions, right? You think about the way that it happened to VP when they were on the CT side. ZywOo came up and he hit crackers of shots. Flames did the same with the Deagle, right? They were able to entry in that way, but in the scenarios we've seen, it's been executes, and then they've just been smoked off or behind the smoke walls, and it's been tough for them to be able to respond. It hasn't just been an opener out of nowhere. So these teams have had different approaches. This was the opening kill from Norbert onto Spinks, going looking. A little adjustment there from Norbert, and a good finish on the hunt as well. We do have Dust 2 as the third and deciding map. Just 2 more rounds for VP to take us there. Last timeout, last conversation, and potentially last frustrations for Vitality. What is the change-up going to be? You need to win an early exchange. You need to hold on to a little bit of real estate. Right now, you're chasing VP around the map.
11-7, amigos.
I feel like if James did design a Counter-Strike map, it would look like Inferno.
So threatening. Look at all the room they have early in this round.
Recordemos que estos son los cuartos de finales, amigos. G2 ayer le ganó a Spirit, eliminando al equipo ruso con un gran debut de Snax y con un Malps desacatado también, Estaba la pinta de fondo. Obvio. Obvio.
This could be huge. This could be a massive gap.
Ay, capitán. Casi se prende fuego.
James still alive though, and I'm not ready to write him out of this one.
Game time.
If only he'd have saved his AWP. In a different state of affairs. Instead, now Arch Smoke, James swaps to the AK-47.
Yo lo estoy viendo por Star Plus, amigos, pero creo que la aplicación que se ve también es por Disney. Yo tengo Star Plus todavía. Vas, si usted pone en Google Star Plus y tiene la cuenta, le va a bajar. Sí. Si no está todavía, ya lo van a subir seguro.
It was everything Vitality needed. Opening kills, an advantage squandered. Apex gives it a go. Flip 2 prepared, ready.
No, cómo trolean estos locos. Bueno, punto de mapa, amigos. Vamos a tener, vamos a poder ver con la pinto tranquilo, me parece.
It could just be a spotless T-half from VP.
It seems that way, right?
Just one more round required now, and the way that they pieced that one together, the fact that they were lingering, flirting with that arc side with multiple bodies, it gets you wondering if you're Vitality, hey, are they actually trying to pivot back and split towards B? A good utility usage over towards Pit. Able to deal with the anchor, waltz out. Spinx then completely isolated because Apex is having to worry about that arch side for so long. And Flamesy, all he can hold on to is an MP9. So this is really nicely put together from VP with a first half that did look like it had its struggles, but apparently the Jame multi-kill rounds is more than enough. Quite a few players for Vitality just haven't been showing up in the fragging department in this one, Spinx and Apex notably, but Flamesy and Mezzy, don't think we can really excuse them from the conversation. ZywOo, 18, but nobody else even in double digits.
That's mad. He just cracked 20 before anyone else breaks 10. They even get a frag into this 20th round. Can the VP boys take this T side spotless? 7 on the run. And in pursuit of 8, the opening kill goes their way as well. Flames down and out. ZywOo.
Lo cierra. Ojo ZywOo,
Expecting the trade. Scared of him. Understandably so. They want
oh, la segureta.
It doesn't even matter. He still hits the shot.
Boxed in.
Electronic has put him down.
Hasta ahí llegó. TV3.
The boys from Vitality hit 8. That's for Apex to decide. He is about to have all 3 walking on in. Spinx dragging their heels. X covered and executed by Norbert.
No vamos a las dos, muchachos.
Takes him down. Ladies and gentlemen, unless Spinx and Mezzy can pull this one off, it is going to be an 8 straight run to our 3rd map from VP.
Oh, another CT smoke.
Tac.
Norbert's got the weapon for the job. A comfortable hit onto Mezzy, and now only
1-2 para Spinx.
Quiet one from Spinx here on Inferno. He's got 11 bullets and 2 to Vine. Electronics found a nice little corner behind the smoke. Time against him. Bullets absent. He's just going to throw a smoke on the bomb and pray.
13-7 y nos vamos al overtime. Al tercer mapa, digo. Das 2. El over. P4 en momento para Pinto, amigos.
Well, that's not exactly the Vitality that I feel like we would have gotten in terms of coming off the barrage. Of course, they did secure that one in overtime, but then,
vamos a ver cómo cierra el piloto italiano. Importante para Colapinto adelante, que está casi 3 décimas por delante de su compañero Hover otra vez.
¿Qué pasó con Crawford? Le sacaron la vuelta, que lo vemos ahí en el puesto 20. Ya Correa, después cómo fue perdiendo terreno. No estaba tan lejos de Correa, Crawford.
Porque perdió en el último sector, Crawford, ahora con el tráfico. Sí. Mirá Kimi, 16º, no puede mejorar mucho tampoco.
Bueno, ahí se van cerrando los primeros giros veloces. Una bloqueada delante del auto de...
Pongan Star Plus, amigos. Búsquenlo en Star Plus.
La frenada de la recta principal del Húngaro Ring. Levanta el piloto italiano, se corre un costado para no impedir el paso de aquellos que todavía están en clasificación. Aquí viene Crawford, el piloto de los Estados Unidos, el hombre de Dams, a ver si puede recuperarse después de lo que parecía en algún momento ser una muy buena vuelta. El tráfico lo complicó, cayó al puesto 21, muy lejos, a 1-6. En estos parciales, no sé si puede recuperar demasiado el piloto de Dams.
Incluso Crawford está intentando hacer un mejor tiempo de lo que tiene hasta ahora y tiene que forzar una vuelta más que el resto. A diferencia de todo lo que viene en el tráfico, que se vuelve a encontrar, viene tocando bocina Crawford y encima viene lejos ya, que levante, que no gaste más neumático.
Claro, tiene mucho sentido esta vuelta para el piloto del auto número 7 que se encuentra con uno y otro vehículo. Todos están esperando, ¿no?, el momento ideal para abrir la vuelta.
¿El equipo le tiene que decir que se vayan los dos con esa vuelta?
Él sigue, él intenta, a ver hasta dónde va a llegar. Nada, no mejora absolutamente nada, quedó en el puesto 21, 1.31.7 a más de 1,5 segundos de distancia sobre Bortoleto, que es el...
Vamos, Franquito, una vuelta más, dale.
...de esta clasificación de la Fórmula 2 en Hungría.
Bortoleto junto con Dennis Hogger, los que repitieron pole position este año, los únicos que han ido por duplicado, y aquí lo tenemos a Joshua Duarte, que se metió octavo en la primera vuelta rápida. Detrás de Hogger, delante de Aaron Berman, que mejora su tiempo, mejoró la posición, se queda decimosegundo. Buen trabajo el piloto paraguayo, a ver cómo cierra este parcial. Y es que no se vaya ya para los boxes.
No sé, ahí se le movía un poquito la cola en la entrada de esa curva. Sigue acelerando Joshua, el piloto paraguayo de AIX Racing, intentando avanzar un poquito más en esta clasificación. Este puesto lo deja expectante, ¿no?, si terminara así, porque estaría largando mañana desde la segunda fila la carrera sprint. A ver el tiempo de Joshua en la entrada a la recta principal. Se abrió un poquito, quedó un segundo arriba. No mejora, sigue octavo.
Bien, Aaron lento. Paul Aaron tiene que estar lento. Amarilla.
Amarilla sector 2 y 3. Esto puede ser curva 11, la curva que más problemas trae. Fittipaldi se mete adentro.
Fittipaldi octavo.
Hasta ahora Bortoleto 1.30, 2.60.
Paul Aaron bastante lento. Paul Aaron se pone en P7.
Franco, que sigue con esta tendencia, desde Mónaco está allí entre el quinto, el cuarto.
Red flag. Pepe Martin, el español este es un burro.
Tremendo. Tremendo. Decíamos que tenía muy pocos giros, está en una situación crítica.
No, otra vez no, por favor, la misma curva, Pablo, la misma curva que hoy lo dejó afuera de la práctica, ahora lo va a dejar afuera de la quali porque está 18 y le van a mejorar ese tiempo, va a largar último o en las últimas filas.
Bueno, no es el fin de semana del piloto español.
Nunca es el fin de semana del piloto español.
Afecta desde lo anímico y mucho. Otra vez una salida muy tempranera en la sesión. Esta mañana en una práctica.
Red flag.
Pidió poder tener referencias para una buena puesta a punto pensando en la carrera del domingo. Ahora
Este es Maniac. Con este estamos peleando en el Discord de Uniquibet.
y esto lo va a hacer sufrir muchísimo, ¿no? Tanto en la carrera sprint como en la carrera principal. Lo lamenta la gente del equipo Campos, pero más lo lamenta este apadrinado por Fernando Alonso.
Sin lugar a dudas, doble error y aquí lo tenemos, a ver. Ya venía peleando desde la salida de la curva número 9.
No.
Es igual, cuando quiso corregir, apuntó para afuera. La diferencia es que hoy a la mañana tocó, ahora no llegó a tocar, se le para el motor y ahí es donde agarra la bronca a Pepe Martí porque se da cuenta que se queda sin cuatro.
Se queda sin la posibilidad de seguir trabajando y de seguir mejorando.
La cagó Pepe Martí.
De España, las banderas rojas, el reloj que queda detenido, quedan todavía 19 minutos, 2 segundos para la bandera cuadros. Los equipos van a estar ahora tal vez tomándose su tiempo para volver a salir a la pista.
Seguramente, sí, porque esto cambia un poco también la dinámica de la estrategia de clasificación que había elegido cada uno. A pesar de que venían bastante parecidos en los diferentes equipos, pero es cierto de que a pesar de que el reloj se detiene a diferencia de la práctica,
Relato de Saint Malo.
bueno, tienen que guardar algún neumático rojo para la carrera del domingo, ¿no? Porque si no, no van a poder hacer ni las 6 vueltas este.
Claro.
O sea, esto quiere decir que es muy importante lo que se marcó en esta primera salida.
Y es definitorio, diría yo.
Puede llegar a ser. Sí.
Mira, Paul Aaron está entrando, ¿no?
Está volviendo. Sí, hay que ver si todos toman la misma decisión, si son algunos los que quieren guardar, si alguno se va a arriesgar a tener una mejor posición de salida dejando atrás un poco de chances para la carrera del domingo.
Bueno, para Maloney y el equipo Rodin es un segundo puesto por ahora, estimando que nadie va a poner o calzar el segundo juego de neumáticos rojos. O tal vez lo hacen mientras esté parado en el auto en boxes,
como para ver si alguien
a ver qué hacen. Bueno, hoy está otra vez la maniobra que dejó a Pepe Martí fuera de la clasificación. No era un déjà vu, fue exactamente igual. La diferencia es que durante la mañana llegó hasta los Barrel y ahí chocó. Pero la desazón es exactamente la misma y no sé si peor, porque es el doble error.
Sí, creo que peor. Y la gente del equipo también, ¿no? Lamenta con la cabeza allí contra uno de los frentes del pitbull. Y la bandera roja que cae por Pepe Martí, que decíamos estaba lejos, igual en el puesto número 18. No era uno de los grandes candidatos a pelear adelante, pero sin lugar a dudas el piloto español iba a querer meterse, ¿no?, dentro de la pelea para estar allí cercano al 10º lugar. Ahora va a tener un sábado y domingo muy complicado.
Da la sensación, Henry, por lo que estamos viendo, como en el auto de Amaury Cordel, segundo juego de neumáticos rojos, en el de Paul Aron me parece que también han calzado los nuevos. O sea, los únicos que pusieron blanco y no sé hasta cuándo son los de Rodin con Maloney. Aquí lo tenemos a Paul Aron, el piloto que se quedó con las manos vacías por primera vez en la carrera de Silverstone, perdió la punta del campeonato, pero de todas maneras aquí en Hungría quiere volver a esa buena senda. Por ahora los resultados no lo están acompañando.
No lo acompañan, está ubicado por ahora séptimo dentro de los 10, lo que es importante, sobre todo si quiere pelear el campeonato. Está 2 puestos atrás de Hadjar, que está liderando el campeonato. Tengamos en cuenta que la mayoría de los pilotos hicieron 5 vueltas, algunos hicieron 4 con este neumático rojo. La categoría ahorita 5 juegos. Es importante poner a los neumáticos en temperatura correcta en la ventana. Puede llegar a ser una vuelta rápida solamente por el calor. Hay que empezar con el neumático fuerte y empezar a perderlo después al final de la vuelta. Cualquier estrategia puede llegar a funcionar. Hay que ver qué optan los equipos. Creo que esta clasificación tiene que ver con hacer un buen trabajo. Y decíamos, la categoría les da 5 juegos de neumáticos nuevos por fin de semana. 3 del duro, 2 del blando. ¿Qué quiere decir?
Quiero el duro. Dale, largame la quali, man. Ya está, ya se fue el español choto ese.
Pero con este calor, mira, Maloney fue a hacer una vuelta de instalación con el blanco, me parece. Con este calor de Hungría, hay que ver si alguno se anima a guardar neumático blando nuevo para el domingo.
Vamos a ver si es el caso precisamente de Zane Maloney. Tendría que estar muy, pero muy confiado que su tiempo de unos 30.515 no va a ser mejorado y le permitiría partir el domingo en la primera fila.
Le van a poner el blando de vuelta.
Y nuevos.
Sí, porque si en la segunda mitad llegan a bajar mucho y se pierden lugar dentro de los 10, es como la Fórmula 1, por no gastar más neumáticos, quedarte afuera en la Q1.
Bueno, tengamos en cuenta lo siguiente. La mayoría, con el primer juego de neumáticos rojos, completó entre 5 y 6 giros. Vamos a ver cuánto les demanda intentar una segunda vuelta rápida con este segundo juego. Pero tengamos en cuenta que esa va a ser la cantidad de...
Vamos, Colapa. Metime Paul.
Que van a arrancar la carrera del domingo.
¿Te sentó? Y sí, lo estoy agarrando en el Discord. Con las predicciones.
Tuvieron una vuelta rápida cada uno con estos neumáticos, porque Bortoleto le hizo una vuelta, Maloney también, Martin, Colapinto, Hadjar. Aquí lo tenemos otra vez al brasileño, que por ahora está en la pole. De los que me acuerdo que hicieron 2 vueltas, Crawford, y que no le sirvió para nada porque está último.
Son nuevos o usados los de Bortoleto. Y otra vez
Hadjar, adentro, por favor.
Adentro de la pista.
Porque mirá cómo queda el neumático, es lo sucio que queda y esto, hay veces que toman, fíjate cómo se le va un poquito el auto, tienen que limpiar ese neumático, lo cual no es para nada sencillo, puede tomar varias curvas y a veces
decía Bortoleto, tanto en la primera salida como en esta, solito en la pista.
Sí. Abrió vuelta, hay que ver si es vuelta rápida, si es vuelta de calentamiento. Anjar se fue para los pits. Y Bortoleto ahora sí quedó con la pista completamente a su disposición.
No está en imágenes el piloto brasileño, sí la reiteración del momento en el que el líder del campeonato, Isaac Hayar, piloto francés del equipo Campos, arriba ahí el auto.
No, está diciendo los puntos de, creo que los puntos de acá del canal, me parece que es. Yo no manejo esos puntos, no sé cómo se hace.
Esa salida, ¿no? Amplia, que a él le permitió...
Nah, los puntos del canal lo hacen los mods. Pero yo nunca los abro porque no le doy bola y no sirven de nada, y aparte pasa eso, boludo. Después quedan colgados. El mod que los abre y después a la mierda no lo cierra.
El día domingo la estrategia, o sea, la habitual que utilizan los líderes, que es largar con el compuesto más blando y hacer la segunda parte de la carrera con el más duro, o la estrategia inversa, la que utilizó muy bien las últimas dos carreras el argentino Franco Colapinto, que se vino para adelante en el final, pero para venirse adelante en el final y tener un buen resultado hay que tener un ritmo muy bueno con el neumático más duro al principio de la carrera, que es lo que hizo tanto en Austria como también en Silverstone.
Exactamente. Abrimos un paréntesis respecto a esta clasificación porque me gustaría contarles y comentar con Enrico lo que sucedió días después de la carrera de Silverstone con las pruebas que llevaron a cabo en autos de Fórmula 2 y Fórmula 3 distintas pilotos, mujeres. En el Fórmula 2 estuvo Sofía Flörsch, que bueno, estuvo muy contenta de haber tenido la oportunidad, porque lo que se está tratando de buscar es que los autos puedan ser puestos a punto, configurados de manera tal que para todos sea fácil llevarlos, no fácil entre comillas, no sobre ese nivel máximo que puso la Federación Internacional de Automóvil respecto a la dureza de la dirección principalmente.
Exacto, que sea apto para todo público, digamos, ¿no? De alguna manera, que distintos tipos de pilotos con texturas diferentes también puedan manejar estos autos. Yo creo que es un gran paso también de la FIA. Probablemente sean neumáticos para una sola vuelta. No sabemos bien todavía hasta que salimos a la pista. Idealmente quieres hacer el tiempo en esa primera vuelta rápida, el tráfico va a ser difícil. Puede haber algo de tráfico en el sector número 3. Hay que tomar esto en consideración.
Dale, man. Sacan a clasificar, loco.
Y esa será parte del trabajo que tengamos que hacer.
Volviendo al tema que comentábamos recién.
12 minutos restantes de la quali.
La FIA está tratando de...
Salen a la pista los autos para la segunda tanda de vueltas. Para la segunda tanda de tiempos.
Que más chicas se sumen.
¿Qué le pasó a Aaron? Se llevó pintura, ¿no?
Pintura en la cubierta. O hay otra cosa. No, es otra cosa,
parece
no es pintura.
un plástico o algo.
Sí. Mirá vos.
Justo ahora, joder.
Qué mala suerte. Bueno, una situación rara que vive el piloto de Estonia. No, simplemente decir que estos autos de Fórmula 2, ahí se soltó. Fueron desarrollados incluso con medidas de cockpit para que las mujeres también lo puedan conducir. De hecho, quien estuvo en el desarrollo del auto fue Tatiana Calderón, la piloto colombiana.
Exacto.
Por el tema de las caderas, ¿no? Porque siempre decían que por la contextura anatómica de las mujeres, las caderas generalmente son más anchas que las de los hombres. Entonces lo que necesitaban era hacer un cockpit que fuera cómodo y adaptable precisamente para las mujeres también. Algo que ya desde ese punto de vista está resuelto. Ahora lo que tiene que ver es más que nada es en suspensiones y direcciones que hagan que todos puedan llevarlo sin mayores esfuerzos.
La fuerza, ¿no? que tienen que hacer y que no es para nada sencillo y cómodo. Miren cómo Hover se va para la zona de los boxes, ya con el neumático nuevo. A ver si Colapinto hace lo mismo. Exactamente, Colapinto hace igual. Quedan 10 minutos todavía de tanda. Este neumático ya dijimos, lo escuchamos a Hadjar, lo escuchamos a Aaron, primero y segundo del campeonato. Es neumático de una vuelta y lo vimos y lo contamos hace un ratito. Creo que todavía le queda tiempo a la tanda. Claro. Ah, se llevó una de las cintas de ahí del box, mirá.
Ah, las que están en el piso, mirá.
Tanto grip tenía ese neumático.
Sí, porque está tan caliente el ambiente que se pegó.
Sí, se
le
pegó.
pegó.
Arranca la pistola, amigos. Tercer mapa. Cuartos de finales de la eSport World Cup. El que gana va directamente a la semis. El que pierde queda fuera del evento. Flames desde el side. Tiene la primera, pero no puede todavía. Se tiene que cerrar la molo que lo quema. Pero salía. Uy, abría. Ponía una linda balita mientras Electronic podía traer después. Pero buena baja sobre Norbert. El que tiene el backup, mata al primero, quiere el segundo. Saigu que no puede. A ver, Spin que sí lo hace. Electronic que mataba a Apex y esto queda solo para Spinks. Será la primera para el equipo ruso.
Flawless on pistol still, VP. This is beautiful work from them as far as the starting rounds are concerned.
Oh, but they're a coin toss, Chad.
I guess they have a two-headed coin that just keeps working for them. Vitality, I do believe, won the knife and opted to start here on the CT side of map number 3, so that's something else that we need to give the information on, as well, you've highlighted this is the second quarterfinal, the first G2 versus Spirit going in the favor of GNU with Snacks and Malbs on debut at this tournament. And, well, the winner of this will take on G2 in the semi-finals tomorrow.
It is funny that the team with the highest rated pistol player, and correct me if I'm wrong there, I'm not a wizard with the technology to check that, but I know he was at the top of the list for a long time with ZywOo. Have yet to win one.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't been keeping up with the pistol statistics as far as...
You've not got that set as your homepage, right?
Sorry?
You've not got that set as your homepage, though?
No, I've been more of an eye test Andy than a statistical Steven lately, so, you know, I've just been trying to...
Hello, there he's out. That's a gift for the boys on...
El forzado Vitality.
Long control.
It's nice to get yourself the blue bin early. So ZywOo's scout has been noted, and this can still be difficult for teams to get past with the scout. So you are, at some point, going to the long cross smoke. They're parking the bus and waiting for a Vitality aggression across the map. Do they push lower? Do they try and aggro out short? Always upper dark is the option. Now, do you want to try and bait any nades? That's another question, as Norbert will throw out the first of what could be many. There's still 2 more remaining. Car molly possible. If you take too many tags, that's where you can have issues. Now, the fact that they've been able to chip ZywOo down to 48, he still has to stay aggressive, right? He can't just shy away, because if they do just long cross, it's pointless, right? He's just going to get stuck in the site and run on down. Reposition lets his team know that, hey, they aren't really springing into action towards long. Mezzy, a great time to block, and Electronic take down ZywOo. So do you pivot back to long?
They're going up short. Mezzy, some hard shots to hit, but he knows he's been tagged with a scout, but he can only see his head. Apex caught out by
jumping
the
up
flying.
again.
Ay, no le entra.
Flip knows something we don't about the jumping accuracy of the UMP.
Well, this has been fantastic for VP, not only with the pistols,
Fittipaldi P1.
throughout. There was only one time, I think, that we've seen.
No, necesito Fittipaldi. Se fue Gaule de al lado de él y hace pola ahora.
Forces into the second, so this should almost guarantee the third round for VP. And it is a luxury to be able to start harms like this. The second map not so close. Look at him just keep on dancing with him. It's going to be some slight frustrations, I'm sure. Spinks to find the D.
Necesitamos la vuelta con la Pinto,
And you've got coming through the tunnels that of James. So run if you wish, Spinks, but your backside is going to be open.
Now. Got there.
It gave him a chance.
Got there.
And that's fair.
That's all you need.
Yeah, if you're not looking at me, I'll give you a chance to turn around, but still rip things away. Okay, Vitality.
Colapa necesita meter la puerta,
Looks like we've got a Virtus Pro fan section.
Ya está P10.
Over the course of this best of 3.
Hey, the stylish too, didn't he, Electronic?
Bloody hell. Did not let go of mouse 1 or W.
Why would you?
Yeah. So I was smiling. And I wouldn't be smiling if this one goes wrong. There's absolutely no way that these stack nades get the kill.
I do love the double nades long. I think it's, obviously we'll get into the talk about the double mollies, or do you do the smoke and just do the blue bin molly, then wait on the corner with the flashes. Plenty of ways to try and take that long control. I think for me, one of the biggest qualms on this map is when so much of it can be determined by spawns. I'm sure a lot of people at home know when they play a pug, they're like, and this is even, you know, people who are playing more decently high-level pugs, you're still going to hear a lot of the time, well, let's just play spawns. In a team, you're, well, I won't say less likely to do that. You're not going to do that, right? But it is so important to use CT best long spawn to try and get that molly in towards the hut to stall it out. Now, like I said, multiple ways to do it. It's the same on the T side. If you don't get long spawns, and you know, maybe one guy just gets it and the people aren't close enough to go for the extinguish, the corner smoke, the right flashes, it can limit the playbook. And again, I know there's plenty of options, you can default, take your mid control, but to not have that in your arsenal, it sucks. It's definitely a strong weapon on a map like Dust 2.
Yeah, and the A site can feel very tight if you don't have that info for the CTs.
I do like, obviously, this change. Now you have to drop down into Suicide to take that fight. It gives the CTs options to play. I think you need to be playing in towards lower dark if you have the
3-0 para Virtus,
off the wall, use it to go in. And even if you just throw a nade, right, you're still going to force the Ts to take longer to clear that out. We see the molly come in from top mid, the flash from dark as well, that combination. This is going to be a later long pop, so they're going to let the utility hit. Now the flashes come, now Electronic out, but caught. Trades from Norbert. That is beautiful work.
How's he got on both there? I mean, great supporting flashes from Jane, but Norbert just bravely delivers a double.
You see the opening they went for, Blue Bin Molly, doors smoke, and then as you know they're in the open trying to transition or guard that, the flashes come over, so just a later control. Apex now down.
Oh!
Sorry, I'm just apologizing to Apex.
This should be the round.
Yeah. You know, I didn't say it on microphone because I'm a wimp.
Okay, all right. Diaries of a wimpy machine.
Yeah, I did say to you quietly under my breath. I promise. I think VP are going to stomp here.
Yeah, you did say it was going to be a blowout.
You can confirm?
Yeah, I can confirm.
Okay, good. Just feels like Dust 2 and the players they have and the in-game leader they have, it's just a brilliant map for them. It's always been good for them. You know, changing all of their players at this point, essentially.
I think Matsu might throw in the towel. He won't come to work for the rest of the event if ZywOo does only, you know, walk away from this map with 5 kills after having a fantastic level of impact on maps 1 and 2.
Well, he was sitting down before. Maybe he's just going to be lying down.
He just segments lying down.
Yeah, and Trace is going to be sitting there with his notebook saying, how does that make you feel?
But the disappointing part about this, everybody, is you guys don't get the joy that we do. But maybe one day. One day we'll be able to put the camera in the green room while
P6, P5
watches G2 take on Matsu watching Vitality. And it's
P8, P9, P10.
Someone's melting down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Después esta quali complicada.
Maybe we'd put a 15-second delay and I could do the beat button.
Okay, so you've got the big red button just in case it doesn't go out to air.
Yeah, so I can just
Could be all right. Yeah, make sure you're controlling it.
Yeah. Thank you. This is the Norbert double. Yeah, lovely little transfer. Hard to the left is Galil. He knows it's Galil well.
And if you're Electronic, you
will
sacrifice your life in that situation for those type of trades. So beautiful work.
A late one. So he's just holding for aggression initially, then peeks through.
P11 es una posición de mierda, boludo. O sea, el P10 larga primero la... No, P2.
I fear for Mezzi in this one. Doesn't look like they're targeting him. Nade reveals his close position car side. Apex going to wait for Mezzi's call, and they turn that flash too comfortably. Here they come. What's Mezzi got here? Just a CZ in support of him. He is in trouble, and yeah.
Fame.
Perfect pre-aims from Fame. We've seen it.
5-0 para Virtus, bro.
Towards that short exchange. He knows his angles. He knows when his opponent will be exposed. And just like that, another round that's just a completely untouchable one for Vitality. Starting to forget what winning a CT round feels like after that Inferno.
Oh, damn straight, yeah. What was that? 8 consecutive rounds in a row.
Add on them. You're up to some maths.
13. You're on to some maths. Yeah, well, yeah, you are. Yeah. And also, I think the Trace was doing the Were You Paying Attention, and he said how many rounds are played, and the answer that was given was 21.
Listen, me and Trace, okay, we were.
Trace was right. It was only 20. It was a 13-7 scoreline,
right, yeah.
not 13-8.
So me and Mathieu, yeah, we were at the same class at school, you know. We didn't get the different sciences.
You didn't win a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, we were on the combined jobby. The smart kids got chemistry, biology.
Smart kids at my school got to.
Se están garchando, 5-0.
Class for like 2 days, and then like the robotic Lego.
Wait, so you failed Lego?
No. It was like. Hold on. Anyway, back to Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
The one thing I pretend to know. All right. Well, Vitality taking what is known as a tactical timeout. I'm just gonna leave it there.
I was just taking a tactical timeout of my own. Sorry about that. My finger slipped.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We'll have another strong coffee.
Bravo!
Well, look, the score. Yeah.
The
fact that it is a 5-0 scoreline, we haven't really had too many opportunities with the pistol. Again, that's the story that really needs to be running home for Vitality at the moment, but it doesn't matter now. The rifle's out. This is where we need to see the impact. They can't get caught off guard out long. They need to be able to lock the territory down. So what type of a player they're going for? Is it going to be standard again?
Flames got the long spawn.
All right, well, he should be. Let's see. Do they go for double molly in this case, right? Do they go molly doors, molly blue bin? Well, they're actually starting 3 over towards B/middle.
They whiffed the mid molly, jumping instead for the information as to any aggressions. It's just ZywOo going to slowly, methodically try and peek around that smoke they threw for the cross. Those taps weren't far off the mark. ZywOo cautious.
5-0, amigos.
Doesn't deliver. Spinks in support of him. And
Gana
Jay
Virtus, pero
occupy towards Xbox. He can just control the rotations from there. Flit, considering a mantle up. Oh, Electronic has had his bell rung. Aggression on short. Apex will profit from the initial damage. This is what Vitality we're looking for. Flit goes down.
Mal.
Apex keeps short on lock.
Está Wally.
And he's actually pieced out. Ahead of the molly is Fame. There's a window where Spinks looks this. He's not.
Seguimos con el contra, amigos. Mira tanto, Virtus Pro se está papeando a Vitality. Por lo menos en las primeras rondas.
Just looking the wrong way. So Flamesy staying in that pit anchor position. Now it's just Jamie in a 1-on-5 situation. And I think we all know what that means. We'll see you in about 45 seconds. So we'll just take this moment to have a couple of deep breaths, shall we? Don't pick up your phone. Don't open another browser. Stay present in this moment. Only 20 more seconds.
In the moment. Solamente queda Shame. Oh, qué raro guardado este loco, eh. Game time.
Thank you for joining us for the first installment of Mindfulness with Jame. This will be available on mixtape, CD, and MP3.
No mini disc?
No mini disc. Didn't quite make the cut, but we will be doing prints onto the vinyl.
Of course.
It's coming the special edition. But first round for Vitality as far as the serious business is concerned, and that was a bit more of a slower round from VP, less direct. We've seen them go out long, see them with the B execute this time around, really wanting to surge forward and park Jame, as you mentioned. Once he gets that AWP in towards the mid doors to control those rotations, it's great to have the AWP hit that shot. And it's something that you need to keep in mind on the CT side. The way that they clamped down on it, they're great. They didn't allow that to manifest in the round. They didn't get short control. They can't try and pull you between CT and those rotations to walk into the AWP. But you need to keep a flash, maybe a HE or a smoke late to aid you with that cross if they do get to fortify those positions. So we'll see how that plays into the remainder of this half as we turn our attention to round number 7, VP. With Zoma, the coach, having their opportunity to have a chit-chat.
Well, it's dreamy for Vitality here. Mezzi with the best spawn for B. Flames for long.
And no long spawns for VP. So they can't even go and contend with that if they would like. And this is where you see a lot of teams doing what we see VP going with now. Right? Multiple members, 2 to 3 through tunnels. There's Electronic getting off too. He headed over with the lands, but now he's backing off completely. I'm going to pick up some extra util. They will start to control through lower dark. He's doing it short. Yeah, the fact that they're doing it without any util as well, they're not flashing for the short peak, they're not worried about the boost. They've kept this very silent, Alex.
Yeah, and they've got a wealth of utility for their finish. Up short with that many nades.
5-1 Virtus,
they've only really got one missing flashbang. ZywOo holding this angle with conviction. Could be exposed by a double swing, or he actually goes
Jame time. Toma, le pego ahora la ronda pasada, toma.
Jame yet to die, delivers a big one. Apex
Flitardo.
in plain sight, hoping to be overlooked as he does
Apex.
Flames
Ojo.
wide, does well to find one. Mezzi has caught Norbert mid.
El señor Ligera ahí flautearlo.
Facilitate a bit of an active
Eso es un pedazo.
search. Get out of his way. Fame gets the bomb in. Flit to 10 too short. Actually, Mezzi going to go all the way around the world towards the long side. Already occupying more deeper into the site.
Very tough read, say this one.
Oh, I mean, beyond, I think, what they're capable of here. Mezzi, Spinks, not in a comfortable position to go for this whatsoever. Might have a look. Fame's safe from the angle. Flash hits, but what are you going to do?
Oh, they are. Oh, yeah. Just
Takes one about
the fishing rod in the water. It's always good in these situations to hang around just in case someone oversteps, but you get yourself boxed in. Flit, an impactful round. Looking to see if he can make it one more before they exit, and he will do. So removing that rifle of Mezzi, that's going to be a bit of a sore spot, but plenty of cash available for Vitality to go for a buy. That's only going to really have flow-on effects further down the page, but they lose a round and they bounce back immediately. 6 already for VP on this T-Hall. So
VP,
what, losing one of the last 15 rounds?
For real.
Momentum shifter.
El partido Furia. Sí. Bora, profe Fallen.
To be crushing Vitality's key, the conclusion of Dust 2.
Ronda número 8.
James feeling himself. Goes for a peek. The util's good enough. The incendiary flash.
6-1 para VP, eh.
Him sticking around.
Se viene Furia de Mouse. No más. Rapidito.
Quickly. There's the space. Look at Jay. He seems to have a very good idea as to what's up. He knows he's got room. Even anticipating that close corner will slide through for the clear.
Interesting.
The bomb's outside B, but they want to make sure. Bezi's in so much trouble. Ooh, gets away from it. No, Apex with all the util. An incendiary smoke squandered on a wide swing.
Yeah, Mezzi had gotten away. I don't know if he was just looking to try and find that opener, but he'd already done the protection job.
Ooh, Spinks had a nil angle there, but Flip's now out and ready. Good awareness from Flip, but Spinks has done a huge amount of work. Takes some B-site is lost, though. Both Mezzi and Apex fell. They're not far off on his smoke spam either.
Te han pasado beta, weón.
Running in towards Zywoo's location. Here's him towards the CT side. It's only Spinks close by. Bomb being escorted in now by Fame.
Waiting for Norbert to come maybe molly window. Yeah, they will. So they're being very safe about this. Norbert even has an extra.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Let it rip.
Ah, no. No.
Daisy, that could have been a difference maker.
Mira, te cayó la dedo, amigo.
Now you've got a real tough one. A difficult site to piece together the retake. Norbert is an integral component of this, though. He can't afford to go down first. Fame very low. Electronic on bricks. Flames. He's done a lot of work.
Norbert can come. Sigo sin balas.
One more
no escuchó.
Angle overlooked. It's Flames
6-2.
And Vitality will recover. A necessary CT round at this point.
I'm about to sing the praises of VP. Like Norbert could have stayed towards middle and lurked, but had the util came over, sure, the molly misses, but he uses the smoke. He makes sure it's deep. Doesn't actually rescind through the doors to give them a way back in. This was that initial exchange that could have gone either way, and then Apex offers himself up. Sure, that molly doesn't land. It's still crazy to me that they're able to just get back into that site. You feel that they should have been ready for this. The molly back platform, so they're aware nobody's home, and that's the type of round that you're talking about how difficult it is to retake. That's why I'm surprised to see them be able to crack in. Only one player staying alive. AWP for Zywoo, rifles to be purchased, timeout with the discussion. They need to really start whirring into action here, Vitality. Anything that VP throws on top is going to give them more than the half lead. With the long spawn, he can just find himself heading to the corner, looking straight for the fight on the AWP. You're going to see Flamesy operating with a short boost for Spinks, so a different variation of the CT setup.
Che, se nos va, Vitality.
He buys the time after the boost. Now Flamesy can come and take the long control, and that now allows Zywoo to float around with the AWP playing over towards Car. Can even go and assist over towards middle if there's pressure is felt. It was actually Apex boosted up short, not Spinks, excuse me.
He's done well there, Fame. Costs him a smoke and a flash, but he gets himself out of dodge.
Oh, through the mid doors.
It's a
big scalp to take from Zywoo's AWP.
It's a lot of info.
5 versus 4, muchachos.
Hard to justify running through this. Electronic lining up a bit of something. Keeps the pressure towards A.
Apex locks the door.
50 seconds left. Still.
Después tenemos Furia Mouse.
Really is going to hinge on Apex.
El 25 juega 9Z. A las 6 de la tarde de hoy tenemos Cru bestia, Ojo ahí, por la Thunder Peak.
I say that, actually, tell a lie. He's got himself an incendiary and a HE. So with 30 seconds left, that will buy you a little additional 6. Or so, and they're off. HE dropping.
Ellos están jugando muchas rondas de ellos,
Missed shot on the first. Apex contributing.
Apex Zaiwu.
Good for Vitality on the cross.
La Zaiwuneta. Se recupera. Se recupera. Ay, queda el Jane Time. ¡Oh! Lo corren igual. No puede plantar. No llega a plantar. Pero Pinks. Y la aseguró. Linda bala,
Really good utility usage from Apex. I think the timing on the smoke was great, right? You see the bridge smoke come out, and he doesn't immediately just panic and just throw it in. Waits a moment, then he drops it, buys them extra time. I think it's 5 and a bit seconds for the CT Incendiary these days. But regardless, that helps to stall it out. It allows Zaiwu to get over, play the game held position, even get a kill. So really good work from Apex there. Just a 3-round game now. Still money. He's getting out a couple of rifles, I think. Second tactical timeout now for Virtus Pro. I can see
jamón y queso, muchas gracias, hermano, por tu sub.
Well and truly into the hands of Flit. I'll fly over and take a look at the T-spawns and see what we might be working with during this tactical timeout. Now, Norbert and Electronic do have themselves pretty decent spawns to try and really shift this one up a gear. An AWP has been made possible by the extra cash from Flit, so Jem will be able to wield his weapon of choice. It looks like Norbert is lining up the Insta from spawn long corner smoke, so we might see them take this change. Now, on the other side, we need to take a look at... Oh, okay. Flames didn't have the best spawn for long. It's going to be a bit more of a compromised long control round this time.
No importa un culo, te dije. Gracias, papá.
Thinks twice about it, does Norbert.
Yeah, but so do the CTs. They don't know if anybody's out.
That's an advantage. The bomb was dropped B side, so I think there's just a bit of a wicked game VP are playing. So they're acting or feeling like they've lost long. Then you see a mid-door smoke. You're going to be worried about short. Unfortunately, Flames will be there. Confirm that no one's home. Zaiwu even clearing out that mid-smoke to say it's very quiet. Steps towards under, just the one. It's Flit, audible.
So this lack of information goes both ways. VP unaware that they didn't completely secure that long control.
Poor Mezzy. Asking a lot of him. Oh, Vitality. All 5 members of VP. Gonna lurk smoke out.
De vuelta SAEB.
Zaiwu, well placed in
Zaiwu.
Not going to buy them long, and I think they might want to go as this starts to fade anyway. Get James to throw the door smoke, the flash, and either the molly in the site or back plat.
This is a big round for Mezzy. If he can do this, puts Vitality back in control of this quarterfinal, or at least competitive in this quarterfinal.
Mezzy
with the distraction. Only the one from Mezzy before he's brought down. The site now lost. Bomb scooped. Spinks is quick on the flank. Flit dismounts.
Flit clavar atrás ahí,
Hard clear. How ready Spinks for this? Not prepared enough. Chipped away at his fame. Flames force him wide and should go down.
Oh!
Should.
Oh! Ay, ay, ay.
Flames nearly did it again.
Oh. Ay, 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 ay.
Flamesy through window once more, almost laying down the law, but VP will extend. Now a gap of 4 rounds. Guaranteed themselves the half victory with 7. And not looking hot to trot with the money. I think it's going to be 2 forced by rounds back-to-back for Team Vitality to close out the half.
Maybe a touch of aggression. That's what James has been pre-aiming this whole time. So much info and a kill.
I saw the second. You could definitely see his mouth moving.
They were nades, but he's got an MP9, has Zaiwu. Still does well to find the one. Couldn't find them, couldn't track them from the smoke. Oh, and Apex, a free frag for Electronic. An 8th round and the easiest one yet for VP.
Had to be like that for Vitality considering, right? All right, guys, we're going to crunch into dark. 2 from upper, 2 from lower, a bit of a classic. But James, the fact he even gets a kill there, that's huge. And then he also has the information, so they're more than ready. It's going to have to be another buy that resembles more of the same. Looks like we can get 1 M4 out for Zaiwu, who only 7 kills right now, but this was the whole conversation coming to map 3. He's had a fantastic series. But it's all of Vitality that are being snuffed, right? This isn't the back and forth nature. We had a bit more patchy halves earlier on. It was just the second half of Inferno where the tide completely changed. Not a single round on the CT side for Vitality, and now only 3. Can they make it 4 with this cobbled together purchase? It doesn't look good.
La pistolita, Vitality.
So we're ahead of it. This is a corner flip, nose to pre-aim. And it still goes down. Zywoo does very well. Spinkston activates for another. 2 good kills for the CT side.
Ojo. Este halfcito. Va, forzado en realidad. Ojota.
Molly CT, so it's only Spinks and Mezzy here.
3 y nada. Las ping en 20 de vida, una kill. Jesús.
Huge, but unable to provide. And now they know they've got
Zywoo, qué linda kill.
Good spam from
No.
Zywoo, still contributing despite the
Ay, qué cerca.
smoke on CT. Flames taking some risks.
Messi pega head. Ay, matar.
Jame looking for Mezzy. He's hidden.
Claro, Messi.
Still gets it onto Jame, and down they go.
8-4, cambio de lado.
From
Y el
Vitality.
forzado de última ronda.
4 CT rounds. Is it enough? We'll find out together after this break.
Me he hecho un cafecito, amigos, vengo.
set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Time for the final half of this quarter-final at the Esports World Cup 2024. Virtus.pro in it to win it and looking good over the course of the end of Inferno and into Dust 2. And for Vitality, they don't need a miracle, but they do need a pistol. 8-4, and still not a single pistol to boast over the course of 5. Will they get the 6th? Will they give themselves something to work with into Dust 2?
Been an arduous best of 3, about 3.5 hours deep. Started at 2:30 local. Knocking on the door of 6 p.m. Flash at the ready for any mid-aggress. See, this is a pistol that can be quite dynamic depending on how the CTs decide to open. Electronic kit and flashes. Norbert, first bullet. ZywOo dead and down.
Jobs are good and nothing from ZywOo into this pistol, so now it's hard mode. Flames has a P250. And Electronic is in a position to get any info through mid. They've started 3B. And understandably, when you've got Norbert hitting shots like that. This is going to be tough now for Vitality. Flames doesn't hit his first opportunity, baiting in Flit nicely. The util through, the rundown. He's just about across the line for Fame. He's hitting every shot he takes, as it's going to be nothing. Absolutely zilch. Nada for Vitality on this pistol.
That's probably the one that's been the blowout the most over the course of this series.
Ciao, Vitality.
3 maps, 6 pistols, all going in the favor of Virtus.pro. Crazy from Flit. That's the range that the Glock wants to find you at. The flash facilitating these fights. You can see it in the feed. 3 flash assists and getting fired up.
Flash lo mató.
A handful of rounds away now, Virtus.pro from locking in a semi-final showing against G2 with Snax and Malbs in the roster. A massive victory for them at late last night against Spirit. Nico putting on a bit of a masterclass. Hunter with huge impact. Snax is the in-game leader, and the Apex Scout removed. It's getting desperate out there, Alex.
Oh, most definitely. I think that play from Apex is a perfect summary of that. He's hitting shots, but only the 1 kill to boast as the 10th round already reached. You can see, I think I might even describe that as a slight smile on the face of the VP coach. That's how good things are cooking over there. And after losing Mirage, I mean, don't forget, feels like an age ago, but VP weren't too far off, taking this in 2.
Yeah, 20. No, what was it? 42 rounds. 22-20 was the scoreline. Just having to remind ourselves, we almost went quad OT. Oh, look at this, Electronic. I think he's done with today's game.
Electrónico.
Yeah, he's going to go for dinner plans, and gosh, the scouts connected from Jame. Making good use.
Se nos queda fuera Vitality. Ay, ay, ay.
Vitality, they have got no hope here. T-side, and already
say goodbye.
Cut short. Spinks has found tends to it. Can't get anything going. Nothing here for Vitality other than elimination.
Disappeared in the last 3 halves.
Say goodbye.
Reminding everybody, Inferno, the scoreline was 13-7, sure, but they did all of their work as far as those 7 rounds were concerned within the first half of play. On the CT side, did not win a single round here. They were kept at bay, humbled. Only able to post 4 on their on their CT haul, and now the scoreline 11-4, just 2 more rounds. They're force spying in, they're swinging on their own. This is completely fallen apart for Vitality. This is not the start to the season that they were hoping for.
Yeah, far from it.
A la mierda.
What does that tell you?
Well, I don't know. He's always frustrated. So
he's living on a hope and a prayer, Chad.
Y está bien al loco ya, amigo.
Oh, how kind. Flash.
Huh.
And Deer picks himself up the smoke.
Need that support when you're the only B player, I'm sure.
They've got everything covered here. This is just VP's playground. And eyes turn to ZywOo. Can he be the difference maker? Humble here in the 3rd map.
5-4.
Look at the amount of nades that Flit has. You're about to be blocked.
Yeah, they know what's up. They know what's coming. Flit couldn't get to Goose in time, but it doesn't matter. Coin transition, they still control it. Hits the spray, nade on the face. Vitality walking wounded. Flames practically a ghost.
Ghost.
What's he supposed to do? Spinks as well. His days are numbered. And Flames, can you get anything with this low HP? The answer is a resounding
Anda a saber qué gritan, ¿no?
Warm up the hydraulic press. Vitality's key is coming. Tout sweet en français.
One of the questions after map 1, after that meltdown of a round between Electronic and James to lose map 1 was what was going to happen with the team. Were they going to tilt? Were they going to fall off the face of the earth? Well, no, they pulled things back in a big way. Statement on Vitality's map choice of Inferno. And now on Dust 2, about to lock things down.
It's Flit's turn to have some fun up mid. They're testing long. Is this really... Are they putting all their eggs into this basket? Out long charging. Legends watching.
Neymar!
And we've got a ZywOo double to start us off. That's a little summit. Tag back. James in trouble. Wallbang does not connect.
Pasa que juega Furia ahora, amigos. Gracias, Emi.
I've got Mouse versus
Y él ya está ahí porque juega el fútbol ahí.
Makes sense to have the man in the building. See if Furia can find themselves on Nuke again today, but we'll see if VP can pull themselves out in a 3v5 situation, make it 2v5. Apex Scout rings true. Electronic down. Now just James and Norbert, the two of them, to rip the hearts out of Vitality and stomp on it.
And Norbert trying to put a dunk on it instead.
No lo puede cerrar, David, bro.
A lovely, comfortable frag.
First round of Counter-Strike in a while for Vitality.
Yeah, but it's not so easy to replicate, is it?
This would be some comeback.
Yeah. You're living in a fantasy there.
Apex, you can tell. Hey, look, boys, we should be winning this one, right? Let's just get stuck in. Let's take this AWP away. Don't let him save this. Let's put that in the hands of ZywOo. Got himself a scout kill within this round. Completely pinned in is James, and he'll get shot in the back by Flames. The AWP will be picked up. That'll be thrown across going into the next. But we've had 79 rounds of Counter-Strike across the 3 maps so far. Let's see how many more we have. This would take Vitality digging extremely deep, and that right there is flashy from ZywOo.
Yeah.
He's had impact in what feels like every single round they've won. I know it's not a lot of rounds in this map, but ZywOo's felt like he's had a kill or more in the type of rounds they've converted. Does get this AWP out, but James still got his. Win this one, Vitality, and you can break the money, and that...
He's on. He's here. Can Mezzi get out long? It could have gone so wrong. Flames an important trade, albeit...
They're going to revive this, Alex.
Oh, they're coming. Where's the flashbang? Nothing. They're going to just have to play around this smoke. Spinks and Flames, are they boosting? Coming around. They did boost over the smoke. We need some frags from Spinks. How has he done that? Get some both spams away. Fame pulling their crosshairs away.
They're into James. He's legged.
Yeah, you're right. ZywOo knows he put him on low HP. Well, perhaps assume
ZywOo 1v4 for the game.
Okay. It has to be ZywOo. Pushing on in. James holding the angle. One pull of the trigger could do it. He has the Tech-9, knows he anticipates he's low HP. Isolates the first, but still hits the leg shot. Electronic's going to look to finish this. And there it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, Virtus Pro elimina a Vitality y pasa a las semifinales de la eSports World Cup.
15-5, absolutely dumpstered by Virtus Pro. They lose their map choice in Mirage. It was close, it had it all. Clutches, crazy rounds, the wheels falling
Back
off.
to come.
But VP, they pushed themselves into a semi-final showing.
Looking like the better team, Chad, and by a large margin. Inferno in particular, their T side, you know, their CT side looked wobbly. It looked a little higgledy-piggledy, but coming into that attack, they really showed us what they're capable of. Off of the break, VP making quite a statement as they look to continue their run here at the eSports World Cup. Vitality, not so lucky. Impressive individuals. Flit a standout for me. James as well, individually looking hot.
Se viene Furia Mouse ahora. Mapazo está Neymar ya presente en el estadio.
I think the key outlier for me is the fact that they did a lot of the work in these last 2 maps on the T side. Right? It was really good stuff. Comprehensive Counter-Strike. They had some good ideas. And then it helps when you've got your players showing up and delivering. I think everybody had moments throughout. Maybe Fame is one that you might say, hey, there's a few hits or misses there. But regardless, a great victory today, and they get to go up against G-New tomorrow. We don't get the Dallas Grand Final rematch of Vitality taking on G2, it'll be a different affair for the semi.
Snacks versus
Snacks.
VP. We'll see if he's hungry.
Claro, Virtus Pro G2, boludo.
Our first best of 3 of today, second one so far in the tournament.
Fleet.
Victorious are Virtus.pro. Fame joined us here on the interview. How does it feel like to finally finish this incredibly long series?
It feels amazing. It was really hard first map for us, and first half of the second map also was really hard, but we did very good job on the second half on the Inferno, so we felt very good, and
very good.
It's nice that we won. I feel amazing.
I mean, it's a
Bueno, vamos a ver qué se puede comer hoy.
G2 afterwards, so what are you looking forward to in that game?
It's hard to say. I want to win, of course, as always, and it's gonna be interesting game because G2 just signed two new players, and I think they have really strong roster, and for me it's very interesting game.
Right, and of course on Dust 2 at the end, you were able to clean things up. What do you think is that strength? Is it just you or Vitality were unable to perform in your mind?
I think we did great, and in some moments we were lucky, and in some moments we were better individually. Vitality is a very good team. I can say that they played bad, but sometimes it happens. Today we won, that's nice.
And today you were the better team, and because of that, Vitality has to present their key to you here. Of course, here at EWC, we're gonna crush a key. You see these here that we already have been crushed. So there it is, coming up. They're gonna give it to you, yes.
Ciao.
Let them come on over. Well, for now, you get to keep it with you because our stage manager will take you off to have it broken so you can really enjoy it and then have it placed in the trophy. It is pretty sick. So, with all this done, anything like
Eliminado, Vitality, man.
Thank you, everyone, for support, and see you tomorrow.
There you go.
After tomorrow, I don't know what we're gonna play.
Well,
sí.
Big game for VP
Mañana, hermano.
Against G2 later on. Big
After
game
tomorrow.
Vitality and hopes and dreams
No sé cuándo juego, tiro.
So that's it. VP
Mañana, papá.
back to the studio.
Se viene Furia, gente. Furia contra Mouse.
Right here on Dust 2, it was an ice-cold lockout. From the appearance of the scoreline, well, that's not going to deceive you either. And that will be the end of Vitality's run here. So, obviously, commiserations to them, but definitely commiserations to Maniac, who had to endure a third map.
Just put my heart in the Dame Crusher with the key. Just make it one mashed potato of sadness. No, that's not even true. Actually, it's not even true because I feel like the pattern that we discussed prior to this game happened exactly as we presented it.
En esta primera serie se jugaron.
But let's not go down that road. I want to talk about VP. I want to talk about the incredible T-size.
Vamos a sacar la calculadora, man.
Map 2 and map 3. This was spectacular.
Primer mapa se jugaron 42 rondas. En el segundo se jugaron 20 y en el otro se jugaron 18. Más 42. En la primera serie se jugaron 80 rondas, amigos. 80 rondas. ¿Por qué estoy diciendo esto? Verán los que no entienden. Porque hicimos un juego que está en mi Telegram. De todas maneras no pueden participar porque ya cerraron las inscripciones ayer a las 10. Hoy a las 10 de la mañana. Igual te puedes registrar en mi Telegram para futuros juegos, futuros predicciones, futuros lo que sea. Más lo que hacemos siempre hay que hablar, charlar, bueno, aparte de jugar. Y claramente por premios. Donde hay que calcular la cantidad de rondas totales que se van a jugar en la eSport World Cup. La mayoría, muchos pusieron 180, 184, 209. Ese fue para arriba, 211, 212. Estos fueron los del último, los últimos minutos. Que dijeron, bueno, el primero jugaron muchas rondas. Era un mensaje por, digamos, una predicción por persona. 178, 176. Ya se jugaron 80, hermanos. Yo creo que va a andar en 200 rondas, Yo creo que va a andar entre 190 y 200. Pasa el primer mapa, hubo una banda ahora. Ahora se viene Furia contra Mouse.
You basically have two individuals averaging, I don't even know, 0.4 KDR or KPR over the last two maps.
But I think even you talk about Spinks, right? I think when you watch Vitality play Dust 2 CT side, you see him more in underground than you do in B usually, right? But you can't do that when you're down 5-0.
I know.
And that's like where Vitality CT side does better, when they're more aggressive, when they're trying to deny that control, and that's just hard to do when you don't have the economy, when you're losing, right? When you're starting rounds with a man disadvantage. So yeah, but VP was just the better team today.
Furia Mouse. Y va a estar Vigar. Recordemos que Furia cayó 2-0 en la primera serie, en el primer cruce. Fue al lower y por el lower ganó todos los bonos para ser el único equipo del lower en llegar a los playoffs, porque solamente vivía uno.
That's one of the conversations we had. How is he feeling right now that he had to relinquish a little bit of the power, a little bit of the say and the philosophy in this game? And honestly, this was nothing but spectacular from him.
Está Neymar en el estadio esperando para ver a su equipo.
I liked what we saw even on Mirage, right? We touched on it a little bit, some of the more fast-paced rounds, right? That makes VP more difficult to read because a lot of teams, you know, when they're playing that slow style.
No, amigo, esta foto fue hermosa, amigo. Con este, yo jugaba Age of Empires. Amigo, cuando yo ni había arrancado a streamear, este tipo me dijo, Cobra, vos vas a ser un gran streamer, confío en vos. Este tipo me regaló una computadora. Cuando nadie confiaba en mí, cuando nadie me conocía, este tipo me dijo, vos, confío en vos. Y me regaló una computadora, amigo. Así que Fede, mi querido amigo Fede, mi querido amigo Seco, que todos lo conocen, va a estar siempre en mi corazón, amigo. Porque obviamente que él es parte de todo esto, amigo. A ver esto.
Qué grande la Cobra.
La Cobra de Boca Predio. Linda foto esta, chicos,
Sí, terrible. Yo sabía eso. Yo creo que eso lo sabía, boludo. Porque yo cuando... Yo me acuerdo si fue... Yo me parece que sí, boludo. Fue un poco después. Yo cuando lo conocí a la Cobra, ella streameaba, creo. Pero poco, boludo. Y... no, sí, él ya streameaba, pero estaba recién arrancando. Y yo me acuerdo que yo iba al... Esto fue tipo en pandemia. No sé, yo con Seco por ahí fuimos un par de veces al flotante a tirar unos fichines. Estábamos aburridos, encerrados. Dije, bueno, vamos al flotante a tirar unos fichines. Y una vuelta lo llevó él, que yo ahí lo conozco a la Cobra, porque yo antes no lo conocía. Y charlando de lo que yo hacía y de lo que él hacía, charlamos un poco y él me comentaba. Yo me acuerdo que me comentaba, no, pasa que hay mucho los deportes, yo streameo fútbol. O sea, no streameo fútbol, pero hace lo que hace hoy en día. Pero no sé si estaba tan focalizado en eso. Pero bueno, aprendía hablando de fútbol. Y él me decía, no, pasa que hay poca gente, que obviamente estaba recién arrancando, era muy de nicho. Y hoy en día está re pegado. Es que la vieron muy bien ellos, porque literalmente era hacer la comunidad. Era hacer eso, porque el fútbol es algo muy popular acá. Jugás obviamente dos factores que a lo mejor en ese momento era un poco arriesgado, o a lo mejor no sabes cómo se lo puede tomar la gente, que el fútbol es el fútbol, ¿viste? Y tiene la gente que consume fútbol termo puede arrancar para cualquier lado. Pero bueno, ellos lo han hecho muy bien, son gente que sabe aparte, que se dedica mucho y la gente lo ha... Hasta siendo el mejor de River y bien loco de Boca, le pasa a Davo, le pasa a él, eso también está bueno, bro. Que la gente lo ha tomado muy bien. Y la pegaron, boludo. Fueron los únicos que la vieron. O sea, no sé si los únicos que la vieron, pero como que algo que no... Voy a decir, es como el periodismo. Que es otra cosa y aparte, la que ellos hacen es que ellos hablan de fútbol en general y son hinchas de un club. Por ejemplo, los periodistas ni siquiera dicen de qué hinchas son, porque si no pueden tener problemas, por profesionalismo, porque si no puedes... Ellos son de Boca y dicen, yo soy de Boca y opinan, y lo consume gente hasta de River, lo consume gente... Y eso también es un golazo y es un acierto para mí muy grande. Ser de un club y que te consuma encima gente de otros clubes porque lo hacen bien en su laburo y porque son buenos y... Yo lo asumo... Nah, bueno, igual... Yo a Davo no conozco, pero por la Cobra es un tipazo. Consumiéndolo, no, yo que por ahí lo conozco. Tampoco soy... Lo conozco tan, lo vi un par de veces también, hablaba un par de veces, pero ya cuando hablas con él te das cuenta, bro. Cuando ya compartís un ratito hablando de la vida, o charlando de lo que hace cada uno, o charlando de lo que sea, ya te das cuenta que un tipazo la cobra. Es como One Shot, boludo. Ese loco también, pues ya hablando 2 palabras, te das cuenta que es un tipazo. Vos sabés con no, ¿qué stream mirás que no sean de Windingo? No miro a stream, boludo. De que streameo yo, me subí un pony y no miro nada. Nah, no tengo tiempo, yo, amigo. Yo apago yo termino de streamear y me voy a correr, me voy a hacer la comida. Me quedo viendo TikToks, hablo con los pibes en el TS, juego Globby, pero desde que streameo mucho no veo. Al que más veo y al que sigo viendo cuando estoy acá en la compu es a Gon. Gon está streameando y lo pongo. Pero después en eso... Yo arranqué viendo stream del LOL. Igual siempre digo lo mismo, pero siempre encuentro lo mismo. Pero bueno, el público se renueva, man. Yo arranqué viendo stream del LOL. El primer streamer que yo vi fue Accelerator. Después vi a toda la camada 2014 de LOL. Prodigy, Accelerator, estaba Uri también en mid. Estaba Gentix, me parece que era support. Bueno, hubo un par de roster que yo vi bastante. Hubo un par de cambios. Estaba Gonto. Gonto estaba en la jungla. Imagínense. Después, cuando yo empiezo a ver el competitivo de LOL, ahí conozco a Marto. En el 2014, 2015, 2014 creo. Porque el equipo del Furio que yo miraba era el 2014. Y en ese mismo momento conocí a Marto. Primero conocí a los del LOL, a los que competían. Y después conocí a Marto. Ahí conozco a Marto, me hago sub de su canal, me da moda al poco tiempo. Yo lamento mucho haber perdido mi cuenta, porque yo tendría mucho, o sea, sería uno de los primeros, literalmente, yo soy de la época de Unicornio Perro, que hoy en día es Uni, el pegado, bueno, Unicornio estaba en ese momento. Había mucho en ese momento, bueno, Rodri, Doctor Igo. Yo por igual en ese momento no era tan activo, pero siempre estaba ahí, estaba en el grupo de Facebook. Pero bueno, yo perdí la cuenta esa y perdí, bueno, de GON también perdí banda de... Yo en el GON tendría que tener el de fundador. Bueno, yo era de esa época, después lo dejé de ver un poco Marto. Después volví, no estuve tan constante toda su carrera hasta que, bueno, empecé a jugar al Counter. Pero sí, estuve de los principios, lo empezaba a ver, después dejaba, porque bueno, yo también tenía mi vida, también no podía estar constantemente viendo stream. Después, bueno, yo conozco por Marto a Nick Daboom, que a mí me gustaba mucho la edición, llegué a estudiar cosas de edición y todo eso. Le empiezo a dar la mano a Nick Daboom, laburé como 3 años con Nick Daboom editándole video. De ahí ya me empezó a gustar, siempre me gustó más el Counter igual, pero no me tiraba la compu para jugar al Counter. Entonces estaba con el LOL, jugaba el LOL y laburaba con Nick Daboom. Y después ya empecé a tener la posibilidad para tener la compu y jugar al Counter, entonces empecé a dejar el LOL y le empecé a dar bola al Counter y ahí empecé a ver a Johnny Boy, de ahí lo conozco a Gon. Bueno, esa es mi línea de tiempo en el... Bueno, es más, Marto, yo antes tagueaba Jokeu, J-O-K-E-W. Jokeu en realidad. Y así tagueaba yo cuando era mod de Marto en ese momento, 2014, 2015, 2016. Marto en ese momento tenía un grupo de subs. Nada, es que igual el nombre es una mierda, pero tiene un motivo. Yo en ese momento jugaba mucho AO. Antes de jugar al LoL, antes de jugar todo eso, cuando yo era más pibe, 2012, 2013, jugamos Argentum Online. Y la Argentum Online vos tenés que tener o sea, la mayoría tiene un nombre rolero. No es que vos te pones Lucho o te pones Pepito. Buscás combinar letras como raras, ¿entendés? Y a mí me gustaba la J, la K. Por lo general los nombres son medio flasheros, medio así. Bueno, el mío era Jokeu, que aparte lo bueno que quede piola escrito, era todo en mayúsculas menos la K. Entonces quedaba piola en el lado. En el lado quedaba muy piola. Cortes, claro, cosas así, ¿entendés? Y bueno, me quedó. Usé en el stream ese, en el Twitch en realidad. Jokeu, claro, así. Entonces en el AO, ese nombre quedaba piola, ¿entendés? Cómo se veía. Después el nombre es una poronga para jugar al Counter o para ver Twitch, Jokeu. Es una poronga el nombre. Por eso después me lo cambié, ¿no? Y yo tenía en el grupo de sub, estaba dentro del grupo de sub. Y hoy en día Marto me tiene a mí como Jokeu sub. Y yo cuando lo conozco él, cuando yo vengo acá en pandemia, 2019, 2020, voy a la casa, nos hacemos conocidos, me agrega, no, yo le paso mi número, no sé cómo mierda fue. Me dice, amigo, ¿por qué te tengo agregado como Hokeu Sub? Y ahí le conté, y amigo, yo te pido de 2014, yo era sub tuyo, estaba en el grupo. Y eso a Marto se le resubió porque, bueno, cuando... Y hasta hoy en día me tiene agregado como Hokeu Sub. Ya era conocido en sí, bueno, pero yo en pandemia ya era conocido, pero cuando yo vengo acá a Buenos Aires a vivir, Marto ya me conocía en el stream, digamos, o sea, en el STS, en el stream, en el counter, pero nunca me lo había conocido personalmente y tampoco tenía mi número. Él es cuando ahí me conoce personalmente y después nos hacemos re amigos, pero en ese momento me tenía por el stream, nada más, porque hacíamos esto, ¿entendés? Porque estábamos recién apareciendo nosotros. Yo lo conocía desde 2014 y él también me conocía con un nombre y por internet. Después dejamos de charlar, o sea, yo como digo, dejé de estar en su comunidad tan activo. Porque yo iba a la escuela, porque ya estaba con Nick Dabuma laburando para él, porque, bueno, por muchas cosas. Y después nada, él me conoce a mí y sabe todo esto que yo estaba en su grupo hace mucho. Bueno, entonces... ¿Qué están haciendo con estas cosas? No entiendo, boludo. Y acá en Deutsche nada así. Esos fueron los comienzos. Ahí fueron cuando empecé a streamear, boludo. En Córdoba. Con los doble Auri. Después vino la pandemia.
Some of that might have been a little bit of a white lie. However, what is not going to be a lie is us going into a break because on the other side of it, we do have some more Counter-Strike for you. I'm talking about more quarterfinals as we barrel our way through.
Che, está bloqueado. Están bloqueando páginas de casino, ¿no? En internet. Si entran con el link igual no, pero si entras con el único event normal está... ¿Cuándo va el siguiente match? Y ahora, amigo, en 10 minutitos. Pasaplact. A mí después me tenés que ayudar para hacer el envío de los Auri que ganó un loco. ¿Qué datos le tengo que pedir para hacer el envío? Después me pasa eso, así yo se los pido y... Sí que está en ahí mal en la venta. Voy a pasar crew sí. Tengo que llevar igual... A ver. Tengo que hacer una cosa. Voy a aprovechar para hacer eso. Tengo que entregar las dos skins que me faltan, que tengo en mi inventario, y los Auris. Y una remera que han comprado.
I think we lost 3 or 4 match points. And we know that it was only our mistake that we lost some 5 versus 3 and some advantage rounds on match.
5 versus 3.
It's fine, we can win other 2 maps, we're ready and we won both maps.
Normalicen dejar el IG de las meninas.
I would say yes, because I didn't expect them to crash on Ancient Them. Like, I thought it will be like close map, but it's fine. We'll prepare to G2 and we will show good CS.
So, you confident that you're also going to be crushing G2's key?
I hope so.
Watch out, G2. Norbert's coming for you.
Ya tiene furia, amigos. Contra Mouse. Y para cerrar, Navi Face tenemos hoy, ¿eh?
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس
Y para cerrar, Navi Face.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه
يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد عالم كبر وعاش فينا عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك بارد معك وين ما تروح
La beta juega el 25. El 25, papá. 25 o 26. Se pica la violeta. Se pica la bye, Violet. No, se echó. Pegó Leclerc en la prueba, joder. Mod Furia. En minutos por los cuartos de finales. Por los cuartos de finales de esta eSport World Cup. Donde en la primera semifinal ya tiene a G2 y a Virtus Pro, Uy, 15 minutitos faltan todavía. Hey everyone. Ah, el título de YouTube está pinchado. Está ahí todo pinchado el título de YouTube, man.
That feels like a loaded question. We were just chatting before the cameras rolled, and you guys went to basically opposite ends of the world. You were Costa Rica, you were Japan. Yeah. So you just needed to get as far away.
Está todo pincheta, amigo.
Perfect. Just smiling from Japan. Yeah. Thank God. But now we're back here again. Yeah. I do want to get into. I think we'll do a little last season before we get into this season. Just unpack it. First year and a half, season and a half of CS2, right? You guys had a pretty incredible start to the game. The final streak, 7 LAN finals, 8 if you count an online final as well. You know, some stellar results, a lot of trophies. What does a streak like that feel like when you're a player, mean to the team when you're a player? I know you guys, you know, at the time maybe weren't talking about the streak or trying to not acknowledge it as much, but now you're a little removed from it. What does that kind of moment mean as a team?
I mean, you're doing this today, huh? Yeah. I mean, of course, it felt really good coming into the new game after being a little bit of a slump in the end of CS2. So coming into CS2 and reaching all those finals felt really good, of course. Yeah, and we should have won a couple more of them. So the losses, of course, makes it hard. Even though it felt good getting that far in the tournament, it still sucks trophy twice. In the beginning, at least. 3, yeah. 3 with Sydney, with, what was the last one? Chengdu. Chengdu, 3 with Chengdu. That was a long time since the second one. So we lost a lot of time in between there, and it hurts a little bit more than getting to the game.
I mean, when you think about it, I think it's pretty impressive what we did. When you think about how early the game was, how new the game was. I remember being a tournament, there's an update. We're going home, we're playing a final, an old update. We come home, people play a new update.
and 1 week in, everybody's ahead of us, and we have to catch up and go to next tournament and still make the final. So I think like it's pretty impressive what we did in the beginning, especially when I think of how much money and how many players that are in the game now. So when they're not a tournament, they have a lot of time to grind the game. So I think when you're in the moment, you wanted to win so bad, but you also forgot about the journey in the end. Now losing 3 quarters in a row, you wish you were in the final, right? It's not that bad to lose in the final when you're losing in a quarter, right? So in the end, I'm pretty impressed with what we did, and under the circumstances we were, not knowing if we have FaZe Clan, not knowing what the lineup would be, right? So I just think we did everything we could to stay on top and grind the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly shown the results. I mean, you were touching on it, right? The reality is just the deeper you go in events as well, the more time you spend, right? You can't get that extra day home early, that extra day of rest before practice starts again. By the, I guess even like the midpoint of the season, the end of the season, does that just create a situation where it's tough to keep fresh? It's tough to, you know, come in and change things up to keep the team moving and shifting and, you know, keep other teams on their toes a little bit?
I think yes and no. I think there's 2 parts of it, right? We got frozen in the end of in December, right? Normally when you get a new player, you invest a lot more time. You still have to figure out the way you want to play. Things are not the same as it used to be, right? Things are changing in the game, but also changing the team and the dynamic of the team, right? So we invested a lot of time and we didn't really get the trophies, and I think in the middle of season I could feel like I invested so much time, the team invested so much time that it kind of hurt us in the end, that we didn't really plan in a break here and there, right? I still think even though we won Chengdu, we shouldn't have gone to Chengdu just because of how the season panned out. I think when you look at about the last season, the Chengdu and us winning, that was kind of like the break of like we need to have some fresh air now, right? And relax a bit, and that again made us fall behind other teams and ended the season not on a so high note. So yeah, going deep in every tournament, not winning is harder than going out in the quarters and have some days to recover for next tournament. But that's part of the game, right? That's part of being a top 3 team in the world, top 4. You just have to grind and hopefully you can change things on the fly, and I think we've been pretty good at that. I think we are always coming with some new stuff for the games, and I think it's just the way the team is built up.
Yeah. Has that changed any of your plans for this season? You know, the experience of looking back and being like, really, we probably should have taken a break in there? Is that changing the process going forward?
I think so a bit. I think we don't know how the season's gonna look next year, for example. But the way the major is working now, it's a lot of depending on seeds, right? So if you are top 8 in the world, you get directly invited to Legend Stage or Champion Stage or whatever it's called. And that means you have 1 week extra home. So
you get direct to
yeah, it's so again it's ranking. So if you don't do good in the first few tournaments, what do you do in the second part of the season? Are you committing to more tournaments to secure that you have extra time for the major? It is very hard at the moment. So I think it depends on how the season starts. If we go deep here, we need to be aware of what's coming ahead. But if we are going out early, we need to speed up and play a little bit more tournaments.
Now, speaking about sort of the move into the break and then out of the break, right? The end of the season, you already touched on it, not quite to the expectations, right? Some earlier exits than FaZe as you said.
Bueno, amigos.
By the end of it, it felt like you guys were pretty wrecked, just in terms of, you know, people were talking about in interviews, tired, need time off, feeling a little more drained than usual. I know you gave an interview where you said that
¿Cómo están, loco?
just like a 2-hour sit down, get it all out there, team talk.
¿Cómo están, loco? ¿Cómo están?
Was that cathartic? Was that a moment that needed to happen?
Yeah, I think it was very needed in this team.
Yeah, I mean, we're not so good at talking. I think when you're traveling that much, you have a week to recover. You're losing on tiny details in the final. You don't want to adjust too much. You're talking about the small things.
¿Qué es lo que se cuenta todo esto?
The game changing, players changing, philosophy of the team is constantly developing new players. Something is developing in the team, right? And how we want to play, how we want to act. But I think that we haven't been really the situation where we needed to talk. I think after the G2 game, it was the first time in elimination match in CS2 where I looked around and looked at myself and I looked at the team, and we lost to ourselves. And there's one thing we're known for is like when we're in an elimination game, we're giving everything we can. And if we're losing to the better team on that day, that's so be it, right? So we're losing to details. But against the G2 in Dallas, we had no energy, no passion. It felt like people didn't really want to play. Now it comes down to maybe a burnout, maybe energy traveling, maybe something inside the team, right? So we just opened up a quick team talk and talked about what we can improve on in practice, how we can enjoy playing with each other.
Hoy a las 18 horas tenemos crew bestia, amigos, por la Thunder Peak o 3. ¿Hola? Sí. ¿Todo bien? Dale, pase por favor. Gracias. Vos mandalo, no pasa nada. Bueno. Ahora me tengo para que te cuente los puntos de la stats. 80 partidas, 80 ganados. No, 80 partidas creo que es, amigo. Aumentamos porque, bueno, para evitar todos esos gente se crea cuentas nuevas. Che, Leclerc se fue solo en las prácticas, boludo. Se hizo mierda. Está terminado Leclerc,
Aqui o CSzinho é... Aqui o CSzinho é God? Roda legal, tipo, tem muita gente jogando e tal?
Já jogou aqui?
Ah, joga aqui. A gente pega o server da Europa, né? Então não é tão
good,
bom,
pô.
porque joga com 70, 80 de ping. Mas tá bom, dá pra brincar. Dá pra passar o tempo.
Ó, e agora a galera da Vitality que você gosta foi eliminada. Fúria tá vivendo um grande momento.
Então, ontem jogaram muito.
Vai
Ontem
brigar
jogaram
top
muito.
4 hoje.
Tava falando com eles ali. Que hoje tem que amassar os caras. Não tem que dar nós. Eu vim aqui, pô. Não vai me chamar de pé frio, não.
Sentiu o clima lá? Sentiu o clima?
Querendo ou não, vamos ser sinceros. Os caras são como se fala? São top 3, né? São top 3. Então, eles... a obrigação é deles ganhar. Então, a gente só vai entrar pra dar show e amassar os caras. Aí tá tudo certo.
Mas acho que
eu penso que a obrigação é jogar bem. E a gente jogando bem na fase que tá, eu acho que vai dar bom.
É isso. A obrigação é deles. Vão pra cima. Acho que...
Hablo, Ney. Voy a buscar el pedido y vengo.
But how you build up a playbook for me from a tactical level is like at the first tournament you make sure you know the foundation and basics good, that people have to get into the groove, have to take the duels, they shouldn't shy away, we shouldn't play way too structured, but we need to kind of like get the temperature on how we want to play at this tournament and at the next, and that way you're ramping up to Cologne, right? Cologne is top 2 most important event this season together with the major. Obviously we want to go for a second Grand Slam in a row. That would be pretty impressive, but it's a long way to go. The competition is high, right? So coming into this tournament to make sure we are at the best level we can be, knowing what we need to improve on for the next few days after the tournament. It is a very harsh structure here. It's a single elimination basically after the first round. So you need to be on the top level from the beginning of the tournament, and it's hard to say where we are, but for sure we need to be ready in Cologne, right? So this is more like getting into the groove, and it's a hard start compared to when we start in blast groups, but it is just part of the game.
I do think, coming back to like the Dallas talk we had, I think entire way we practice now and how we view things and how we do things as a team, I think that also helps us getting a better start in the early start of the season. I think Finn has implemented a lot of good things in practice that will make sure we kind of start a little bit harder than we do before. So I think
still learning.
Yeah, still learning, but
24 years, still new tricks, new things.
I feel almost better now than I have in different seasons coming into this tournament.
That's good. No pressure.
No pressure.
Pressure on you.
No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure. Pressure is life. Whole new man.
so excited that we had to come back a little bit early. It's the Dr. Sullivan Al Habib upcoming showdown, and it's Mouse taking on Furia. This is Furia now trying to show that they can compete with some of the best. After making it through that resurrection stage, we're watching Mouse here arrive, and been a bit shaky for them at times for sure, but it's just early days right at the season. We still got full confidence in them?
Yeah, for now we do. You know, let's see after the game. Obviously, if they were to lose this game, then I wouldn't have too much confidence in them doing too much. But I think Mouse right now is one of the most interesting teams we can follow on the scene. They're quite new to the top tier echelon of Counter-Strike. A young team with a lot of prospects within it. You have a guy like Shuhei, who's been now as perhaps the biggest in-game leading talent out there. Exertion, Jimfat. There's so many interesting parts to this Mouse lineup, and they have shown us that they can play Counter-Strike at an absolute high level, taking down some of the best teams in the world. On the other hand, Furia being the surprise coming into this matchup, making it through the resurrection stage was a little bit surprising, but I think both you and I, Bloy, are thinking right now it's a team that is growing on us, and let's be honest, can only get better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to harp a little bit more on this Mouse lineup, considering how young they are, and especially at this stage as well. For a lot of us, they have reached just almost the apex of Counter-Strike. The only thing missing right now is winning those big events, the S-tier events in front of a crowd, able to take down the likes of a Vitality or a FaZe for that matter, or even a G2 when you absolutely need to. So that's where I hold them in a very high regard. And for Furia, I agree with you. I think it's again, like Fallen said, it's a team that's trying to figure themselves out. They're trying to come together. What I've seen from them so far, at least on one map, it's pretty good stuff.
Well, let's start looking at Mouse in some more detail, because you guys have already kind of given it a good bit of understanding of where this team's at right now. But is this a team where you say they could be potential winners here?
Yes, they could. I think it would be unfair for us to say the Mouse can win the tournament. A little bit shaky start to it, lost the map to Sashi Esports. They did play well though, even in the resurrection stats. They were actually close beating Furia in one of those best of one games. I believe it went into to overtime, double overtime for that matter as well. So if you make that, heads up against heads up, you can make the conclusion that Mouse perhaps is not playing the best brand of Counter-Strike coming out of the Blake. But I do think that's going to change, especially considering we're going into a best of 3 scenario. It's a team that has been consistently delivering at a high level, and we are playing in more of a studio environment than a big-sized arena, which is usually where Mouse is playing the best Counter-Strike.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also, like the opening map they had against Sashi, it was Nuke which was played. It's Sashi's best map by far. It was a close affair end of the day, and the second and third map they just got things done. I had the opportunity to chat with Brolan as well, coming into the today in the morning, and he's in pretty good spirits. They seem confident, and they should be feeling confident, because if I'm looking at this Mouse team, and obviously you need to take every match seriously, right? Especially when you're going to be going up against the likes of Fallen, K-Star, and Yuri. But I feel like for this team right now, it's about killing a couple of demons they have. I'm talking about the likes of a G2. I'm talking about FaZe in a final. So for me, if I'm Mouse, I'm coming in here. It's another day in the office. You're going to get a job done.
For Furia, though, the job is certainly far from being done right now. And we're going to hear from Skulls before we get into the team.
Skulls, thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me. Yesterday was a grueling day for you, to put it lightly, but you got to play Nuke not once, not twice, all 3 times in your best of ones. Were you surprised that every team led it through?
I mean, the last game I was pretty surprised. We were all pretty surprised as well, because it's the main map that we were preparing for this tournament, and I mean, we are showing some great results, and we are feeling very confident in the map.
You gave a wonderful interview on HLTV where you said, Furia feels like family. How have they been making you, feel like a member of the family already? Because it's been, just a couple of weeks you've been on the team.
I mean, since the beginning when I joined, they just are doing an amazing job of making me feel comfortable, making me feel the way that I felt on my past team, and just give me some space, giving me the freedom to speak a little bit more. And I see the coach is also doing an amazing job, because he knows me since I was little, and he's just he makes me feel very comfortable and very confident in the game.
Okay, well, what's your relationship? Can I dive into that? How does he know you?
We worked together in the past.
Okay,
so,
okay.
In the start of my career, so
wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool. For you personally, what is, other than obviously getting to speak your native language now in Furia, what's the biggest difference that you'd say between Furia and the team you just departed in Team Liquid?
I would definitely say the vibes. Since we are all Brazilians, I think it's easier that way to get a good vibe and everyone on the same page. But yeah, everyone just trusts each other a lot and just
play for each other a lot, and that's for me the main difference here.
Now, I asked Fallen the other day, because, you know, he's seen a lot of young Brazilian talent coming through the ranks, if there was a player that you reminded him of previously. And he said Taco, mainly because of, you know, the roles. You both really happy to anchor. How would you like to be known as a player? Like, how do you want to define yourself?
I mean, I want everyone to know me as Skulls. I don't want it to be like a second variation of any player. I want to be known as Skulls. I feel like I am unique and I can present my own style, and I feel like here is the perfect space to do this. So yeah, I'm happy for that.
Obviously, MOUZ is going to be coming up as your first best of 3 on this very stage. How do you feel about them as opponents?
Honestly, I feel really confident in this matchup because the last time we faced them, I was in Liquid, and I mean, I feel like it's a different story here, and we have really a very strong map pool right now to beat them. So yeah, I feel very confident.
Does that mean we're going to see Nuke yet again, 5th time here at EWC?
Maybe we'll see that.
Well, thank you so much, Skulls, and yeah, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
I do love what we're hearing from Skulls and a lot of that, especially when he's talking about the differences between Team Liquid, then coming into this. But that last bit there, Pimp, talking about the map pool.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it tested yet, but he's confident.
No, I think both me and Blur would agree that that's the biggest question mark we have when it comes to Furia. We've seen them play Nuke an awful lot, as Freya said, 3 times in a row yesterday. The T side so far have been looking good. The CT side, all right, you know, apart from that being a little less good. But the big worry for me heading into a best of 3 game against a team like MOUZ is indeed the map pool.
Yes, this is when they're going to get absolutely tested, because the first best of 3 they played against Na'Vi, Mirage came into play. They got just blasted. It was a 12-0 half in favor of Na'Vi right there, right? So there are a few questions we're going to be finding it out today, obviously, but a couple of things I want to touch upon what Skulls mentioned right there, right? Obviously, when it comes to leaving Liquid and joining this Furia lineup, he says there's lesser conflict in the team. Everyone's on the same page, and that is very evident on the T sides we've seen from Furia over the past couple of days. Number 1. Number 2, making him feel comfortable. They asked Cello to give up his position towards upper Nuke and play towards ramp, and telling Skulls, listen, you're the young kid coming in here, and we're not going to throw you to the wolves. We're not going to ask you to switch a lot of things up. You're going to play where you feel comfortable on, and we're going to make you thrive. And I think it's very telling that it's not just words that he's giving Freya in the interview. It's being shown in the game as well.
It certainly is, but I want to also hear from
MOUZ, Furia, amigos. Cuarto de finales del eSports World Cup.
Exertion, thank you so much for taking the time to have a catch up with me. Of course, you've got Furia on the horizon here in the quarterfinals at EWC, but I want to talk a little bit about your time off, because I heard you guys had quite an extended boot camp, right? Can you tell me a bit about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we came a bit early from boot camp, a bit early from player break to boot camp. We had a week-long boot camp. I think it was 6 practice days in total, so we got some good work done in that period, and I think that we strengthened our map pool a lot, so I think it was a good start to the season for us.
Okay, interesting. Obviously, Dallas probably didn't go the way that you guys were hoping. We didn't get to see you going through to the playoffs. Was there anything you learned from maybe kind of reflecting upon the end of the season, and why maybe that was?
Well, I think that it just came down to kind of the preparation coming into it. I think that we were just not prepared enough to win, to go far there. I think that we did not the best job coming into it. I think it's also very unfortunate, as Torji said in an interview once, we didn't really have time because Brolan was moving, and we just had a month long of tournaments before, so we really needed a break as well. But I think we learned some stuff from it, but I wouldn't say it was mentally or tactically necessarily. Yeah,
and I mean, prior to that, obviously, you lifted 2 trophies back-to-back. So in terms of this second half of 2024, any specific goals for MOUZ to kind of end out this next season?
Well, I mean, I think that we're still confident as ever. Dallas didn't change much for me and the team, in my opinion, at least. And I mean, in terms of goals, I think I would prefer to keep it within the team, to be honest. I think that I just want everyone outside, to expect a better MOUZ than last season. I think that we showcased a good level, but I think that we all want to be the best. So I think that you can just expect us to show a good performance every tournament, in and out, doesn't matter which.
And this is going to be a really interesting one, because I don't know about you, I didn't expect Furia to be the team making it through the Resurrection bracket, particularly as they had to face the Mongols, you know, in that qualification game. Are you surprised to see them here?
Well, not really. I think the Skulls edition is a really good fit for them. I think he's a great player, and yeah, I think he's going to be more comfortable in Furia since he's talking his native language. So I think that they have a really cool roster. I always liked SomUps how they play. I think they have some good fundamentals already. So I mean, I'm not that surprised, but obviously there was more favorites, I would say, in the bracket. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just looking forward to play them. We haven't played them in quite a while, I think, since Chengdu. So, yeah,
que me responda un mensaje, pero si responde siempre los que hablan en el chat,
They were
man.
allowed to play nuke after nuke after nuke. I was surprised that was let through 3 times. Anything? Did you notice anything rather about them yesterday?
Well, I mean, it takes a great team to win 3B once in a row. I think it's very difficult to do, so all the props to them, to be honest. And we didn't really watch the games because we were practicing, but after the result, I was like, wait, they played nuke, and then nuke again, and then nuke again.
Me clava servisto fuerte. Ah, estás
I mean, they did it
equivocado.
3 times on the same map. Opponents have prepped
Tenés
them
87 mensajes en mi canal.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very impressive, and I'm looking forward to see if we can take them down.
Looking forward to seeing you guys in the server. Thank you so much for your time.
Me parece que no hablas todos los días,
Now Zershan seems very calm, cool and collected throughout all of that interview, but that's what we got to see from Mouse here, and he's well aware of the nuke situation. It's not going to catch him off guard at all here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the nuke should be a map that Furia should be picking as well, and I'm still a little hurt about what happened yesterday with Mongols game. But jokes aside, I like what Exertion said right there. You know, Dallas was a bit of an anomaly. It was a bit of a failure overall, but it wasn't like, you know, the case with FaZe where they were just kind of running out of steam, you know, just kind of exhausted and whatnot. So they should be absolutely feeling confident. The only cloud of doubt that people have about his team is, you know, winning those S-tier events and, you know, the big ones, so to speak, right? When the pressure gets to them.
Quiero prender a rana, boludo, pero se me vuelca todo poniendo esto, boludo.
They're a team for me who are absolutely top 3.
I don't want to beat around the bush, you know. Let's be absolutely honest for a moment right here. We're all impressed by Furia and the T-side so far in this tournament, but we're also setting the bar incredible.
Dios, se vuelca todo.
Struggling for such a long time. If you're Mouse coming into this game and you're looking at all the other quarterfinals, we've seen VP beat Vitality.
Necesito tener un gotero o algo de eso.
We saw yesterday that G2 beat Spirit to start off the day.
Voy a desperdiciar banda de esencia.
Is Furia, you got it easy laid out for you right here. This is a must-win for a Mouse team, regardless of how well Furia have played so far. You're heading into a best of 3. You have a team that is contending to arguably a top 3 team in the world with some young prospects going up against a new project where Fallen is in-game leading, where Skulls is coming in. There's a lot of struggle sitting right now. So if you're Mouse, you should feel confident. Whereas for Furia, they can only surprise.
They can only surprise, and they've been able to do that thus far, but this is now the real test. This is a real team that they can go up against. Let's see how they're going to fare, but before that, let's get to the stage with OJ and Milos.
Arranca!
Welcome back, everybody, to Riyadh. It's ESWC here at the Esports World Cup to continue on with our day. Our first game is done, OJ.
It certainly is. We're into the quarterfinal stage now. Yesterday's host of Best of Ones are done. Now we're starting to get towards the pointy end. We're going to get closer to this trophy, just to bring your eyes to it again. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. That's what it's about at this point, because we've got 2 teams that want one spout. They don't go together. Somebody's going to get their key crushed. That is going to end up in here, and I love that.
Absolutely. There have been quite a few of our keys, not just kind of smashed a bit.
No, they've been broken.
Not just dented, but like absolutely split in half. That's exactly what we love. Brutal is what we're saying. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Yeah.
The Boulevard of Broken Keys. That's what we've got. That's what we're bringing to you. Let us get our 2 teams out onto stage. It is a battle royale. Please welcome mousesports. Let us bring the players out onto stage, starting with you.
Vamos por la cancha.
Exertion. Shui. Brolan. And Torzi. That is mousesports. They come in, some would say on paper, the favourites, but in a quarterfinal, anything can happen.
Absolutely, and in a best of 3, you have to go all out. You cannot stop, especially at this level of Counter-Strike, but they're not on their own. They come from Brazil. They are Furia.
Se viene, se viene, se viene, se viene.
It's Skulls. Yuri.
Se viene, amigos. El profe Fallen.
Jello. And Fallen. They are Furia.
And They have got support here from all over this, the Amazon Arena, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Boulevard City is ready to go for this quarter-final. 2 teams, guys, take to your computers. Take to your computers. We are going to get this on. Somebody is about to get their key crush. It is a quarter-final. Back to you.
Let's go, Furia. Va a comenzar esta serie, amigos. Recuerden que pueden hacer su potita con Silmación 1xbet. Registrarse con el código ForgiX o 1xForgi. Vas a tener beneficio al depositar.
I mean, the interesting thing here is both the teams don't play Anubis, right? So if I'm Furia, you don't ban Anubis. You force Mouse to go for that ban, and they're going to ban out Ancient, which is interesting. I thought they'd probably ban out Mirage, because their Mirage looked non-existent against Na'Vi. This should be Mirage Nuke, 100%. I'd be very surprised if Mouse go for any other map.
Yeah, the pick coming in right there for
Boom,
Furia.
there we go.
Boom, we got Nuke, we got Mirage. That is not really a
And now.
at all.
And
now we
now.
get to see a bit of that Furia map pool, right? Because we don't really know where they're going to go with it.
Nuke, Mirage. Ojo el Nuke de Furia. Ojo el Nuke de Mouse. Recuerden que Mouse viene para contra Sashi y también contra 9Z hace poco. Furia que va a buscar en su pick poner la serie 1-0. El pick de Mirage y Mouse saca vértigo el equipo brasilero.
That's a bit risky, I'd say. And yes. There we go. Dust 2 being banned out, Inferno coming in as the decider. I think the map pool is as good as it gets for Furia. Again, we're kind of heading into the dark. We don't really know what they've been practicing on and how well they've been structuring that practice and what kind of maps they're leaning in towards. We did see them play Mirage against Na'Vi, so something tells me that at least in practice, that's a map where they have feel comfortable. But going up against Mouse, who is a very linear team, a very team by the books, a team where I feel like there's no clear weakness within the squad, it's going to be tough for Furia.
It certainly is going to be tough, but let's find out also what our audience is doing here. Guys, you can head over to stcplay.gg and vote for which team you think is going to win and how it's all going to go down. I'm going to ask you guys first, though. How is it going to go down in your eyes? Is it straight Mouse 2-0?
I actually, honest to God, I believe Furia have a chance of taking Nuke. I really like what I've seen so far, and despite the fact that sure Mouse have tape on what Furia have done, I feel like they have the right elements. They seem to be very composed on the map. But I have a side with Mouse. I think it's going to be 2-1 for the youngsters.
I would agree with that sentiment as well. I think Furia have a shot at perhaps making Nuke a very close affair. Maybe, maybe.
¿Qué dice el chat? ¿Quién gana?
Force it into a third map, but nothing really suggests to me, nothing really tells me from what I've seen so far that Furia is ready to take down a team like Mouse, especially not at that caliber Mouse are playing at right now. I will argue, you know,
¿Meterá el batacazo Furia?
even if Furia were to lose 2-0, if both of the maps are competitive, that would be a big surprise. And I bet you the man on the screen right here would be happy if that's the case.
Yeah, Neymar's in the house and he's sat down ready to watch Furia try and get the win.
Where's our popcorn?
We need some popcorn, right?
And that's why CS is the best esport out there. We got people like him watching the game right here.
Yeah, he's coming to support, he's coming to show some love, but that love might be lost at the end of it all because I think every time he turns up, right, Furia end up losing.
El nuevo coach que tiene Furia.
It's a long flight home.
Anything else?
Charlando con el profe Fallen, presente profesor.
I'm just trying to go by a record of how many times he's been and how many times it's not gone well. I saw Mouse.
A sample size of 1.
Sure, and I think it's a luxury position to come into if you're Furia, right? You don't really expect to beat Mouse. You don't expect to be a team that is heading into the semifinals. So we kind of had the same argument yesterday when Spirit were playing D2, the whole new project of D2. If Furia can win this game, that in itself is a massive surprise.
Side.
Don't take a map off
En el
Mouse,
Guseta.
that's another step in the right direction.
En el Guseta Morocho.
Right direction, that's what we're waiting to see. But I know who we're going to hear from next, and I want to find out what they think of this matchup. It's Dinko and Moses.
Thank you very much, James. This is a very exciting quarterfinal. We've got
coming
in with a new roster.
Lo vi a Neymar, lo vi a Neymar.
And they're going up against the Mouse, who were the top of the town in the first season of the year, and they're hoping that they can put their foot right to kick off season 2 and get their ball rolling here at the EWC.
Yeah, it's like we've seen with many matchups. It's like two teams in different places. We're kind of looking to see what this Furia lineup can do with this new lineup, if they're going to actually be able to build upon and do better than the previous one. And obviously, with the way the first half of the season went for them, you'd absolutely hope so. For Mouse, it's like, can this team continue to be championship contenders? We're still waiting for a big arena playoff trophy to be won by them. Obviously, I don't think this would necessarily constitute it, but you know, come into the second half of the season and start building up and looking better and better because they're so good, Mouse. If they come out disappointing, that's going to suck.
And when you look at the environment they're in right now, I think this kind of environment definitely suits them more. They're a lot more comfortable in this territory, and they're going up against a Furia.
¡Va a comenzar!
And you got to appreciate, we painted it when we saw
Nuke.
playing so many nukes of like, you know, remember at the end of the Resurrection stage, it was like, Mongols, why are you letting them play nuke? Like, they're obviously loving this map. Test the map pool a little bit.
Here it is again.
At some level, I do like the confidence from Exertion at the interview being like, yeah, I want to see if we can take them down on it. Like, they played it 4 times. Let's go.
Well, they got plenty of utility in this pistol for Furia. Lots of utility.
You got to expect an upper hit on this pistol. Furia did it, what, 3 to 4 times of the 4 times they've played it.
And so far, it's been stalled out, slowed down. They're having a little look over towards ramp instead of committing into that upper site. Yimfat waiting for the attack, and there's going to be plenty of Furia forces coming.
La pistolita que ya se juega, muchachos. Le voy a dar volumen.
Cello speeding up, racing in behind.
Espera Torsi abajo.
He's got Torsi out to those double doors, and they're already opened up.
Y empieza a avanzar. La primera es Skulls. La primera es de Skulls. La flash que vuela. Torsi ciego, abre la puerta a Jinfa con la primera, quiere la segunda, lo logra Jinfa, el niño prodigio, Torsi que mata a Yuri, el profe Falle que tradea doble para el profe, el Dorsu 2 y Skulls que llega por rampa, había matado en el side de ahí, está cantado, pega head, pero no mata, 55 segundos, tiene mucho tiempo para jugarla, le va a jugar Torsi cerca, Sartion digo, buscando ganar ese duelo. Hay un margen, para el brasilero Skulls, el ex Liquid. Sabía Skull, lo había escuchado, lo fue a buscar, le pone una. Y sabe que el último tiene head, es Siuji. Y ya tiene la C4 en su poder, 30 segundos en el reloj. Ronda de pistola, estamos en el nuke, bot 3 por los cuartos de finales de la eSport World Cup. A ver. Se va para, Se va para.
Looks to be likely, and yeah,
se va para.
Because he saw Shui fall back earlier when he gushed him underneath heaven. He saw him back away from that, and it's all a guessing game.
¿Dónde jugaba Skulls antes de Liquid?
Like this, there's a little bit of luck now.
Planta.
HP of Shui in a certain
Skulls.
situations might not matter. If he finds a good timing, if he gets a
Y el 1v1.
and Skulls is looking the wrong way, but still
tiene head Siuji y lo sabe el brasilero. Va a subir sin defuse. El capitán, el ex Gamer Legion, el ex finalista del Mayor, Siuji. Messi se mataba. 1-0 para Furia.
He kicks off the pistol versus Mouse. It's 3K and a 1v2 clutch. And he's looking to bring some of that support, as small as it may be. There's definitely more Furia fans out there at the moment, and that's a big pistol win.
Really nice pistol win. But, I mean, look, I cannot believe Jimmy actually gets 2 kills here. That's a wonderful spin and almost got away from it. But with the angles that they were playing, it's giving those Glocks a lot of space. That engagement is at such a range. Really, really tough for those USPs to handle, especially considering the number of Furia players that are there. So good start for the Brazilians with the pistol round victory. And that's starting to be a trademark of their T-side nuke. And we've seen Fallen able to put good offenses on the board out of these kinds of victories. He's called some very, very good offensive halves on nuke for Furia.
MP9's out on 2. Yimfat and Shui. Using those MP9s. And we got a scout for Torsi, so the full investment for Mouse coming back in with a force in the second. We've seen this worked out yesterday for G2 in the quarterfinal. They were able to rack up 5 rounds off the back of a force buy victory. Bit of a tech issue now, and it is a keybind issue, I've been told. So I'm just getting that one reset and hopefully fix it so we can get back into the action as quick as possible.
Alrighty. So yeah, just a few little hiccups to get things going.
I mean, we're looking overall at the tournament, and I think this is a tournament that Mouse
1-0. Y la partida que no está valiendo de momento.
Can win for sure, because you look down the rest of the bracket. Spirit got knocked out yesterday to G2. Next game later today, you're going to lose one of the Titans of Na'Vi or FaZe, right? They're guaranteed to be gone. You're going to play the winner of that if you get through Furia. And a strong performance in this quarterfinal could be
la ronda número 2.
Time for Mouse to kick off this rest of the year.
I mean, remember I mean, you're fighting obviously for the trophy, for the prize, for being
Salió Kie.
at the end of the day.
O sea, Kie había entrado
en
suplencia, de Art, que lo habían serruchado. Igual estaba como stand-in, digamos, no estaba fijo. Y ahí ya, bueno, trajeron a Skulls de Liquid. El 5 vs 5. La primera fue de Furia. Linda pistolita que se llevó a Skulls con la triple kill, el ex Liquid, el ex Pain. Y empieza a dominar para Wizard. Mientras que Torsi busca controlar con un Scout. Ya me re complico al castear al río del otro. Es una pija. Denme un feed sin caster, la concha de su madre. Yo soy la maldita rana, man. Respeten los putos rangos. Profe. Shuji. Bien, profe. Ah, pero si le bajo el volumen no se escucha el juego, entonces... este evento prefiero verlo así chill comentando, viéndolo con ustedes y reaccionando. Y dejar que estos chotos casteen.
Not bad at all from Furia. Pretty chill as they move around the map. Never looked out of control though, and
es una verga, pero bueno. Es un torneito nomás.
Jimmy and Exertion save these weapons, maybe find some exit kills, recover a rifle if possible. But Furia is going to be off to a good start. You consider the force buy from MOUZ. Everything's lined up for them to get a 3-0 run to open up Nuke, to open up this quarterfinal series, and then we get underway into the gun rounds.
¿Cuándo juegan el 7? El 25-26 de este mes. 25-26. O sea, uno de esos días arranca a jugar, que es la CCT. Debe estar ya en HT la CCT. No voy a decir 9-7 todavía, pero va a jugar seguramente ahí.
I mean, this is their best opportunity in the series to get it going. Nuke being up first. If you could take a victory versus MOUZ on Nuke. You know, up next is Mirage, and that has been a map that throughout the years
CCT Season 2 Europa Serie 7, ese debe ser 24 y saca. Que arranca el evento.
I really like what Jacob said on the desk, to be honest with you. I really like how he mentioned, you know, we've kind of praised Furia for their performance so far, but most of that really truly is because the bar has been set low, because we no longer have real significant expectations of what this team is supposed to do, and obviously with the new lineups and the coaching change, well, this is their biggest test yet. And if you take this scalp on Nuke and you challenge MOUZ deep into the series, all of a sudden we're going to start looking at you and being like, all right, no, we see you, Furia, coming back in hot.
Kesserado was an absolute beast in that Resurrection stage of the tournament. He was really bossing a lot of these Nuke games.
The way he just single-handedly bullied Mongols was something special. Oh, yeah, what a timing.
This is great from Shuai.
Oh, Furia took their eyes off this push for just a second, and they might get punished for it.
How many can he realistically get here? Shuai takes one. Gets shredded out very quickly by Skulls.
I think he
Ojalá Zeus ese de Roland,
to make this feel more realistic, because look
what
you have after
rampa.
Sees that in a Deagle, a USB.
Bien.
He's got a Zeus though as well.
It's not like there's limited time for Furia where they would have been.
Faven torneo, G2 amigo, siempre, ya tú sabes. Estamos en las cuartas de final. Miento, estamos en la semi de final. Semifinals. Eliminamos a Spirit.
Two smokes, in fact, a couple of flashes. Got plenty of utility to ensure that this will be a round win.
Interesting seeing him not use those smokes over. Okay, it's coming out a little bit late. They drop it on the plant as well.
Tranca.
Gives Torsi a chance to come out and just fire off a couple
of shots.
Takes some attention away. Exertion's Deagle with only one of those doorways open. He doesn't want to take the fight. He knows Fury will be focused on that. The way for it to subside, and then let's see if they have a miracle in him.
No pudo.
Exertion starts to make his way down the ramp room. Deagle in hand.
Es la verdad,
the wheel. Effective trading once again from Skulls, who's doing absolutely everything, but now
estoy apostando, pero no quedo.
Exertion is alone, and Skulls
3-0 para Furia, amigos.
He said this team
la grita de Neymar,
he is settling in well.
A little bit more game sound pumped into my ear.
A 4K for Skulls, impacting the pistol, now saving them in this kind of nightmare scenario.
Yeah, that's a really good start for Skulls. 7-1 for him. And I mean, that's right. If you're a fan of Skulls, I know for me personally, I've wanted to see Skulls do well after, after seeing him at some of the RMRs over the years. It felt like Liquid wasn't exactly a great chance for him to get that experience and kind of rise up and learn his lessons. Would love to see his potential start getting reached more and more in this Furia lineup.
Escuchen, cúrranla. Oh.
Towards you, waiting outside.
Okay, nos cancelan.
EWP primed for the initial shot. And Cello not taking that step around the corner.
Like 30%-ish?
Tiré todo esto, boludo, de la cosa. Me quedan todas las manos pegadas.
Fury applies to get around that corner. Now utility starting to come in. A flash dripped in. Smokes following. And Torzy trying to catch them as that smoke pops open. Well, even uses grenade.
Como esa canción que dice te escuchen con la bola. Son todos de Francia y son buena onda.
Looking like he was going to get that opening kill.
Yeah, that's the opportunity he would have wanted. Oh, good shot from Jimpat. That's a good boost up, and they almost able to catch him off guard, but he's away quickly. And now Torchi's come back. Blind shot misses, but Ramp being held on to.
A couple of missed shots here for Torzy over towards that rotation, and that has cost him most of his health, but he's still standing.
Hizo tu
buena. Mal's at a better spot with 44 seconds.
Qué lindo, No me acuerdo cómo se
And Shuei's pushed through Hut. He's got himself lobby control. He's waiting for Fallen to come back, and that's the bomb carrier. So if the bomb comes back into Shuei,
Brolan!
a nightmare here for Furia. Fallen has to fight him, and Shuei is in such a strong position, but
Son
Fallen
todos capos como lo bueno, hermano.
Fury fights out of main. Brolan
Erró. Calamolo.
20 seconds as
A la de
Fury
Tora.
to the middle of the bomb zone. Fallen punches those digits in. Back to security. Now this round is back on for Furia. Yuri goes into the hut.
Se siente un buen aura en Furia, Necesitaban, yo creo. Esto es lo que yo decía, esa confianza.
So Yimfat can slowly make his way into the site, but eventually they've got to go.
Profe.
From heaven, Yimfat down to Fallen, who's had some
4-0 para
and it is
Furia.
enough to secure victory for Furia. That is 4 rounds in a row, and it was looking so dire at the midpoint of this round.
This is such a lovely example this round of what this new look Furia under Fallen's leadership is starting to adapt into. This kind of patience that we saw throughout the Resurrection.
Locura,
The willingness to pause, the willingness to wait and not just run into something. Getting advanced positions and letting your opponents make the next move that you're kind of waiting for, that you're poised for. And because they have these advanced position, it all falls into place. Fallen gets this kill, Yuri knows Brolan is coming up from secret, and all of a sudden they find themselves in an avenue where the AWP is pinned down in heaven and can't re-peek, and they have a bomb plant, and then you just play a clutch. And man, that's going to make you real happy. Look at that. You love that smile. You love that smile, that laugh.
You love to see it. Furia are definitely having a good time at the moment. This is the first time out being used for Mouse. Their cage is rattled. They felt like they were close to getting victory in that last round. They should have picked it up. Well, that one goes away.
And Fury was doing this all day yesterday, winning disadvantaged situations like that with the kind of slow play. All of their opponents were getting frustrated, were getting a little bit angry, were scratching their heads a little bit and be like, how's Fury keep turning these rounds around on us? And now
4-0 para Furia. Y arranca la ronda número 5, amigos.
He's working out very well for Furia. Momentum on their side here on Nuke.
Keep in mind what they were doing yesterday, too. We talked about K-Serrato and how well he played. He was so aggressive over at the Squeak Door. We'll see if he changes up his style, because he played a lot of games like that against kind of the weaker opponent. Oh, good break from Torji. This time it works.
Yeah, finally, he's been looking for that kind of play. K-Serrato is having a bit of a tough time individually at the start of Nuke. He's down again inside of lobby. Nothing he could have really done about that one. Just a great move from ours. Speaking of move, Yuri is doing that down lower. He's already at secret.
A lot of pressure.
The fight, and Yimfat is completely ready. Grit headshot. That's Mal's up 2 players.
Yeah, Yuri not ready for that fight whatsoever. Wasn't ready for the angle at all. Torji now repositions towards ramp room. Surprise, it's an AWP. Misses the shot as they jump over.
5-3. Ahora sí será la primera para Mouse.
And we've seen Furia work with ramp control and do some cool things, but in a 3v5, it's going to be so difficult. You have the warning system of exertion. He should be good for at least one in this position, and a position in which you can survive. Great nade. Can't get the follow-up, but they know exactly where the attack comes from. And Mouse is going to be on the board for the first time here on Nuke.
Primera ronda.
Comes off the back of a great towards the opener into a secret. And then Yimfat able to double up. Great work coming in from Miles, and it's important that after the timeout that they're actually able to win that round, because it felt like in the previous it was theirs. So they called the timeout, they had just enough money to get a good buy again. And this finally works out for Torzy.
Oh, saw a little bit of the arm before Yuri commits to the fight, so that was easy. That's fine nade work from Exertion as well. Knew he did great damage onto one player, is able to clean him up. And Mouse's defense has all the information, so timeout used by Furia as they talk things over and don't want to allow Mouse back into this game too early. And their own money is a little bit busted, down to Tech 9s. And again, what we saw from them, because we've seen them so many times on Nuke, those upper busts with these Tech 9s. Coming out of Squeak Door, K-Serrato finding entry, swinging wide into the bomb site. But Mouse has
4-1 para Furia.
5 Molotovs, 5 smokes, plenty of HE grenades. They have everything they need to slow that down, make it painful if Fury want to go with pace.
Casterado blows open that door, and he's going for a quick maneuver, but he's held back by utility as predicted, but he will not be stopped. Brolin goes down. Casterado with a kill through that smoke, and he is down the vent, descending into the lower bomb site. He's got plenty of help behind him, including the bomb on the back of Skulls. And this is a play for Cello, one that will not work. But he felt like he could take that risk with the Tech-9. He passed the bomb on off to Skulls before he made the maneuver, and now the bomb is planted for Furia.
Yeah, but they've got 2 players in lurk positions. They actually have 2 players defending the bomb site right now. So I mean, it's Skulls that needs to have a really good... Skulls and Casterado need to hold on to allow Fallen and Yuri to activate.
Oh, in fact, good initial dink on his Skulls. Hasn't been able to take him out. Yuri needed to win that fight against Shuei, and now that he doesn't, it's going to be a lot more difficult. In fact, coming around the corner, was preoccupied with Skulls, and then forgets...
Cacerato nunca falla,
That kill comes in. It's now Torzi with
Cacerato nunca falla.
and he is top.
Ay, que no, no.
Does everything
No llega, no hay tiempo.
close it, but it will
Ronda para Furia, amigos.
¡Claro,
profe!
Regardless, Fallen hits the headshot. Furia bounced back with some weaker weapons mixed in with the rifles, and it's a quick drop into lower that pays off.
That's really well done from Furia. I mean, coming back into this, Fallen with his lurk as well. 2 positions, and because these positions are so pushed up in advance, you could see Skulls and Casterado never actually worried about anyone coming down vents, never actually worried about anyone coming from secret. They were just fully focused over towards ramp room.
The buys continuing to come through for Mouse. They've got it again. Torzi with the AWP out. He's committed towards red. Cello's close by. Torzi flashed, has to get away from that, jumps in behind those smokes, and that will act as enough cover for him to get back to safety. Cello is worried about Torzi. He heard those steps. He knows there's a player trying to be disruptive. And they're going to have a little look. They don't see him, so they'll feel comfortable making their way towards Secret instead.
This is really cool to see from Furia. It's really cool to see them playing at this level after spending an entire year just being frustrated, watching them, frustrated that someone at Cacerado's caliber and his good games isn't able to find success in these tournaments. Having them play this well consistently in this tournament on Nuke, it's beautiful. You got to be excited about that if you're a Furia fan.
Tiene que morir este.
Tiene que morir este. He's got nowhere to go and no utility.
Tiene que morir este. Por Dios.
Only lasts so long.
Lo cago a tiro,
just perforating and finally get through Exertion, dropping him, giving Furia the man advantage.
Yimfat.
Look at Yimfat. He's gone on a bit of an excursion. He's got Shui with him inside of lobby, so all of that map control is given over to Mouse. And Brolin defending down towards B at the moment. They can't commit through Secret just yet, but 40 seconds, that's all that Furia have left. They may have the advantage, but they don't have a whole lot of space to play with just yet. And Torzi on that outside cross has stopped Skulls getting down.
Bien,
now the fight comes through, and Fallen picks up an essential kill. It is Brolin that goes down, but Shuei's quick to defend.
No, mira cómo le bajó y lo mató,
That's the bomb down with 20 seconds left. Furia have Casterado spotted towards main, and that means only 1 player down lower. It's Yuri, and now he is the only player.
Mata 3 este, boludo. No sé si Caserto no lo pudo agarrar.
He's got to get past Torzi, and he doesn't take out the Hungarian sniper. He leaps to the site, he commits to the plant, he draws Torzi into it. But Shuei on that play down to the double doors is able to secure himself the 4K.
Yeah, they do recover the upward at the end. We switched away, but Jimfat was able to get down the ramp and pick up the AWP. Man, Furia finding themselves a decent advantage and felt good in terms of positioning. It's all Shuei, though, inside the vent. Fine shooting at a slim gap because Furia cracked open outside, crossed over to Secret without a whole lot of damage taken. That kill on Brolin felt like that might have been the end of the day, but Shuei holds the line. Fallen goes for the fight after that instead of just crossing, and Shuei's able to triple up in the round.
Second time out for Mouse.
Yeah, they're not out of it just yet. They still have the op as they recovered, plenty of rifles, money to rebuy into this, but it's still sketchy. I think more than anything, they want to find a way to get a clean round. 3-4 players surviving so that money can feel a lot better.
They were a bit weaker on utility and weapons in a previous round, Furia, and when they were in that kind of scenario, they went for a quicker play by vent diving.
5-2 para
It
Furia.
was very effective thanks to Casterado's opening move. Let's see if they go for a quicker play again now with pistols. Tech-9s and a Deagle. Cello's going to start making his way over towards ramp. Just waiting for some Mouse aggression at the moment, just waiting out that initial barrage of utility.
Tech-9s Timeout was all about setting up Mouse so they don't stub their toe here. Smoke broken open. Exertion sees the cross, spams him down.
Gracias, Casio.
Gets fallen. Now the Tech-9s come charging it towards Yimfat. He holds down Mouse 1 and he gets a double kill out of it. He's out of bullets, but it doesn't matter because that USP gets the job done. It's now Yuri stuck in vent and 5 players on the other side still alive.
Yep.
It will be a 3rd round for Mouse.
This is perfect for Mouse. This is the round that lets them set their feet and actually get comfortable into this half. With money building up, you get to just keep replenishing utility. You know with this kind of a buy, Fury is going to be saving next. So Mouse, they can kind of let out a small sigh of relief. It's still a long half to go, but this one sets them up for the future to be able to come back into this match and aim to regain the lead.
Yuri close to Brolin. Tech-9 gets through 1, so no clean sheet in this round for Mouse. Although finally taken down by Shuei. And of course, Cyclone will be very happy that the timeout resulted in a pretty clean victory in the Fallout round.
Absolutely. He's got such a good feel for his players. Obviously, with so much over the years has been talked about how long he's been with them from the academy days. So, I mean, he's just got such a good feel for when these guys are stressed, when things are working out, knowing when the environment, needs a timeout, needs to be worked on. And the 2 he's called so far has got him going in the right direction. 4 M4s, plenty of utility, AWP on
Ahora el equipo de Furia ahora.
Against 5 Glocks.
5 Glocks para el equipo brasilero.
Running their way towards ramp. That actually took a dink off of it, but he's still just
Tremenda
cool
Yimfat.
under pressure here. Eventually gets caught with that grenade in his hand.
Farmeó una el profe.
Weapon now available. Insertion. He needs to not be overrun here by those Glocks. They're peppering him down. Finally,
Bloqueado, man.
the rest of the cleanup squad.
5-4. Tiene que volver a aparecer y sumar rondas de Furia.
Va
a estar más cómodo en este
All
nuke.
good committing to that fight when you got a player coming from heaven to support you over in ramp room. Nothing they can do to salvage that second M4. The lead is now cut down to 1. Furia is back with rifles in their hands, and it feels like we talked so much about the economy of Mouse so far, but for Furia, it feels like they've had plenty of busted buys in these past 3 or 4 rounds. Couple Tech-9s mixed in. That round's all Glocks, previously all Tech-9s.
Yeah, money's not been allowed to swell for either side.
Pace change.
Serato blows that door open, and it's now having a look. No one's peeking into him just yet, but eventually they will roll in place with the flash, and Kesserado fortunate to still be standing.
Yeah, faking the pace change, showing a lot of utility that would sense they want to have some aggression towards that upper bomb site. One thing we haven't seen out of Furia and Kesserado that I was mentioning earlier that we saw from them in the previous stages is that effectiveness from Kesserado out the squeak door. He was finding picks round after round against Mongols. Here against Mouse, he's given it a little bit more respect. He hasn't tested that fight nearly as much.
Bajar. Bajó Chelowi. Eso, sólido Chelo.
Brolin goes down.
De vuelta va a agresivar Toros y por metal. Clava profundo ahora, Fallen. De atrás está. 4-4, ronda importante, dale.
He can look all the way down into that lobby entrance, and he wants more. He wants to go aggressive, and he was so close to taking Fallen out that he's the bomb carrier for Furia. And with 50 seconds left, there's still some time. So they're just sitting back inside of lobby, composed, and they're letting Cello
pausa la olla al equipo brasilero. Este 4-4.
But eventually Furia must make their move. The smoke comes out towards main. Follow-up lurk smoke for Kesserado to assist him with some cover down that vent dive. And they're going down into the lower bomb site with some speed.
A esa parte de B.
Yimfat rotating down.
Siuki y Yimfat se van por rampa.
And they're looking to try and stop them from getting out Squeaky, but it's not working out just yet. That bomb
Damos que evita. Kesserado termina muriendo. Tiene que tradear Chelo, pero lo agarran de rampa también. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. No llega. Ay, qué lástima. Mira cómo rompió el primero. ¿Cómo lo fue a buscar a Kesserado de una?
And he uses Furia's own smoke against them. The Molotov from Shuhei to make sure
aprovecha la Molo, que tenían que frenar la salida de metal. Buena reacción. 5 iguales.
All together, though, I mean, again, a good T-side call from Furia and
Yimfat esa ronda,
a really good reaction from Mouse as well.
Aparte, bueno, después de ir a matar lo que estaban plantando.
Se
movió muy bien, boludo. Buena reacción, gran reacción.
A lot of sidearm action going on here for Mouse, and it's very effective. Yimfat in the rafters. He still has a good angle to spot out the low HP of Cello, who thinks he's got cover with that smoke.
Va a pasar a ganar.
Yimfat finds Vantage.
6-5 Mouse.
Stepping up with that Tech 9. A Ding comes in.
Ojo.
He finishes off the job. If Yimfat's so close, he's so quick on this play back. And Fallen and Yuri both fall down. It is now Mouse into the lead.
It's what I mentioned when Furia get that clean win. It's like that's them settling into this half. They have been on a 5-round streak, 6 of the last 7 rounds going in the favor of Mouse's defense, and they're being so aggressive in terms of swarming the point of attack, especially towards ramp room, as we've seen a number of times, getting player after player streaming in, and Fury's not able to get any comfort in that part of the map any longer.
It feels like so long ago that we were watching the images of Furia looking composed and
happy, smiling, laughing.
Yeah, exactly.
Pointing at each other, hyping each other up.
And now it's the opposite story. They're really been trying to make their way out Squeaky Door. I think they've only been able to get out there once in this half without losing too many players.
6-5 amigos, la última, hay cambio de lado.
Dive in that round. So last round of this half, Furia looking to try and leave this tied up with Mouse at 6 apiece.
Yo creo que gana Navi.
Best purchase to round out this half, but it does allow
Quiero que la aposte Navi.
utility going to those Galils. A lot of utility being thrown outside. No one running with it. No one from Furia committing towards the outside position. Instead, they're going back in towards lobby.
Well, this is kind of the window of opportunity they wanted, right? They have a player on top of Hut Mouse. They have one in Mini, but the Alper Torji, his attention is kind of outside due to all that utility. However, counter nades from Mouse slow them down, and Shuei's found the first kill, and now it's backfired because there's no more nades left for Furia.
Yeah, that dive down from Shuei nets him another, and Skulls, he's out in the middle of the bomb site. A double kill onto Brolin and Shuei. Skulls was the player that kicked off this half, winning important rounds for Furia, and Falling goes down. The hand of exertion. Grenade goes close.
Obligado a plantar.
Making his way towards the bomb site now with Skulls. The grenade on the top of Heaven, softening them up, but not enough to bring down any of the Mouse players.
7-5.
It was a slow start, but Mouse
Así se
now
va el cambio de lado.
into the second half, 7-5, and they are looking like they are going to take away Nuke.
Pam, 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 pam. Se viene el cambio de lado, amiguitos. Métanse en otro Telegram, amigos.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a quarterfinal here at the Esports World Cup. It is MOUZ leading the way over Furia 7-5. Nuke has been the saving grace of Furia throughout this tournament, and a big part as to why they're here in the playoffs, but right now they're behind, and they've got some hard work ahead of them.
Yeah, that T side really betrayed them. It started out looking so good, and as soon as MOUZ started to feel a little bit comfortable with some economy beneath them and a little bit of money, they just ran it right back. And that first half with 6 rounds in a row. They've got a 2-round lead heading into this pistol. Let's see what Furia's got on the CT side. Skulls has picked up dualies, a little bit of utility, a Molotov, a smoke on Fallen and Cello, a kit added in there as well for a late defuse if necessary. And MOUZ is lining up to split into this A bomb site, it looks like. Perhaps some pressure towards Secret, a P250 at range to duel with Heaven. But they want to hit upper this whole time.
Keserado's here too. Oh my god, Torzy somehow gets back to that angle. Gets back to that chance on Keserado.
¿Qué onda la calidad, man?
In his stead is Yuri. Stepping up though in his stead is Yuri with a double headshot on
Ojo la pistol. Ojo la pistol.
Bomb site and the rest of Furia now starting to gather at Heaven.
Ojo la pistol. Catala gol.
He's cut away this rotation of Yuri, but he's considering it. Yuri goes back into that fight. Torzy still steps up. Bomb is now down for Yimfat, and he's going for that solo fight. He pushes Cello. He brings him down. 1 HP to be exact on Cello. Yimfat closes out the job on him. Is now just following. Yimfat does not care. He peaks again with confidence, and this time to an instant headshot.
He's got such like an understated game, but I mean, Jimfat's got to be one of the greatest talents that's emerged in the past few years. The fact that he's just kind of stepped into this position,
cambio de admin.
badass from day
Cambio de
one,
admin.
and it
Cambio de
just keeps
árbitro.
getting better, and it's consistent. What a sick player. Good shooting in this round from Torzy as well. He took down Keserado over in Secret, finds that little lurk on Mini as Yuri tries to rotate, but this one's all Jimfat.
Oh, Jimfat.
No force buy here for Furia. They want to get the guns out as soon as possible. That's a big shot from Brolin.
Ay, se entregó, man, se entregó.
9-5. Could be ringing out on the scoreboard soon. We were talking about the chance of Furia winning Nuke, and it has been a very good map for them, but I think it was Jacob saying on the desk just before this, he was saying, you know, MOUZ really shouldn't be losing a map to Furia today. It should be a 2-0 in the quarterfinal.
What?
And right now, that is looking increasingly likely.
Yeah, MOUZ are starting to just kind of build up into this really, really nicely. Not look
A
back.
la mierda, ¿no?
Skulls, last one left with the Zeus, but look in the wrong direction. 9-5. MOUZ starting to look really, really strong. Guns are going to come out here for
Really,
Furia.
really strong.
Let's see if they can put a stop to this early and keep this game close.
The support Furia trying to give
Super
them
Furia.
some energy because they know this is going to be a difficult comeback into this half. So MP9s on every player to save cash.
Yeah, save cash. You have a buy in the next round. You can make it dangerous. I mean, things go your way. You get a little bit fortunate with these MP9s. You select good fights. Maybe you can win the round, but it doesn't knock you out for the next round if you lose it either. This is really interesting from Furia.
An intriguing purchase, one that might pay off for them. MOUZ are ready for some aggression. But are they ready for what is about to come towards them? Flashes in. Cello only gets one. In the meantime, though, Torzy stopping the attack of the CTs. And MOUZ come out on top of those jewels until this shot from Keserado. He takes a lot of damage on board, but he draws those numbers even. And Fallen still waiting inside of ramp. If he catches a good time, Torzy is so low, 32 health. They can rapidly lose their life with an MP9. And Fallen just sees the back of him, but cannot get the chance to take him out.
Yeah, I don't think he likes the timing that he's presented with. I don't think he likes this kind of this opportunity at the moment. He's a little bit nervous, not knowing if Brolin is actually watching the position. Now, the tough part for Furia is Mouse is going to go quiet. They're just going to look for pushes everywhere. I think they're going to let Furia play without information for quite some time. And as Fallen moves around the map, they kind of lose a sense of what's happening towards Ramp Room.
Serato, good timing, spots out Torzy in the middle of the site, and Brolin's now alone in a 1 versus 2. This full MP9 purchase could work out for Furia, but it's all down to Fallen, who decided not to take his chance to chase him behind, but reposition for this exact move. The 1v1 as he gets ever closer to Brolin, trade position out, and Fallen makes the read. He catches Brolin, and the MP9 purchase.
Presente, profe, presente.
From Fallen on Brolin was extended
La
across
Tommy,
like 40 seconds in this round. But the beautiful thing is, this little buy works from Furia. Now they've got tons of cash. Fallen can drop the AK-47, pick up an AWP.
Presente.
The full MP9 investment has paid off.
Yep, and that really
Amigos, hay en el Discord de UniXBet que están los que están participando de las predicciones. Fíjense que en el canal de Counter Strike, acá dice Counter Strike, hay una para hacer predicciones de quién va a ganar, Navi o FaZe. Les va a dar punto extra para el evento. Para los que estén participando, pongan quién piensa ganar. Los que acierten van a tener un punto extra para el evento. Los que no hayan participado y quieran participar, sigan la WC, tienen que reaccionar al Team Forgy y ahí pueden hacer las predicciones para el día de mañana o los mapas que quedan hoy. Sigan una explicación en el chat. Si no sabes cómo hacer, ahí explica todo. Hay premios claramente y es gratis. Ronda número 16. Primero uy, amigos, Buena ronda que gana Furia. Ay, Chelito. Ay, Chelo. ¿No te quemas? No, no se quemaba ahí arriba.
It stopped burning him.
Yeah, it stopped burning him as he threw the smoke. So he's going to be a little frustrated about that. Gives away his positioning, and Yuri goes down.
Pero esta es muy feo para Furia.
They've got the opening advantage, and they know where one player was.
Well, they've lost outside, so what's the response for Furia? Fallen still hasn't budged from ramp room. He still has the deep angle with the AWP, but Heaven is going to be aggressed upon, and Serato falls down.
He's not wanting to stick around here, knowing that they've conceded control of outside. Skulls is the only one addressing Heaven at the moment, so he's looking up towards Brolin.
Se viene Balsaya, están clavando bien el Skulls, pero... viene Skulls, murió Serato.
Serato loses his fight though, and Skulls at the back of the bomb site
bien
trying to defend against multiple players.
Uy, casi. Mira,
muere el profe. Perfectly, but Skulls cannot sink too, and it's
Qué lástima esta ronda,
to double figures.
A nice round win from Mouse, but they had so many
advantages.
That Heaven position is so hard to deal with, and even though they get the kill, it's given space over the players coming in through Mini. It's giving space to other players to encroach into the bomb site itself.
Ney.
And Furia is going to be on the back foot.
Como brilla Neymar,
They don't have enough money, despite winning that MP9 round, to go for a back-to-back buys after conceding that last one. So they're back to pistols. They'll have a purchase in the next round, but this is very likely to concede an 11th round to Mouse.
They're missing some of the impact that Serato had been providing through the early stages of this tournament, right? They're missing some of those opening kills he was getting on the T side in the first half. They're missing some of good rotations and good clutches and everything that he's been able to provide with them to get to this point in the tournament.
I mean, he just lost his jewel in the last round too. If he wins that fight, then maybe there's something on there for Furia.
Pistolita en Furia, amigos.
As soon as he goes down, Skulls is now in a
Hágalo por Ney, viejo, hágalo por Ney.
Players running in towards him. Not going to be too happy about it.
Yimfat 28, Yimfat.
Time in this best of 3 to change that. Yimfat winning for some aggression. 2 players picked up.
Se farmea encima, nos pare más ahora.
Yimfat, who is having one hell of a map at the moment. 22 kills, 8 deaths.
22.
Is Jimmy. And that is now an 11-6 scoreline.
Yep, and there's really no more chances for Furia. No more rounds they can drop. This defense has to just become unpenetrable from here on out. Fallen's up. Last time he had it was parked over in ramp room the entire round. If he has a chance to have it again, if Yuri can drop one over to him, it's got to be mobile. It's got to be moving around the map because at this point he's reading the game really well.
11-6, amigos.
Really having true impact
Necesita
for Furia. Skulls
pisar
has had
fuerte
his
la
rounds
OCT
here and
Furia.
there. Definitely had a hot start, right? But it's been
Yo creo que con un
all
buen
the way through.
bui se le puede dar,
And you want that off to be a force on the map. You don't just want it to be set in one location and left to its own devices.
We knew this day would be hard for the side of Furia, but now they're getting to their last chances on Nuke. Timeout taken here for Cyclone, actually. He's, or it's a, oh yeah, I looked at the logos incorrectly, so Furia going for the timeout. And a third one used up. That's their final timeout picked up here.
Yeah, last-ditch effort to see what they can do to stop what's happening with Mouse. Have a conversation on how they want to play outside, put a stop to any of those fast moves. Brolin's picked up a MAC-10.
Gracias, Space.
Which puts the thought in my head that something a little bit more fast-paced is coming.
¿Por qué no estás casteando? Porque creo que es la primera vez que escucho. Porque
Yeah,
el evento no me da, este evento no da, o sea, feed sin caster, básicamente. Si no estaría casteando. Es una paja, pero bueno, no queda otro. Gracias a Space por el sub. Otra vuelta en España. Estábamos yendo para la casa. Boludo, lo voy a decir, pero me flasheó. Esas casualidades. Estábamos yendo para la casa cuando estábamos con los pibes. Y no sé, estaba hablando con el Cis y con Seco, no sé con quién estaba hablando en un auto. Y justo digo la palabra espacio. No sé por qué tampoco, en qué contexto, ¿no? Y cuando giro hacia la derecha hay un cartel que decía Space. Es una huevada terrible, pero... ¡Uy! Sí. Pero la casualidad, viste, en el momento te impacta. Digo, uy, guacho, ¿qué hago? Tremendo. 4-2 para Mouse. Me parece que se termina esto,
None of them wanted to prevent anyone from swinging out from Mals. Fallen has nades out instead of the AWP. Skulls kind of hides himself behind the boxes. One hiding inside the bomb site. And Shuei's got all the freedom in the world to just find battle after battle. And he wins them with style. So 12-6 and Mals with 6 opportunities.
¿Me parece una canción de la cante? Sí, me ha pasado, pero normalmente eso pasa cuando alguien canta una canción. Por ejemplo, yo de la nada canto un tema. Otro la escucha y al momento ese otro repite lo que vos cantaste porque lo escuchó tuya y vos ya estás pensando en ese tema, ¿entendés? Entonces eso suele pasar. Pero es muy raro que de la nada nadie cante una canción y de la nada salga, ¿entendés? Puede pasar también, la casualidad, ¿no? Pero muchas veces que pasa porque uno la canta, se le queda. Es como que le pegas la canción al otro y vos ya estás pensando en ese tema, ¿entendés?
So at least 2 rifles taken over into the next round here for Furia, but it might be the last round is now
Punto de mapa. No es para cualquiera ganarle al Maupa, ¿no? Tirando la chapa en Z, ¿no? Y en las análisis que he visto en Twitter y que son válidos, Nuke era el mapa que tenía que aprovechar Furia, porque Furia viene piqueando Nuke de primer mapa siempre. Porque Mouse viene de perder con Sashi, hasta con 9Z también. Es un mapa que lo viene perdiendo bastante. Y Sashi lo perdió en este evento también. Entonces era lo más potable. Ahora el Mirage, nada. Yo creo que lo va a tener mucho más difícil todavía.
And this Furia team really hasn't been in the game since round 6. This was 5-1 in the favor of Furia at one point. And they've just disappeared since then.
A tense fight between Fallen, Yuri, when the Mouse players that are about to round this corner. Utility's going to come in, takes a bit of that tension away, and the lineup through the smoke. Yuri's good for a kill and a lot of damage, but they have to get into the site now, Mouse, and it's not happening for them. It's a big shutdown from Furia, and this one ain't over yet. So it was the silo, but this round is done. It's going to be 12.
Tal vez se llama Space y conté eso porque se suscribió justo a Space, boludo. Y me acordé de esa.
They needed that, absolutely. Massive hold from Furia, and now they can even scavenge an AWP, perhaps? Yes, Cello gets it right at the end. So free op for Fallen in the round, but more than anything, proving to yourselves that you can actually stop this Mouse attack. Good crossfire set up as Mouse try and turn into the upper bomb site. They take their third time out. Wanted to stop Furia from building up any
arrancó el encargado, boludo. ¿Cuándo salió el encargado? Sale hoy, ¿no? El capítulo.
It's a very long road, but it must begin with the first step. And has now been taken.
¿Salieron dos cap? ¿Ya salieron? No, se sale el viernes supuestamente. ¿O no?
The AWP returns to Fallen.
Hasn't had a whole lot of impact yet.
Pase bien, Twitter arrancó tranquilo, puso uno. O sea, ¿ya salió? Raro que salga a la 1 de la tarde, ¿no? Ya, ya sé que es viernes, pero leí como que ya salió, por eso.
Speaking of Shuei, he's down to just the Tech 9.
That's always been one of Fallen's weaknesses.
Pero capaz todavía no salió, es un troll. Y debería salir a la noche, ¿no? Tipo 8, 9.
Miles this time.
¿Salen dos capítulos? Hoy se ve el encargado, entonces.
And we wanted impact, we wanted to see it. Well, now he's got a chance to show it. And just as they're starting to come towards him, he pulls out utility again. Cello goes down, but he gets one kill before it. He stalls them out. Now Fallen's turn. He must strike with his AWP, but they've got past his crossout. And he needs to get down and just about dodges death as Brolin was coming towards him. But Exertion could start to end this. Oh, look at this play through main.
Buenísimo.
Catches out Skulls. He's looking for that second player. Didn't detect Caserado.
Does Caserado read it? He hears it now. They're coming back to the upper bomb site. Yeah, he realizes he can be the guy who allows his teammates to come up vents.
Starting to move into position. Exertion at CT vent.
4-2. Ciao.
On to Caserado. Yimfat in the ramp room drops Fallen, and it's just Yuri left. Nuke has been so good to Furia throughout the Esports World Cup. It saved them in the resurrection bracket, but here against Maus, it finally betrays them. They will concede this 13.
Gracias, Gastón. Muchas gracias por el sub, hermano.
The first map of the quarterfinal will go in the way of the
primer mapa para Mouse.
Confident statement before the match will certainly be felt coming out of this.
It's not the score line that is kind of a bummer for Furia. It's the fact that this is ending Mouse on a 12-2 run.
Gracias, Gastón, por el sub, hermanito. Me voy a dejar una cosa de correo y vuelvo para el segundo mapa, o bueno, vuelvo cuando seguramente ya esté arrancado. Ahí vengo.
The way, give them nothing else, and Mouse come out on top in dominant fashion in map 1. We're going to move over to Mirage next.
Yeah, Mirage up next, a map where Mouse have decided to take this battle. They win Furia's map pick, and now Mouse are going to be supremely confident that they can 2-0 this today and move into the semifinals of the Esports World Cup. They'll be playing the winner of Na'Vi FaZe if they can do so, but for Furia, they have to try and go and take this break and maximize the conversations they're going to have behind that and see if they can get back into this series. I think Caserado just wasn't at the same level we've seen it throughout the rest of the competition, and he's got to hope he can have a much better performance as we head into map 2.
Well, Furia's map pick, Furia's nuke that we continue to talk about, started off so strong. 5-1 up. And then that was about it. Mouse decided they'd had enough, they were going to fight back, and they were not going to allow themselves to be overrun by Furia.
I think this is exactly what we were fearing coming into this game. We've been praising Furia for having a strong T side so far. They played a lot of nukes, so we had high hopes in terms of them making the game competitive. They did, as you said, go up 5-1. It was competitive in the first 6 rounds, but the issue is, and that's usually a tendency when it's a new project, a new team with a new player, a new in-game leader, you only have a plan A. And as long as plan A is working, it's all good, it's all fine, but your plan B is not sharp enough, your plan C doesn't exist, and it felt like Furia were running out of ideas, running out of options. Then obviously you add into that Mouse came alive, they started to play good Counter-Strike. It is a symptom of what is still a relatively new project. And people may say that, oh, Jacob, didn't they only just replace one player? Isn't it just Skulls coming in? But it's the whole new idea of Fallen being the in-game leader, of playing a little bit more passive Counter-Strike, a little bit more well-structured Counter-Strike that Furia still have to get used to. So it was a good game the first 6 rounds, but apart from that, it was Mouse all of a sudden.
I think Moses just hit the nail on the head when he said it's a fashion, right? 12-2 is a streak that Mouse went on once it was, 5-1 up for Furia. And then Mouse said, we've had enough. We're just going to shut this one down. And I don't want to point fingers, but it does go back to some of the T sides we've seen from Fallen earlier, where it was Cello. You know, he was struggling quite massively. KSW, I'll get to KSW in a bit, but Cello, once again, his T-side struggles came into play. I don't think he was able to find a lot of impact. And considering his role in the team, on the T-side especially, you need to have your pure aggro player to get a little bit of impact. He wasn't able to find it. And then you have KSW, who, before the game, you could have just said he is the best rifler in a server. He was nowhere to be found as well. But I want to take nothing away from Mouse. I think they, again, show the caliber they possess. They were not shook, even though it was a good start from Furia. They bounced back. And the 2 rounds of Furia, one was that MP9 round, which caught them off guard, and one more buy round. But the writing was on the wall. They ran away with it. And Jimmy, man, he has been consistently, even at the tail end of the season for Mouse, he was playing, I mean, incredibly in a team consisting of Exertion and Brolan, and it continues his form. He's on a tear right now.
Yeah, no, I want to talk about young Jimmy some more here, because this guy, right, he shows up, he doesn't care, he seems to be able to hold his nerve the whole way through, and he can just find these games and find these rounds where he's just constantly having success.
He's unique in his own way, and he's playing roles that is not the most attractive role.
Definitely not.
Young star players coming up. We praised him for some of his anchoring on certain of the maps. I remember in particular on Overpass.
B-side, yeah.
The B-side on Overpass, Vertigo as well, when he's standing alone and playing the anchor role. There's so many good reactions coming out from Jimmy, and he's just a natural, very skilled player.
Yeah.
It feels like he's playing on intuition sometimes. I think if you were to ask him and describe why are you doing this or why are you doing this, I'm not sure he would be able to tell us that, but it's you know, part of his intuition, part of his understanding for the game. He got a vista for it, he got a vision for it, and he's a player that is very, very hard to shut down when he's on a tail.
Especially considering the age of this Mouse team, right? We keep forgetting how young each and every one of these players are, and absolutely, when you talk about intuition, it is something which comes with the years. You know, the more you've been grinding it out in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, and the fact that Jimmy possesses oodles of this so very young in his career, I think is very impressive. But yeah, overall, just great showing coming out from Mouse. There's not much to be said here, in all honesty. It's just getting, you know, the job done with. I said as well, from Mouse coming in, it's another day in the office. It was another day in the office for them.
Well, are we going to kind of sound the alarm bells now on Furia? Because was that like not even as competitive as you expected it to be?
I don't look. It's again very early days, you know, for this Furia lineup, especially with Skulls coming in. They are with a new coaching staff as well. It is a rebuilding process, and it was never going to be easy against a Mouse of this particular caliber. But that being said, I feel like the next map is the end of the line, Banks. It's going to be Mirage, and I'll tell you this: their CT side, it didn't exist against Na'Vi, and we know how specialists Mouse are on this map.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Mirage going that way, and what we saw against their game against Na'Vi, this doesn't have a pretty picture painted at all, right? And I'll probably argue that Mouse is a better team on this map.
100%, you know, so I think it's going to be tough for Furia. If anything, we can hope for a closer game. We can hope for a bit of a bounce back. Of course, we had the conversation when we were playing against Na'Vi, thinking, okay, Furia, why are you allowing Mirage into the map pool? Give us an answer to that. And they weren't able to deliver anything whatsoever. Today will be a great opportunity. Again, the goal shouldn't be to win the map against Mouse. That seems a bit unrealistic where Furia is at.
Be competitive, right?
Be competitive. Show us that CT side that was non-existent against Na'Vi actually is existent somewhere. And maybe, you know, again, just make the game a little bit competitive. We cannot forget that you have KSW as well. You said you wanted to spare him a little bit. He had a stinker on Nuke, and he is arguably still the best player on the server. There's very few players who are at the level of KSW, even when you're playing against a team like Mouse. So for my money, it's all about him. If he finds his footing, if he finds his striding on Mirage, then maybe it can be competitive. But for them to win the map, it's not going to be this year.
Is that enough, though? KSW surely is not enough for this, right?
Oh, absolutely not. And what's worrying for me is I'm not sure which side they picked. Obviously, it's Mouse's map pick and Furia.
You want to start CT side?
I would like to start T side, actually. I want I want them to start T side, you know, as opposed to what common knowledge would dictate. You start CT side because I feel like you want to get a little bit of momentum going your way, start dictating the pace. And honestly, the T side has been good so far. If they start a CT side, I worry because Mouse are going to just pick them apart. And here's a problem with Mirage, what we saw against Na'Vi as well. There were no crazy role changes. Skulls is still playing towards an A bomb side as the anchor, as Kai was playing earlier. There's not really been much switch up happening, and yet they completely fell apart. So this, it's worrying, James.
It's definitely worrying, but this is more of what you guys expected, right? The nuke was the only chance in here. So coming into this, what do you think they're talking about as a team right now when it comes to Furia?
I think they just want to go in and have as good a game as possible. And what that is, we don't really know. I feel like for Mirage, it's a little bit up in the air. We've only seen them play it once against Na'Vi, and obviously the sample size we have was a terrible showing. But it could be that Furia have been practicing a lot of Mirage. It could be that Furia feels comfortable on Mirage. They just had a bad day, a bad showing against Na'Vi. And for us, that's the only question remains, right? Is it a one-off for Furia that you're looking so terrible on that CT side, or is it going to replicate itself against Mouse? For my money, that's what I want to see. I want to see a reaction, and again, I don't expect Furia to win the map, but if they can make it competitive and give us a better game than they gave us a Nuke, then for me, that'll be okay.
I won't lie, I'm going to be very disappointed if it's a complete rollover by Mouse over Furia, because again, as you pointed out during the video, Anubis is a map that both these two teams don't play. And if Furia, looking at what happened against Na'Vi and Mirage, I thought they'd actually ban it out, right? Maybe try to lock on some of the map right there. Instead of floated it, they should have known Mouse are going to pick it, so hopefully they'll fix some of those CT problems. If they haven't, this one's a quick one.
And in terms of being a quick one, is that what you want to see from Mouse? If we're talking the other side, is that what you expect from Mouse? Them to just
that is
100%.
100%. That's what I expect from Mouse. I want them to, you know, convincingly put, you know, just stamp their authority in the server right now. You know, they obviously, we pointed out as well, they on paper have the easiest opposition they've in the quarterfinals, and it's only going to get harder and harder. I do believe they're going to be facing the winner of the Na'Vi phase game.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But even more so if you're Mouse and you're looking at this tournament as a potential win, some of the teams are doing the job for you. Vitality out of the tournament couldn't beat VP. You saw yesterday G2 taking down Team Spirit, so two of the best teams in the world, two of the heavy favorites gone from the tournament. If you're Mouse right now, you're looking at a great opportunity for, at the very least, heading yourself into the final and maybe even hoisting another trophy. So I would be very motivated if I'm.
And a storyline I just want to paint as well, like for the big tournaments where they have been knocked out, have been to this year. I'm talking about, you know, the major. Major. It was G2 phase a couple of times. It is phase in G2. They have a chance to get both these scalps and slay a few of the demons in this very tournament. So for Mouse, just get the job done with and prepare for tomorrow.
That's what it's all about for the Mouse camp, and they'll be looking at this to try and grab themselves a smooth 2-0. But to get that, we'll have to see what happens on Mirage. This is the Esports World Cup. Join us back for the second map very soon.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hello everyone. After the player break, we had 2 weeks of boot camp in Malta. So we have a new player coming in, it's the Schools. And so far we're feeling very excited to have a new one on board. We feel like he matched very well with the team. And we're gonna face our first challenge here in the EWC, so yeah, feeling good. Yeah, Schools is a very capable player. Before playing in Liquid, he was playing Pain Gaming, and I think he was playing amazingly there. Team Liquid had some good moments too, but the team had some tough moments, so it was a little bit hard for him to show his best version. And we want to bring the best version of Schools in Furia, and I think he matched very well with the team in terms of the characteristics from the people that are there, and also in style in game as well. He's playing the ankle positions that we have been missing for a while. So he's been matching very well with the team. We're very excited to have him on board. Yeah, when you have to communicate in a different language, it's definitely something else that you have to have on your mind. And you know, Counter-Strike is a very timing, decisive game. And you know, if you're trying to find a word or trying to explain a situation, sometimes it might be too late later on. Trying to understand a communication, and sometimes it takes you extra seconds. I have been there playing with international people as well, and I know that it can be a struggle for different nationalities to be playing. So yeah, playing everyone in the same language, in our home language, is much easier. With Gary departure, going to take care of all the teams in Furia now, not only Counter-Strike. City stepped up to be our coach, and we have been working with him while we have been working with Gary in the past, so we know him a lot, we respect him a lot, and we think he have a lot to bring to the table as well. He was already bringing a lot of good stuff, and now I think it's up to him to show and use this opportunity to grow up in his career. I think he has what it takes to be a great coach, and we're going to be there to help him. I would say that everyone who's coming to a tournament expects to win it, even though for some it might be more realistic or not. And being completely honest, if you come to a tournament like that, you don't have the desire to win, you shouldn't be competing. So of course we have the desire to win, we want to be winning, but we also have on our minds that this is our first challenge. We have been together for 2 weeks with this whole lineup, and at the same time that the lineup is promising, at the same time that we know we have a lot of talent, you have to understand that other people have gone through more process than you have in the game and have organized themselves maybe better or not. But we know that when it comes to the matches, there's a lot of things that takes part of it, a lot of things that sometimes are not even in our control. So we have to go there and play the best we can. And I think realistically speaking, getting to the playoffs would be a good result for us. We're looking forward to be able to achieve that, and we're going to do the best we can. I think EWC is a perfect tournament for anyone who is trying to showcase themselves here to go up in a level. You know, I think the standards that EWC is putting the sport at, and how they are helping to do bigger stuff and bigger prize pool, and the way they have been recording everything we have been doing. Like, so a lot of things have stepped up in this tournament. So I think the team that comes up in here and do a nice story is going to be showing up to a lot of people, and that's for sure going to catapult their careers, I would say. So yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity for everyone here.
Well, there's a lot of work for Furia to do now in this quarterfinals. We switch into Mirage. MOUZ versus Furia continues. MOUZ one map up, Jason. And is it a story of a MOUZ 2-0 being the outcome here?
It should be likely that we're going to get a 2-0 out of MOUZ. When you look at how strongly they dominated Furia and Nuke, after 5 or 6 rounds of play, it was all MOUZ. It wasn't even a conversation after that. They looked miles and miles, kilometers and kilometers ahead of Furia. Yeah, you like that? That was for you. I did that for you. I did it for all you Europeans at home watching.
Yeah, well, now we all know what it is, and it's time for Map 2 Mirage. A chance for Furia to try and get back into this series, but MOUZ hoping they can walk away with a lovely little 2-0.
I mean, at the very least, the nice thing for Furia is this is the only other map they've played at this event outside of Nuke so far, right? So you have a little bit of experience on it with this lineup coming into things. You obviously have a 4 that's going to be very knowledgeable together, but the Skulls edition, you've at least got a rep in this map in an official. The only problem is we saw at a certain point MOUZ made some adaptations, MOUZ made some reads, called a couple of timeouts. Once they got into the game, Furia had no answers. If that happens again, it's just like, that is just MOUZ setting the tone and saying, we are this much better than you.
Well, it's still early days for this Furia squad. They got plenty of time to get stronger as the year goes on. We've got another event coming up soon, a big one, Cologne, just around the corner. And I think a lot of teams will be warming up at the Esports World Cup, coming out of the break, and then having their sights set on Cologne, which will be coming up next. And I think with the performance out of MOUZ coming into this event, if they can get to the final, if they can win this event, then they now open up the next challenge, which will be Cologne later in the year. And I think MOUZ, not many people are kind of talk about them as a potential favorite to win the event. And I think maybe if you bring it back 2 months ago, I think people would be considering MOUZ as more of a favorite for the overall tournament.
Yeah, MOUZ is always a team that we speak so very highly of, right? But there's not really like there's nothing like ultra sexy in the way you have it with like, I don't know, like with Spirit and Donk, right?
Yeah,
something super exciting to latch onto. FaZe and the amount of players they have and how deep they can go. You don't kind of have that angle to it.
They're just a good team.
Yeah, they're just rock solid from top to bottom, which is cool in its own way. And watching their rise and everything along those lines, and I mean, but for MOUZ, it is about, like, they had that win at ESL Pro League, and then the kind of rest of the year you started seeing them kind of experience that feeling of being at the top of the mountain, of saying, we're tired, we're being countered, we're at every single event, we're going deep in every single event, we're playing a lot of Counter-Strike, we're home less, we're practicing less, we're playing and competing more, and all of a sudden that really starts to be difficult to kind of manage as a new team, and that's kind of the test that they probably had plenty of conversations during the break of how to address that kind of a situation.
Yeah, well, we are just getting the server restarted. There's a couple of issues just got to work through, and once that server restart comes in, which it looks like it already has been, we will get ready to get into the second map of this quarterfinal. There is more action coming up later today as well here in Riyadh. We've got Na'Vi versus FaZe. We had G2 Spirit go late into the night. Looks like we're going to have another late one today with Na'Vi FaZe, and that is another banger. That's a difficult one to call right now, and I think you got to side with FaZe coming into that game versus Na'Vi.
I don't know. I think that's actually like
so hard.
Maybe like a 60-40 for FaZe, maybe closer to a 50-50. I thought Na'Vi looked pretty good, although we kind of mentioned when we saw them play, I think was it against Furia was the opening match?
Yes.
Yeah, like we kind of said, like Furia still going through their own issues, so maybe helping make Na'Vi look good, but they did look good in that series. It's just there's still, I think, question marks about FaZe too.
Well, questions will be answered soon as to who is moving into the semifinals from this quarter. MOUZ one map up, and we kick off Mirage with them on the CT side. Furia going to be gathering outside of this A bomb site. We've got Skulls in Palace, the rest coming through ramp, and Utilities coming in swiftly towards his under the wood. He's got Brolin out triple to take the initial attention away, and those Jewel Berettas now unleash. And while it is down because Skulls and Yuri combined together, 2 players gone from MOUZ's defense already, and it isn't getting any better for them. Furia are just destroying them on this A site. And it's Jimmy and Shui that suddenly stream into action. It's 2 shots from Shui, and YimFat now has a 1v2. It's still a difficult one because Cello got into connector.
Okay, well, we built that one up for a very anticlimactic finish. Good job from Cello, just chilling. Furious pistol rounds looking good. They've been rock solid on Nuke all through the event. They've got another T-side pistol round here on Mirage. So a chance to get off to a good start. We'll see if MOUZ decide to invest in this second round, which they will.
Yeah, they did over on Nuke as well when they lost the CT pistol. They went for that force buy in the follow-up round. Didn't work out for them. But perhaps Mirage can be a different story. Furia hoping they can come out swinging right away here.
Yeah, but they also have to be thinking it's not about coming out swinging. It's about, you know, not punching yourself out of the game, right? Not, you know, don't want to do no rope-a-dope to yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
Sustain it through the entire 24 rounds.
Yeah, it's about longevity, not just a quick pump in and out. As a minute 30 on the clock goes down, Shui's already lost most of his health. He's down 14. Surely they boost him up. So YimFat's going to go up into the corner, and Shui is the meat shield, the bait.
Yeah, try and draw him in, but at the moment, Furia is being very quiet on the map. Plenty of smokes down in middle for MOUZ to feel that presence, feel that pressure. Playing without information at the moment, and actually going to start shifting into a stack towards that B bomb site around a boosted YimFat, but the rest of Furia has gone to the other side of the map, so the stack is going to be out of position. And Brolin in a position where you can really only get maybe 1 kill here. You're not going to double up, especially if there's a drop. He sees the feet, Flashbang coming in, blinded, eliminated, and that should be the round for Furia. MOUZ likely to end up saving most of these weapons and trying again in the next round.
Torji is staying committed towards CT. I think they're soon going to realize it is incredibly unlikely they're able to get out of CT spawn here. Bomb is going to go down in the middle of the site, and yeah, they now realize there's no opportunities given, there's nothing granted over, and that'll be the save call. 2-0 here for Furia.
Yeah, they're just coming over to see if someone's going to give them a stake. Yeah. Someone's going to give them a gift that can activate the retake. Doesn't happen whatsoever. So 2-0 for Furia. They'll have to play 1 more round against the Scout, this MP9, a couple of Deagles. Yuri's going to go on a little bit of a hunt and peek into this B bomb site, see what he can find. Shui's low. But Yuri's decided to clear out ladder room, so MOUZ should get away safely. Yeah, the MOUZ conversation is an interesting one. I think part of the reason why people haven't, like, not a whole lot of people predicted them to win this event is just because we've had the same kind of conversation about them, right? Like, we know they're really good. We know they can challenge for trophies in the studio events and things like that. And everyone's kind of waiting to see what the next big arena event is going to be for them. Everyone's waiting to see how deep they can go, how far they can go, if they've kind of solved those problems, if they've built up enough experience to overcome that kind of block that they're facing in the big arenas.
Yeah, this is kind of a sort of a cross between both, right? It's not like the Lanxess level in terms of audience, but it's certainly a big stage to play on. A lot of stakes in terms of...
A lot of LED screens.
Yeah, a lot of LEDs.
A lot of real estate of the LEDs.
That can be distracting, you know? And there's curved ones too, Jason.
I know, the curve is crazy.
I feel like I feel like that's something that didn't really work out in technology, is the curved TVs.
Sure.
I was thinking they were really cool, but they didn't work out. We got massive ones here, though.
Hell yeah, we do. Once again, calm and patient to start for Furia. Not committed anywhere. KSCERATO Skulls playing outside the A-bomb side looking for pushes. Furia looking for aggression from MOUZ up middle. That doesn't come. So now they can just realign and fall into an execute. Use the advantage of utility and weaponry to force themselves into this bomb site. But MOUZ is stacked here. All four players, excuse me. Shuey starting to head towards the B bomb site just for safety.
In fact, close up and personal here inside of ramp. It's a good start here for Brolin. This could get a little disastrous here for Furia because
it's really
there's a
dangerous.
lot of players now lining away for MOUZ, and they're getting every single kill so far. Torzy on the double with a scout, and it is collapse for Furia. It is utter collapse. Torzy 4K on the scout, and he is loving that. Come on, give him fist bumps. He deserves it.
You don't get out of A ramp whatsoever. MOUZ prevents you from even peeking into the bomb site through that choke point. Brolin gets the first kill with the P250, and from there, no one from Furia is able to stream out and take any follow-up fights, create any kind of space. 2-1. Good rebuttal from MOUZ, and they're going to try and build upon it. Torji's upgraded to the AWP instantly.
Torzy over the top of the smoke. Look like he's about to get the opening on Cello, but they don't round the corner. You don't want to go out mid here, Furia.
They're just running the very same round they did in the last one, right? You kind of have these players watching for pushes. Skulls is in Palace just like last round. KSCERATO at A ramp just like last round. And all of a sudden, you see no aggression up middle and you just fall right back into the same execute. This time, MOUZ have fewer resources at the point of attack. 2 M4s, Torji's op not in position quite yet, but if Furia take this too slow, it will arrive at the perfect moment.
Cello gets 1 for 1. KSCERATO fights back. Torzy under a lot of pressure, and this time he can't replicate the work he got down on the scout with the AWP. It's KSCERATO to spam him down through the ticket box, and that plant now coming in for Furia. There's not a lot of money here for MOUZ left over, and not a huge amount of chances here to get back into this retake, so a save call could be considered.
I think if they don't get a kill like right now, the save call is the only call you can make because they have they had 2 saved Galils from the previous round, so that money's going to help them drop some weapons over. Torji might be able to get an AWP from Brolin, maybe. Either way, a good hit from Furia and good kills from KSCERATO. The only 2 frags in the round that Furia get in his hands, and that's a presence they sorely missed on Nuke. They missed KSCERATO so much on that first map. If he's going to pop off, have impact here on Mirage, they can make a game of it for sure.
It's essential that he delivers here. There's a big part of the Resurrection comeback in that lower bracket to come back into the tournament and have a chance to play in the playoffs. There's KSCERATO's level just being really strong out of the break. He's going to be disappointed about his own individual showing on Nuke and looks to make up for it here. 3-1 start for Furia. MOUZ with the save weapons, as you mentioned earlier, allows them to get good cash into their bank accounts. The buy coming out with Torzy on the AWP again. Unable to do much with it in the last round. They'll get a second crack of the whip. This time a commitment of Furia players into middle. Yuri is going to go out towards his top boxes. Miss window smoke.
Yeah, and Torji loves that. He's peeking over it. Shuey stepping in front of him. It's a little bit awkward between the two, but Torji still manages the opening kill.
Did Yuri just get team flashed as he peeked out? That would have been that looked awful. Yuri gets taken out by the sniper. It's now a 5v4 thanks to that opening move. And now getting peppered down is Skulls. He's under a little bit of pressure. Up towards Palace. He knows if he can get a bullet off, he perhaps can just drop Shuey. So Exertion is moving into action. He wants to take the aggressive fight towards Skulls. He's got a good angle here to try and defend his in-game leader. Shuey no longer has to fight. Exertion now getting deeper on the angle, but he falls off. A little bit of a fumble there, Jason.
No, but Skulls gets to pass that information along. Oh, Cello doesn't go all the way through. Shuey's just playing beneath him. Skulls has called out. One towards jungle, one is close towards Palace.
Fallen drops that bomb down, continues to move forward. But is he going to be ready for such a deep push from Exertion? The AWP comes around the corner, Fallen down to 25. He was quick on the shot and then a bold re-peek from Exertion right into the sniper, and Fallen punishes him for that. Shuey goes down in window. That low HP player finished off finally. Torsi striking into action, unable to land a shot. And Cello has found some space at short. It's all about the play into A, though. And with 20 seconds left, Furia are in a 4v2. And Brolin has started to pull back. Yimfat's there to shut out every single player. And it's just Cello left, charging up through connector with 10 seconds left. He has to play for elimination. And what a recovery from Brolin and Yimfat on that A site.
Yeah, Brolin has been a wonderful presence to have come into this team, replacing Frozen in the lineup and then doing it wonderfully. Had a really beleaguered career back at NIP, but when he came into MOUZ, just rejuvenated and been a solid impact player for MOUZ. I was just about to talk about, like, you could see how much just like one tiny mistake can cost your team. That re-peek from Exertion against the AWP, he was thirsty for that kill. When he goes down, it forces all of the MOUZ teammates to start shifting, which allows Cello to double up on kills and gives Furia a massive advantage. So a gift that MOUZ is even able to recover that round, given them by Brolin, and a timeout called immediately.
Yeah, that's one by MOUZ. Just to try and figure out what Furia might actually be able to bring into the next round here. I can tell you it is going to be 3 Galils, 2 Tech-9s. A little bit of utility here for Furia, but not the perfect purchase.
It's been a lot of attention on the A-bomb site for Furia so far, right? They haven't really explored the entirety of the map just yet. Although with these Tech-9s, with some of these Galils, this lower buy, the pistols that can be more mobile and more aggressive, looks like they want to head towards the other side of the map a little bit, but actually going to go down in towards Underpass. And with such an aggressive defense up middle, this is going to, I think, get oh, that's a big kill. That opens up the avenue for this kind of a play through Underpass.
Fallen, what a shot on the Tech-9. He's going for it again. Fallen taken out this time by Exertion, but he was 1 shot away from dropping Torsi, and that would have been a double on the Tech-9 at top mid. It's all about the pack of Furia players now making their way through the connector. Brolin comes to address it and instantly gets annihilated, but he at least sees multiple players coming towards this A-bomb site. Can MOUZ adjust the defense in time?
I don't think so. I mean, everyone's going to have to go through CT spawn. Jungle is smoked off. They've got Exertion who's come through the hole, playing behind the smoke at the moment. But that bomb's been planted, and Torji's AWP, he's on such low HP, he's not going to want to commit unless Yimpat and Exertion can create all the opportunity in the world.
Hola. Exertion is now ready through that smoke. Yimpat is flashed back behind CT, and Exertion has to start making the play. So Cello's down. Distracted is Yuri. He gets taken out by Yimpat, and once again,
not again.
Back. They're going to pull it back again. Back-to-back. Heartbreaking rounds here for Furia, unless Casterado can save them. That defuse coming in, but Exertion sees enough of Casterado and takes him off the bottom of the stairs. It is MOUZ to tie the game up, and that is going to be very frustrating for Furia.
Yeah, that one's ugly. Like, last round is unfortunate when Brolin gets those kills to return. This one is just ugly post-plant. Nobody providing any resistance to really stop that kind of a retake. No one swinging aggressively for trades. And Furia's in such a strong position, it's crazy it's been handed back over again. You have a 4-on-3, only 2 rifles really starting that retake, and there's no re-peeks, there's no trades.
It looked like that one was locked in for Furia. Now they're down to Deagles on 4. Casterado having to take just a Glock, and Cello is eliminated. Yimfat kicks off the Yimfat. The next player behind him is Casterado, and Yimfat makes that look easy. And he senses blood in the apartments. He's not stopping.
It feels like those 2 rounds might be like the kind of turning point, like sort of how we saw on Nuke, where all of a sudden MOUZ just hit this critical mass that Furia couldn't do anything again. Those back-to-back rounds, that could be the very same effect. It could be a very similar thing moving forward.
At least Furia had extra rounds to play with over on Nuke. It started a little bit earlier on in this half, unfortunately, for Furia. They have even less to work with just 3 rounds picked up. They will at least get the buyback. You have to remember that round that they lost previous, it was still Tech 9s, right? It still had Galils in play. Now at least they have 5 AK-47s back in play.
Round 8.
Torzy. He's got the scope deep in towards the bottom of ramp. Oh, a missed shot. He's taken off the stairway, and that is Furia up 2. Brolin can't do anything from the top of the wood, and just like that, that's the round over.
Yeah, no indication it's coming either. No utility to give anyone any kind of a warning. Torzy's angle up on top of the stairs.
Que cuando llegan a enter era... Ahora, por ejemplo, hay un juego de predecir... Ya está cerrado igual. Pero hay un juego de predecir cuántas rondas en total iba a haber el día de hoy en este torneo. Por premios, claramente. El que le pegaba una faca de 100... Y si no, los 5 más cercanos se llevan premio en Unibet. Después, qué sé yo, predicciones o mismo charlar con ustedes. Yo por ahí subo contenido de, no sé, estoy al pedo, subo un video, subo algo para charlar. Novedades, streams. Es un centro de... Obviamente me lo pide Unibet, pero también me sirve a mí para hacer cosas con ustedes. Y aparte de eso, hay jueguitos por plata. ¿Qué pasa, Nacho? Pedazo de petardo.
Going to descend and grab it right at the end, but did he grab it?
No, he couldn't find it. Couldn't find it at the end of the day, but we're all tied at 4. Good response for Furia. Nice and easy, but again, so much emphasis on this A bomb site. I wonder when that switches up, because it almost feels like Furia is starting to try and train that tendency into MOUZ, make them keep thinking that we have to hit this A bomb site, pull an extra player over at some point. And I mean, Fallen with such an experienced in-game leader, there's going to be a switch up at some point.
Oh, big shot from Fallen. Torzy through the underpass. Trades one back, so it's blow for blow with the AWPs to kick off round 9. And it's going to be more of the A play.
No one going through Palace, though. Usually we've had Skulls in that position. He's just dropped down.
Drop down.
A ramp is going to be under attack. Exertion in a pretty safe position. And Torzy going to hold the line.
Oh, collateral, but no damage done onto the second player, actually. It was set up a lineup, but it hasn't been too effective. It's all about Shui now moving forward into the site. He's still alive. He wants to get up to triple. And he wants to
Sorry, me estoy viendo una cosa. Ya estoy.
Como
para...
kicked off the affairs with a kill through the underpass. He's now detected over towards
Cada formatear un iPhone para que quede como de fábrica, digamos.
2v2 as that bomb has to get in towards the site. Eventually the plant coming through. It's a fake. Yuri comes off it, trying to bait out the shots at Fiemfat, and he does get what he desired, but it's all about Fallen's clutch. A 1-2. This would be the 4K as Fallen is primed on Torzy. The 2 players that started
¡Ah!
meet at the end.
No, chao.
Sí,
dice restablecer, pero dice restablecer toda la configuración. O sea, eso te borra todo, pero te lo deja prendido. Yo creo que quede como apagado. Restablecer la configuración de red, restablecer pantalla de inicio. Yo creo que cuando vos lo prendas aparezca como el paso a paso de... O no se puede hacer eso, supongo que sí, ¿no? O sea, quiero que aparezca el paso a paso para configurar el teléfono. Borra contenido de configuración. Borra toda la configuración, boludo. Ok, borré contenido. Ok. Continuar, pongo. Borrar iPhone. Corta. Y debe ser eso, ¿no? Compré el iPhone 13 para mi viejo. Le traje el iPhone 14 a mi vieja. Tengo como 3 iPhone, man. ¿Qué onda? Estoy re pegado.
And as soon as Furia send multiple players towards Yemfat, he doesn't make a mistake, he doesn't overextend, and you can rely upon
Y siempre pasa eso, Franchini.
And the problem really stems from the fact that, you know,
uno regalito,
those
man.
teams to like try and lean towards the A bomb site, but Mouse has been shutting them down at that bomb site. They've been winning those rounds, even though some of them have been close. They've been winning it, so they didn't
Regala uno, dale.
to reallocate resources elsewhere. Happy to play that kind of standard default setup on the defense, and this time, the switch up just gets wrecked.
Yeah, and when you know you're shutting them down towards A, you know eventually they're going to have to change it up eventually and go in towards that B bomb site. So, likely a conversation about expecting a B play around this point of the game.
¿Qué iPhone es este?
Comes Yimfat and Exertion, shut it all down. Cello trying to hold on to the AK. I don't think he's going to be allowed to do so. This Brolin play from behind is going to result in Cello.
iPhone X 64. Ah, bueno el iPhone X, Este para la chata. Esto sí, esto de más, pero bueno.
It's not good. They can't really buy here at all. The losing bonus is building up. It's at 3, but everyone's kind of mid-2000s. Skulls at 3,500. You can get some Tech 9s as that losing bonus is going to help you out of the next one, but rifles shouldn't be anywhere in sight for Furia. What a round from Exertion from Catwalk. Furia trying to pick up the pace off that jump, so they kind of eschew any kind of utility usage. No flashbangs, no smoke, nothing to block it, and Exertion has a field day.
6-4 para Mouse.
Gathering the troops ready to enter this A bomb site. Torzi with a shot out back triple. He's going to get
Al iPhone X como el iPhone 10.
Torzi is not missing much until that peek at Palace, and that one even connects. It just drops Skulls to 1 HP. He'll switch out to the USP instead, and Torzi with absolutely everything apart from the final kill. He will do what he can, but that AWP is out of ammunition, and Brolin makes sure he's out of chance.
8 ya. Yo arranqué comprándome el 11. Yo cuando me mudé a Buenos Aires estaba el 11. Me compré ese. Después pasé el 13. Y el 13 me compré el 15. Siempre Pro Max.
This has turned into a little bit of a disaster now. Gun rounds have not been kind to Furia. Last round of the first half. Let's see if
Antes era el Android y decía, nah, nunca voy a usar iPhone. Pero bueno, eso por no tener la posibilidad. Ahora que tener la posibilidad, te digo que...
Mouse blow open that window smoke to gather information to see if anybody from Furia is speeding out mid. They didn't see anything, and that re-smoke to window comes through for Furia. It looks like an ace split is going to be set up here. They got one player in the window, Cello, and Yuri now jumping up to join them. This could be something that Mouse haven't...
7-4, a ver si Furia puede despertar.
Shui's in position. Waiting, but he has to have that timing on the smoke. He can't afford to look in the other direction. He doesn't realize they're boosted up. And it's just tense at the moment. It feels like Yuri and Cello are waiting for someone else on the map to create some action to take attention away from this part, and then they can spring into action. But for now, they just have to be patient.
And Shui is so patient right now, just waiting. Let's see if anybody has climbed up into short.
Después tenemos Face Navi, amigos,
Distraction comes in at the perfect time. Shui looks away, and Furia capitalize. Now Brolin is under the wood. He's still ready for this A play. 25 seconds remaining here for Furia. It could still go wrong for them. Brolin climbs up the ladder. Fallen gets an important kill, and Furia now can plant the bomb. Last round of this half. Mouse must attempt to retake, and it's a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, but they've broken Furia's hearts in similar fashion before. Twice already in this half. A third would just be awful. And Yuri's not going to let it happen.
Yeah, he's not letting that first maneuver come his way. He'll close it out with a grenade. An important fifth round being picked up. If there's any hopes of them staying alive here at the Esports World Cup and getting back into this quarterfinal.
Bueno, 1-0 Mouse. Ganan el segundo mapa también. Mirage. Pepsi o Coca. Coca. Maito cambio de lado, man.
The Esports World Cup continues here in the quarterfinals, and it's 7-5 to Mouse. They are staring down the barrel of a 2-0 win over
Butterfly.
Furia.
Ganame
A really important fifth round collected there right at the end by Furia.
Me gusta mucho Ganame también, pero Butterfly,
Butterfly. Yeah, actually, I mean, the scoreline doesn't turn out to be nearly as much of a disaster as it kind of felt like during stretches of that match, where it felt like Mouse had them locked down. We had the two back-to-back rounds where Mouse was able to reverse their fortunes.
Yo creo que soy más Team Ganame, Ahora lo pienso mejor.
I'd love to have those rounds back. At the moment, pistol round going to be obviously important. That is the best analysis I've ever given.
This is a statement, Jason.
Yeah.
Bold claim.
Allá contra Cologne, 25, Juan ADZ, amigo.
I walked
CCT.
right into it. Oh!
Okay. It's an important start to the most
A fin
important
de mes
round.
está la Blast.
Is Skulls taking Torji out of play.
No sé si la Showdown, no sé bien qué Blast
Standing
es.
still. And eventually they will move forward into Cello.
No, los grupos creo la Blast, me parece. Los grupos
Take his
primero.
bow and play the sound of death. With this peak on the flash.
Pero igual va a estar la
CCT
CCT
The only one to
simultánea.
show is Cello because he wants to
Si
set
la
up
ven a
Yuri.
la Z,
But Mouse have decided, nah, we don't like
podemos
that
meter
idea.
buenas
We're going to go
cositas.
down into Underpass because Brolin's waiting to cut off those rotations as they come back into jungle.
It's only because Brolin has this position. They don't have to worry about this choke point now. He's holding on to it, and Furia realize we can't actually rotate through that part of the map. It's got to be CT spawn. Are they aware that Furia's already here? Now they are. Shuei finds it out, and he finds out hard.
Taiki Cerato.
3 players still standing for Mouse in this post plant, but Furia, remember, they've got a kit and a smoke available, and that's on the back of Skulls. That gives them a few extra seconds and some cover to play with as they get into the side to create enough pressure to defeat Mouse in this post plant. But Brolin defends from jungle,
Retake.
gets around the corner into cover.
Se complica si no,
He'll deploy that smoke now, and they got to get onto
Ay,
it
lástima.
quickly. He's out of ammo, but it will not matter. Yimfat exertions.
Qué lástima.
And that is an unfortunate turn of events here for Furia. It's now Mouse up to 8 rounds.
Brolin does a really important job of getting that first kill as Furia stream in for the retake, but more than anything, the biggest problem was it took so long for that smoke to get deployed on the bomb. That's the main leverage you have to apply pressure to Mouse in that situation, and the fact that it takes so long to be deployed means Mouse aren't panicking until the very end, and even then, by that point, Fury's out of players. Fury's got no one left.
Aplaude la gente, man.
Okay, Fallen not happy about that start to the round. He's dropped down to 12 HP. Fallen's going to change his position up. Coleman position to try and catch out the first player coming out of ramp. If you can land the headshot, can be very, very quick to death. And here comes Yimfat, crouching out beneath Fallen's crosshair. Fallen somehow still alive until that headshot from Yimfat. Caserado connecting with the scout. It's not enough damage to bring down anybody.
Dale, forzadito.
Caserado
No.
just pinned in the open. Too many players attacking him.
No haya disparo nunca al Desculace, el sal de Palacio.
It looks like it's going to be quite a comfortable 9th round here for Mouse.
The Exertion loves that smoke. He's actually super happy that smoke was actually just deployed. He's like, thank God I got a little bit of safety going on. Shuai wants to style up on top of the boxes, and he's got one.
Se va quedando sin vida Furia.
HP. You're not going to win the round, but maybe steal an AK at the end of the day. Flash up into the sky, make a run for it.
That's the best he can hope for here. Skull's not too much available for him at this point. He's going to go through the smoke, and he won't even get out of it. So it's 9 rounds here for Mouse. Starting to kick into another gear, but there is still the caveat that there hasn't been a purchase yet for Furia in the second half. So this is their chance to try and build something on the CT side, but it's got to start as soon as that buy comes back in here. It feels like they just got melted with their first sort of purchase with rifles.
Unfortunately, I think if Furia was actually going to cause an upset on this map and maybe take this to a third, they had to have both pistol rounds, because, I mean, especially with that force buy in the second, you're sitting in a world where Mouse it feels really far ahead for Furia to be playing mistake-free Counter-Strike, right? 10-5, Mouse will be 3 rounds away from winning the map, winning the series, eliminating Furia. And Furia hasn't played the cleanest Counter-Strike up to this point to begin with.
In fact, good headshot on Fallen. Shouldn't really get anywhere here for Furia. Leo on Skulls, the best you can hope for is a little bit of damage here and there. But this is double figures now for Mouse, and Furia will then focus up into the coming purchase in the next round. At least this one's
La pistolita que se disuelve.
Yeah, painless, merciful.
Guess that's all you can hope for if you're Furia here.
Yeah, next one's all important. That's going to be the entire map on the line with this next Furia buy. So we'll see what they can come up with. Another quiet map out of Caserado on 4 kills. And this time you don't have Fallen going kind of carry mode to carry you through some of those stretches and those quiet stretches from the riflers. So everyone from Furia better get switched on right now heading into round 16.
Yeah, there's not much room left now at this point. You're looking at 10 rounds already for Mouse. You can see this one, they're up to 11, very close to getting a 12th round, and such a long road back into the game from Furia at that point. This is a new roster, obviously, coming into this event. Jacob was saying, you know, our expectations have become so low for Furia over the last few months, over the last years at this point. And for Mouse, expectations are set high. Fallen's sniper out. Caserado, we talked about him wanting to have a better performance here. You know, it's kind of the similar performance he's had throughout the rest of the tournament, but this has been a very quiet quarterfinal. Nuke was quiet, now Mirage even more so. He got 4 kills.
Skull's gonna get aggressive on A ramp. Peeks down, sees nothing. But there's a lot of pressure at this A bomb site, all to set up this play. Mouse attacking into the B site. There's Fallen's all bringing out, and Jibbat's gonna have to back away, have to fall off. They have no access to the bomb site. Furia's defense holds strong in this initial battle.
Still over a minute left here for Mouse to play with. They're going to try again at a different time, at a different location, and that is through short. Fallen comes off the top ticket angle, perhaps at the wrong time, but he seems to have eyes back on it again.
Profe, presente.
He's going to go down to that sniper, so Fallen with the AWP is proving pivotal here for the side of Furia. 3 players left for Mouse in this, and they're still committed towards the B bomb side. Feels like the only option left to them.
They tried to improvise a split towards this bomb site, but they missed the timing, so the smoke fades, and all of a sudden you can't actually get up catwalk. Fallen has that deep angle and a clean sweep. Exactly what Furia needed moving forward. Build up some money, 5 players survive, plenty of cash, and see if you can make this comeback into a reality.
Yeah, the conversation has to be about, that's the first step. Now we focus up, now we get into this. There is a 4-round gap between the side of Malice and Furia. And we've seen in MR12, we've gotten used to those gaps being closed very quickly.
Yeah. Very, very fast, but it requires, as we mentioned, all the individuals from Furia starting to get to a different level, because no one's, or I should say everyone's struggling to find impact in their positions.
Fuck. Yeah, Mouse are going to keep testing them, of course. They've got a good buy again.
10 a 6.
For Torji, everybody else on an AK and a decent amount of utility.
¿Sabes qué? Oh.
Caserado 1 for 1.
Caserado.
Really good setup. Exertion throws the
Caserado.
one flash is thrown by Caserado. A teammate throws a follow-up flash to blind those players.
No puedo salir ahí.
Skulls pulled out in the open and eliminated. A lot of pressure on Fallen now. He's got Yuri shifting over in support. Smoking off Palace, taking away a choke point.
Está complicada la muchacha,
Patiently in middle.
4-3.
With Cello on catwalk, Furia can stop this mid play, and that's where the bomb is, and they're going to step into the fight. Oh, this is beautiful for
esto.
Furia.
Profe.
WP for Fallen
Yeah.
You'll be able to follow up on Shuai. And now it's down to just 2 plays from Mouse. 50
Muy buena play,
seconds
man.
remaining. Roland applying pressure towards Stairs, but he is forced back behind the Flames in Palace. And the bomb is still down at the bottom of Connector. Mouse, they don't have money to fall back on any longer. And this is going to be a Furia 7th. So the first 2 steps have now been taken.
I mean, they can still try and go for this. It's just time is the opponent. And with that knife pull out in the back away, it feels like now they've made the call to save. But there was a little bit of time if Torji could have found an avenue to get back towards middle, go towards underpass. 2v3 is recoverable, but the time was the biggest enemy in that round for Mouse. 10-7, Furia closing the gap. It's been positive signs this event for Furia of what Fallen's leadership can bring with the Skulls acquisition and the coaching change.
Exactly.
But we haven't really seen like that trademark win they can take out of this event quite yet. Everything so far has just been best of ones. It's all been Nuke BO1 victories. Lost their series against Na'Vi to get dropped into the Resurrection stage. Struggling right now against Mouse.
Let's go, Furia.
It's we've never really known a Furia without the leadership of Art and Guerri, right? This is kind of the first.
It's a new era
of Furia. There's been a lot of roster moves.
Let's go, Furia.
In the AWPing department, but never in the leadership. Became synonymous with Furia to expect that high-octane aggression that was designed by the in-game leadership of Art, and we are very aware that Fallen and Art have very different in-game leadership styles, so you're going to see a different version of Furia.
Round 18 coming in. Up on Torji, up in the hands of Fallen. Mao's fully invested into this round. They buy everything around the saved AK-47 and the saved AWP. 2 Tech 9s and 2 Deagles for the buy surrounding things for Maus, and this is a straight up A execute. Don't have the weaponry to move around the map and be mobile and take standard control. Just gonna try and break in with 1 salvo of nades.
Sometimes these simple rounds can be the most effective. Another re-smoke up to Palace from Furia.
I don't know. I don't think you can actually wait this out. I think if you're Mouse, you have to go through the smoke to a certain extent.
You have to be aware there's a possibility.
No se te enojes, Ramiro. Estamos esperando el 25. No nos digas
and just the fact that you're applying no pressure anywhere else on the map is almost. I mean, Fury in their heads are like, watch out for the.
Comeback or no comeback, amigos?
There's nothing in middle. There's no noise, no nades.
Here comes that play forward. Smokes are starting to come on up. Fallen has eyes on the Palace swing out. Is it going to be effective for Fallen? He dodges the flash. He in fact certainly doesn't. And Fallen nails that shot. Skulls holds down just for 1 on the ramp. And the quick play, the commitment towards A is stopped. It is 10 rounds to 8. Furia now tying this game up.
And now we're going to get that save. Now Maus have to just drop away. They didn't get a bomb plant. They're only finding 1 kill at this point. Torji. Ooh. Hasn't spotted it. Now he sees it, but they know his position, and they will hunt this AWP down. 28 seconds, he's got to survive.
You don't want the AWP to get into the next round whatsoever, and he has a grenade, might even finish him off. He's down to 7. Utility flashes, they're all thrown in his face, and eventually Torsi will be taken down.
Mira,
There's something to be happy about for the side of Furia.
2 rounds back, and now you get to breathe a little bit easier. You have to know this next round is going to be a save. Furia showing a little bit of tenacity, staying in this map, staying in this series so far. Now 3 in a row for the Brazilian side.
The gathering of Brazil's best in the arena. And not the best purchase Maus have seen. It's Deagles onto a P250 for Shuai.
Victoria del Mouse.
And 9th round is almost surely guaranteed.
Y a ver lo que pasa ahora, amigos, 10-9.
Confidence in Furia if they are able to pull this kind of comeback, if they're able to close Mirage.
Y Furia muy cerca del empate en este Mirage.
Just like the BO1 victories, right? Because like we've seen some good things, seen some good tactical things that they're starting to implement. And I mean, more than anything, if they can show that they're sticking into this game and not just fading out, not just getting kind of deleted the way they did on Nuke, that's a really good response to a game so far.
Bien, Kaike.
Has been on top of you the entire
Bien,
way.
Cerato.
Oh, big shot for exertion. That
Tranquilo. No. Tírate patada, Yuri. Linda.
Fortunately, that grenade was still in the pocket of Yuri, and he throws it over to exertion. Shuei now with an M4 versus 3, and he gets double.
10-9.
An impossible fight for him to win. And now the gap is just 1.
They've switched into the double up setup that we saw so much yesterday on Nuke. Cello and Fallen each having one of the AWPs. Mao's back into a full buy. Up on Torji, AKs to supplement.
We've seen them run this double up setup. And the only other best of 3 we've seen them play. And that was against Na'Vi. It was effective at times, and Caserado starts to lay down the law with the M4. It's
¡Oh! ¡Qué tenso! Y mató Fallen. ¡Qué tenso, Caserato, amigo! ¿Cómo aprieta el mouse ese loco, amigo? Lo borró.
He needed all the ammunition he had. Smoke up in towards window, but Mouse is limping.
¿Empata Furia? Me vuelvo loco.
Oh, it's a chance. One that he cannot take onto Skulls. And now they know where Yimfat is. The bomb is now crossing over short. Torzi with the sniper now spotted.
Now they know where both are. So Fallen can change his position with the AWP. Cello starting to look towards Catwalk. And Caserado looking for timings in the mid window.
They know they've got one pinned in connector. They know they've got Yimfat pinned in that. He can't escape. If he attempts to, he'll either have to fight into the A bomb site or into Caserado. It's a bit of a risky spot taken for Caserado because Torzi's up top middle, and it works out very well then for Mouse with the risk taken.
I just have to ask why. Why do you take that
Profe,
risk?
presente.
You still have all the advantages in the world.
Presente, profe.
Torzi's got a big clutch ahead of him with 25 seconds. If he commits into the B bomb site, Cello's got the sniper pinned up there, and Fallen's bringing the second on over. And Torzi realizes, no, I can't win this one. It's a safe call.
Not enough time, just back away from it. All right, Furia's defense starting to look rock solid. Mouse can't break through.
3-1.
All tied up at 10. Furia makes this happen. From 5 to 10, 5 rounds straight. And it might be time for a Mouse tactical pause to talk things over.
Map 3 is Inferno. Furia are able to topple Mouse on Mirage, then we will decide this best of 3 in this quarterfinal on Inferno itself. And the timeout is taken by Mouse. It is their final timeout as well in regulation. Overtime is not massively unlikely given how this game has gone.
Especially when you consider, I mean, Mouse have been very good at finding solutions if you go back to the first map. They descend to a small buy here around that saved op. Keeping some money left in the bank with the losing bonus moving forward, but they want to be able to try and reverse fortunes in this round. Galil picked up on Jimpat. They had one on Shuei.
3 pistolas, una Galil y una P. Ah, no.
Big opener for Torzi, and you've got to do that when you've got the biggest weapon in the round for your side. Taking matters into your own hands, going for the active peak, and taking Fallen out. So Mouse can now settle in to the beginning of round 21 with a player advantage.
And a complete shift in the defense. Furia calling Mouse's bluff. Cello's completely left the B bomb site. They're going to re-aggress in mid-late. I don't know if Mouse will expect this. Is there a flashbang to activate? Good shot from Cello. Doubles up. Caserado rips them apart. And once again, over the top.
Cello.
This is sketchy. It's a brawl in mid. And Brolin's got a crack at a clutch.
He's got the AWP in his hands. He's got plenty of time. He wants to go to the more
Estoy sintiendo mi celu.
Everyone wanted to fight that round. Not a single fight
Mi
they
celu y la
didn't
chata,
like.
man.
So Brolin's got a minute to work with. He does have the bomb in hand as well. Skulls is going to start peeking down towards T-Spawn, trying to shrink the map a little bit, trying to gather a little bit of information, but for the most part, Furia players are completely split from one another.
2-1.
Puts most
No
of the
troll,
pressure on Cello.
No
He's
troll
got
que está
one
Neymar
choke
ahí.
points to have to think about.
Les tiene que pagar, boludo. O sea, queden bien así le dan extra de sueldo. 10k cada uno.
Now coming out of the B apartments, it's Cello. He will be in a 1v1 duel with Brolin in a moment, and the Alper has stopped looking towards the apartments. He's worried about a flank around from Market.
No,
And
Cello.
Brolin is slipping ever
No,
closer
Cello.
out of the apartments. Cello
¡Oh!
and turns at the right
Quad kill for Cello with the AWP. Plenty of kills in mid.
Bueno, se lo tengo. Nada, tengo uno solo, pero tengo dos en realidad.
That's Furia in the lead, Jason. 11 to 10.
O sea,
What a comeback this has been. Cello gets the AWP out, stops that
tengo el
mid-fight
mío,
chaos, gets his AWP over
pero
on that
me
B-side.
compré
You're
un
starting
celu
to worry
aparte
about
para
it. This is
chata,
looking the wrong way.
para poner el GPS, para poner música y no tener que usar el mío porque gasta mucha batería y porque, qué sé yo, porque si escucha un audio se escucha en todos lados. Bueno, nada, me compré un celu. Y me compré un Redmi, pero es Android, pero el Android... Pero yo no quería decirlo porque van a empezar a gastarme, boludo, pero bueno. El Android anda mal en la chata, o sea, el sistema de la chata, va, el sistema de un auto en realidad, no porque se llame chata. El Android hace que el mapa vaya trabado del GPS, entonces es una mierda, te perdés, o sea, mejor dice doblar y capaz vos ya pasaste. Y también, si quiero buscar, por ejemplo, en el celu una dirección, no puedo porque el Android te lo bloquea y no podés. Entonces, bueno, me compro un iPhone, básicamente, para la chata. Me piqué un poquito. El CarPlay anda muy bien. No se traba, podés usarlo. Podés poner la dirección en el celu. Ah, acá anda malo. Yo me digo, voy a comprar un Android tranca. Total, ese es para la chata, para dejarlo ahí. Pero bueno. Uno, dos para Yuri. 11 goles. Así que me compré un iPhone X para dejar en la chat también.
With a big 1v1 or 2v1 clutch, the kill in it. We're all tied up. Plenty of cash for both teams. They rebuy right back into it, but both teams now, that's everything they've got. So you lose this one, and that last round is going to be...
Con apuesta al mes, pará, ¿cómo 10k con apuesta al mes? Amigo. Ojalá. Gracias, Dardu.
They stick with the mid presence from K Serato to start things out. Torji, faster than Fallen. And a 5-on-4 for Mouse in a critical round.
Shuey receives a lot of damage. That grenade can finish him off, and it will.
Bien que hacer
It'll sink him. Shuey's had a nightmare here on Mirage. 4 and 17.
K Serato's been able to be aggressive in middle with impunity. Like, no one's really been able to shut him down, whether he's pushing or just playing a little bit more
Si te roban la
passive.
chata y vienen al ser, sí.
They've been able to keep track of Mouse in middle pretty much every single round, and now Cello's going to even push
Me
forward.
roban la chata, son
Know about the bomb.
una cantidad de celulares, pero...
Cello. It's his climb up, hits the headshot first, but Yimfat has the better weapon. Cello goes down, Mao's up a player.
Dale, Chelito, dale, Chelito, dale.
1 minute, but if Yimfat gets caught by Keserato, that would be the bomb.
That quad kill op round put a lot of confidence in Cello. His plays ever since then have all been like on the aggressive side of the spectrum. This one's punished even with the dink.
4-3.
It's clear to us now to look at Mao's and see they want to finish on this A bomb site. There's no one from Fury actually within the site itself. They're actually leaning more heavily towards the B side, but Keserato spots out exertion.
No se puede conectar Clarper con Bluetooth. ¿Se puede eso? Creo que es con cable.
They're going to have to realize soon that Mouse have taken the A site.
I think K Serato's going to take a little bit of a peek, but this is going to be such a hard card. Nice molly. But do they want to go for this retake? Remember, this is everything. It's a doable retake. It's a really tough call.
Rolling got damaged as well. It's unconfirmed damage, and Yuri picking
Pará, 3v2.
makes this call a little easier.
But look at the flank. Brolin making the round-winning play. If he can pull this off, does he have the patience? Does he have the timing?
Oh, el Brolin este está haciendo todo bien, eh. ¿No lo vio? No, bueno, Yuri está a otro level. Punto de mapa para Furia. El Emirates de Mouse.
Oh, that's a wonderful drawn-out round, and what's beautiful to see for Furia, it's KSCERATO and Yuri combining for all 5 kills. The 2 stars that have been in this organization for so long, stepping up where they need it most. This nade to open things up, even up the player count at 4, and sticking around in middle. He was never cleared out.
Encima pasa estaban los 3 por jungla aparte. Había uno que le iba a estar clavando seguro.
12-11. Mouse, the plant helps out so much.
Nunca falla KSCERATO. Siempre está ahí. Siempre está ahí. 2-0 para Furia. Quiere el tercer mapa. ¿Qué hay el tercero? Para la alegría de Neymar, que está en presencia. ¡Ahí está Neymar! ¡Mira Neymar! ¡Mira Neymar! ¡No lo puedo creer! Listo, le doy 10k a cada uno, dice Neymar.
With a performance you will want to forget and celebrations as we were able to push through to a third map this quarterfinal. Once again.
Una alegría para Neymar, man. Tercer mapa.
The crowd is celebrating, Neymar is celebrating, and Furia have something to celebrate with that.
Tremendo, boludo.
Performance. They were 10-5 down. It looked like down and out, but they fought their way back in.
Yeah, they did. That was a very tense game, a very much back and forth game. You thought it was over. You thought when Mouse were up 10-5, you think to yourself, it's done and dusted. Furia, they again got off to a good start, were competitive in the beginning of the game, won the pistol, converted, had a couple of good plays, and you think to yourself, okay, maybe we have a game on our hand. Then Mouse starts wrapping it up. They look like the better team. They get into the groove. They get aggressive, as you see JimFed doing right here as well. And I thought the game was over. And all of a sudden, the momentum changes once more. Yes. The aggression coming in from Cello in particular, a triple kill with the AWP, and then he was just pushing and pushing and pushing. It felt like Furia got to a point where they felt like, okay, listen, we have already lost the game, so at this point we may as well just play free, and all of a sudden they find themselves in a position where...
Tercer mapita, amigos.
I think that's a catalyst, right? When you feel like, listen, you know, keep doing what we're doing right now, we're going to get absolutely smashed on. And it is crazy. It defies logic, because just throw your mind back a couple of days prior. They got 0 rounds in the first half on the CT side against Na'Vi, and arguably I think Mouse's T side is actually better than Na'Vi's on this map. And then it just wake up, and I want to give credit where it's due. We spoke about KSCERATO completely disappearing off the server in the first map. Here, admit, he was taking matters into his own hands. Number 1. Number 2, Cello, as you pointed out as well. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the double ops.
¿Puedo ingresar a iClub en 2 segundos diferentes?
He was getting in their faces, winning rounds single-handedly, and I want to give flowers to the professor himself.
iClub.com, ¿no?
AWP, he was getting just one on that comeback trade. Yeah. Every round was getting at the minimum 1 or maybe 2 kills, but it were huge impact kills. Outdueling Torshi, and he was finding kills everywhere. We talk about having a mobile opera in the server and how impactful that can be on a map like Mirage, and he showcased a masterclass on that.
Part of the story is also Shuhei. We cannot dive away from the fact that he was honestly not on the server. The calling itself was not too bad. I think he still was in the game. He was still putting himself in the center of the map. He was trying to create space, but in terms of the fracking department, having a productivity on the server, he was nowhere to be found on the server whatsoever. I don't want to point fingers at him and saying it's his fault, but when you're playing 4v5, which essentially was the case for the vast majority of this map, then it's very hard for a team like Mouse to stop a comeback coming in from Furia.
And also, it's got to be very hard for him to call when he's suffering himself like that, right? You feel like you can't get anything done. Do you think you're starting to hit a mental block?
Yeah, and I think that the only reason why we are so comfortable mentioning that is that it doesn't happen that often for sure. No. Right? We speak about him as being the biggest in-game leading talent right now. I think there's a lot of teams out there that would love to sign Shuhei for the team for the future. So make no mistake, he's a fantastic player. He's a fantastic in-game leader. But this game, he was shitting the bed.
And speaking of not shitting the bed would be Furia, because one thing I really liked on that CD side of the comeback, when in the comeback train, you have the player advantages. For example, you can be forgiven on the CD side for turtling up, playing 2-2 on the bomb sides, playing safe, but we didn't have that from the side of Fury. So Cello, KSCERATO, for example, pushing top mid, keeping map control, getting information. So whenever Mouse are going in for the final plays with 20-30 seconds remaining on the clock. They're walking into perfect crossfires. And Furia, even the retake, the 3v3 retake as well, clinical, so aware. We saw the flank coming in from Broland from CT. I believe it was round number 23. Yuri was lying in wait. They seem so composed, and this was shades of that Furia T-side we were praising on Nuke. Yeah, we finally got on a different map. This is a fantastic comeback from the Brazilians.
I want to touch on one thing you guys were saying is that, okay, it felt like when Furia were down and out, they changed up how they wanted to play. They played a bit more freely. Do you think that's something they need to carry into the third and final map?
I think they do. It can be difficult, right? Because you want to win in your own ways. You want to dictate the game, obviously. You want to stick to a game plan. But I also do think we are having with a matchup where Furia are the big underdog, right? Mouse are supposed to be the better team. They have the
Inferno!
synergy. They've been together for longer. Maybe even the better players on average over the course. So if you're Furia, you got to find a way to win the game. You got to change up a little bit. But as a team, you'll never walk into a game and be like, listen, we're going to throw out everything. We're not going to play our own game. Let's just try to run around and see what happens. Because obviously Furia have the self-understanding that surely they can beat Mouse. Surely they can play on their level. But at a certain point, I think we got to see it on Mirage when they freed themselves up, when they allowed Cello to just go absolute nuclear. When Queserado stepped into the game as well, you gave him praises for good reason.
Ti dà il peso no, Navi cosa potete?
5 and 13 scoreline. He was about to have one of the worst series I've ever seen Queserado have in his entire life. And then he shows up, and then Furia starts winning. So big part of the reason was also Queserado joining the server.
And you guys touched on it, right? It's not often we see him have that kind of a bad map, but when he does, you know he can fire back into it as well. He's going to obviously be a key piece that they need to see hit that coming into it. But do you feel like they need to carry some of this mental strength and this mental momentum they've got going into this third map? Because they were a lot more hyped up this time.
I feel like if you're gonna look at the bigger picture when it comes to mentality, so to speak, right? Especially
Se pica.
with the crowd in front of you, Furia have fallen. They have the tenure there, right? Sure,
Locura, tercer mapa.
Not Cello, for example, but K-Star has been around for quite a while alongside Yuri as well. And for Mouse, we've spoken about the mentality. When the pressure is really on, when it's heading into a game where they should be winning, it can crumble. So yeah, Furia right now, even though I still feel Mouse should take map number 3. Speaking of map number 3, by the way, again for Furia, I've only seen them play 2 maps. It's only Nuke and Mirage, so it is completely uncharted territory we're going to be entering into. But then again, that could be a weapon for Furia because Mouse don't know what to expect from this new lineup.
What do you expect from Mouse coming into this third map, though, Pim?
I expect to see them bounce back. I expect to see Mouse being the more mature team. I expect them to be winning the map first and foremost, winning the series. I will say, though, that I have this inkling feeling that sometimes Mouse are their worst own enemy. I feel like the way they play Counter-Strike is solid. It's
No sé, el pick. No, yo. No sé qué se
they
juega.
have so much tenacity on the server. When it's working, when it's freed up, sort of, when there's no cramps within the team, it looks so beautiful. But I do have that inkling feeling that sometimes they are their worst own enemy. They get to themselves, they play a little bit, I would say, hindered in the way that maybe they're not going for the place they want to go
Pero
for.
se va a picar, Tercer mapa y después Navi Face. A la serie tarde juega Crew contra Bestia, Thunderpeak.
And I will say that if they get back to the regular level, then Furia is going to have a tough time. I think the final round of that map was also very telling as well. You saw the way the pin just fell for Mouse, right? All the individuals just getting picked apart. And you could see all the individual. It felt like we didn't see the Mouse you're used to seeing. We saw people just going in for a play, trying to win the round single-handedly. We saw Exotion pushing in, Jimpat pushing in. Not the way we usually see Mouse play, where they work together as a unit, so to speak. So you can see the
Esa musiquita, amigo, estamos con el stream
ahí.
Estamos chill, la verdad. Tipo, me lío con muchas cosas.
If there was ever, if the stars ever aligned for Furia to pull off this upset, it's going to be on this one.
Given it's Inferno, I think it's going to be tough for Furia. It's a map that, historically speaking, they haven't had a lot of success on. Sure. It's a map where I feel like Mouse are, as you said, we haven't seen it much, but it's one of those maps that allows for a lot of movement on the server. You can roam around, you can be aggressive towards Banana, you can take apartments, and I think, specifically for the I guess the Mouse players and how they like to approach.
Carlos Hater, tenista argentino.
Probably a map that favors them a little bit more.
Tiene que puta
Again, we
pedir.
came into this matchup saying that the map pool for Furia would be the biggest problem, and I think heading into the third map, that's still the case. We've seen the individuals can be up to par with Mouse, but in terms of team play synergy, maybe we need to give Furia just a little more time before we can allow ourselves to expect them to be the team like Mouse.
Lo tiene que puto pedir, papá.
Bigger stages and suffering. Surely here that shouldn't be a problem.
It should be a problem.
Are we worried?
But there's a tiny little crowd over there, but also they are heavily favored.
Very much, yeah.
And also there's Neymar sitting there.
I was just about to say, whenever Mouse is losing around, they can look up into the stands and Neymar is just waving a shirt, and going absolutely crazy over there. So I don't know about this.
Imagine you're a Mouse player and you're a fan of Neymar and your hero is just cheering against you.
Listen, maybe they like Messi more. I don't know, but right now we're in a scenario where I think Neymar is the 6th player on the server.
But is that a factor though? Is Mal should be worried about?
No, absolutely not.
Listen, honestly, in all honesty, no. It sounds ridiculous to even bring it up. It sounds ridiculous to even talk about it. But let's not forget that the Mouse players are what, 20 years of age, 21 years of age, and they are playing a big game right now. If anything, I think Neymar's presence is more a plus for Furia. I think they want to do him proud. They want to do well, and they're motivated to do well when he's in the stands.
I agree with you, but again, I'm holding up Mouse to very high expectations. Yeah. Right? We've seen what they've done the last season. We've seen what they've done the past 1 year with Brolan coming in as well since the beginning of this year. You see they won a couple of events. They won the Bedroom Dasha event. They won EPL as well. And then you look at they've actually had very few losses, actually, and all the losses they've had have primarily been to the likes of the phases and the G2s and elimination games and arena matchups. Heading to this matchup, if they lose this one, if they choke this one, it's gonna be a bit of a pretty red mark.
I think that's the thing with Mouse, right? We can't call them group stage warriors at this point, but I think most of their losses obviously are coming against some of the best teams in the world, and it does happen in the playoffs, right? So we have seen
Furia is not the best team in the world right now,
no,
right?
That's the
point.
Issue, but we do find ourselves in the playoffs. So if I'm Mouse right now, I again, as I said, I expect him to come back. I expect him to win this game, but we need to be a little bit careful with ruling out the chances of Furia. I think so far in this tournament, they played way, way better than we could have expected. I think the anticipation for Furia coming into this tournament weren't high. As for Mouse, please play better.
And in terms of playing better, how important is it for them to get off to a good start? Because in both maps, it's been Furious starting off strong.
Yeah, the Pistols have been going the way of Furia, and we've seen that tendency not only today, we saw it yesterday on Nuke as well. So I think for Mouse to get off to a good start, win the Pistol, and maybe shut down that potential momentum from Furia would be a big win condition.
And also for Furia, the fact that they started to tease out of Mirage, which is something we alluded to as well, got the momentum going for them and really helped out. But I won't lie, that CD side was an absolute surprise for me. Yeah. I'll just put it out there. This Inferno, it's going to be messy. It's going to be ugly, but it's going to be fun. We saw that in the Mongols game as well earlier on. So, yeah, this is going to be fun.
Well, I'm looking forward to all the fun and all the action taking place, but it's going to be after this break. We've gone to a third map. We didn't think it was possible, but now Furia have a chance. Let's see who's going to grab the win.
Tercer mapita, amigos, ¿eh? ¿Se pica o no más esto? Se picó y no joda.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic?
Dios, esta mierda, boludo.
On a Sony.
Estoy eliminando todas las cosas del pantalla.
So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Pa. Tercer mapita ya. En minutos, amigos. Se pica.
We had a pretty good break before this tournament. We had around a month off without playing.
Se pica Nola.
Coming into this tournament, we already boot camped at our new facility. It was a good experience, and also I think the practice was pretty efficient. I would say that I was pretty happily surprised with my team how
Puede ser,
to get into shape from such a break. Maybe we don't have a written objective as to what we want to do here, but definitely inside we know that we want to do better than the first half of the year, and that is going to be our goal. I think with signing Brolan fully now as our player, we kind of maybe completed the puzzle in a way, although we already did feel that whenever he was even here for just a loan. Personally, I believe that we've never really had a major issue with communication in our team, despite us being an international roster. The language barrier is not there as much as it would be in other teams. I definitely like the direction that Valve may be going. Right now we have like 3 maps that are pretty new, or for example Dust 2 is new to us, or it's now back in the active map pool. I was actually pretty surprised with EWC. I think there's a lot of benefits coming to us players or the esports scene in general from them. One being is that they are helping organizations come into the scene with not only Counter but also other teams or other teams in the esports. So that is really nice to see, and having, or your organization having more teams, it just includes a lot more players, and it builds the esports in general, so there's a lot more players involved. That is really nice to see, that you don't only have Counter-Strike as an event. And in terms of the event itself,
Furia, tercer mapa, loco.
Creating or going the right direction as well, like as an example with the trophy. It's very unique and you don't really see it anywhere else. So I'm really happy about things like this, that we're trying to change things up, and it is going in a positive direction. So to me, there has been a lot of positive influence coming from EWC so far.
Furia's road at the Esports World Cup looked like it had come to an end. Mouse were up very
Furia
on Mirage, and they were able to come back into that Furia. It's impressive, it's incredible, Jason, and now they have a chance to win it.
Yeah, the Furia response on defense, you can't take anything away from that. That's
bueno, sí, el tercer mapa, amigos.
It was 5-10 at one point, and they blew it all the way back to take it in regulation and force this third map.
Se viene el tercer mapita de esta serie, cuartos de finales. Con la presencia de Neymar, podrá pasar a la serie finales Furia.
With Skulls inside the lineup, so if you're Mouse, you've been able to look at their nuke, you've been able to look at the Mirage. They played both of those earlier. Haven't been able to see their Inferno yet.
Yeah, none of us have. So we're all looking forward to seeing what Furia have to offer on Inferno. They're going to be starting on the T side. And Mouse here on the defense. Torsi going for that mid pick early, not spotting too much. But he has indeed been spotted. He'll see a few players coming up through second middle.
Yeah, nothing real you can take away from that. That's pretty standard, just seeing someone jump across to see
Arranca la pista, amigos.
how fast the team might be moving up alt mid.
Gracias,
Indo. Just getting in
Medio que
position,
defiende,
looking
no,
for aggression, looking
para.
for pushes. Nothing seen, so now they descend.
Ya se paró Messi, loco. Te
Descend
recabió.
towards middle. Group up. They've got 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs for an execute. And 4 Mouse players to defend.
Smoke it long, and a follow-up towards Modo.
A ver.
Charging in. It's a full execute inside of the
Chelo.
side right now, and Chelo's just trying to stream forward and
Mira
spot
vos.
someone. He's
Bien,
active
profe.
with distraction. He's drawing a few of the crosshairs.
Se prendió fuera las veretas, Se prendió fuera las veretas. No, cool, mató compañero.
Come in and finally get a couple of kills back here for Mouse. Skulls even takes his own teammate down in all the chaos and confusion, and Casterado cannot pull off a wonderful, heroic clutch. So it will end up being a Mouse pistol.
Yeah, Mouse just make the perfect read, the perfect timing on that rotation. Bring in that fourth player over, and once they see the smoke streaming up, a third player steps into the bomb site. So just a beautiful stack. One pit, one at the missile boxes, one behind the default boxes, and it's just so hard to break your way into that if you're Furia. Cello looks left instead of right. Basically a 50-50 guess, and it's kind of all done from there. No access. And pistol rounds have, especially T-pistol rounds, have been a big luxury for Furia. They won it on Nuke, they won it on Mirage, and that was able to get them out to some decent starts on both those maps. They don't have that here on Inferno.
Inferno. La pistolita. Uno por uno. Bueno. Farmeo cero, tío.
All 5 kills for Exertion. That is a speedy ace against pistols.
Yeah, we take that. A speedy ace and a very valuable ace. He gets a lot of bonus money on that MP9. He can drop plenty of weapons moving forward. In fact, he just drops the AWP straight up to Torji. Noah Bai is coming in this round. So shout out to Exertion for the good performance and now setting up their star opper. Nice, easy cleanup. Good placement of the nade. Maybe a little bit too deep, but the MP9 does all the work at the end. 2-0.
Furia finally get the rifles out. It's going to be a couple of Galils in there, the 3 AKs. And they're going to be fighting through Banana. Cacerado jumps up on top of the logs, hoping that vantage point will allow him the opening kill, but
Cacerado.
back and it now settles down as Miles have won the initial skirmish for Banana control.
Ronda número 3, amigos.
Deep smokes. Mouse want to keep control of Banana as much as possible, especially allowing the MP9 to go up into a more aggressive position.
Cacerado
hits a stunner.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's Exertion down. He had the weaker weapon. Did a lot of damage to Cacerado.
And it's a ton of utility used by the defense at the B bomb site, and I think that's part of the reason why we're just seeing them evacuate. They have no more smokes, no more nades, nothing stockpiled, no Molotovs, and they just say, we straight up, with an MP9 and a FAMAS, we really can't hold on to this site. So if Furia comes here, we just have to save and replenish utility into the next round.
And they are going to go into the B bomb site. Smoke goes in for the CT cross. And the only player here is Shuate. He's sitting inside of that CT smoke. But there is a couple of players now starting to push up towards top middle, but I think the strength of that AWP should scare them into the B plate, and they will go towards that opposite side of the map now. Shuai, remember, still in that CT smoke. The bomb is now crossing over.
Bien,
Shuai
profe.
gets caught by Fallen as the smoke fades away. Now they've got to plant the bomb.
Bien, profe, querido.
So, these Mouse players, will they be entitled
Primero voy para Furia,
this retake attempt?
No, you're not.
Anda a guardar, Mouse, anda a guardar. Mouse, ¿dónde querés ir? ¿Dónde mierda querés ir? A ver, explícame.
But yeah, without that kill from the op early on, there's no point. There's no point. The percentage chance of retaking this bomb site is so small.
¿Dónde mierda
So save your
querés ir?
weapons. Furia on the board early. And because of that dropped AWP from Exertion in the previous round, Torji's got plenty of money to pass an M4 back over, return the favor. So another full buy for Mouse as these two teams jockey for early control of the economy.
The difference was in that second half of Mirage was the fact that Cacerado was actually shooting. You know, he wasn't there on Nuke. He wasn't there for the first half of Mirage. As soon as Cacerado started finding impact, Furia started winning rounds, and it's hopefully going to continue here. It's an early sign that Cacerado is going to be doing some decent work towards Banana on that entry, but he must perform here if you are going to take Inferno.
I mean, the Furia capitulation on Nuke and then the comeback on Mirage is a perfect example of how different this team is and how much more dangerous they are when Cacerado's playing like that, finding his impact. You need to have it if you're Furia.
Here he comes again. He is going to be a threat round after round towards B. He rounds that half wall to see nobody on the other side. Utility forces Mouse back, but they want to come and reclaim what they lost. Flashes up, it's effective. Yuri blinded, taken off the top.
Raro el pelo flash.
They get out of there now, set up the AWP instead. Fallen walks right into it. And Furia not.
Ale, no nos quedemos, man.
Now, you got decent control of Banana pretty early on and a good exchange of utility, but Yuri just sticking to that fight while blind instead of dropping off really put them in a rough spot. And obviously, Torji's op undiscovered until Fallen slides into the scope. Skull's going to try and be the creator for Furia. Peek up towards mid, a little bit of utility, see if he can get anything. But nobody from Mouse is peeking. In a 5-on-3, playing it smart, playing it conservative, making sure Furia have to commit if they want to find a frag.
Torzy. Smoke will block his vision. Put out by his own team. 25 seconds, and that smoke is holding Furia back. They've got to break it open. They've got to attack in towards this. Xerxin taken away by Cello. Towards the back of the bomb site, using a slim pillar as effective cover. And he'll go to the pistol to try and finish off Cacerado, but it's not effective enough. Time is of the essence. 10 seconds left in this round. Cacerado picks that bomb up and now sprints to place it on the site. Going through the smoke.
Flash. ¡Claro! Listo. No.
Bigger clutch back. That round was all over the place, but it's Mouse that come out on top.
It felt like that flash play was genius. It felt like that should have just ended the round. Skulls somehow keeping control, but old Jimpat, man, what a beast he was on map 1, and this is big impact in map 3.
Doesn't even look like it bothered him whatsoever. He just looks like he's at the same level of composure. Just coming in, staying cool under the pressure and selecting both targets very quickly.
Oh, Skulls is going to wish he had had that fight back to land that shot. He had some chances. Low HP on Cacerado and Skulls. But yeah, I mean, that felt like it was out of reach for Furia. So on some level, even losing that, you're like, yep, you know what? Fair play. Good try. And Cacerado again is going to find the entrance in Banana.
Xerxin's having a nightmare against Cacerado at the moment.
Qué lástima, boludo.
That is one way to get Furia the player advantage. And there will be some pressure applied towards top mid. Yimfat just pieced through Boiler.
With no chance of a rebuttal. Shuhei with an MP9. Jimpat, does he want to swing out? Oh, good work. Fine work with the SMG.
Yimfat now looking to finish off the job. His in-game leader started. Yuri is going to slip behind that smoke at top mid and get back to safety behind the walls. And there's still time left for Furia to make something of this, and it is Cacerado and Yuri, often referred to as the fangs of Furia, but they don't have a lot of ground here.
Si está Cacerato, hay chances,
Really do at the moment.
Si está Cacerato vivo.
Going for, I think at the moment they're just looking for where the information is gonna come from, and it's coming from behind Yuri. Towards middle, can't connect it. Wasn't fully prepared. There's even a second player who got a little bit deeper. So Cacerado now 1v3.
Y ahora complicado, 1v3.
And he will not expect Jimpat coming around to his left. Easy kill.
And Yimfat's able to come around that corner and knock him down and give a 4th round over to Maus. Now, Furia have played behind before. We've just seen it on Mirage. But they're going to feel like a couple of these first rounds of this half could have gone the other way.
They had that on Mirage too, though, and they were able to overcome it. And we had to praise them on that map for the tenacity and the conviction to stick in the game and make that comeback happen.
Yeah, but you don't have to do it too often in the series, but they are going to have to do it again here.
Le están dando vida a estos locos,
I think one of the bigger problems is the luxury they had on Mirage was winning that T-pistol and getting out to like a 3-round lead. And you had a little bit of a buffer. Without that, if this half continues to be dominated by Mouse, it's going to be really hard to scrape even the 5 rounds they got on Mirage. It's going to be really hard to give yourself a chance to come back in the second half.
They're trying to apply pressure to beat and get a ball.
Salió volando el cono. Gracias, Rama.
Looks like that opportunity is now gone away. As the window is closed by utility, Furia locked in Banana.
Jimfat.
And Yimfat very quick to take out Skulls. He's close to finding the second net. Fallen's down on 1 HP. And Yimfat decides to take some cover and start taking these fights at long range. And that's
y para ese glitch igual.
With the superior weapon. Somehow Fallen survives in 1 HP and actually wins that fight with a P250. Another one for Fallen. Okay, Fallen. Finally he's taken out
Fallen.
Yeah, you love that though if you're Fallen. Give me those fights all day long. A little bit lucky on the swing through the smoke, just spamming into it and gets a fortunate dink, but that's economy taken away. Op is recovered from Mouse. And a timeout called by Furia early, as they want to make sure they don't get into too deep of a hole before they really get started. So a conversation on what adjustments they can make to start finding some success.
Partido en pausa. Táctica timeout.
Taken for Furia.
Full VIP ahí arriba.
Tense times now for the Brazilians. There's no fallback. Going to start picking up round 2 in this first half.
Ronda número 7.
And they have been finding success in Banana quite consistently with Kestrada, so I'd imagine that won't stop. They'll keep trying to get something out of that.
Igual sí han cambiado la cara bastante lo de Furia. Por lo menos este torneo.
Kestrada and Yuri.
Los 2-1 estuvieron bien. Y le sacaron más a Mouse, no es poco tampoco. ¿A Nai lo conociste? No.
Banana clouded with smokes.
Can he hold this angle? How does Fury decide to approach it? A flashbang drop to the left. Do they just swing? It's just a swing, and Torji can't flick fast enough.
Tiró un flicazo.
Receives a lot of damage. Torji not re-peeking, but not changing his position.
But that's a good change-up from Furia. Instead of kind of emphasizing taking Banana control first, they've taken Hull's control first, and now they come towards Banana, and that utility just wrecks Exertion's vision.
Another head-to-head duel gone the way
Dale.
Exertion, and that opens up space towards this B-bomb side. It puts Brolin under a lot of pressure towards the back of the bomb side itself, and he's dancing with the foul.
Toma, Brolin, uno más. No, está en coma.
Until Shui finally arrives. Plays from Coffins, looking to put Furia players in. He's done well. Another kill this time on Kestrada. 40 seconds remaining, and Skulls is pushed out through middle. He's calling for his teammate to come back because A-site will soon be
Nadie, Skulls, nadie.
A beautiful play from Skulls. He was the one who forced back the AWPer earlier and stuck around at the A bomb site when all of Mouse was shifting over. He found plenty of space to make a play. Open up plan B.
Well, they haven't cleared pit yet, but they have to commit on default. Torzi had a small chance to try and deny that bomb from passing safely, but it's gone now.
You have to send Shuhei first, because this AWP doesn't want to commit unless there's a real chance at winning the clutch.
There's only one piece of utility, and it's a flashbang in the hands of Torzi. So Shuei's going to go contact, and now the peak comes out. Bullet confirms that they're now moving forward. This allows Skulls to activate from the graveyard, but the bullet's not landing until that headshot. And now the Glock is pulled, time ticking, and Torzi has no... He nearly gives it up, though. He nearly gives it up, and Skulls, it's a risky play, but it has paid off.
Lo apagó.
A swing to the headshot, and a massive round from Skulls.
I like the Molotov out of the bomb for no good reason. Just like, I'll just throw it out there just in case.
It was the idea he had initially, and this Ralph just keep going with it.
Good job from Furia, and as I mentioned, that's all Skulls. Forcing back the AWPer and then making the play that allows Furia to back away from this disaster at the B.
Lo que le costó a Skulls iban a matar a ese, boludo.
Se le murió el profe Fallen. And Furia's got 2. It's a Mouse timeout as their money starts to run low.
Buen player, obvio.
And this is the first time out for Mouse. They haven't needed one. Finally, Furia have forced it out of them.
And this also, I mean, it also goes back to like the Fallen kills of the P250 just a couple of rounds ago in like garbage time. Finding 2 extra kills, 1 pushing down mid, 1 jumping through smoke as well, forcing those rebuys. And all of a sudden you look at this and Mouse is like, oh, we would like to have 1 more M4. That'd be a good luxury. But it was taken away previously by a little bit over-aggressive hunts, let's call it.
Mistakes, another one. Hey, okay, Torzi right through the mid-smoke. AWP comes in, and Yuri gone. So that's a good opener here for Mouse to play with. And they'll take everything they can get looking at the counter purchase they've got here.
Sólido el Torzi. Primera kill importante. Important first kill.
I've liked his game in this series so far, Torji. Mixing in a lot of these aggressive peaks from time to time. Not overdoing it, but just throwing them out in surprise, especially rounds like this with the weaker weapons where you need to find a little bit of an advantage somewhere. And the AWPer keeps providing for Mouse.
Okay, Serrano, they line up. He does damage on a 2, but Torji with another kill here for the Mouse defense.
That's through Exertion's leg. He's brought down to 4. They got to hustle back, though.
They've got the info, though, that Fury, that AWP has rotated to the other side of the map, so they sense a time to go into this A play. Is it going to work out for them? Yimfat takes a few steps back. He gets a kill and does damage onto the second player out of the balcony, and that rotation is now arriving from the B-bomb site. It is going to become so much more difficult for Furia because they still have to deal with Shuhei, who's sitting inside of the site, elevated on the box, and Brolin on the rotation from B
Estaban
secures the
agachados ya.
final kill. That is all Torsi in the early rounds, and the rest of Mouse close it.
The pick, the kill on K-Serrato and Banana, and then seeing Banana is clear. Doesn't matter that the op's on the other side of the map if you still got plenty of A defenders who know exactly what's coming at their position. Really good bounce back from Mouse in a low economy round.
And now Furia once again, that old familiar sting of having to go to pistols.
En el Altera, señor Arena, Altera mandamos porno. Nos medimos la pija en Altera.
They've got full Banana control, full control right now for Mouse, and they'll re-smoke it. Just running the time down further and further.
Pistolita en Furia.
Smoke to clear so they can actually try and make an attack happen, and unfortunately,
a smoke pull.
Yeah, that was an important piece of utility that's no longer available, and now it's all set up for a
Se le está yendo el mapa, tío,
Exertion and Brolin let nobody pass. A 5-round lead for
¿Intenta la
Mouse.
idea? No.
And this is the problem when you're a new roster and you're going up against one of the best squads in the world. Even if you do pull a big comeback on Mirage, you bring it to map 3, you still got to play map 3 against one of those top squads, and we're seeing Mouse become quite comfortable with the beginning of this half. 7 rounds already collected, and plenty of opportunities to now extend that as well. Torji confident to peek down mid with a sniper.
All of Furia's openings have been pretty patient, pretty relaxed. Outside of a couple opening kills from K-Serrato over in Banana, they've been content to just kind of sit back and let these initial salvos of utility from Mouse
25 goles, 9-7 amigos. Hoy, 6 de la tarde. También va a jugar Bestia Crew, vamos a estar viéndolo. Y después esto Navi Face.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. Quickly, Brolin gets that kill back. He's looking to just try and make sure that no one from Furia feels emboldened enough to push through that. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, Furia, though, they're not together at the moment. There's no ability to kind of punish anything, so they're going to be content to let those smokes fade at the base of Banana and let Mouse start considering the fact that it's possible they can move up and take that control. Utility out towards Rap side. Skulls encroaching.
Ronda crucial para Furia, si no pillan esta.
A fingertip away from being spotted. And because they've been patient with this, Brolin's rotated back to the B bomb site. He was covering this play from Furia. So Rap side's available by the time this smoke clears. Tough defense for Torji and Jimpat.
Yuri heads down to 39 health.
This is the bomb.
In fact, can find the bomb on Fallen, and Fallen, oh, he baits those shots out of him. He's trying to keep him in an awkward fight, and Fallen schools him. Towards in the middle of the site, though, brings out that off, and strikes to 2 with impunity, and with 10 seconds left, it is now Skulls down to default to try and save his team. A 3rd round on the line here for Furia. If Skulls can collect it, and he's got Brolin, it's just Shuei on the other side. And Skulls gets out of that.
Don't overthink
Tiene
it.
defuse here.
He won't. It is going to be Shuei sticking it. Is Skulls going to peek? Is he going to go for it? Shuei holds it all the way, but
Linda
Skulls
ronda.
will deny him. It's a 3rd round for Furia, and his new home is comfortable.
He didn't have the timing. He realized it right when he was trying to make the decision if he wanted to wrap through
Linda
halls
ronda.
and change his position. Realized he didn't have the time. Shuei could have stuck it. And that's 2 clutches in this map for Skulls. Very aggressive run-in from Brolin on his low NHP. No way for Shuei to trade or build upon that kind of a play. And Furia might have found an avenue back into this map. If they win this round, Mouse is out of money. And that's their chance to close the gap.
There's Yimfat starting things off with an SMG again. He's 10-4 right now.
Ya arranca uno menos, boludo.
Spotted with an MP9. Mouse up a player. Once again, Fury must play with a 4v5.
With KSCERATO damaged and Torzy peeking in middle, it is starting to look increasingly unlikely that Furia will be able to fight in this round. Their last-ditch effort is towards the B-bomb site, where they must challenge Exertion and Brolin, who are playing in a passive setup designed to delay, and it's worked out pretty well. Exertion's got a second kill through the smoke, and
Cómo le cuesta dar una ronda y después la otra la tiran como si fuera, no sé, boludo.
I don't think he's going to be able to do too much, and Torzy's able to clear him out with that AWP. So an 8th round for Mouse.
Torzy's been a beast on this third map on Inferno. He's got 10 kills right now, being led by Exertion with 11, but Torzy's AWP, just whether it's picks, whether it's these mid rounds, he's sliding into angles very assertively, and he's tracking Furia all the way around the map. That last hit, 3 players trying to enter the B-bomb site, there's no strength in that hit. Torzy's ripped it all away from them.
Is quick this time from
8-3.
Banana, but a lot of grenade damage being done, and that makes it easier for a couple of stray bullets to remove skulls. And they're just bashing their heads against the banana wall, and it works out for
Yuri,
Yuri,
que mata a Sardi 1 por 1.
Just getting pounded through the smoke, and this fight in the apartments could go
Y Chelo está flojo,
and a pair of headshots
Traigan a Luken
collected with
por
ease.
Chelo.
The young Finn does not stop, and this last round of the half is comfortably in favor of Mouse.
That's so nasty. Jimfat is so good. That's the bomb. It's the bomb as well. Yuri and KSCERATO are going to have to try and pick it up. They're going to go for this round, as you mentioned, last round of the half. But they don't have the HP to get through this.
No, they do not. What a start to the half it was for KSCERATO, though. He felt like he was winning almost all of those banana fights against Exertion, but
they struggled to capitalize on him. They lost both rounds. He got the opening kill in the early going onto Exertion.
And Exertion started playing much better towards banana, too, and started winning a lot of those duels as the half went on. And now the half will come to a close as he, in fact, gets his 13th kill. He might close it with 14 here as he gets that final on KSCERATO. What a strong half for Mouse as they lead the way 9-3 over Furia on Inferno, their third and deciding map of the quarterfinal.
Bueno.
Ready, set, go.
Ready.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
¡Oh! ¡Ay, boludo!
Furia need a comeback just like they had on Mirage if they want a chance against to Inferno. It's 9-3 for Mouse. And Furia now facing elimination here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, an even harder comeback is going to have to be in store for them. Down 3-9. They came back from 5-10 on Mirage. And they've got to start with this pistol round right here. Otherwise, Mouse is going to have way too much of a lead. That first half was such a playground for Mouse. Furia struggled to find openings. It was KSCERATO who had 4 openings. The rest of his team had 0 combined. He was the only one finding impact in the early going of the rounds.
Well, once the CT side that they were able to mount that.
Furia necesita despertar, Chelo. Chelo.
On the double.
Yeah, nice.
Fala dele.
Burning exertion out of his position, trying to just get a foothold in Banana, but denied to him. And Chelo's dualies, oh, he gets it right at the end. Out of bullets, but here's the Palace play. Unfortunately, the bombs dropped in Banana, so this can't really have any impact. Furia's more than happy if you have the A-bomb site at this point in the round.
Yeah, they're going to have to get their steps up here for Malz. Yimfat and Brolin slowly making their way through the A site, but that bomb is comfortably in control of Furia. It is almost surely locked in now that Furia will pick up the pistol. You set it back on Mirage. You said it had to take the first step of a long road. And this looks like the first step now of Inferno. Yimfat, good headshot. There's still a player at T-Stars, and that's Yuri. Good shot back from Brolin.
No troll, man.
This is a 1v2 for Brolin. He's got some time, and they're separated here. They're not together. He gets across the first problem, and now he has a chance on Skulls. How does Brolin play this?
Ay, Dios.
He now gets into the middle of Banana, takes a reload, makes sure he maximizes the amount of bullets left for him. And Skulls is actually taking steps back into the B-bomb site. They're running that clock down. If he takes this fight against Yuri and wins it, he's got an open A site to run to. He's got 20 seconds. He's made it up middle. Yuri's going to be chasing him down, and he's keeping him pinned. 15 seconds. Brolin realizes the time is of the essence.
Oh!
A bomb plant would be massive considering this scenario. That'll get extra cash to Mouse for the next at least. But Brolin just about getting the bomb down and then denied any safety from Yuri.
Yeah, he wasn't sure if Skulls might have fallen all the way back through CT spawn. Can't really plant in the open at the A-bomb, or at the A-bomb site, excuse me. That's not a bad
Realmente sí, no es como antes, pero bueno.
Even getting the bomb planted is quite a nice victory considering.
O sea, no es como antes que plantaba y ya tenía un full buy. Ahora.
Really good headshots coming out at the end to make that round dangerous.
Podés forzar, pero no es el mismo forzado de
But
antes.
that's the exact start Furia needed. With the plants, however, a buy comes in. So a lot of danger in this second round. 3 Galils, 2 upgraded pistols.
Antes podés sacar 4 Galil, poner. Ahora 3 Galil, no mucha lata tampoco. De todas maneras, el plan claramente le sirvió. A nada. Unique Hit. Entre con el link referido, amigos. Creo que la página está bloqueada sin el link referido. Código 4GX o 1X4G.
There's no reason to get any kind of a spam battle in Banana if you're Malz. No reason to stick to it and extend that. Already had enough of a disadvantage as it is. No reason to play that game. Back towards middle we go.
Flash is going to allow these Malz players to burst through top mid. And no one is here to stop it for Furia. They're playing quite passive, one in the pit, one on the site. Xerxin has seen that site player and now looks to try and deal with a pit threat. Yimfat just goes flying off the balcony. Yuri's out of bullets, but so is his opponent. Xerxin goes down. Yuri delivers 2 before finally being put in the ground by Torzi. But another bomb plant secured here for Malz. And this time it's a 2 versus 3 post plant, and they can actually play it. This could go in favor of Malz.
Yeah, especially with Torji's position. That's a nice nade. Oh! Steps right into the 1-tap, and yeah, now it's real doable.
Now the pressure's on Furia. They have no kits. No kits on either of these 2 players. They've got to move quite swiftly, and they've got to deal with Torji in pit, and his position is powerful, as is he.
And with Keserado's step backwards, it is a sign that this one is over. He has no kit, no time, and no chance. It is 10 rounds for Mouse. Bomb plant from Brolin in the pistol allows them to have Galils, and Mouse
dio su fruto el plan de la bomba.
Loss and reach 10.
I mean, I'll just this is give credit to the Jimmy. Give credit to Jim Fat over in Pit, what he's able to do. Ooh, a little bit awkward. Excuse me, Yuri. Give credit to Yuri in Pit. My bad. That's a nice double kill. But the fact that at the end of the day, Torji having this kind of a position in Pit, holding them at bay that entire time, is so spectacular.
Second timeout being used up here for the side of Furia. Mao's now 3 rounds away from the semifinals here in Riyadh. The other semifinal is G2 versus Virtus Pro.
We still got one more coming tonight, one more quarterfinal tonight.
And it's a big one. Na'Vi versus FaZe. 2 absolute titans in the Counter-Strike world. And the winner of that will move on.
I don't know how you set up this round if you're Furia to fight back. You have the single.
Se le complica la vida a Furia,
When Mouse had their low buy rounds, they at least had an.
Se le complica la vida.
Aggressive to alleviate some of the pressure. I'm not sure what you do as Furia. Keserato gonna stay strong, stay aggressive, stay in position. Exertion and Shui take a lot of damage from the utility, but they've gained banana control, and Furia setting up for a banana retake.
Are they even going to be allowed to do it?
I think the flashbang's going to be past him, even if they do throw it. No, they won't. Shui lines him up. The transfer, and that's it. That's the knockout punch.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
So sick from Shui, that double headshot. He just cuts right through Furia. That's 11 rounds for Mouse. And this is a much better performance.
Amiguito, voy a aprovechar el cierre de este mapa, así gano tiempo, así llego a ver Night Face. Me voy a llevar lo que quise llevar antes, que fui y estaba cerrado. Cerraba a las 2 hasta las 3 y media, así que me recabió, así que tengo que ir de nuevo. Llevo eso y estoy para Navi Face que se pica. Y 18 horas vamos a ver Crew Bestie también, clásico por la Thunder Peak. Ya venimos con más contra amiguitos.
In his early days in this roster's history, it is hard to develop your map pool for the first event of the season. And the deeper you go in a best of 3 against one of the best sides in the world, the more difficult it will become.
Massive lead in terms of the scoreboard. Tactically outplaying Furia throughout this map. They have complete control of the economy. There's no reason Mouse should feel any pressure at this moment. That's so clean. It is so clean.
And now look what Furia have. They don't have much. There's a couple of pebbles. The Maos are about to get 12 rounds. The decision not to invest is a mentality that you will tell yourself you're playing for overtime.
So Mao's looking for trickery. That's the cause of this slow open. They have that foothold in Banana over at Logs. Exertion and Shui going to start pressing forward. But Mao's just making sure they don't get caught by any nade stacks, any kind of flash peaks. And Furia have no way to track them across the map or find out where they're headed.
Smoke deployed out, trying to delay this Mao's attack, but it is going to be disrespected. Shui's actually being double dinked. Keserato gets a dink off before Brolin's able to turn. Fallen's still alive at the back of the bomb site. Eventually he's taken out, but Cella's USP doing some work. And Fury actually doing more than expected, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Mouse struggled with that quite a bit. They're a little bit fortunate out of those armored 5.7s were over there. That could have gotten real spicy. Coming in for a flank up Banana, though, it looks like Yuri and Skulls, knowing they're going to buy in the next round, set up for some exits, try and scavenge some weapons. But the big story is Mao's having 8 rounds to win this series, move on to the semis. One Smooya fan in the audience.
Everywhere we go.
They're everywhere.
And they will now buy Furia. I heard the word comeback out there. Let's see if it is.
They don't have an AWP in play. They're going to be missing a little bit of utility on a couple players. It's not bad. They're going to be missing kits, certainly. But yeah, I mean, again, it's about talking about Furia is about putting in context some of the positive signs we've seen, some of the adaptations that Fallen is making as the in-game leader, especially on the T sides, a little bit more slower pace, a little bit more patient, a little bit more pauses in the mid-round to kind of collect yourselves and see where you want to attack and assess the situation. And some good results in the best of one. But once we've got into series play to start against Na'Vi and here against MOUZ, they haven't been able to get the job done.
Exertion winning behind the half wall. He's just spamming, but he's out of bullets. And Cello, oh, he's blinded. It would have been fantastic for Cello if he was able to get more out of that, but Fallen steps up in his stead. It's 2 kills for Fallen, and Furia not dead yet.
That was a little bit unhinged for MOUZ.
It was.
That was a little bit of an unhinged banana take.
Done, didn't they? Just blew the door off the hinges, hoping it was enough.
I think everyone is feeling like a little bit like, I got this Galil, let me just try something crazy. And poor Torji's like, well, I just invested in the AWP, and now I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, it's gone.
I can't do anything.
It goes to the M4 instead here. He's going to give it a go. They got money. They got money to burn.
Yeah, they'll be fine buying in the next round. But if you're Furia, the nice thing about Torji switching out to the M4 is it doesn't pass the free AWP over to Furia. So good call from Torji. Furia still without that weapon, and we saw in the first half how much of an impact it can have moving around the map and being a force to reckon with.
MOUZ with 1 more left to get. And go back up Banana again. This time Exertion hoping for a different result, and he certainly collects that. Caserado dead. Sees the second player. Cello taking damage. That grenade, it does not finish him off, but it drops him down to 30 HP. Good work from Exertion, and he stays alive to tell the tale, so he gets away. Yimfat.
Ooh, look at this off angle, though. Oh, the pop-up.
How has he done that?
He's too good.
How has he done that?
He's too good, man. That's so filthy. Now, Furia's made the right read for the moment. 3 players all shifted over. They've evacuated the B bomb site. They need to stack if they want any chance at winning this, and Skulls is going to start it off.
4v3. A good kill at least for Furia to pull back. Skulls needs to do more than that, and he certainly will do exactly that. Cello from short looks up on Yimfat. 2 low HP players from MOUZ. And Furia refusing to lose this one.
Really good round from Skulls, and it helps out, obviously, that the most aggressive player in that stack is a defender. So MOUZ never get the information that the stack is in place. No smoke, Torji's gonna have to challenge. But not even that is available to him. It's denied by the Furia smoke, and there he goes. Fallen finds that. They're up on 6, and now you can recover the AWP.
Fantastic work from Skulls. Halfway there.
Halfway there. Buckle up. Here we go. Back to pistols for MOUZ. A 5-on-3 advantage for MOUZ slips away. Good recovery from Furia to keep this series alive. But it doesn't feel like a comeback yet.
No, it does not. There's still many steps to take. And if they slip even slightly, it is over. The time in Riyadh will come to a close, and they will be out of the Esports World Cup. MOUZ taking control of the apartments. Only 2 players have upgraded their pistols. It's Exertion and Brolin. And the mob mentality might pay off.
The grouping up, overwhelming Yuri, and that rifle runs out of ammo.
And Yuri was the only one defending lane, so bomb plant is going to be here for Miles in a recovered weapon. It's a little bit dangerous.
Oh,
Cello goes down. Oh no, not like this. Don't let it slip away.
Oh, it really does not feel like a comeback now. Brolin inside of the site, M4 goes down, but it's Shuey with the weakest gun. The Glock still in his hands, but he sneaks in behind, but Cacerado, the sound of the crowd perhaps favoring him as he considers that flank, and he turns instantly to take out Shuey.
Okay, Furia get away with one there. They really do get away with one. That looked sketchy. 12-7. And I mean, if you're Furia, you're kind of like, all right, that was the one gimme. That's the one we get. Now we have to be on notice. A little bit of a sloppy fight boosted up from Yuri.
And that's a reminder of how difficult this is going to be. The fact that Miles can do this much with 2 upgraded pistols. They can get this close.
Well, I mean, you have 2 players doubled up on Rap side that are smoked off, that really all they can do is kind of spam and hope that they land their shots. Yuri being the only one boosted up means that bomb site's wide open for access, and then you start recovering guns and it gets weird, real weird. Lead cut to 5. But Mao's back with rifles.
The wise words of Pasha. And now we get into this one with Furia at least having fallen to AWP, and it's getting somewhat aggressive through Boiler, looking to apply pressure in the apartments. Brolin goes to the peak, missed shot from Fallen. The flash certainly helped in that, and Brolin takes him out, and now he's worried about a second player in the apartments, and he would be right to be worried because Yuri is here.
Yeah, with that pick, I mean, it forces Furia's defense to make a decision. They decide not to double rotate. It's just Skulls starting to come back. Cello and Cacerado stick over at the B bomb site. No indication this is anything more than typical Hulls control from Maus. But now they'll get that intel. Now the smoke starts streaming over, and the defense will be tested.
Yuri and Pit. Skulls playing from within the site, up on top of the box. Cello now coming in to help, and he has to help. He doesn't get anything out of it, and it's Skulls staying alive inside of the site, throwing as much time as he can, but there's still plenty of it for Maus, and it looks like time is about to run out for Furia here in Riyadh. The Esports World Cup will come to a close for the Brazilians unless Cacerado has one of the greatest clutches that we have seen. They know exactly where he is. He's pinned behind the smoke.
Just when you're ready.
And the first run out with this roster of Furia heads to a quarterfinal.
Give us the countdown.
They battled through the Resurrection best of ones to get here. They took a map off Maus, one of the good squads, one of the top squads
in comeback fashion as well.
But so Maus will march on. They will march on to the semifinals. They will play the winner of FaZe versus Na'Vi. And the first signs to this Furia side are definitely positive.
Definitely positive. They have a lot to look at and be happy about, a lot to look at and build upon, but early returns are that they're headed at least in the right direction, even with the crushing loss to Maus. For them, looking to start the second half of the year, the second season of 2024, with some positive vibes. They ended the previous season a little bit lackluster, even with a trophy at ESL Pro League, and Maus still trying to establish themselves as one of the best teams in the world. And you gotta say, this was a big day from Jimpat. He's the MVP of this quarterfinal match. He was dominant across all 3 maps.
In fact, fantastic performance again from him. He's so consistent, and then coming out at the break straight into this, Yimfat still fragging out, still giving performances that we've seen from him at the start of the first season of this year. Plenty more to come from Maus. That'll be in the semifinals, and we'll get to see Furia in a few weeks' time and see some of the improvements that they will be able to make as they get some time to flesh out that map pool and get a few more players used to this Furia squad.
Yeah, and get comfortable to the switch up in style. A little bit of a slower pace, get a little bit more comfortable with each other. How much can they build upon that? And I think the map pool thing is going to be the big one, because we've seen, obviously, they love Nuke at the moment. They really, really love Nuke, but moving forward, that's going to be something every single team knows and is prepared for. And that advantage of having Nuke as a map that you had a lot of success with is kind of going to fade away. So you have to be ready for that. But for Maus, they're going to look ahead. They've got the winner of our next quarterfinal. They've got the winner of Na'Vi versus FaZe in the semifinals. And now we get to hear from them down on the stage.
We have our third quarterfinal completed, another semi-finalist. Shui, first off, just in your words, how did you find those 3 maps?
Honestly, thanks to my teammates. First map was a little bit up and down, but we got there in the end. We got a slow start. I think it was just the first stage game, that's it. Second map, Mirage, which we are the favorites, obviously, and I think my teammates played really good, but I let them down that game. And the third map, I think we worked a lot on Inferno, and we kind of feel comfortable on it, so I was pretty happy with the result.
It was a great result. You do go through to a semi-final. As we walked down, I said, how was that for you? You said no comment. Just yourself on Mirage, because you have such high standards. What did happen?
Yeah, I mean, I expected a lot more from me, especially on Mirage. I let my team down today. I think my calling on T-side was awful. Something I will look into and make sure it doesn't happen again. But thank you to my teammates for making that game close, because it shouldn't have went that close in my calling. So yeah, really, really thank you to them.
Well, let's get the key over here. I believe we have got the key, Fallen. I think you're bringing the key over. This will now be handed over and be crushed to go into here. A word about Fallen, obviously playing against him, bit of a legend of the game.
Legend of the game, what can I say?
All right. Thank you so much, Fallen there. Thank you so much. You go on to a semi-final. This will now be crushed. Who's going to do the crushing?
I think it has to be Jimmy, honestly. That guy has been a superstar. I think he's the right person for it. I think we can all agree.
Absolutely. And what is it like when, because you'll have done this already, when you've got an opponent's key and you go crush it, what does it actually feel like?
I think it feels really good. Just it's a cherry on top of winning against them. I think it will feel better once you win the tournament.
And if you do win the tournament, obviously 3 of these crush keys will go in to your trophy. Any idea who might be going into the bottom of your trophy if you do win?
Still a long way to go, but definitely FaZe is going to be in there.
Oh, I love it. Congratulations, man. Great play. Great to see you in a semi-final. Put your hands together for mousesports and Shui.
Shuhei giving us some very honest words there for sure. And right, he knows where he made some mistakes. He knows where he individually wasn't there, but he also knows what his team can do and what belief he has in this team.
Yeah, and I think he said it pretty well himself. Obviously, he had a stinker of a map on Mirage, and had that not been the case, I think Mouse would have won the game 2-0. We kind of prefaced that coming into the third map, that if he would come alive again, and if Mouse would find something that is close to their peak level, then Furia probably wouldn't stand a chance. And I think that was the sentiment we got from this Inferno game. Yep. Mouse, from start to finish, were the better team. At certain moments, sure, Furia were fighting back. They were trying, absolutely trying their best to make it competitive, but you could even see in pretty much every single force buy Mouse had, they were so close winning the round, and it was a testament to that game. Furia had to fight for every single round, whereas for Mouse, I think they played at 70-80% of what they can, and they still got it easily done.
Oh, absolutely. I think they completely outclassed Furia in the first half, right? The CD side was clinical, it was well done, and yes, Shuhei absolutely stepped up. Everyone had their moments as well, but I have to give a shout out to Jimmy, man. He is the hydraulic press of this team, like absolutely just decimating them, delivering on each and every single map, and I do believe right now he might be, if not the highest rated player of the tournament. I know it's a small sample size, but still, having played over, I think, 6 maps so far, he's the highest rated player in the tournament right now, or the second highest rated. And again, just delivering in spades, being aggressive, being in your face. And for Furia, sure, you know, they tried, they had moments right there, but when you have this Mouse just poking and prodding and making it feel so uncomfortable, and we're talking about his Fallen T-side and how he's trying to be more slower, more methodical, more structured, and you have these 5 madmen in your face just completely disrupting what you want to do. There's nothing you can really do about it.
I'm kind of curious to that scoreboard as well, because I agree with you. JimFat had a fantastic showing. You look at Exertion, he finishes with a 1 KD, but he's the player with the most ADR on the server as well. It was that dynamic duo of the 2 players. JimFat being the, let's call him the closer, the guy who would get the kills. Exertion doing an awful lot of damage and really opening up the space for the rest of his team.
Well, you're talking about JimFat. He is our MVP of the match as well, and rightly so. Yeah. Like we said, probably the highest rated player in the tournament so far. He has been looking so good, but he's also so calm, so cool, great on interviews. This guy has it all.
I mean, if you're Mouse right now, I don't know the contractual situation with JimFat, but I hope he's locked down on a long contract. And if not, then you better re-sign him for a longer contract ASAP. If I'm Vitality, if I'm FaZe, if I'm G2, if I'm any team out there in the world with the aspirations of building a team that can win trophies consistently, he is one of the first players I would look into. Not a lot of players can play the anchor roles and the anchor positions like he's doing. You see him on B apps on Mirage as well. You see him play B on Overpass back in the days. He's playing B on Vertigo by himself. He's such a skilled player player, and he finds an awful lot of impact on the T side as well. Jimfed, I am becoming a fan of him very, very quickly.
Absolutely, and the T side, you know, the way he's closing out rounds, showing a lot of maturity well beyond his years, if you ask me. But also, it's not just about him being, you know, just a good anchor. He also knows when to be aggressive, when to be in the face of their opposition. And yeah, just another great game coming from young Jimmy. But for Mouse, I'm actually glad they didn't just win the map in the fashion they won it, right? Even though Mirage was a hard-fought affair, it looked like maybe the pressure might get to them, perhaps, heading to the final map. They just swept it aside and made it very easy.
And it was a very good team performance we were seeing from Mouse here, right? Which is what was able to make this such a convincing win as well. But it started off, we were worried about them maybe not having a good start. Xerxon certainly made that possible.
Yeah, Xerxon made it possible. Shuhei with great calling made it possible. I think Mouse as a team, as you said, made it possible. We look towards Mouse and we can praise certain individuals. You can argue that Jimfed is a star player. You can argue that Torsi has his moment. But I feel like that's a team where there's no clear weakness within it. Sure, Shuhei had a rough showing on Mirage, but overall you have 5 players who consistently contribute to the wins whenever they play Counter-Strike. I don't want to make the same comparison as to Heroic back in the days. I think that was at a different level, the way they were working with the synergy in between the players, the aggressive Counter-Strike. But I do feel Mouse is one of the most well-rounded squads we have in the game right now.
Coming on to Furia now, though, right? We didn't have high expectations of them coming into this matchup, right? Everyone was saying Mouse favored, but they got a map. They certainly were able to fight. They showed us a bit of Mirage in there as well. So what do you make of what they were able to do here at the Esports World?
I think there are quite a few pretty solid takeaways coming out from this Furia performance. I think overall, you know, I think they can take this as a win, even though it's obviously a loss. But the fact that they showed a lot of character on Mirage, especially coming back and taking down Mouse on a map where they look absolutely lackluster against Na'Vi on day one. You can see them really grow by leaps and bounds over the span of 3 days. So whatever Fallen has cooking in that kitchen of his, it is looking very solid. Skull seems to be finding himself in a very comfortable spot as well. They're making him feel very comfortable, not putting him in some rough roles, which is not very used to. And overall, I'm liking this, especially the T side. Obviously, still a lot of work to be done on, you know, on a couple of other maps. Inferno comes to mind, the CD sides and whatnot. But if this trajectory that we foresee them having, if it continues in the same line over the next few months, this is a team I can potentially get behind to, maybe not top 5, but at least crack the top 10 again.
I echo the sentiment that it's a Furia right now that is trending upwards for the first time in a very, very long time. We've been speaking very negatively about them. Art was in that lineup together with Fallen. They were constantly speaking about, you know, being on the same page. Then Art was calling, then Fallen was calling, then back to Art, and you're thinking to yourself from the outside at the very least, what the hell are you guys doing? You're wasting your time. You're wasting my time. You're wasting your fans' times. I feel right now Furia is on the track to become a team that we can start to believe in again. Whether or not that's...
It's still a little early, if you ask me.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, whether or not that's a top 10 team, a top 15 team, or top 5 team, I don't really know what the end potential is with Furia, but at least they've made some decisions now that is trending the right way and that is trending upwards, whereas for the past 2 years, I felt like they wasted my time.
To be honest, there's only one way from rock bottom, James. It's upwards. At least they're heading there.
That's a fair point.
Hopefully upwards, but I wanted to ask you guys then, okay, how long do you give this new Furia? How long do we give them a chance to rise back up before we start to say, okay, it's the same again?
Let me counter that question with another question for you. What is your expectations? Like, what is okay? What is acceptable for Furia? Top 10? Top 5? What are you looking at?
Well, they should be a team that's in playoffs. They should be challenging for championship.
In that case, they need some roster changes from the roster.
I'm gonna give this like at least till the major, right? Let's see what happens. There's only a few months remaining. We have EPL, we have Cologne coming up as well, and there we're gonna have an idea where they really stand. They make it playoffs off of Cologne, for example. I think that's might be a little bit beyond. But for me, it's not about the results, but it's not about where they place, rather how the results are, right? Okay. Are they complete whitewashes? Are they competitive games against some of the best teams in the world? Only time will tell. But at least in a long time, there's a bit of optimism for this.
Listen, there's one player I want to put on the loop before we end the conversation, and that's Yuri. We know what we get from KSCERATO. We kind of know what we get from Fallen as well. Yuri used to be a player that at certain times would be equally good to KSCERATO, that would post the same numbers, that would have the same impact on the server. That hasn't really been the case the past couple of years. Yuri is not a bad player, but he's not at the same high level that we used to see him at. Now, if Yuri can refine that form and rediscover that, again, playing joy and the assessment he was having on the server sometimes where he would take charge and be aggressive, then I start to believe in Furia. But they still need another playmaker that is not named KSCERATO. They have him within the squad, or at least they used to in Yuri, but that's the player I want to focus on. If he can find and rediscover his form, then Furia could be interesting to follow.
Do you think it's just, though, because he's been through so much turmoil, you know, the roster's been up and down, it's been very hard for him to fit in?
Yeah, I guess it's an argument to be made right there, right? But we keep, if you remember, we keep harping on the Fangs of Furia, as Chad and Alex coined them, and for a reason as well. But you can't just have one Fang; it'll get ripped out or it'll get tired out. That's what's happening with KSCERATO. So both of them got re-signed for 3 years right there, and hopefully, look, we saw good signs coming in from Yuri, and I know exactly what you mean by the Yuri of old, someone who can take over the server alongside KSCERATO, or even at times when KSCERATO kind of has a quiet day. We haven't seen that yet, but like I said, what we saw from this Furia so far in the wins they had wasn't KSCERATO just dominating the server. It was them winning as a team. And for me, I'll put it very simply. If they win as a team and if no one's really popping off, I think that's a better result than having just 2 players pop off and just drag them over the finishing line.
Sure. Lastly, I want to look at Skulls as well, and just for the iTest of his first outing with Furia, were you satisfied with it? Was it better than what you expected from his Liquid time?
Yeah, for sure. If you look at some of the rounds we saw here, some good clutches coming in from him. He's playing some positions that he's more comfortable on playing. The more recently where he played on Liquid as well. So Furia are obviously making him feel comfortable in the server, and you can clearly see that it's bearing fruit a little bit.
He passed, he didn't over-exceed expectations. He didn't play worse.
What grade would you give him?
Solid B, or something like that.
B's not bad.
That's pretty good.
See, maybe I'm not that familiar with the American grade system. In Denmark, I'd give him a 4, which is like very average. But
4 out of how much?
Well, it goes 00, 02, 4, 7,
What's
10.
wrong? What's wrong with Denmark?
What? That's our grade.
Yeah,
I've never heard of this. I legit have never heard of this.
Otherwise, you just put a 1 in front and then you cheat your system, right? So you have to say 00. You don't get it?
This is terrible.
Anyway, Skulls.
All
right,
Skulls
we'll start with this. Yeah, your grading won't work. Pimp,
Swiftly
just like
moving
your
on.
brain.
We are the smartest countries in the world. What are you talking about?
Look at you. Anyway,
we'll have a look at the bracket and remind everyone at home of where we're at right now. Already one semi-final. We know exactly what's going to be happening. It's G2 taking on Virtus Pro. MOUZ have booked their spot, and they get the lovely joy of either facing Na'Vi or FaceTime, which is our next game.
I think MOUZ are going to be looking forward to this because, look, looking at this brackets right now, I'm not going to say who's going to be winning here, but if FaZe are able to take down Na'Vi and then you have G2 potentially taking on VP, MOUZ can be on a bit of a revenge arc, taking on FaZe and G2, the 2 teams who have knocked them out of 4 S-tier events so far this year.
Personally, I'm excited to see MOUZ play FaZe tomorrow, but let's speak more about that later.
Oh, wow. Okay, you're straight in there the whole way through. But looking at Virtus Pro, do you think they've got a shot against G2?
Yes, they do, especially
Absolutely.
with the way they were playing against Vitality today. I think they played some solid Counter-Strike. We said it coming into the tournament as well. One of the teams that have spent the player break really ironing out what kind of impact Electronic can have within that lineup. And I loved what I was seeing in the opening game. I loved what I was seeing against Vitality. Right now, I have VP as the sleeper of the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up winning it.
Ooh, okay. I like that. I like that at all. You agree, Blair?
I would agree with them. I still have MOUZ winning this, actually, but let's find out.
Let's find out. Okay, well, you're both on opposite sides of it. I like what's going on. We are going to continue to find out what might be happening with our losers, what might be happening with the key crushing at some point in there. I do want to hear from Furia just to see what their mood is like overall after going through all of this, because I think, like with what you guys said, they can certainly be proud of moments within this tournament.
I think we saw Fallen as well, right? Like the mood seemed pretty upbeat overall. They know they got completely outclassed on that final map, and let's be real, as Shohei said, we are the favorites in this matchup. I'm sure Fallen he's got a very solid head on his shoulders. He's not someone who's going to overestimate himself, but overall it's going to be, I think the mood should be upbeat heading into Cologne as well.
You got the Blast Groups coming up, you got Cologne coming up as well, and Furia so far at this tournament have been the team playing the most maps, so I think they should be happy for all the reps they got.
Oh, there we go. Finally, it is taking place.
Is that Jim?
Like Yimmy, yeah,
that is Jimmy.
It looks like our little MVP, Yimmy, doing the job.
There we go.
Watching Furia's key get
so barbaric, in a way.
Welcome to the Hydraulic Press channel.
There you go. Still think we should test it on your Skull GMs, but...
Well, maybe we'll have that chance tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll think about it, mate. I'll give it some more thought. I will say that this could be the first of many keys crushed for him. Oh, okay, the whole team's here. Here we go.
Okay.
They're loving this. They're definitely playing into it, aren't they?
Just look at it. Look at it stare. Look at the stare from Torsion.
I like that.
Cat eye stare.
That was a little bit different from what we normally get from it as well. Yeah. The MOUZ guys do get to have some fun though, on and off the server. I think that's one thing. Another thing we don't speak about, right, in terms of Brolan. We didn't mention him too much today, but this guy has completely changed everything in his whole life with this team.
Just imagine him being an NIP. Imagine the old Brolan. You'd always watch when his player cam. He'd be slightly
depressed.
You know, yeah, by playing Counter-Strike.
Just depressed as hell.
I don't really blame him. He's playing within NIP, a roster that couldn't get anything done, couldn't really figure anything out. And then all of a sudden he gets this golden opportunity of being a stand-in within MOUZ. He convinces the rest of the teammates, he convinces the coach, the organization that they should buy him out of NIP. And now he's one of the shining stars of this lineup, you know, finally happy playing Counter.
I think that's a testament to this this MOUZ team and the organization and the staff behind them as well. Because when Brolan got signed from MOUZ, I won't lie, I was like, maybe, you know, it's been too long.
It was lukewarm, you know?
Yeah, and when you've been in prison for such a long time, right? When you come out, you kind of starved, you kind of feel weak. It takes a while to come back, but immediately such a nurturing environment, and we can see Brolan just kind of blossom, so to speak. So it's a great renaissance for Brolan, which is kind of funny to say because of how young he still is.
Yeah, he's still very young and he's still finding his way and finding success. But someone who is not so young is Fallen with Freya.
A great effort from Furia, but sadly it is the end of the road here at EWC. Fallen, thank you so much for taking the time for a little catch-up after that game. Obviously, Nuke has been a topic of conversation for you guys. You were able to play it 3 times yesterday with 3 wins. What was the difference today with that map versus MOUZ?
Hello, everyone. I think we had a good chance of winning it. We definitely needed a stronger CT side this time. We kind of made some good rounds on the T side. I think the level they played was pretty good. They were able to find some opening kills, and I think they were able to stop Casterot a little bit on the door. Defaulting pressures, there was kind of even compared to the other games. Yeah, I would say we had our chance. I think we ended up 13-7, and if we could have get some momentum on the City side, I think it could have gone differently.
In terms of how Skulls has fit into the team so far, I was chatting with him before the game. I mean, his vibe just seems incredible at the moment. He seems so happy with you guys. How do you feel like he's fitting in on the server?
I'm enjoying a lot playing with him right now. I think he's very smart. He communicates well. He stays calm. I think that's the first time I get to play with him on stage. Of course, there's a lot of pressure. There's a little bit of differences and things we're going to grow together. But overall, I think he is a very capable player, communicates well, super calm, brings a lot of good vibes to the team. You know, even the belief, you know, he has the belief every time we're going to play. He truly believes and he says those things to the team. I think it's great to have someone like him around.
Cologne obviously coming up next for you guys. What's the plan between now and that event in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, this tournament was very important for us because a little of a backstage information, I guess, but if we didn't go well here, there's a chance we had to go to Brazil to qualify for some tournaments. And the fact that we did up having a good run here is going to help us to have more practice time. So I think we're going to go back to Malta as soon as we finish the tournament here. And then we can practice more for the next challenge. Wish I would have checked my calendar. I don't know what's exactly next. There's a couple of tournaments coming in for sure.
Obviously, we saw that there was a very special fan member in the audience for you today. Anything you want to say to the other fans that were kind of watching and supporting at home?
Yeah, it was great to have Neymar here around us. That's the second time we see here in the city. He's playing football here right now, coming back from the injury, and it's great. He loves playing CS. You know, all those famous people, they have to stay a lot of time inside their homes because they can't really go outside much. So he enjoys playing some CS on his free time. It's been like that for a couple of years already. So him coming here, I wish we could have given him the chance to crush their key. That would have been an awesome moment for us. And I feel bad that we couldn't manage to do it. But it's great to have your support. And I think there's a lot of supporters here as well from the Saudi country and many other countries. They're cheering for us hard. And I appreciate that. We are very happy to have fans around the world and supporting us even outside home.
Fallen, really appreciate your words as always, and see you in Cologne.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for cheering everyone. And let's go to the next one. One step at a time. Thank you.
That would have been quite funny if we got to see Neymar crush MOUZ's Cray, but that's not going to happen. No chance in that for now. But Fallen right now, he seems very chilled. He seems like he's happy with this progress that's certainly been made by just changing the roster.
I mean, like we just, you know, alluded to as well, right? This has been just an experiment and also a test for what they've been cooking up in the past couple of weeks. Again, it's been a very recent change as well. And if you're just a level-headed person, as Fallen is, you would look at this as a bit of a success. Obviously, you would want to get the win, as any player would. But, you know, you have to temper expectations a little bit here and there. And I think they should walk away from this with some learnings. I think that's what they're looking for.
I echo that sentiment. I think Fallen and Furia played way better than I would have expected. You know, I think we'll learn a lot about the T side. We'll learn about the vision they're trying to install within the team right now. And for my money, it was a better looking Furia than I feared. But as you said, you know, when you hit rock bottom, the bar was set very low. So I guess you can only do better. But for my money, it was a good performance.
Well, the very high bar we're setting is for our next game coming into it. We've got FaZe taking on Na'Vi. It is one hell of a game that you won't want to miss. It's our last quarterfinal. We'll see you back in a few.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
I'm here with Na'Vi for their round table, sitting down with Alexi B and Blade. Welcome.
Welcome.
Glad to be here. Happy to have you. The table, as you remarked, is actually around this time, so we've got that taken care of. I want to start out talking about last season, right? We'll sort of do last season into this season transition. Obviously for you guys, pretty good season. Major win. That's got to make things feel pretty nice. It's sort of one of these where you have that massive peak, and then you had also that little lift at the end with the final and Blast. How do you feel about it? What were you thinking about it going into the break, the season as a whole?
You can start. I liked it a lot because we finished like on a good note. The grand final of London. And if you watch like other teams, for example, not all of them were like in grand finals or winning trophies. I don't know, like if you take like top 5, for example, not all of them were like winning trophies or grand finals constantly. So in this list, I think it's good for us to have one super good trophy like major and to be in the grand final of London. But at the same time, we had Dallas and EPL. And I still think that we didn't show up like we could, you know. Reasons behind it is different, but still, it was a good lesson for us. I hope that we learned our like experience, how it can be like in terms of motivation, in terms of enthusiasm and all this stuff. Because next year, for example, is huge, loaded with tournaments. You need this experience already. Even actually this part of autumn and winter will be very loaded. So I'm happy with our results and our season.
Alexi?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. And I think for Na'Vi, it's been amazing since they shifted everything to going international, trusting players that didn't win anything for a long time, and winning a major after, right? Obviously, what Blade mentioned already with other tournaments, we played really poorly as well during the season. But to end on a good note in London was pretty important for us because kind of only winning the major and just playing poorly overall, it's like us as players, we don't really feel that satisfied, right? But yeah, it's been nice, and when you look at it from the outside, for me individually, it's obviously winning a trophy again and it being the major, obviously highlight of my career, right? So I can't say anything bad about it.
Yeah, I had Vitality before, right? And it's kind of the contrast between those of Vitality were always in that final, semi-final conversation, but don't have any trophies from last season. You guys have that massive peak, the trophy everybody wants, right? But didn't necessarily have that same level of consistency. When you compare those two things, do you think it's better to have a season where you peak at the right moment, or better to have a season where you have that constant level?
Hard question, I think.
I mean, I think for sure you need to peak at some moment, because I don't think Vitality is satisfied to be in semis and finals and not peaking, or if you assume peaking would be winning a trophy, right?
Yeah.
So I think many teams in the past as well has made changes when they're not winning the trophy. Like they feel like they're missing that last step, so they're making changes and they want to. They're thinking that something is wrong because they cannot make the cut, right? So I think you need to peak at some moment to feel the satisfaction of all the practice, all the bad results, so to say. So I think peaking during a season at least once, or doing something that the whole team made a goal or makes everyone satisfied, I think it's important.
Yeah, and it completely depends on the team. Like, since you said like Vitality, you can ask any team and maybe the answers will be a little bit different, because it depends on how do you put your team. Like, for example, now in 2021 lineup, we were not satisfied with semi-finals at all. Like, we wanted to be at least finals and winning, but at the same time, if you're losing in the finals, this is the worst. Like, one step from the trophy, and you know your potential, and everything pressured you, and you knows that you like expecting like to win tournaments with huge lineups. That's why I think like it depends on lineup, because I put our lineup like we're kind of still building. Our players must become like much stronger in the future, and so when we kind of signed this lineup, it wasn't like we had like super strong star players like from elite teams, right? It means that they will have this potential to become. And for Vitality, I think it's much harder because they already have strong, like Saibu was 6 years in a row, like top 2 or something, right, as a player. And that's my point, like very like strong elite players. It will be harder for them to not win tournaments. If we are putting ourselves like on a list, on a path, like we want to improve, to evolve, and to win some tournaments, and it will be much easier for us to to admit like, okay, why we lost. Not succeeding, for example, in EPL wasn't a huge tragedy for us after major. We did we learned our lessons, but still not like that kind of level as I think FaZe and Vita should have, in my opinion. But this time, of course, we will get there where we also the team like this, that we cannot afford to not to be in playoffs bracket.
The conversation about timeline, I feel like that was something you stressed a lot during the major and after the major run, was almost like this is ahead of schedule. Like, didn't really expect to be at that level that early on in the lifetime of this roster.
Is this turn?
No, I mean back at the major.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, at the end of that season, do you feel like the team overall is further along on the timeline that you had in your head of when you expect them to be that top-end competitive team?
Like you mean, like I said, like I didn't expect us to win majors so fast?
Yeah.
I think that this is like unique experience.
Yeah.
And first you think that it will help your team. Then I realized like it kind of moved us a little bit down, because that's how we play EPL and Dallas. Some people call it like major hangover, for example, right? And yeah, exactly. I didn't expect it even to happen, because maybe, I don't know, like, because if, for me, it's like my point of view, if you're like a young player, even winning a major will not change anything, right? You still want to show even better next tournament and even better next tournament, something like this. But everyone is different, like it depends. And we for sure saw like a little, how to say, like deep, like in terms of motivation for sure, and we admitted like already as a team. But at the same time, it helped us because it's huge experience, it's huge like status level, and so on and so on. And it was for sure you can use it. If there was a dip, for sure you can. You didn't use the stress, like kind of benefits from this. And I think we will use it. We use it already in London, and we'll use it this season also, because no matter what, like we still were winning those teams. It doesn't matter how they were performing. Like we know our level, we know what we are capable of, and if we play bad, we are not delusional. We know if we won or lost tournament or the game, we know at what level we was in our real like Na'Vi game, okay, Na'Vi level, and that helps me a lot for sure to prep for everything, to mindset, to give a mindset for a team, and still this lineup has more potential than it was, for example, even in London. Even now, I see after the break how we started the boot camp, and it was completely different than how we started after winter break last time.
I'm curious to ask about that because I actually had kind of a little bit of insight in that in Katowice, I was just down the hotel room from your practice room. I was like in the same hall. And I remember after some tough losses, there were some moments where, you know, I could hear the team talk. I could hear the conversation going through, and it wasn't easy at that point, right? There was definitely a lot that was being worked on and being stressed. Obviously, whatever you guys were talking about there worked because it got close. But yeah, right at the beginning of last season. So then into this season, how are you feeling about that boot camp, about that first move? How are you feeling about that ramp up as we head into this event?
Did you lose to Complexity 5-2 in Katowice?
I think it was Blast.
Maybe.
Yeah, Blast to go to Arena.
Who did we lose Katowice actually?
Katowice against Spirit.
No.
You're testing my memory, and my memory is bad.
We at least lost to Spirit on Kato.
Yeah.
No.
But maybe it was not elimination.
Yeah, I think this was pre-elimination because there was
maybe Heroic. No, I don't know.
Astralis, I think.
Astralis was Cologne for sure.
Oh yes, Cologne. Well,
I even forgot like what happened in Katowice, but yeah. What is the question?
No,
it's sort of just
we lost to Falcons.
That's right. Okay, yes, okay.
And we were like leading on Ancient, very strong on City side, and then we won Pistol, lost Anti-Force, and yeah, that was tough because we lost the momentum and gave them the momentum.
Yeah. But I mean, what you said, I think it's completely true that those times, obviously, it was the start. We started to play with Wonderful. And we weren't that. It was still like these great times of like having a player break, a lot of things happening in the team. It was a new, you know, refreshed team, but at the same time we're failing or we're making mistakes that we don't want to make. Blowing out of a big tournament never feels good, and yeah, I feel like, as Blade mentioned, when we go to boot camp now with the team, we already know each other, we know tendencies, we know what we like, we know what we don't like. Everything is easier to start, and I think we take that into account, and we try not to allow mistakes that we were making last boot camp. So we're always trying to evolve and setting higher expectations of everyone.
It's time for the Dr. Suleiman upcoming showdown, and we've got Na'Vi taking on FaZe Clan. This is one we've been waiting for. This is one that is super exciting, and there's a lot of history with it. I've got Pimp, I've got Blair with me as we watch the teams arrive. Just tell me this, guys. Are you ready for this one?
Listen, the appetizers are done with, right? I'm ready for the main course of the evening, and this is one of the more exciting rivalries that's been developing over the past few months. I don't know about you, Pim, but this is the game of the day for me.
I am very excited to see these two teams battle it out. Of course, FaZe, we know what FaZe is what a team they can be. We know what Na'Vi have done, obviously winning the major, been a little bit of a roller coaster for them to begin off with the season, winning the major, getting to the final in London. That was fantastic. Then there were a couple of tournaments where they couldn't show up. Whereas for FaZe, it's just been consistency, consistently delivering at a high level. But have they won enough? That's my only issue. I feel like it's a team that is constantly on the grasp of winning and winning and winning, but they don't really.
I feel like for FaZe, yeah, like last year was an absolute win for them, right? And then you're heading into the beginning of the year to continue that streak of making grand finals at every single bloody event. And then we got to paint the picture here. The finals of the major happened in Copenhagen. That was heartbreaking. You could see how much it affected them. But even after that, they went and won Chengdu. And then in EPL, they fell, they stumbled, and they weren't quite able to recover for the duration of the season after that. So has the break been kind to them? Have they kind of rejuvenated themselves? We're going to be finding out here today.
And that's what we're going to start finding out very soon. But there's a lot to look at with both of these teams, and I want to start on the Na'Vi side of things. They've had some up and downs, but their high was so high, and the lows were really low where you thought, is it the same team? Now they've got a chance to come back into this season and show us really what they can do, because they've had time now.
Yeah, I think I've been very vocal personally about what I expect from Na'Vi, and that is for them not to be a top 5 team in the world. I think when you look at the players, when you look at what material Blade has to work with, it is not a team that is supposed to win trophies. It's not a team that is supposed to win the major, yet they've done it. So for my money, they have over-exceeded expectations. They played so exceptionally well and gotten the absolute most out of what they have to work with. And for my money, that's probably more beautiful than having a team of 5 players where you can see that everyone is a superstar in their own way. And of course, they're prone to win a tournament once in a while. Na'Vi have done something that was unthinkable, winning the major, getting to the final in London. However, can that continue? That's my issue. I feel like at some point, normality will restore and some of these players will go back to the normal level they were at before.
But I think the big question here is, where does that level... Where is that level, right? Where does it stand?
Where do you land?
And then I completely agree with you. I think this Na'Vi team, what Blade and Lexi have pulled off, is basically the team being more than a sum of the parts. I think that's the best way to describe this team. And yes, absolutely. I don't want to call it a fluke at the major, but it was a bit of an anomaly, right? They won the games they had to win. But it's something no one really expected. Even post that, I think it was Blade or Lexi you mentioned in the interview. They had the post-major hangover or whatever, where they struggled a little bit. But they did end the season on a pretty good note, reaching the finals over there in London, where they finally did get taken down by Spirit. The question for me is, post a break, are they going to be able to maintain the momentum they're able to build up at the end of the season, or are we going to be coming back to disappointment once again?
And that disappointment is something they want to try and avoid here. But I want to look at the players who sometimes can have amazing moments, but I'm still not sure which player we should be looking at to be the consistent factor in this when it comes to Na'Vi.
That's a good question. I mean...
There is none.
No, there is none. And I guess a couple of months ago, you'd say Wonderful. When he came into the lineup, he was supposed to be the replacement, obviously, of Simple. And I think he was surprising a lot of us with how well he was playing when he first was brought into this Na'Vi lineup. Lately, he's been slowing down a little bit. By no means saying that he's playing bad Counter-Strike or he's not delivering, but he's not at the same high caliber that he has been. Same could be said for JL at the major. He was playing absolutely lights out Counter-Strike, getting an MVP. Again, afterwards, we haven't really seen him at that level. But I feel like it's a team that has different players that can always pop off at a certain moment. The only player I haven't seen pop off yet is Emma.
That's true. But the thing with Emma is, and this is where, the numbers can kind of lie a little bit. He hasn't had that big tournament at all. But even looking at his roles and what he's doing in the team, he has been still delivering the numbers that we expect from him. He hasn't really had a crazy dip in form. And that, I feel like, honestly, I think that's good enough for this team. The problem is the other players, like you said, JL, like you said, well, Wonderful, even Bit for that matter. Heading into this tournament, Bit has been struggling near the end of the last season. But right now, he is, I believe, the second top 2 highest rated player in the event. Can he continue over here? We just don't have answers to these questions. And I think that is something even they're struggling to kind of find out.
And about finding that out, let's try and find out some more about what's going on with Na'Vi and how they're feeling in this event. I hear him from JL.
JL, thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me. I just want to take a moment to reflect on kind of the first half of the year for Na'Vi. Obviously, highlight for you guys winning the major, but having a bit of time to reflect over the player break, how would you sum up the first half of 2024?
I mean, the major was probably the only highlights I had, besides the spring finals. But yeah, other than that, I think we improved a lot. Second part of the season should look better for us. Yeah, we're just here to play.
Did you guys have like a boot camp or anything, prior to coming back to tournaments?
Yes, we had a short boot camp. That was only a week. That was probably our shortest boot camp ever. I was really surprised, but it was an intensive one. So we had like 11-hour days, something along those lines. And of course, individual practice after the break was needed also.
Anything you're focusing on in terms of your own individual form coming into, the next part of this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think I got back into the groove of actually wanting to destroy my opponents when I play. I missed it quite a lot the past few months, but other than that, I just want to play my best.
I mean, speaking of individuals, Bits turned up to play this tournament. Like, it's been insane. Obviously, you guys had the day off yesterday, but the first best of 3 we saw you guys playing, he was lights out. Any particular reason why you think he's turned up so hot?
I think he really wants to win, and he's back. I feel like he has this fire inside of him that came back all of a sudden.
I know towards, the end half of the first half of the year, you had some words about Navi's Dust 2. You said, nobody really else understands how to play it. Why do you think you guys have kind of the best knowledge of this map? We don't know whether you're playing it today, but yeah, can you give me some words about that?
I feel like Blade has played this map for pretty much the whole of his career, and he understands how the map's played. It's pretty simple, but there are little details where you have to master and understand them and to follow them, because it's a simple map, but if you overcomplicate it, you can lose the map. So yeah.
This is going to be a really exciting game because we talked about the Major. This is going to be a rematch of the Major Grand Final. So when you're facing up against FaZe, what do you have to look out for to make sure that they don't get the better of you?
Their individual prowess. You cannot let them play their own game. You have to be aggressive. You have to ruin their plans, and you have to just feel better on the server.
Well, good luck today, Joe, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Just be better on the server. And that's not easy to do when you're going up against FaZe Clan, but they have done it before.
They have done it before, and we have seen, as Blur said, Navi being better than the sum of their parts. I think that's a fine way of describing it. I think the same sentiment has to be aired out there tonight, that if Navi wants to beat FaZe Clan, that has to be the case. Sure, you can have certain players popping off on certain maps, and again, the whole in-game leading duel between Alexi B and Karrigan to me is always great, because I think they are two of the in-game leading in Counter-Strike, but I can't help to feel that unless Navi is having another
Susana.
I still see FaZe Clan and the individuals being better than pretty much
Se viene Navi FaZe.
If we're going to be seeing remnants of the FaZe at the end of the last season coming in here, I think Navi absolutely are going to be the favorites in all honesty, right? Because let's look at how it's kind of played out. We saw the major loss for FaZe after they faced off in EPL, where they absolutely smashed Navi. There was a 2-0 fashion heading into, and it was Rain decided as well, I need to beat them
Navi
10 times in a
Page
row before I'm going to be happy to get that revenge. Heading into Blast, they got destroyed by them. It was a 2-1 affair, but the final map wasn't even competitive, right? Navi took them down. So it is interesting. It does feel like, again, it's going to come down to the maps as well. I think that's something we can delve into later on. But it is a very interesting matchup overall, because I feel like both the two teams have some strengths on certain maps, and even the stylistic differences, so to speak. And I'm just excited about this.
I want to look at FaZe though and say, okay, we saw they were struggling a bit more towards the end of the season. Is this though where we expect them to bounce back, be re-energized, and be the best FaZe we can expect?
Well, hopefully, but it's hard to reinvent yourself over and over.
A ver si ahí en el chat tiene un iPhone X o un iPhone, el iPhone que tiene el cargador viejo. No el del iPhone 15 que tiene tipo C.
And I'm not sure if Frozen has anything to do with that, but there's one player I want to put under the loop right here, and that's Robs.
Cuando ustedes lo conectan al cargador, ¿les queda un poco bailando? O se enchufa hasta el fondo y no se mueve.
And he was destroying people in the beginning. Where has Rob spent the past almost 6 months from this point on, right? He's been a little bit
¿No le queda bailando?
Haven't been up to par, and for my money, that's a big missing link within FaZe Clan.
Well, if you ask him, he'll just tell you no comment.
Yeah, indeed. And I wish I got some answers. It feels like just watching Robs the past
after
months.
he bought the Porsche? Or?
No.
People are saying, I don't know.
A mí también carga. El problema es que yo lo quiero para la chat al celu. Y si me... O sea, a ver si se... Yo te lo compré usado, igual puede estar sucio adentro. Mira. Esto es lo que me hace a mí. Yo lo enchufe, ve, y se mueve un poco ahí. No va hasta el fondo, queda como... Se ve mínimamente. Y se mueve. Y bueno, eso no me sirve porque... Mientras cargue no pasa nada. A ver. Yo no veo que esté sucio igual. Hoy no pasa nada mientras cargue. El problema es que yo lo quiero para el auto, amigo. Yo ya lo probé y en el auto ese mismo bailecito te hace que se desconecte, ¿entendés?
exactly how to own everyone on this map. Remains
There's going to be no dust too, buddy, because
okay, there you go.
Removing it.
Mirage
is up for the grabs right now. If you're Navi,
Eso me pasa, más que nada, y no me sirve. O sea, yo lo quiero para el auto para que quede ahí, no se mueva y ande perfecto. Acá una curva y ya se me desconecta y no me sirve. ¿Por no hacerlo por el auto? No, o sea, no es que no, o sea, compré un Android. Compré un Android, pero el Android anda mal con el auto. El GPS anda mal, o sea, es lento la reacción del GPS. Entonces se traba, no me sirve, me pierdo. O sea, hay veces que tengo que doblar a un lado y capaz que está el autito está más atrás y no va al momento. Y también lo que tiene el Android es que no me deja usar, digamos, yo me subo el auto, lo conecto y no me deja buscar desde el celu. Tengo que buscar de la pantalla del auto y es una verga. Entonces, bueno, me voy a comprar un Android, un Apple, digo, para usarlo con CarPlay, que anda re bien el CarPlay, anda perfecto, puedo usar el celu. Pero bueno, me compré uno que igual sé que es usado. Es un iPhone 10, pero bueno, no me sirve tampoco, o sea, que anda así. Voy a ver si lo cambio, si me lo, no sé.
Expertise in certain maps, so it feels like they're trying to reinvent themselves, especially when it comes to the stronghold that is Nuke.
Well, before I go into what you guys are thinking, let's have a look at what our audience.
Y me salió un poco caro el GPS, pero bueno. Anda todo piola, bacho, lo deja ahí con música. El problema es que si lo agarran manda.
Honestly speaking, if I had to put numbers on this game, I'd probably say 55% FaZe, 45% Navi. So I think the audience for the first time throughout this tournament are pretty spot on. So well done out there, guys.
Sí, bueno, tengo que fijar, pero no tengo. O sea, amigo, yo vivo solo en mi casa. No tengo una madre que me estoquea cosas de alfileres. Yo tengo un alfiler en mi casa. ¿Tenés iPhone 10? No, boludo. O sea, lo acabo de explicar. No lo voy a explicar 30 veces porque se van a cagar de risa, man. Igual que tengo un iPhone 10 para usarlo día a día, no pasa nada, man. ¿Cuál es? No, pero ¿cómo voy a tener ¿qué hago una aguja de coser yo? ¿En qué momento puedo llegar a tener una aguja de coser en mi casa que vivo hace un año y solo? ¿Cómo llega una aguja de coser? Nah, pero para el sacar el chip no... Tengo uno acá, pero no llega, bro. Ah, bueno, llega, sí, pero no saca, o sea, es muy finito. Se viene FaZe.
Hey, do you know what I like for breakfast? Counter-Strike. Guess what I like for lunch? Counter-Strike. And do you know what I like before I go to bed? A whole lot of Counter-Strike, baby. Absolutely, and that's what we got. We got our final of the quarterfinals. A place in the semis is up for grabs. Somebody will get that place, somebody, and I love this, will get their key crushed, and it will end up in here. This is the trophy they're playing for. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned, and that's what we're about to see. Two teams who want that spot.
They have to earn it, as you say. Let's introduce our squad, starting off with Navi.
Navi en la cancha.
Kicking it off with Navi on the stage, Ime! Wonderful! JL! AlexDB! And there it is, Navi!
What a team as they make their way out on stage here in front of you. But they are taking on a team which has won everything. They are a team of absolute Counter-Strike rock stars. They can blow so hot, but they can also blow cold. Please welcome, it's FaZe.
Please welcome.
So let's bring them out to the stage here at the Amazon Arena, starting with Karrigan, the showman, Rops, Brokey, Frozen, and Rain, the man mountain himself. This is going to be an epic matchup. We know who the favorites is, but we've seen so far here at the EWC, the Esports World Cup, that sometimes being the favorite does not help.
Absolutely. Here it is all about survival or you get your feet crushed, as we said, and there can only be one more spot in the semis.
Absolutely. Who's winning this? Is it Na'Vi? Is it FaZe? I like this. Right then, we have got a matchup, the final quarterfinal, a best of 3. Let's get it on.
Se viene ahí FaZe, amigos.
Split crowd ready for an awesome game of Counter-Strike. One thing we know is that this is a match that can deliver. These two teams will deliver their absolute best. And it's a match made in heaven for when we look at this being a quarterfinal game.
I think this is a big test for Na'Vi more so than it is for FaZe. And with that, I mean that we know the quality of FaZe. We know that FaZe can bounce back after a rough period. You even said it yourself, Blair. The later part of the first part of the season wasn't always the greatest for FaZe Clan. They kind of ran out of steam, ran out of energy. Apart from that, I have no doubt that coming Shanghai, coming Cologne, they'll be there. Whereas for Na'Vi, I'm not quite sure yet. You know, I think they played absolutely fantastic Counter-Strike. They played way above the sum of their parts. But, you know, if they get into a down period, if they get into a rough period, how do they respond to that adversity? We've seen FaZe do it before. I haven't seen Na'Vi do it. So for me, this is the biggest test on the server.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that's the thing, right? For Na'Vi, we've seen the highest of highs, like the absolute highs of highs, and we see the lows of lows as well. And I think everyone has a question. Even Na'Vi themselves, I'm sure, are questioning, like, where do we plateau? Like, where is our line? Where is our base level that we can expect ourselves? Or I don't think we really found it yet. And for FaZe, absolutely. Like, even though the final couple of tournaments they had was very lackluster, even Carrigan mentioned as well, I believe after Dallas, where it's like, for the very first time, we have to sit down after that, have a team meeting. We know that their floor is still very, very high. And I might even say much higher than Na'Vi's.
And it's also one of those games where I think it's fair to put out the argument that it means a little more to Na'Vi to win this game than it does to FaZe Clan. And it always sounds a little bit rough to say, obviously, because you know all the FaZe players, all the of course they want to win, of course they want to hoist the trophy that is in front of you on the screen right now. But I do think this game is more important for Na'Vi.
To
win this matchup against FaZe Clan, that would be another statement that we're still here, we're still a team that is contesting for trophies, we're still going deep into playoffs. Whereas for FaZe, it would just be another playoff win given the history.
Yeah, what you're supposed to do if you're FaZe Clan, where it's what you're happy and excited to do if you're Na'Vi. I can get with your sentiment with that. But looking at the maps we've got, right, do you expect this to be 2-0? Do you expect 2-1? I know you're very much on the FaZe camp, boys, but give me your ideas.
I think Na'Vi absolutely would have been expecting Nuke to come on in.
Okay.
Just going back in the game they had against Furia, right? I saw some issues on the CT
Furia.
side. He was bit dropping 30 kills.
That's querido.
That game. So I don't think that's something that can be replicated very easily, in all honesty. I think FaZe takes this one, especially in the map pick. Map 2 and map 3 up in the air, but I'm going to side with FaZe here. I think they're back, baby.
I think you're going 3 maps though, Blair? Is that what you're saying?
I think this might be a 3-mapper. I think Na'Vi's Mirage is excellent right now.
I would agree with that. I think Na'Vi is too good of a team not to put up a map and put up a fight. Whether or not it's going to be a 2-0 or 3-mapper, it can be both. I think FaZe is going to win, obviously, but I do feel that the way Na'Vi was playing against Furia and Mirage, that was peak Na'Vi. That was in full control. That was beautiful. However, can they replicate that performance? I'm not too sure.
I think the 2 players you saw on the screen right there, I think it's going to come down to those 2, right? 2 players, a little bit of, you know, criticism on them. Robs and JL.
Gracias Flash Pato, gracias Nacho, gracias a todos sus amiguitos. Se viene Na'Vi FaZe.
Taking on Na'Vi and Dinko and Moses. It's time for you two to shine.
Se viene.
Versus Na'Vi in a quarterfinal. 2 of the biggest organizations we have in Counter-Strike, and they're here clashing at the Esports World Cup. I'm looking forward to this one, Jason. We're kicking it off from Mirage, and FaZe are looking for revenge. This is a team that do revenge the best in Counter-Strike. When they get defeated, they come back, they have you in your sights, and they come back and usually get that W.
Well, the big revenge they won mentioned after the loss in the major final that crowned Na'Vi as our current reigning major champions. Rain gave that interview and said, if we beat them 10 times in a row, then I can forgive them. Went on to beat them at ESL Pro League, but then they lost after that at the Blast Spring Final. So we got to start that counter over again. This is FaZe here coming into this arena today and looking to start that counter, get back up to 1 because they've got a lot more to go after that. But I'll say this, we've only seen Na'Vi play 1 series in this tournament. Mentioned it earlier, it was against Furia on the opening day. They looked awesome. But the question then was, is it because they're kind of beating up on a team that's still trying to figure things out, a weaker team that still just had roster changes, that's trying to get back to a previous strong level? Or is this team actually going to come in and look good and look like they can replicate the peaks they hit in Copenhagen at the major?
Well, we're about to find out. FaZe Clan starting on the CT side, Na'Vi on the T side.
This is a matchup that has the potential to deliver one of the greatest games of this competition.
This should be fireworks all the way through. All the players are in this server. You look at JL, wonderful, Bit. You go to the FaZe side of things. Oh, hold on. Frozen does get one, taken down.
Comienza, amigos.
Frozen, Brokey, Rops, and Rain. Those guys we know can deliver in the biggest matches. And Rain's going to start getting aggressive, and he's got a really nice timing to come around on JL.
He catches the timing with the steps, but he cannot take away JL. JL picks up his pieces, the utility back in his pocket, and he'll make his way to join his teammates. He doesn't want to get involved in that 1v1 fight. He realizes how important it is.
Estamos en los cuartos de finales. Está G2 versus Virtus Pro Manena en las semis. Y está Jamous, que le ganó Furia contra el ganador de acá, FaZe, Navi. Y por World Cup. Lamentablemente no puedo castear, están los casters porque no tenemos otro feed, pero bueno, será el único torneo que es. Y ya no nos diga 25 en el 9Z y nos ponemos de la trucha. Desde Europa. Cargan. Pasa para el side DB. Planta la bomba Navi, va por el 1-0. Quedan esas reacciones. En el T para Rain,
Nicely done from Rain, even making that feel possible in the 1v3. He even had a smile on his face, I think, as he went down because he realized, I probably shouldn't even been this close to winning that round. Good job from Na'Vi. Bit had a really advanced position in B-Halls for a quick timing. After this kill comes out, it's like, that's when everything starts collapsing. Bit makes his play, and Na'Vi overrun the B-bomb site. One thing we can mention as well for the Na'Vi side is someone who's had a tough performance and frequently criticized Ima, obviously. Plays really well on Mirage.
No hay rival todavía 25. Tampoco está anunciado, creo. Pero bueno, no está confirmado. Pero es lo que se estuvo diciendo en el ambiente los días. Por Saito en FaZe. Un poco warpeado. Sorry, tiro F5.
Yeah, it took a little bit of damage too. He tanked that, even with the aim punch, drills him. Oh, another one from Rops. FaZe coming right back into this with a rebuttal in round 2.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of force buys work out in this tournament on the CT side. Bit making sure that he stay in this fight. He got the opening, he got the trade, and he's not stopping. Bit was a beast in the opening game, and he's showing up.
Sólido, Vitardo. Chao, 2-0. No la va a tener fácil FaZe para mí,
He dropped 31 kills on that map to kick off the World Cup, and he looks like he's on track to have a similar kind of performance.
Yeah, give me that rookie season Bit. I'll take that all day long. That would be fun as can be.
Yeah, that was the word you were going.
Yeah, that is the word I wanted the whole way through the statement.
Well, it's just pistols now again for FaZe. They're so close to creating something with that force buy.
El equipo completo en FaZe.
Thanks to Bit.
Rops and Kerrigan have reinvested into armor in this round and upgraded into 5.7s.
They'll do some damage. They know they weakened the economy of Na'Vi in the previous round. They're looking
to
maximize on the potential of breaking apart some of the later purchases for Na'Vi. Opens up on Brokey. Oh, sharp again from Wonderful.
Wonderful.
And now they get the whole map to play with as FaZe's defense has been thinned out.
Bit starts to extend out of Palace, gets in a fight with Rain. You don't often win fights against Rain on your own, so JL helps him out. Bit finishes off the job. And 2 players left for FaZe that will shortly meet the same fate as their fallen teammates. It'll be a 3-0 lead for Na'Vi.
Hace el 3-0.
They kick off Mirage. This is the map pick of Na'Vi. Pimp thinks that it's going to be a FaZe Clan victory today. You siding with him, or is it too difficult to call for you, Jason?
Honestly, I'm not so sure. I think coming into today, it felt like a pretty even affair. I kind of, I wish I could hold off and wait and see what kind of FaZe. I kind of feel like Na'Vi's going to win this. I don't know why. I just have this. Both these teams are going to be good. Both these teams are going to be solid. But at the moment, I feel like Navi's coming into this with a little bit of just an advantage, an edge in terms of individual performance.
You would say they had a stronger team to face in their opening game too. Furia, right? FaZe had FlyQuest, and they struggled against FlyQuest.
Yeah, they did.
It looked like they were even going to lose that first map, and then even the second map was a very close affair. It was a 2-0, but that doesn't really tell the story. FaZe definitely struggled against FlyQuest. But then again, FaZe are always struggle in games, and just
Exactly. That's the X factor that I don't know really how to quantify at this point. Hey, Rion, you guys sound a little rowdy right now, so I want to ask you a question. How many of you out in the crowd are rooting for Navi in this game?
A lot.
Got a couple. How many of you out there want FaZe to win this quarterfinal? All right, that ain't bad.
Pero cuando entraron no había más de Navi.
Yeah.
Traición.
Broky's got the AWP out. His big old laser.
Let's go, Navi. Let's go.
Two teams.
Let's go, Navi. Let's go. Let's go, Navi. Let's go.
Tentative start to this round for Navi.
Yeah, but a little bit of aggression here from FaZe. They're finding a little weak point. Rain and Frozen just took a little.
Tenemos el primer UI, amigo. 3-0 gana Navi.
That's not going to give away too much of the game
Vamos a ver
at the moment, but
de quién es el primer UI en este primer armado. En este pick de Navi, quise decir. Primer UI.
And Rain taking control of the main choke points for
a
the
Pembroke.
site. Problem for Rops at the
La
moment
Rubia
is
wonderful.
he's got the teammate pushed up on catwalk, so there's no one to really kind of sandwich and collapse and crossfire on any kind of aggressive play.
Aggressive play.
Kasu Robs. Opening kill found. 45 seconds remaining.
Mete el entry. Oh, mira cómo se mandó Bit. Tiene mana en caverna. No, bueno. Entry perfecto de Navi.
Karrigan and Brokey on the other side of the map. There's no other option. It is a save call. And that will be 4 rounds in a row for Navi.
That's going to be really frustrating for Frozen. He was up on top of the balcony looking for the Palace play. And as soon as Rops goes down, he kind of readjusts his position
ganar liga,
defense loses a little bit of strength. And that's exactly when Bit makes his play. Brokey and Karrigan locked out with nothing to do. A little bit of a hunt here from JL.
TC, ¿ves, Cheto? Ya estoy, TC.
Sound resumed. But strong positions to prevent any of these weapons hitting the deck at the end of the day.
User joined your channel.
Hello.
Getting close to taking some of these weapons away.
Steadies
himself and
y por World Cup. Desde ahí, estoy viendo el oficial.
And a Molotov.
Nice.
No, YouTube pone.
You can cook up in the kitchen without.
No hay sin clusters.
Looking sharp, and I mean it's always a good day when Bit.
El maldito Ima.
I'm glad that it's transitioned from day one to now the second day of play for Navi.
At the end of the day, like this is the reality of the situation is like you look at Navi and especially through the major. We always talk about teams in terms of like their core 3 and the 3 players you expect to deliver, right? And we know Navi have JL, who's performed pretty consistently at a good level. A couple off events here and there. Wonderful at the major, was excellent. He too's like kind of taken a little bit of starting to find a little bit of form again. And then we've always kind of consistently looked towards Ima after his performance in the Paris major to be that kind of third star. But if Bit's going to step up into that role, it's like that's all gravy. Like if Bit's going to be that guy and pop back off to where he's been at previously in his career, man, this is going to be so. This actually really truly a dangerous team who can repeat some of that success.
Estaba Ney.
And this guy's waiting in the wings. He's chilling out there somewhere.
Still on the roster.
Capacity.
Lots of options for Navi. We have a tech issue at the moment. We'll get that resolved.
Tengo los derechos, si no, no puede estar pasando nada. Nomás que no a los comunitarios no liberan, no sé, no le dan los Syncaster, no sé por qué realmente. Pero bueno, las introducciones me dicen así, pregunté y no me respondieron, así que. No hay mucho más para hacer, digamos. Pasa que hay que entender también que en este evento, la eSport World Cup, hay como 60 juegos, entonces debe ser un quilombo toda la producción en general de ahí, que lo hacen lo más simple posible y ya está. Esto igual lo hace Cele, lo ayuda, lo produce Cele. Copenhagen, 4-0 para Navi.
Na'Vi are starting to send multiple players in here quite
Tac.
quickly.
Oh.
His shot will connect
Mucho daño igual.
onto Imma, but it's not a kill. Carrigan's under a lot of pressure now at short side, but he's got Brokey to back him up.
Buen movimiento Carrigan por mano, no mató a ninguno.
Finally traded by Bit.
Le dio toda la tranquilidad a Brokey.
So long, and he's actually found impact
Y llegó todo FaZe para sumar la primera, Y poner esto 4-1. Buena defensa.
Great kills from Brokey, but really smart play. Good job from Carrigan, making himself a really difficult target to clear out of position. Finally found
Y se nos murió la mano.
but that's all he's gonna get, and FaZe is on the board in round 5.
Necesita tener morite con un boludo así, igual,
Ya ahí es necesario.
Pero mucho.
Y sí.
You can understand the idea from Na'Vi to go for a quicker play out of the tech issue. See if you can test that B-bomb site defense. Oh, that was the last second shot that rattled off. It makes the difference that if Brokey doesn't get that pick, then surely we watch Carrigan go down.
AWP was recovered for the defense, and this time Na'Vi gonna line up outside the A-bomb site. They've attacked a couple different positions on this map already in these first 5 rounds. Looks like a set piece coming in. Not pulling the trigger on the attack up ramp just yet, waiting for some counter utility, see what kind of a response that's
Y
gonna get
pasen
from the
explosiona.
defense.
Saeto.
And FaZe might be scratching their heads a little bit because they don't hear follow-up flashbangs, they don't hear follow-up footsteps and pressure, but it's just a double pump. They're coming in right now.
All the util. Landing for Na'Vi, and Bit will start to extend out of Palace. He's covered off by the smoke it stairs. Brokey cannot see anything until that point.
Linda.
Smoke blasts open, reveals the likes of B. Now JL,
Ay, JL.
play a wild card, and he plays it into death. It's Frozen fighting back.
Se hace fuerte
Bit is
FaZe.
down. Wonderful towards CT, needed to land the shot. It rung out, but it's
1
a
de
miss.
4 para
And
Im.
Imma now with a 1v4
Para
ahead of
Imma.
him. It's another solid
No,
position
chao.
for FaZe Clan, and one that will result in 4 players
Acá.
staying up.
Cagó Fire.
Collected.
Ojalá
There's
pierda
some of
lo de
that
Navi,
poison
boludo.
experience from FaZe.
Sí.
Not blinking
Ojalá
on the
pierda
first
Navi.
execute, just holding nades in hand, ready to
O sea,
go.
ojalá gane FaZe.
Ready for the follow-up
rodear a
that was
nadie,
surely
más porque
coming.
quiera
Good
ganar
comms, because that's not Brokey who throws that nade. That's a teammate who breaks that smoke for him, and they manage all the follow-up aggression after the fact.
Un rato juegan Crew Bestia ahora.
Clásico.
Now Na'Vi's money is in a position where they would rather just eco. Buy Deagles across the board apart from Moneymat. And see what you can get out of these. This will now allow FaZe to
Carrigan.
increase their score to 3.
Escribe ese try.
Carrigan on the op. And it's a miss.
Santi.
Baited out of him by
¿Viste lo
Alexi.
de...? No sé si fue en el mapa de Furia. Creo que no.
se pegó uno.
Pero que quedaba uno en poti y empezaron a gritarlo del público.
Defensive smoke.
Heaven,
deployed
Heaven,
at
no
the
sé si lo
base
viste.
of
Ah, no sé,
Rob
puede
Sawyer
ser.
Eso lo
over
tiene
to
que sacar
cover
el evento.
catwalk, but the main thrust once again
Tiene
is
que haber
coming into
seguridad ahí que
B-halls, and
sepa
this
lo...
time it's not with
Y,
El
rifles.
chabón,
It's just
o
with
que alguien
Deagles.
vaya y la avise, boludo.
Carrigan's got a good angle here.
Gratuito, ¿qué hace?
Y nosotros lo hemos hecho acá también.
And Frozen over
Ah,
on
pero
catwalk
podés hacer
with
un...
Carrigan anchored with this
Eso
AWP.
está bien, pero el chabón gritándole acá, igual no te van a escuchar los players,
Going
pero...
up and Carrigan nails that
Y-
shot. Frozen's rifle at the
No
ready.
está bien, claramente, pero...
It is now
No, para mí
steady
gritarle acá al
for
posta es
FaZe.
motivo
It
de
is
como gritar
3.
A o B, ponele.
As predicted. I think FaZe Clan will be a team
Acá
that
pasó
will
igual,
break
acá la...
probably the most
Yo creo que
out
eso...
of everybody.
¿Ah?
No le gritaban la post.
Sí, boludo, la de 1 de 2 Martínez. Todo le gritaban oscuro, boludo. Sí.
They were
¿Sí?
everywhere.
Sí,
Yo
boludo.
estaba, vos estaban en el evento ahí, para mí no le gritaban.
No, yo tampoco estaba en el evento, pero...
Ah, yo sí.
Creo que lo gritaban, oscuro, oscuro.
Para mí la gente, o sea, igual está bien. Igual es muy complicado, sí. Pero ahí era claramente un solo chabón gritando la post, ¿entendés?
Claro.
I think it all kind of eclipsed over in Dallas with that early
A ver,
exit.
si te ganas la
and
verdad de
that very
Martín.
intense team talk.
Fede, bueno, le gritan,
and interviews
oscuro.
and trying to find a way to
A ver.
get this team back on track. Nice thing is, I mean, we kind of mentioned, we highlighted the, you know, the devastating loss that FaZe took in the major finals back in Copenhagen to Na'Vi.
¿Qué ronda era? ¿Te
You
acordás? Ni a
have to
palo.
imagine FaZe coming this one is
Y...
just going to have that extra
Anda el,
gear,
el
just a little
Twitter de
bit extra
Peacemaker.
fired up for
¿Viste
this
vos
one,
cómo me más con
extra
ese?
focused.
Sí, es un bobo.
Ese es un...
Es un bobo de aquello.
Ese es un bobo.
Ese que le ponías Luis.
Sí. Luis le ponía, Luis, punto, y lo arranca a escribir. Qué tipo Pelotudo
Es
ese,
un bobo, igual. Ya era bobo antes de pelearse con vos.
Nah, sí, obvio, siempre fue un bobo.
Le lees un poco el Twitter y te das cuenta que es un bobo.
Ese se quedó sin laburo y está buscando entrar a un equipo. De vez en cuando retuitea lo que tiene pineado, que es que está buscando equipo, los logros. Tomátela.
Hace poco estuvo en un equipo picante, ¿no?
¿Cuál fue el último?
No sé si Heroic, parece que no igual.
No me acuerdo, pero sí, creo que había entrado en un equipo. Ha estado un par de veces en una mesa de análisis de serie también. Igual a mí me sacó, o sea, podríamos haber discutido tranquilamente, pero a mí me sacó que me haya puesto racista. O sea, que mi comentario reflejaba lo que le estaban poniendo a él en el tweet, ¿entendés? Y que de 100 comentarios, 3, 4 le habrán puesto algo de racista, ¿entendés? ¿De quién hablamos? Peacemaker, que es un ex coach conocido por aprovechar del bug de coach en Heroic. Lo banearon. Nada, un coach. Bueno, también tuvo en Imperial en el Last Chance. Había entrado como coach. El coach después lo sacaron, no sé qué me habrá pasado, pero. Y cuando ganó la Fire 9Z, a los 2-3 días, él retuitea el clip de Martínez que gana en B, que la gente grita. Y pone, te tiene que dar vergüenza ganar así, o tiene que dar vergüenza, bueno, no sé, como algo medio sarcástico o algo medio directo a putear o como decir cosas de lo que pasó, ¿no? Y yo me le reí, puse ja. O sea, le cité el tweet y le puse ja. Y se ve que en su comentario, yo ni leí lo que le estaba poniendo la gente, yo vi, retuiteé y ya está. Igual si lo hubiera visto, no es mi culpa, porque Twitter...
Y además él se estaba riendo también del...
Claro, eso está, se estaba cagando.
El tweet de él es, al recoso de Martínez, imposible ganar,
Claro, eso, reíse. Yo me reí...
Te reíste a eso, ¿entendés?
Claro.
El chabón te tiró racista.
Y la gente, igual yo después entré a ver, y había un par de comentarios racistas o un par de comentarios... Pero claro, igual de 20 comentarios, de 20 tweets, 2 eran racistas, ponele. Y me cita el tweet mío que yo me pongo jaja y dice: Forgi es un pilar de la comunidad argentina. Y este comentario refleja los comentarios racistas que me hacen en mi tweet. O sea, como si yo estuviera avalando el racismo, ¿entendés? Y a eso me sacó. A yo le empecé a poner: vos sos un pelotudo, ¿cómo podés decir que porque yo me estoy riendo voy a avalar el racismo? Qué tipo boludo, por favor. Y después empezó a excusarse. Le digo, pasó en la IEM Río. A los brasileros en la IEM Río le sacaron el X-Ray en vivo. O sea, porque la gente decía dónde estaban los jugadores. Imagínate, a ese punto llegó Valve. Que igual para mí está mal, que le saque el X-Ray. Yo le puse, para mí estaba mal que le saque el X-Ray. Pasa en todos lados. Hay pro player que mueven la mira y nunca se le dijo nada. A pro player como Olof, ponele, o que tienen clip conocido con eso. Y dice, no, pero vos sos un ejemplo, tenés que enseñar, educar. Como si él hubiera dicho a Gaul, como si él hubiera puteado a Gaul en el momento cuando pidió que vuelva en el X-Ray. O sea, cosas que no tienen sentido.
Además, no dijiste nada, ¿entendés?
Yo no dije nada, claro.
O sea, dijiste lo mismo que hizo él en su tweet y le retuiteaste tipo... de buena.
Sí.
Después, yo me acuerdo, después el chabón como que intentó decirte como nunca te acusé de racismo y... Un poco sí, boludo.
No, por eso le dije, no me estás acusando, pero estás diciendo que yo avalo el racismo, porque... ¿Cómo puedes poner que lo que yo dije reflejaba los comentarios racistas? O sea, no tiene nada que ver. De última discutime porque...
Esos son los llorones, ¿viste?
Por eso, esos son los... Sí, esos justo son los llorones que... De última discutime que está bien, que está mal, que estoy bien yo en cagarme de risa de lo que está haciendo la gente o que está mal. Bueno, te creo, vamos a discutir.
Claro.
Pero
él hubiera puesto ponerle... Qué asco como un pilar de la comunidad se ríe de cómo están haciendo trampa lo de 9Z. Bueno, sos un pelotudo también, pero bueno.
Claro, lo podés poner de última...
Con razón, yo qué sé.
O de última, vamos,
cualquier cosa que nada que ver.
Forgi, podés igual enseñar en vez, no sé, qué sé yo, cualquier cosa.
Bueno. Cualquier cosa.
Y después, encima de todo esto, hubo miles de comentarios. O sea, todos los argentinos estaban conmigo. Muchos brasileños me hablaron en el privado diciendo: Tranquilo, Forgi. Vos sos monstruo. Peacemaker no representa. ¿Viste? Claramente todos lo odian a ese loco. ¿Cómo es? Y encima en uno de los comentarios tuiteas Toseo. ¿Viste? En el pibe que está en ENS, el pibito que tiene 14 años. Tuitea Toseo y el loco le retuiteó ese tweet, le citó ese tweet y empezó a robar a los dueños de ENS, a los que es encargado. Me está incriminando, porque le puso que como que chitea, como que él hizo trampa, qué sé yo. Me está incriminando de algo que no es, que todos mis abogados ya ganaron el qué sé yo. A un pibe de 14 años, ¿entendés? O sea, ¿cómo puede ser tan pelotudo? Y de hecho le retuiteé y le puse, Luis, no quiero gastar más tiempo en vos, pero quiero decirte que sos un nefasto o algo así. Le puse.
Luis, tu nombre artístico es Luis.
Luisito. 6-5 para Navi.
So that is 6 rounds to 5. Na'Vi take a lead, and Money's not in a good position for FaZe in this final round of the half.
No, Kerrigan's going to descend to an SMG just so he can have a little bit of utility. Frozen doesn't exactly have that luxury.
Bueno, me for knife.
Le voy acá a Goncho 11 también en el post, no lo había visto, mira, se picó un poco también ahí.
Ah, sí, Gon también le puso.
Game plan is so effective right now,
sí.
And it feels like they're prepared for a lot of these follow-up plays. That being said, FaZe just ends a 5-1 run with that loss there.
Última del cambio, amigos. A ver qué pasa. Está fuerte Navi igual,
It is Na'Vi ahead by 2 players, and they might just be ahead by a few extra rounds.
No se paran de pegar en las pruebas.
It is a massive ask and one that will not be
responded
to. Frozen is left now again in a 1v4, and this one he has to attempt. There is no option to save. And he is going to go into the side.
7-5 para Navi en su pick.
Na'Vi who will leave this half with a 2-round lead over
Cambio de lado.
Mirage. Fantastic showing across the board, led by Bit.
Bueno.
Juego con Limiña, Neymar.
Sí, boludo.
Mirá.
Victoria Neymar. Ah, no puedo verlo, ¿qué es?
Sí, se la estaría de Neymar ahí con Limiña.
Vamos a del celu. Che. Fico puto bien.
Hijo de puta, Ney.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a
7-5 para Navi, amigos.
on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Na'Vi taking on FaZe. 7-5 in the favor of Na'Vi. Looking sharp, but FaZe finding ways to fight back. Actually, FaZe might have even
Bueno.
gun rounds. A good start from Na'Vi allowed them to get out to a lead and claw a couple more rounds at the end. And we'll see what's going to happen now that
A ver lo que pasa en este Mirage. Que ya está comenzando la segunda mitad. Y estamos 7-5 ganando Na'Vi, el último campeón del Major. Falta poco para China también, para el Major de China. 1 de diciembre. Y entró muy poco la Quali, la RMR y todo el circuito del Major.
¿Eso cuándo empieza?
Ya el mes que viene, creo. God Etardo.
¿El RMR cuándo es?
Creo que en noviembre. Está muy sólido esto, loco,
I know, just so much chaos in that situation and scrambling to recover the scenario, running out of ammunition. I cannot believe Bit hits that shot on Brokey disappearing into the smoke. With the effectiveness of that post plant, one extra player might have just been the difference. The fact that he grabs that hurts.
Yeah,
nice simple pistol. That's both pistols now for Na'Vi in this opening map on Mirage.
Now, with the changes we've seen come in just before Dallas, you can't really get a full buy, a very solid force buy in the T round after getting the bomb plant like you used to. So FaZe have actually decided to go with some Tech 9s and Deagles instead of fully investing into this. Only one player purchasing armor, and that's Robs. So FaZe want to get gun rounds. They want to get as many as possible in this half.
Listo, Alita, hermano de FaZe. El eco. Cuando Na'Vi se empieza a desprender un poco. Oh, mira vos.
Good shots from Kerrigan. Wonderful now to stay on the other side of the smoke, but the bomb is not in a position to take advantage of this.
Not really. Not at all. Kerrigan's still fighting, though. Get away, JL. Kerrigan's just coming swinging. Kerrigan down to 7 HP. Brokey has the bomb, and that's now been spotted. Now Bit is going to be primed to try and deal with this threat. He's going to drop down and try and stop the bomb from getting away. He'll do exactly that, but he lost a lot of his health.
Minuto 2,
It was
1,
close to
¿está
going
bien?
FaZe Clan's way, but now the
Minuto.
problem is, Jason, the bomb is down an underpass,
58,
and they're so
57.
far away from it.
Kerrigan's playing with some attitude today.
52, 51, 50.
Bit's low too. Kerrigan and Bit, the walking wounded right now. But I do think Bit's position should allow him to kill on Kerrigan.
Uy, bueno. Kerrigan está con todo, Arrancó una Glock, pasando por un Monele.
Who's playing on his computer? Because it's not the Kerrigan that I'm used to.
This is crazy. The break did him well. Just a little bit of rest and recovery.
Se cuenta tirada igual.
It's just unfortunate and awkward that with the bomb being dropped,
La
Brokey
tiene
was doing his
Wonder.
best to fall back, even kind
Wonderful.
of there was going to be a follow-up fight, but
they got to play for elimination now, right? It's like 18 seconds left. They just got to try and
Cago
get
nomás,
kills.
Frozen.
Kerrigan's down. Frozen's now caught
Pues
between
9-5.
two players. And although it was lovely to watch from Kerrigan, it doesn't result in a round win or even close to it.
No, not a round win, but it is a win of sorts. You came into that. Remember, you
9-5.
invested only one player with armor, just upgraded pistols. That's a fantastic return on investment. 3 kills.
That's very true. Kerrigan just takes a risk, goes through the smoke. You know, there's nothing really to lose here with the P250.
It's because it's designed, right? There's no utility, but he's saying my only window to make it through the smoke and make this work and be a little bit creative is this pressure that Frozen is applying, showing that we're rushing B to take attention away from that exact play.
When you go right into the gun rounds, FaZe decided they wanted to take a weaker buy in the last so they can
Let's go, Na'Vi.
47 in this. A lot of damage done to Imma early by YouTube.
4-2 la lluvia,
That was JL's nade that did that damage. He broke open the con smoke and Emo was trying to fall right back through it, so a little awkward.
That's a rough start. Frozen hoping to catch the head of Alexi B jump spotting.
Salta, cabrón. Ah.
Ponía si estaba,
no.
Not giving
se viene Ferrari.
much of an opportunity for that with the type of jumps he's going for. Wonderful boosted up.
He's got a flashbang if he can set up wonderful.
Oh no!
Peeks ahead of it. Good damage,
Wonderful.
good kill. And Alexi
Casi
playing
dos.
back.
LXCB gets into a smoke created by himself. It's an extra corridor of cover to get underneath the apartments again. So if Robs comes out here with a bomb, LXCB
No puede
might be
JTR.
able to stop it from getting into the bomb site, but Robs
Bien, Alexi. Ahí nomás en coma.
LXCB still hits that headshot.
Uy, Alexi.
LXCB follows up and FaZe Clan
Tan fuerte estos locos,
in the middle of nowhere.
Más allá de lo que mató, todo lo
That
que
is
vivió también.
just LXCB with some sick
Llegaron
kills
los
on the
compa.
MP9, and the second was found without even seeing his opponent.
And they knew he was still there. They knew he was still there, so they were kind of frozen from really taking control of that bomb site. Even when they get the second kill in B, they know it's not Alexi, so they know they're still searching for one more player. But what just a brilliant sequence of decision-making from Navi's in-game leader. Alexi with 10 kills.
FaZe Clan with their second timeout.
Yeah, well, now it's sketchy. Now all of a sudden that kind of setup they had with the Kerrigan round, with taking 3 players out previously, it kind of goes to waste. You no longer have them at like a tenuous economic position to capitalize on. They get a rebuy. Meanwhile, FaZe, they have to stay on pistols. At a 5-round deficit.
La copa del counter es esa, digamos.
Claro.
Na'Vi building up a beautiful scoreline.
Pistolita, hermano de FaZe.
Extremely likely to be 11. And it's almost
It's
getting
that
to the
Juan
point,
Chi.
Jason, where it almost feels like FaZe need to win a round like this. Like something that they shouldn't be winning. Deagles, Glocks, P250s. They came
JL.
close earlier in the half.
Ojo.
It's one of the factors that they were known for during some of their dominant stretches is the fact that they can pull these rounds out magically. They can just use these deagles, and there's a good start. Rops lands one. That's JL. First step taken by FaZe in these
Mira como error de
pistols.
Buda encima, ¿no?
But it's just a trade. It's not an advantage. It's just evening those numbers out again.
Anda a saber qué está diciendo ese loco, ¿no?
There's not a lot of momentum behind FaZe at the moment, and I'm just trying to figure out how can we put these pistols. It looks like an attack into the B bomb site. Is about to be set up. Kerrigan already in the apartments.
It's really the only option without utility. You have no more nades to cover mid-window, cover catwalk, cover con at all. You have nothing to cover at the A bomb site, the myriad of smokes that you need to take that successfly.
Sí, para ver la cosa.
March into the B bomb site, hope the
Jugarán los
Deagles can
Kiota.
provide you another quick kill and see if you can stream in afterwards.
La tiene muy complicado,
To deal with this is LXCB at short.
Tienen que insta poner
Oh,
primero.
in that range will rip the head off Rain. Now Wonderful plays inside
Tac.
the bomb site itself.
Farmea
and
Wonderful.
Did not see him.
Farmean el
Takes
out.
an easy kill in FaZe.
Se queda sin bala.
Really
¡Ay,
finding
Wonder!
any sort of foothold. Finally, Kerrigan.
Nah, sí, con las
The call went
pistolitas.
out for himself.
Ojo.
It's Wonderful going down, and the rest of
11-5.
FaZe will fall. 11-5. That round is quite simply picked up by Na'Vi.
Medio único.
You don't have to miss Nico. He's still here. He's still here. He'll
You
be
go
back.
outside and see a giant billboard of his head as well if you want.
He'll be back tomorrow. FaZe maybe not. They have quite a deficit to overcome and quite a deep hole at the moment. 11-5 for Na'Vi, and this T side has yet to get started for FaZe, yet to win a round on it.
So this is it now for FaZe. Lose this, and Mirage will come to an end. Rain creeping up short, hasn't had the performance he would have hoped for, but that's a good entry, and it's even better on the second.
Despierta
JL
FaZe.
goes down in the window. And Brokey, missed shot through connector. He recovers, he gets a second chance, and he won't miss that. LXCB fends off Kerrigan. But FaZe
4-2.
ahead in a comfortable way right now, 4 versus 2. Ima is starting to search the ramp, worried about Palace. They haven't quite pieced together what FaZe are about to do, and it's coming through connector.
Va a estar
into the
ganero.
site.
¿Cuántas rondas? A ver,
Ima
¿cuántas
hides inside of ramp.
vamos
FaZe
en
will
total?
realize that has to be a possibility they should consider.
Ah, tengo ganas de turno y no me sé el turno de hoy.
LXCB through jungle.
No.
If he can get a double kill, it reopens
Laca,
this
igual, cuidado.
question.
Nah,
And
este
Emma,
con model
it's a
ese.
big shot on Rops. It's now
1v2.
suddenly Emma in a
Cerca, está en la
1v2.
mitad de la
It
pantalla,
doesn't
cuidado.
feel as unrealistic as it did just mere moments ago.
Si salta, tío, que...
Rain is low, 25 health, and it does not matter if Emma just jumps into him. And Rain with a fantastic round. We started talking about how maybe weak he's been on this map, but that's a huge step up.
Yeah, well, somebody on FaZe needed to provide a little bit of energy to this team with the sequence, and Rain has done just that. Good kill, good turn immediately to the angle. Spots JL shooting back at him. And Rain puts together a round that gets FaZe finally on the board in this second half. And
Bueno, Rain
immediately
venía
Navi
apagado, pero
struggling
en
for
estas
cash.
rondas
So Pistols
se
themselves,
mató 4, creo.
they could have
Ronda
forced
clave
fought
esta.
if they
Se puede volver a
chose,
meter en
but
mapa.
deciding to play
Ya, a
a
ver.
little bit wise with their money, a little bit conservative with their money, considering the lead.
Si pierden esta es una locura.
Yeah, LexiB's pushed up in that top mid smoke, but look how aware Rain is of this possibility.
And also, there's just a timer on this play. Like, Alexi's going to have to make a move. He does it as soon as his teammates swing. Good job on that.
Por
Not
aquí
too
todo.
bad.
From Carrigan, that's kind of filthy. And now FaZe's reaction is to jump out into the A side because they've seen so many numbers in middle.
144 rondas
hubo
hubo en el primero y en el segundo.
Smokes up in connector, and that bomb goes down. So
Y, boludo. ¿Cuántas van ahora? 144. Más... Van 155.
to notice a pulse.
Ojo, 161.
Some life in FaZe, still on Mirage.
Y es primer mapa.
Money's so good for Na'Vi though.
Y quedan todavía unas
Yeah, I mean,
ronditas.
due to the smart decision of saving here, and especially now that you have 2 AK-47s, one can get passed over to Bit. I mean, this decision to just play it smart with your economy and stick on pistols with the lead that they have, this is going to help catapult their money into them being very, very comfortable for the next 2 or 3 rounds. Good decision making from Na'Vi has set them up very, very well to close this out without too many issues. Purchasing AWPs will not be a problem for them. And a timeout used from Na'Vi as they want to talk over getting back into the guns, what they can
sí,
adjust,
pausa,
what
porque esta
FaZe is
ronda vale
doing
oro.
well, where
Y sí.
FaZe is being effective,
Desató
and
nada.
what they need to do to shut it down.
Es a Tuti o Nati.
El escenario tan así.
Sí, aparte bien hecho, porque es un buen lugar, grande, pero no tienen muchas butacas, porque saben que no mueve mucha gente tampoco. Ahí.
Ah, no están llenas, creo, ¿no? Ni siquiera.
Sí, creo que está lleno, pero debe haber, no sé, 100 butacas, ponele.
Ah,
O ni eso.
4-round lead.
Pero está bien, porque ahí saben que no va mucha
Off
gente
in the
en
hands of
presencia.
Wonderful and the hands of Brokey as well.
Entonces no te
FaZe
queda
trying to
vacío el
continue this
estadio.
streak and claw themselves back into this map.
Se juega en Arabia. Shakvi, Raji, no sé cómo.
Jump out from JL.
Es la capital, no sé cómo se llama, pero es la capital.
En el Movistar, sí,
Rashid.
en el Movistar había. Acá debe haber 200 personas como mucho. Fíjate que se escuchan de unos pares, boludo.
Rain into mid.
Ah, no. Rijad.
He's so good
Rijad.
that it's been like this for years. That FaZe really can
No sé
let
si
him
la capital.
just take top mid on his own. He's that reliable. He's that comfortable. And it allows you to have extra players in positions like ramp.
11-7 para Na'Vi,
That
amigos.
might be enough to topple Bit.
Irma con la primera.
Karkin goes down inside a
Ay,
connector.
Bit.
Frozen is enough to remove Bit, in fact, and now Wonderful is under a little bit more pressure because he's got a position.
Oh,
so
está el
otro?
right.
¿Te mató?
And Frozen, well, he just pushes
salió de todo,
forward.
se mató.
Salvó la papa
Doesn't
Irma, a
care
ver si
about the
sigue.
AWP presence. And now
Bueno,
Irma has
está-
to try and
hizo?
catch
Está
things
clavando.
up. He had a chance there, but Frozen's not stopping. He's had a round. And we are starting to see the individuals from FaZe have more and more of these moments.
Ojo.
It is taken out by JL.
Ojo.
Frozen's
1-1.
reply to Lexi.
¡Ay, qué cerca!
Suddenly,
Alexi.
it's a 1v1.
Ese que lo
There's
chuteaba.
lots of time
Sí,
on
verse
that
la P,
fuse. It's Brokey up against Alexi B.
And
No
how
tiene
does he choose to
latas,
play
Alexi,
Brokey?
si
Does he
defuse.
look for the cross? Does he try and get the pick as he comes in? Does he wait for the defuse? Alexi's got no utility to help himself get into the bomb site.
He now has one flash.
Ah,
that
lo
he
vio.
picks up off the floor.
¡Oh!
Spots
¡No! ¿Cómo lo piqueó,
Still
bro?
close it. 8 rounds in
Ah,
this
igual lo tenía que
comeback is
pedir.
still happening for FaZe.
Alexi
Brokey.
never expected
Y no
that
se dio cuenta de lo que
repeat,
estaba
but
un
how
poco
gutsy was it with low health?
Ah, no sé cómo se dio.
Mira, ve,
Getting
era el
tagged up,
lugar
one
bueno.
more
Ah.
bullet would have done it.
Y así son
And
dos
Brokey's
lados.
just way too fast. But this is activated by Frozen.
Él se prendió y
Clearing out a ramp, the swing into the bomb site afterwards. These kills on the cross.
We've seen in this half a
justo
huge
salió.
rain round, and that kind of kick-started this comeback that FaZe are currently on.
qué
And now
huevo.
we're seeing a big round from the
Había
rifle
sacado la
of
mira, le
Frozen.
piqué.
pistolita para Na'Vi ahora, amigos. Ojo, un half,
Back
MP9
into
M4 que
Big
pueden ser
clutch
poderosos.
From the off of Brokey. Yet it's still Kerrigan leading the way with 17 kills.
Alexi B's having a game as well. He's top fragging for his squad, 16. A battle of the in-game leaders.
Game leaders.
Y están diciendo que los dos que más están matando son los IGL.
Sí.
Alexi. Low at 31. Will that grenade?
¿Sabes que sí?
Ay.
Ay, creí que rebotaba
Just a
la pared
little
de
bit off
fuera,
the top, but Rain is pushing up short. He's doing it swiftly.
Ojo.
He's not alone
Son
either.
3 ya acá,
He's got
LB4.
plenty of teammates in behind him.
Canta la Eagle.
Este la de casi tiene que morir,
Best
chao.
chance of being competitive in this round
No.
because multiple players defending this B site. JL goes down. He would have loved a lot more out of his rifle.
11-9.
He's unable to get any.
11-9.
Se siguen sumando rondas, muchachos.
Digo que si la de Cap moría antes y dejaba baitear la M4 en la misma pos.
Voy a abrir matar uno también. Si abre Mateo no moría.
Bueno, rompelo ahí. ¡Cas!
Let's go, Navi. Let's go.
As soon as you think it's about to be a clean, quick victory from Na'Vi.
We mentioned one of the kind of factors of FaZe when they've been in some of their more dominant streaks being their ability to win those miracle rounds of Deagles. One of the other ones is the fact that they're just so hard to put away.
Yeah,
they're one of those teams that just don't quit, and it's what's made them such an exciting team to watch over the years is the number and the myriad of comebacks they've had, the number of times they've had backs against the wall, facing elimination, and just staying in maps even when they're down big and grinding it out. It's happening again here on Mirage. 4 in a row for FaZe.
Hay un tireno, se llama Carlos, hater de tenistas argentinos. Qué hijo de puta.
¿Esto qué es? Cuartos, ¿no?
¿No sabe señales? Sí.
It's a creative call.
¿Qué dijo? Cagan de risa.
Se estaban riendo de que señalaba mal el chavo.
Perhaps the sentiment felt by FaZe as well.
11-9.
Well done. You've done me in there.
Yeah.
Wonderful looking towards
En cualquier momento enfocan a los cordobeses eso que van están viendo en Dubái y aparecen ahí en Arabia. Con un cartel se cierran recursos.
Okay, Carrigan. What has he been doing during the break? This is wild. Carrigan jumps up on the bench, blasts the head off JL.
I haven't seen that out of Carrigan in like 8 years.
It's been a long time. And JL's having a tough time right now, 8 and 14. And that boost up into the window is coming in. Frozen's
Yo
already
dije ayer, puse de ejemplo 200 rondas y me cagan de risa.
getting heated. Step down into the underpass. 49 seconds left.
5 de 4. Se viene con todo FaZe,
FaZe just occupying mid at the moment. They know they have Frozen in a position that he can start to get involved late into the round.
¿Qué hacemos, muchachos? ¿Vemos el segundo mapa de esta serie o vamos a ver Crew Bestia?
FaZe's final closing gambit is to head to the A bomb site. That's where they want to finish.
Look like it.
And they're so wrong. Now, equally, FaZe doesn't have a smoke to cross con. There could be a battle. There could be an engagement if they ever peak.
20 seconds left. Imma could delay them, and it's effective trading, but they've got to go to the site now. 15 seconds. Alexi B still inside of the bomb site. Carrigan in that fight.
Oh, no, Carrigan está muy bien,
He can stop it. 8 seconds left. They're running. Wonderful's right here. Oh my God, FaZe just getting that plant down. Wonderful. Couldn't stop it in time, and the plant comes in. It is a wild maneuver as FaZe go back into the only player left standing for Na'Vi. And Wonderful is now thinking about a clutch.
I think he's just boxed in.
Igual,
He's like, I can't get away. Carrigan's already wrapping me CT spawn. I have no exit. I might as well go for this and see what I can try.
Well, time is ticking.
¡Oh! La primera chance. Ya está.
And now that Molly comes in. If he goes back, Rops is waiting for him. 11-10. This is an incredible comeback yet again from FaZe.
Al Carrigani?
Al Carrigani.
They're about to put them away, but as you mentioned, they've got a tough chin. Can't be knocked out. Na'Vi's money is starting to look a little questionable. They're going to go with some scouts, SMGs. FaZe are most likely going to tie this game up 11-11. 5 rounds in a row from FaZe on the T
Gordo
side.
Carrigan está en pija. Ya sale corriendo como un loco.
Cuatro pistolitas, 3 pistoletas en el primero y una scout.
You almost said it jokingly at the start of series with FaZe. It's a close game against FlyQuest, but then again, every game with FaZe is close, and it just becomes true every single time.
It's wild, too, how well Na'Vi set themselves up in terms of their money with a couple of saved AK-47s and the way things were looking, and haven't been able to capitalize on that kind of advantage that they gave themselves. This is starting to get...
Llega a meter hasta Navi. Ojo con la Deagle de IM y JL. ¡Ojo! ¡Ojo! ¡No te avisé, perrito! ¡Ay!
Yeah, it's not enough to bring him down though. And now this attack into the B-bomb side is currently
cagaron.
frozen. Spotting out a couple, Rob Shorkin and Tan.
JL. JL.
But suddenly a big flying on the dig.
¡Ay! ¡Qué cerca! Carga el pick. Carga el pick. Yo te avisé. ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡Y uno!
And now it's a 1v1. It's a clutch that JL can win. He's up against Carrigan, the top fragger.
No, 7 balas.
7 balas.
No. Ojo, igual, el timing. El timing. El timing.
No. What a round from JL. As soon as FaZe Clan are about to tie things up, JL steps up with a
No venía matando uno,
Toda mía, Ojo con IM y JL. ¡Tac, tac, tac! Acá la primera, verá. ¡Uy!
He had a couple of those against Furia. His Deagle just creates excellent moments for Na'Vi.
Uy, no, no, Uy, no,
Amigo,
los partidos, JL. J Legend.
Because JL got a little bit of a jump on it. And Carrigan thought he had a few more seconds to be safe and clear CT spawn.
Pobre Carrigan, me está matando un loco.
12-10.
Qué lindo, amigo, morir así como Alex y ve como tus compañeros parten a todos. Wonderful, chao.
Todo bien, llegó 2, fue rápido, Carrigan no le pegó tan cerca, lo escuchó y acá.
Hizo todo bien, por eso.
22-16
Carrigan. Pobre Carrigan, Ah.
And eventually it's Emma that comes out on top of that. Na'Vi a player up. Rops trading it out, keeping the numbers even. And Equilibrium once again established.
Lo tenía que partir, amigo. Lo tenía que partir.
Frozen into a sandwich. And Bit's gonna peek out. Good timing on that. Frozen was looking the wrong way. Big
cover.
Has his palace, and it's all over here in Mirage. Unless Brokey's got something magic.
Qué locura,
Just does it. Na'Vi stopped the comeback. Na'Vi stopped FaZe, and they've got Mirage to kick off this quarterfinal.
¿Qué?
Entra a mi Steam y mirá.
Estoy viendo, ya lo vi igual.
¿Lo viste?
Sí. No, pero para ver qué es.
A mí es terrible esto.
Ah, sí, los aumerios esos nuevos que tenés.
Ah, pero viste.
No sé cómo se llaman.
¿Viste este?
A ver.
¿Me viste cuando lo prendí? No, no.
No, no lo vi cuando lo prendí en el stream, vi una historia.
Ah, no viste entonces.
¿Pero qué es eso?
Ah, esto es terrible. Para que agarre.
Tenía que poner una mesita, sí, pero atrás.
Sí, atrás tengo que poner ahí.
Imagino un extranjero viendo el stream. ¿Viste? Pone para ver la transmisión.
Sí, sí.
Te encuentra un tipo quemando un bolón.
Okay.
Ah, mirá cómo tira mierda eso
on the
para todos lados.
faces of the Na'Vi players, but it almost came crashing down around them. FaZe fought hard, as you can expect, but those last couple of rounds, it was so sweet.
En el piso,
to grab him a
con
chance of that,
cosas.
and then a clean round to get 30.
Yeah, what a very important clutch coming in from JL in a round.
mira, esto es
that
terrible.
was,
No, pero
you
mira
know,
cómo
looking
tira,
for
te
the
vas a morir
takes of
intoxicado.
FaZe. It looked like they were able to win it. Carrigan had a good call, a good idea, and then all of a sudden he
Ay,
decided
esto es
to
tremendo, mira cómo tira humo.
No, no, tira una banda.
JL
¿Para qué? ¿Dónde lo tiraste?
Round and then Na'Vi could finish the job.
No, amigo.
The game was won in the beginning of the game, in the beginning of the half. Na'Vi were dominating, as you see on the scoreline right now, getting up to a 4-1 start.
Tenés que guardar para el RBR de esa.
They had an answer to it, but they were never really in the game apart from the... It wasn't a cosmetic comeback.
Pero, o sea, ¿para cuál es el uso real
But
de
it was
eso?
a bit of a late comeback attempt in from FaZe Clan.
Pero tira humo con olor a que, no sé.
La verdad no tiene mucho olor. O sea, tiene olor, pero... Samerio, tiene olor a Samerio.
Seen one, right? Losing both the pistol
El
rounds
problema
as
muy
well.
agotita, amigo.
Basically almost a free 5 rounds for the side of Na'Vi after winning both the pistols. And Karrigan, yeah, it is unfortunate that in 1v1 he just was so focused on his CT position, expecting Jail to be coming in from there. But apart from that, he was, in my opinion, leading like an actual leader, right? In the fragging department as well. Even the comeback, he was top fragging in the server. Someone you're not really looking towards to, but in the end, just not good enough. And for Jail, I did put Jail and Drops, you know, to see something from them. We didn't really see much from either of the two players, but Jail with the 2 teams netting them the win.
But look at this, right? When we look down the numbers here, it's kind of not what you expect on many sides of the table, but it was a thing where we'd say that some individuals need to step up and deliver when you really want to be pressured. Did it in a good way.
Yeah, they did. You know, we spoke a bit about Bit coming into the game as well. He's been having a tough time finding his consistency in this game. He was okay in the beginning. In the opener, he was absolutely fantastic. So seemingly he's finding a bit of consistency as well. I would argue, again, Na'Vi just played a beautiful game of Counter-Strike on Mirage. We saw it in the opening game as well, where they absolutely manhandled Furia, going up 12-0 and destroying them on Mirage. We were having the question whether or not that was a one-off from Na'Vi, or if that is exactly their level when they're playing Mirage, and I think we got an answer to that. They took down FaZe Clan, they did it convincingly, they had all the players chiming in from one moment to another, and then LXCB, as I said, whenever he's calling on Mirage, I love watching it, because there's so many moving parts all the time within the Na'Vi camp, and somehow they still find together and actually end up winning the rounds.
Absolutely. The CT side of Na'Vi is on Mirage, I think it's world class. Even the CT side, right? Sure, the economy was in tatters with FaZe rounds back to back, but in the end of the day, they got a job done. But for me personally, this is a problem for Na'Vi. The CD side, we could see the flaws in Mirage, and we saw a lot of flaws from them on their CD side against Fury. A lot of miscommunication and whatnot. And for FaZe, if this was a complete stomp, I could foresee a future where FaZe just get 0-2'd by Na'Vi. But with that comeback and also knowing it's going to be Nuke, where they're trying to get back to the ground, it's not quite done yet.
And I think the style of comeback it was at first, right? Because it looked like Na'Vi felt comfortable. Oh, it's our map. We've got this. And then you start to see their faces change. The panic really started to set in. And Karrigan was the man that was leading that.
Si tuvieras una luz roja sería full
Macumbero. Isn't it? They never, ever make it easy for their opponents. And in the end, that's what I love about watching this team, right? Watching FaZe. No matter how grim it looks, no matter how just gone the situation seems like, you just never give up. And yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at the players on this FaZe side. We're looking at Rain, we're looking at Robs, looking for him to come back and Brokey. But for me, the biggest surprise is Karrigan, dude. He was hitting shots. This spray transfer is just so ridiculous. Sure, it's against the pistols and whatnot, but it was he did it throughout the entire game, which is kind of nuts.
Yeah, he was playing good Counter-Strike, and I think FaZe were getting warmed up as well. As you said, a classic FaZe comeback. Let's not forget a lot of the rounds they were winning also came down to incredible close clutches. I believe it was Brokey in a 1v1. He survived with 18 HP on towards A-Ramp. So there was a lot of moments in that game when Na'Vi could have closed it out, and that probably would have changed our sentiment and our assessment of the game, saying that Na'Vi never allowed FaZe to make the comeback. So sometimes in a game of Counter-Strike, especially with MR12, where there's such a fine balance and a fine margin between making a comeback and just losing straight out. It was, for me, a bit of a cosmetic comeback, and it still felt like Na'Vi were the better team on Mirage, and truthfully, rightfully deserved to win.
But do you feel like those last few rounds have given some time now for FaZe to warm up and come into the second map and do what they need to do?
They have to,
absolutely.
Considering it's gonna be Nuke, right, and most likely will start on the T side as well. So for them to feel that, that's a great thing. I did see from Brokey as well. He gave that, you know, not giving a F attitude.
Bueno, se viene el segundo mapa, entonces nos quedamos viendo acá. Che, a mí me gustaría que quieran ver más Bestia Crew que realmente Na'Vi Fake. Es un mapazo Navi Fake. Pero hay que apoyar al counter nacional, man.
Yo cuando me preguntaste, fui a ver el chat y dije que van a poner Bestia Crew. Y fue casi
una... son un hijo de puta.
No, I agree with you, and I feel like, sure, you know, you look at his comeback and you call it maybe a cosmetic comeback and whatnot.
¿Vos que tenés ganas? Y yo tengo ganas del Crew Bestia, la verdad. O sea, me gusta el mapa y aparte es counter acá, que hay que hacer el aguante, pero bueno. qué sé yo. Tampoco quiero ir en
Además,
contra de la gente.
Es un buen mapa.
Es un buen
Obviamente
mapa.
no es Navi Face porque no es Navi Face, pero es un buen mapa.
O sea, no lo discuto porque esto es Face Navi, o sea, es también era Elite, pero bueno. Hay que empezar a meterse en la cabeza que hay que apoyar el contra nacional, boludo.
Big problem I saw against that Furious T side was you saw the way Fury were playing, super quiet, you know, just denying information a lot of the times. And what was happening for Na'Vi, where when it comes into the 45-second mark, for example, individuals were going for info plays, right? And that is something Fury have punished. And if I know FaZe, they're going to punish that as well. And there were times when they're denied information, when it was late round, late in the game, the comms are missing. There were times where players are walking down secret, and there were no one rotating in early on. So this CD side from Na'Vi on Nuke, I think, is a bit suspect, and I'm sure that Karrigan has been keeping an eye.
Es verdad, dos Lady Lex ahí en...
Mal. Deco.
Yeah, it has, and I think one of the things LXB
Deco
y Rever.
y Rever, claro. Sí, igual Rever ya aspiró la ley de Rever,
Y
tío.
bueno.
Ya la ley de Rever ya obsoleta.
Cuenta igual.
And he's always conditioning his opponents to always be afraid of that fast ramp rush, the fast inner go.
Hasta Rice vs Noise, Wonderful vs Verok.
I think that's one of the most underrated things about Na'Vi, and one of the reasons why they are playing so well at the moment. It feels like the playbook and the depth of the playbook is at a very high level. As an opponent, I'm pretty sure if you were to ask Karrigan, if you were to
Ahora vamos a ver esta nota, guacho. Faltando menos de 20 días para la actualización final del ranking de Valve para RMR, esa es actual situación. Caso o Invite fuesen realizados hoy. Convocados para RMR de Américas: Complexity, Liquid, 9Z, Furia, MBR, Pain, Imperial y M80. Convocados para la Closed Qualifier: Red Canids, Fluxo, Odic, Insanity, Bestia, BH Bounty Hunter, Sharks Esport, KC Esport, Hype Clan, Crew, Solid, Vikings, Galoris, Patín de Ferrari, VSTM y entra Asti Roots, Ojo Asti Roots que se está ganando la Closed, Recordemos que no hay Open, La Closed es esto, Invite y nada más. No va a haber Open. Qué lindo esto, ¿vale? 9Z pasando de la kriptonita. Los últimos dos Major que se jugaron para clasificar quedaron afuera en el RMR, boludo.
Es una tranquilidad.
O sea,
clave.
la Closed, digo.
Pues te preparás directamente tranquilo para eso.
Y encima hay 7 slots, boludo. Histórico también. Récord.
La foto esa, la full cam lucha con las cosas en el piso es terrible.
Sí.
Y la ranita ahí en el cuadro.
Me tengo que comprar una. Voy a poner allá, me dice mi hijo me traiga así un escritorio, un esquinero. Eso para poner en la pared. Y tener las cosas de la macumba ahí arriba. Si es una rana sentada en un cuadro. Me dijo una vuelta. Bueno, cuando corrí en auto. Ahí está el cuadro. Le venía yendo mal en los fines de semana. Siempre me pasaba algo que no podía cerrar el fin, se le rompía el auto. Mala suerte. ¿Viste cuando tenías mala suerte? Sí. En la primera curva te chocan. Bueno, fue a estas señoras que hacen, no sé, como la brujería. No sé si brujería, pero...
Sí, las brujas esas.
La que te tira las cartas. Y cuando le tiró las cartas, le dijo que tenía la carta del triunfo dada vuelta. Y bueno,
es terrible.
Se la dio vuelta y el otro fin de salió segundo, boludo. Eso es terrible, amigo. ¿O es pura casualidad o, amigo, algo hay?
Para mí no es casualidad las bolas.
O sea, literalmente le dio vuelta la carta y el otro fin de salió segundo. O sea, no ganó, pero igual meter podio ya para nosotros era festejar todo el fin, ¿entendés? Creo reventar, bro.
Elijo creer yo, con permiso.
Y... ¿Creen esas cosas?
Hay varias historias de eso.
Sí, yo creo, boludo. O sea, creo también en Dios y creo que hay, o sea, no sé, con las vibras, eso es verdad, con las vibras, las energías. Eso para mí todo es posta, boludo.
Para mí también.
También tengo así, conocidos que han ido, por ejemplo, a otro tipo de, no sé, de, vamos a mal llamado bruja, ¿no? Pero así englobamos. Como que tenía una enfermedad. Tenía una enfermedad que era diabético. Y fue a la bruja o a este lugar. Y le hacía como un péndulo. Él no tenía que decir nada. Entraba y con un péndulo la mina iba como leyendo algo. Y le iba diciendo todo. O sea, vos tenés tal, vos tenés el otro, vos tenés el otro. Y la acertaba, ¿entendés? O sea, le decía, vos tenés esta enfermedad. Y loco sin decirle nada. Y como que en una vuelta le dice, bueno, vos tenés esta enfermedad porque la tiene tu hermano. Y vos no soportás que la tenga él. Entonces, como que se te transmite. Algo así, le dijo. Y en un momento dejó de tomar las medicaciones y era verdad. Después no sé bien qué pasó, si siguió, si no, eso no. Pero como que iba bien encaminado, ¿entendés? Ah, terrible. Mi vieja creo que también fue. Porque mi vieja tiene migraña y le dio una dieta muy estricta igual y también no tuvo más. Pero bueno, imposible seguir esa dieta y no, le chupó trepito. El tema de eso de la magia negra, no sabe de distintas energía. Bueno, obvio, ella, yo no iría nunca igual. A mí no me gusta.
Y yo lo respeto desde mi asiento.
Claro, yo no iría nunca porque nunca sabía que. Mirá, si de la nada te dicen algo y te psicologean o es verdad o. No sé. A no ser que estés muy necesitado, estés muy en la mierda y bueno. menos por menos es más. Qué sé yo, pero. Gracias a Dios, mi energía también me parece, porque me va bastante bien. La selección argentina creo que... Olvídate, va. Podés pensar que ganan, loco. Ya. Se viene el segundo mapa. Si al CSC Nacional le va bien, nah, pero no, es que yo no lo digo por eso igual. Hoy en día yo paso contra internacional y tengo buenos números, o sea, me va bien.
De hecho, estaría yendo en contra de lo que te daría número, porque están todos poniendo
Claro,
en este mapa.
pero yo no pienso en mí, en mis números, qué sé yo. Pienso en lo que nos rinde como comunidad, o en escena. Eso se tiene que ver. Tiene que tener repercusión, pues es como las marcas entran a nuestra escena, es como se motivan los players, es como todo, boludo. Por eso lo digo.
Bueno, amigo, poné, deja de llorar.
Y la verdad que sí, lo voy a poner.
No sé si ya empezó igual, pero...
Y estoy esperando eso. Bestia Crew, amigos. Clásico. Thunder Peak. Está por comenzar. Clásico argentino, man. Bot 3. Vamos a ver el canal acá. Estamos streameando. Anubis, las 2 y Ancien se estará jugando. Son los cuartos de finales. La gente que quiere seguir viendo Tier 1, gracias por querer verlo conmigo y siempre estar acá, pero bueno, vénganse en un rato, vénganse mañana, pásense mañana. no los he hecho, pero bueno. Entiendo que cada cual quiera ver diferentes cosas y está perfecto.
No, ya está, ahora no vuelvan.
Ahora no vuelo, la concha. A ver, hay que ser un poco sincero. La eSport World Cup tampoco le puedo poner mucho condimento mío porque estoy viendo cómo castean los yankees.
Loco, eso, ¿por qué? Es una falta de respeto, hermano.
No sé, por ejemplo,
Yo no quiero entrar en comparaciones, pero yo acá estoy abriendo cables y lo tiene el clean feed,
Y pasa que el stream oficial, el boludo.
Bueno,
portugués.
Que te den ese. ¿Y quién es en español?
Y creo que está el canal. O sea, hay una eSport World Cup con Pitu y el otro. ¿Y cómo se llama? ¿El pibe este? ¿Cómo era? Se me fue el nombre. Bueno, están ellos dos como en el canal de eSport World Cup. Igual yo estoy autorizado yo, ¿no? Si no, no puede estar pasando. Senior.
No estás de querosa.
Claro. No más que, no sé, no me dieron el coso. Pregunté y no le dieron. Crew, Bestia versus Crew. Tan der pick.
Poné las dos pantallas divididas, re manija.
Cuarto de finales. Senium, sí. Maito Senium. Nombre de... igual yo no me acuerdo. Nomás que me lo perdí.
El aplauso para Valentino, che.
El aplauso para Valentino, che. Vamos a poner en Twitter. Clásico. Bestia versus Crew. Papo por un lado y Kun Agüero por el otro.
Vamos a hacer hoy, vamos a grabar un tema nuevo. Ahora, en este momento, autoría del señor, junto con su hermano, la familia.
Ya sacaron algún parecido a Forge y no se me acuerda ninguno. Parecido. Y la verdad sí, me han dicho muchos parecidos. Pero...
Una vez uno en una tribuna.
Sí. ¿Saben soy parecido? Que acá me estoy tirando un poco de flores. A Phil Foden. Me parece que ahí estoy robando un poco,
¿Hay algo?
Pero algo hay. Nomás que él es un futbolista pegado y yo soy un rancio que streamea, ¿entendés? Si yo estaría pegado, estaría como él.
Si yo fuera Phil Foden, viviría como él.
Phil Drogen, nada.
¿Sabes que sí? Igual sí, posta, hay en aire.
Hay algo.
No sé si sos parecido, pero podría ser familiar.
Sí, podría ser el hermano tranquilamente.
Uf, está salvado de por vida, ser hermano.
Louta también me han dicho que era parecido, Louta.
¿Louta decís vos?
Lautarito.
Paulo Vilouta, exacto.
No. Louta. El cantante. Eres idéntico, pará, tampoco idéntico.
A mí el Louta no, la verdad. Para mí son más parecido a Nico Willy. Es re distinto.
Y es que estoy enamorado. Se viene Bestia Crew, amigos. No les digan que no les avise. Y no sé por qué. Gente, ¿juego en Francia? No. Pará. Juan en Francia y son todos buena onda. Juan en Francia y son todos buena onda. Juan en Francia y son todos buena onda.
No lo abras en stream,
Ya con ese nombre. Porque viene catástrofe, puede ser eso. Sí, la ve.
Es buenísimo,
¡Opa! Y mira que tenemos acá. ¿Te paso el link?
Y sí, pelotudo.
Mira que tenemos acá. Tenemos el clásico argentino, amigos. Cruz versus Bestia.
No, la concha de tu madre.
En vivo y en directo. Anubis, el primer mapita a jugarse. Tomasín desde medio con esas veretas. Lo borraban a Seba Riggi. Mirá, hace que mataba. Lassie y Rever, que pushan con las Glock. Se hacen fuerte en el Glock el medio. 4 sus 3. Noxe, que tira ahí los da de cortito para buscar la cabeza del rival, pero no conecta. Retrocede ahora Cruz. Bueno, Luchito, que no lo dejaba moverse Rever. Le pone una y lo revienta. 3v3.
Timing.
8, 7.
Lo peor que soy que
6,
lo acomodo. Ya está.
5. Luchito Herrera ya escucha el avance por cuartito. Va a abrir por la derecha del side. Pone una cuando su compañero jugaba desde Liga de Templo. Y quedaba un poquito baiteado, por eso abría y reventaba. Luciano Herrera empieza a desplegarse vuelta por el mapa Bestia, porque vuelve a frenar la bocha Cruz. Está complicado el equipo del Kun Agüero. Tiene a Deco en 7, que buscaba al medio pero no podía. Ya que se quedan 12 de y dejan a Noxe en 9. Ojo que Noxe está muy solapa acá, Empieza a correr hacia esa idea.
Van a escuchar ahora.
Leyendo bien la jugada de Bestia. Y buscando poner el 1-0 en el partido. Que se complicaba en la primera kill. Por eso Taraxia con esa PO50 podía traer y ya está cerca Lucho. No sé si lo va a esperar a Taraxia, que ya salta con la C4. Planta escondido. Saca la PO50 porque Lucho lo corría. Y la 1-0 para Bestia, muchachos. 1-0.
Pará porque no sé si tengo también el timing. Me hice el canchero y me parece que no.
A ver.
Ahora te digo cuando empiece.
A casa malos del Remilord. Pará. 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49.
Pelotudo, contás bien que.
45, 55. ¡Fiumba! El forzado en Cruz. Full text. En su poder avanza para el side B. Tomasín que se quiere tirar para llegar por la espalda. Nas que defiende bien el side. Trababan también Caverna. Luchito de Regre se para bien con el M4. Tiende la salida del humo y de cuartito. Lucho que mata a otro. Nas con el último. 1-0. 2-0 digo. Para Bestia, muchachos. Se va a ir el equipo.
Bestia, los paró. La molida de rato, no sé quién la tiró, pero fue clave. Se llegó el de medio, se tiró. Llegaron
mucha
todos.
solidez.
No perdieron arma. Eso es lo más importante de las cosas. Primero ganarla, ¿no? Pero no perder arma.
No morir.
Fundamental. Fundamental.
2-0.
2-0 y el eco seco.
Eco completo. En el equipo de Cruz, muchachos. Con la M9 de Luchito suelta, buscando la kill, buscando farmear. Bien parado Tomasín. Ojo que después en la apertura estaba clavando la de Eagle del Rever. Nas que llega para cerrar medio. 1, 2, 3. No podía con la cuarta porque Rever metía otro que otra. ¡Uy! Rever o JL. 1 versus 2. Para el
Berto.
Gracias Nagel. Gracias por su papá. 24 días para Rever. Recupera el M4. Y lo que decía Bicho, no a morir. Se murieron todos con el eco. Con las Eagle de Rever. Roberto Temtem. Minuto de ronda. Y ahora sí, la paciencia de Bestia no quiere entregar. Bien cerrado. Valorizando. Para poner el 3-0. ¡Oh! Y Robert.
Muy fuerte,
ay,
Robert.
Tiene la vuelta, Noxe. 4K de Robert.
Muy buen eco igual, el Cruz.
Muy gran eco, Contaron
Esta
mucho.
ronda
Will.
no se va a notar, pero ya si les ganan esta ya empiezan a estar complicados.
Sí.
O si les matan mucho. Ya si te matan 4 en esta ronda, ponerle ya la próxima. Empiezas a comprar cada vez con menos lata, peor arma.
Tac.
Ah, no, Robert. Completamente en poronga.
Arrancó con todo el clásico, 3-0. 3-0 Fea, 3-3 en 2 minutos. Y bueno. No la hay, no la hay.
Vale.
No estaría valiendo en este momento. Me se te retito y pone clásico chiquito. Pone. No, güey.
De la trucha.
Completamente de la truchota. Che, se va a empezar a picar la escena, boludo. Hay que apoyar.
Están preguntando.
Shinden.
Si vayan par en la mano el lunes. Confirmado.
God.
Nada que ver, ¿no?
Lo imitó Gon, creo, ¿no?
Sí, lo vi yo el clip. Invitaban.
Ah, es verdad, porque ellos están allá.
Ah, pero claro.
Lo hacen en
Tenés
vivo.
razón.
Están en Barcelona ellos. Yo fui parte de un show, de un teatro de ellos, ¿sabía yo?
No, no sabía. De este de acá de.
No. El año pasado, cuando estuvo en el Atlético. ¿Cuándo fue? ¿En el Atlético de Madrid? No, en. Sí, Atlético de Madrid, en el Wanda.
Wanda Metropolitano.
Yo fui un poco de colada. Ellos me conocen, me quieren mucho, pero. O sea, yo estaba con.
A veces te nombran en los programas. Yo lo
Sí,
veo
me
todos los
nombran.
días el programa.
Sí, me nombran muy seguido.
El pibe de Belleville.
Curita siempre nos pasa porque los mira siempre. Pero bueno, en ese momento fui a la velada y estaba con Juaco López y en ese día, fue un domingo, fue después de la velada. Y ese día nos juntamos con Unicornio, con Santutu y ellos estaban invitados a ir digamos, digamos, a participar del teatro, a charlar con ellos en una parte. Y bueno, yo estaba con ellos y fui y yo al principio no pasé al escenario, pero después dijeron, ¿no está Forgi? ¿Qué pasa? Y, bueno, y ahí ya me metí.
Alfred siempre tira.
Sí, Alfred
el pibe de
tira.
Belleville. La otra día que fue Gon. Dijo, no sé si lo conocen a Lucho, el pibe de Belleville, ¿le decís vos?
¿Tiró esa? Esa la vi, no la escuché.
Sí, no sé cuándo fue, ayer, antes de ayer, no sé.
¿Y por qué salí yo de tema, man? ¿Por la droga?
¿Sabés
Claro.
que no sé por qué saliste vos de tema?
Raro no lo haya pasado a Curita, porque Curita siempre me menciona, me lo pasa en el clip.
La verdad que no me acuerdo por qué.
¿Lo del falopero no la contó esa? Igual, Gon igual no estuvo, o sea...
Sí, lo del mozo, eso era.
¿Dijo eso?
Sí, un mozo falopero que él estaba con vos ahí. Ahí
Sí,
te nombró, creo.
¿dijo
Sí,
eso?
sí, contó eso, sí.
Pasa que él llegó con nosotros y él vio la parte de cuando nosotros estábamos pidiendo la comida. Y yo voy afuera y le digo a Peyron, che amigo, el mozo estaba re duro, le digo.
Sí, eso contó.
Y Flor le dijo lo mismo a Gon. O sea, che, para mí el mozo... Y nosotros no nos habíamos escuchado. Y después sale algo dice Flor y digo, ¿qué dijiste? Porque yo dije lo mismo, o sea, los dos vimos lo mismo. Y bueno, ellos se van ahí a su casa y después sigue todo lo nuestro, que es el mozo viniendo a decir... Re piola el mozo igual, pero no estaba duro, o sea...
Sí, claro,
se pegaba a él, le pegaba a la silla. Y después se fue pisando solo diciendo, yo a Argentina fui a pegar con un tranza. Y después yo le pido, che, ¿me da una coca? Eso es lo que me gusta a mí, eso es lo que me gusta a mí.
No. ¿Te conocía, capaz?
Y sí, sabía que tomaba...
Vos había contado que el chabón, les contaba algo cuando estaban, no sé, pidiendo la comida y después el chabón volvía y les volvía a contar lo mismo.
Claro, eso, amigo. Es que tuvo siempre lo mismo, que él amaba a Argentina, pero que no era argentino. Y que no sé, decía siempre lo mismo.
Qué muñeco.
Yo soy peronista, dice, aunque no sepa lo que es ser peronista, decía. Estaba sacado.
Nosotros con los pibes también una vez tuvimos mozos en Madrid. A mí el chabón iba golpeando las cosas, tipo la mesa cuando llegaba como que medio que se parecía que se iba a caer arriba de la mesa.
Este ya un punto que estaba medio pesado porque hablaba y se quedaba y decía siempre lo mismo, como que... Pero re piola igual, nunca... Pero ahí te una puta y tal, flaco, ya está, anda.
Sí.
Igual
Desubicado un toque. Todo bien, amigo, pero dale, anda.
Yo creo que, para mí lo que pasó fue así. A las 12 allá cierran las cocinas, todas las cocinas, no hay para comer. Nosotros llevamos 12 y 10, ponele. Para mí, el loco terminó de laburar, se metió en lineazo, y llegamos nosotros y la moza nos dice, no, ya cerró la cocina, y justo viene él. Y dice, tranquilo, yo le hago, ¿qué quieren? Como
Claro.
que se cebó y bueno, también es plata para él porque está laburando.
Además le pintó esa. De última dijo, bueno.
Igual la
además
comida-
dijo que les cocinó re bien.
La comida es muy buena, Muy buena.
Y le pintó esa, chaval.
5-0 para Bestia.
Mete un turno más. Contra duro. Está sólido Bestia, la verdad.
5-0. Y se va a venir otro Bui. ¿Quién no laburó drogado? Gracias, Luquita, por su papá. Muchas gracias.
¿Alguno tiene contado cuántos rounds van de qué?
Ah, porque porque yo hice unas predicciones ayer de eso, ¿sí, no? Los mapas. Iban como 161, creo. Y quedaban 2 mapas todavía, así que.
En el día de hoy, ¿cuántas rondas vas?
No. Hay una predicción en el Discord de cuántas rondas totales se van a jugar en la eSport World Cup hoy. Son 3 votos. Y si gana Navi en segundo mapa, puede ser que haya menos de 180 o por ahí. Y si no, va a pasar los 200. Ahora este voy 5-0 para Bestia. Recuerdo que Bestia viene de perder contra Cruz por las. O sea, no hace poco, pero antes de las vacaciones. Por ver quién era la selección argentina. Y Cruz se llevó. Que es más, en estos días creo que se juega las primeras clasificaciones. Si no me equivoco.
Recordemos que Bestia es zurdo.
Recuerdo que Bestia es zurdo. Tenemos Bui, amigos.
Me había olvidado de eso, boludo. ¿Se juega dentro de poco?
Creo que sí.
Out.
Rever, que consigue la primera de esta ronda. A ver si puede sumar también la primera en el tanteador. El uruguayo Sok. Mirá cómo desarmaron el línea up full argentino, Bestia, Hay un Yoruga ahora, man. ¡Tac! ¡Noxy!
Pasan como argentinos, boludo.
Le salió bien.
Los argentinos, por ejemplo, tiene 3 argentinos. Boludo.
Ah, sí. Le salió bien no ser Argentina, porque si no habría tenido problemas.
A comerse un tiro en la oreja, Capi, me parece. No. Creí que iba a fedear.
Láser.
Oh.
Noxe que buscaba el pick y lo encuentra con la P. Agresivo Noxe, Para un lado, pero el otro va a buscar cuartito ahora. Ay, justo sacaba la mira, no podía llegar a traquear después. Y Deco, el ex teammate, ese que se lleva la kill. Va a plantar en el side B, va a llegar con todo Luchito. Lo escucha Rever moverse. Nada, es que mata, ojo, tiene info todo. Mata al primero, Lucho y 1v1. Rever que estaba sólido contra Nas y Rever que lo borra. Sabíamos que estaba sólido. Balita en la cabeza.
Fuerte, Roberto.
Entró con todo a Robert,
Muy strong, Roberto. Primero en media ahí, pum, el que quiso pegar info, lo rompió.
5-1.
Ahí está, mirá, tac.
Cinco a 1. Twitch partner. Donald Trump has been un banner después de 3 años y 5 meses. De manera a Donald Trump, ¿no?
¿Viste el video de que se ve de cerca cómo le pegan la oreja a Trump la bala?
No. Ese creo que no.
Ah, terrible.
Vi edit de cómo se salvó. O sea, por girar la cabeza en ese momento, si no estaba muerto, boludo. Eso es increíble, Eso es otra cosa increíble. Eso no es casualidad, man.
Son las energías. Yeah. Video hecho por IA, posta, era por IA. Me está matando.
Ah, yo vi en un video hecho por IA que como que se ve como gira la cabeza y se salva.
Yo vi uno de cerca, pero vi bien en cámara lenta, que se ve como Punk le pega a la oreja.
Ah, ¿cómo va a estar actuado eso, boludo? Yo igual, ni bien pasó sin tener las imágenes, también dije lo mismo, está actuado, o sea, está armado, eso puede pasar, pero después ver la situación de cómo fue y es muy difícil, amigo. Aparte hoy en día con la tecnología que hay, es imposible ponerte sangre cuando... O sea, ¿cómo haces, boludo?
No, para mí no es actuado.
Eso fue posta, boludo. Aparte se murió un loco, le pegaron una... Está bien que están re locos los yankees, pero... Reventaron a un pibe de 20 años, es imposible que esté actuado, boludo. 3-2. Aparte no va a arriesgar la vida así. De vuelta ataca el side B que encuentra. Y va a volver a sumar Crew.
Si es actuado, o sea... En realidad nunca lo dispararon el tiro. No puede ser que hayan actuado que el chabón le tira la oreja.
No, pero de ahí a matar a un pibe.
Ah, sí, bueno.
Aparte de también la sangre. ¿Cómo aparece la sangre ahí en la cara? O sea.
Y cuando se le tiran arriba ahí, lo bruta eso. A uno le pone un coso de eso de sangre de las películas, pum, en el cachete.
Para mí eso se debería ver a una cámara. Con las cámaras que están todo el día filmando hoy en día de la gente.
Es imposible montar algo así en vivo. Hoy en día es muy difícil.
Se murió de gente del público también, creo, ¿sí?
¿Posta? ¿Por qué?
Creo que uno o
¿O sea,
dos.
por los tiros?
Y le ha pegado una bala, boludo, sí.
Ah, durísimo.
Y sí, Mirko, hasta fin de año se pica. 5-2. La ronda número 8. Y se va a reanudar el show, amigos. En este clásico. Mientras que Navi gana 6-5, ¿eh? Va a tener complicada Fakeland. Está en el pick de Face igual. Yo vi Shooter, boludo. Muy buena. Buena serie Shooter. El tema de que primo va a ser. Y en lo que es gente, obviamente. Va a estar igual. Hasta yo creo que más grande que 9Z. Porque Sprint y Killa mueven gente de por sí. O sea, externa al CS.
Literal, boludo.
Entonces, igual le sirve muchísimo al CS. Le sirve muchísimo a los eSports. Está bueno. Aparte, como que inculca también esa pasión a su gente. Que su gente, que a lo mejor ninguno mira competencias de eSport. Miran streamer, youtuber y que empiece a inculcar a su gente, que son hasta más pibes. La pasión por los eSports también está muy bueno, boludo. Fíjate.
Y obvio, si vos tenés 25.000 personas viendo, no sé lo que sea,
Claro,
hay
boludo.
varios que le van a gustar, boludo.
Le va a gustar, lo van a entender.
Más si es claro, gente así que, o sea, no es que es alguien de la tele, pone que viene. Son todos
Claro.
pibitos que están con la compu todo el día,
Por eso.
como nosotros, ¿entendés?
Va a estar bueno, boludo. Aporta muchísimo, la verdad. Deco. No, que se completamente ciego. Lo sale a buscar. Uy, Deco. Buen move. Buena bala. Sok, que instantáneamente mata también. Ay, se le complica después con la MP9. Deco y Láser que consigue la kill rico, ¿no? Mientras voy, moría Deco Wise. Ojo que empieza a respirar aire puro Crew, Va a ser el 5-3. Maito, hay un sorteo en Twitter que se va a ir la semana que viene, ¿ok? Vayan a participar los que no lo hayan hecho. Falta muy poco para que se vaya. Una faca. Una faca de $300, No se queden afuera. Que se van estos días. Y no se olviden de meterse al grupo de Telegram, donde hay un juego ahí. Bueno, ahora no hay ni uno activo, pero estamos haciendo juegos por plata, predicciones. Bueno, aparte hacemos muchas otras cosas más. Y el primer mapa fue duro, boludo. El primer mapa hubo muchas rondas. 42 rondas en el primer mapa, 22-20 salió. 5-3 la pausa ahora en Bestia, que tiene que hacer Equito. Hay que ver qué roster arma la Rugoneta. Confío, siempre Rugo, los rosters que ha tenido, yo creo que se destacan mucho más. Realmente son buenos jugadores, pero son muy comprometidos los de esos rosters siempre. Los que tiene Rugo, por lo menos, es lo crucial en este juego. Con un poquito de inteligencia, un poquito de aim, sos comprometido.
Lo único que importa.
Y la verdad que sí.
Este juego y no sé en otros juegos, pero imagino que...
Gracias, Maxi. Y es que sí, boludo. Tenés que quemar los malditos ojos. Gracias por el su papá. A ver, no olvidemos que la Rugoneta fue uno de los únicos equipos que le ganaron en Z, Y encima hace poco. No sé, no hay que sacarle mérito a eso, Fue un bot 3 aparte, ¿no?
La verdad que no me acuerdo, bro.
Pero en Z estaba con el coach. ¿Estaba con el coach en Z? Creo que no. Creo que estaba recién el cambio de... No sé, no me acuerdo bien cómo había sido. Pero fue una... ¿Cuál? No sé si estaba con el coach, Buscada en el HTV. En Z venía mal igual, venía mal, no venía... Creo que fue un Bo 1, si no me equivoco también. Fue un Ancient. Me suena un Ancient, no me acuerdo si ahí hubo más mapa o no. Creo que hubo fue Bo 3 me parece, boludo. No sé, que estaba con todos los players, eso...
2-1.
2-1, ¿viste?
Y estaba con todos los players. En la res.
Claro, fue...
Ancient 13-4.
Fue la...
Nuke 10-3 se lo perdieron. Overpass 19-15.
Fue esa seguidilla de torneo que tuvieron, que fue Red, CBCS, que salieron segundo en la CBCS, y creo que también, no me acuerdo si en la CCT o un torneo así, perdieron las 2 finales y después eso vino la Dallas. La Dallas fue muy sorpresiva porque veníamos de perder todas las finales con Imperial.
A la caminada de 9Z, como dicen los R's, en la Dallas.
Sí, fue tremendo.
Es lo más lejos que llegó algún equipo de acá en toda la historia, creo.
De nuestro país, sí.
Pero más allá de entender la distancia, boludo, los equipos a lo que le ganó, cómo les ganó también.
Sí, obvio.
Fue terrible, boludo.
Una locura. ¿Qué onda, Kaiser? Y ese...
torneo que les ganó, o sea, ese torneo es una naciada, amigo.
A esa Rugoneta le desarmaron porque estaba sólida, boludo. Estaba que no tenían orga. O Kaiser te le fuiste a la mierda. Terrible.
Traidor, hijo de puta.
Se fue con brasilero.
NASA también.
También. Y pasa cuando no hay orga, es complicado.
Complicadísimo.
La desarmaron porque venía haciendo... lo que se paró del CS Nacional por no verla. Porque guita siempre hay, man.
Por no ponerle una buena llanta.
Falta verla,
en la Rugoneta. Porque alguien no vino y puso la plata para tunear un poco más la Rugoneta, boludo.
5-4 para Bestia. La ronda número 10. Otro buggy, se va terminando la primera mitad. Bueno, láser. Está en la base
el brazo
de
le
vida.
sacó 90 de vida.
Y espera el Yoruga Shock. Bueno, Deco saliendo por el humo. No estuvo tenso el uruguayo. 5 versus 4.
Mi tocayo.
Marquito.
Tocayo, igual no es que es más chico que vos, ¿no?
¿Cómo?
Respecto de una persona.
No, Tocayo, el mismo nombre.
Y yo creí que era el mismo nombre, pero tiene que ser como más chico, no sé por qué.
Ahí, callaste.
Corte ahijado.
5 versus 2. Va a empatar el partido de Cruz, Necesario porque está la OTT. Ahí arrancó 5-0 abajo. Nas que mata a Deco. Pero ya esto es safety to safety. Proyecto. No, por eso dije yo antes. No hay que sacarle mérito a esa victoria que tuvo la Runeta con 9Z. Porque por más que 9Z venía en mal momento, lo que sea, hay que ganarlo. Un equipo que un día está top 10 del mundo y en ese momento también estaba no estaba en ese ranking, pero ya hace muchos años 9Z viene a un nivel de tier 1, de tier 2, de, no sé, un nivel relativamente...
más comparado con los equipos de acá.
Bueno, por eso, acá... This is Coke Cup Fix Match. Yes, bro. Toma la concha, toma. Partido empatado en 5.
Ruso, hijo de puta.
Bueno, Tomasín. Que se apoya con la molo para piquear. Y empieza a meter la corrida para tirarse para Tricky. Se va a juntar Cruz. De momento para el side A. Veremos si hay algún cambio. La ult. Ah, no, faltan 2 para el cambio de lado. 5 iguales. Y 5 ronda al hilo. Parcial de 5-0 en ambos equipos en el comienzo. Habrá más de Cruz hasta el cierre. O Bestia podrá volver a la victoria de rondas antes de cambio de lado. La Observer está un poco en Narnia. Uf, linda de todo. La paciencia. Y la idea ya de Cruz de todo momento. Empezar a dominar la parte de caverna. De Sok está anti-flash esperando. Bueno. Se termina cuando el flash y retrocede. A ver. La ejecución que empieza a volar. Vuela también la flash para que pique Sok. Completamente ciego. Rey que muere 1-0. Tiene que tirarse para atrás para valorizar la ventaja. Y poder dolear, buscando a uno ligera, un ángulo favorable. Nox que llega y mata 2-0. Nas que queda en coma, tiene que salir de la molo. Nas que mata encima, Sok también, solamente queda uno. Era de Kowais y Luchito Herrera. Así que pone la última kill. Para que Bestia pueda sumar una rondita más. Pueda ponerse 6-5. Y no vamos a ir cambio de lado. Una rondita más. Se van a cambiar los roles. En este Anubis. 10-5 Navi. Pinchado Face, Pinchado Face Clan. La ronda número 12.
Los dientes.
La ejecución que cae, Nas que busca tirarse para atrás. Lucho con la primera, Luchito con la doble, Nas que acompaña. Querían romper por el humo hasta que puede ganar ese smoke y matar, pero la ronda ya la tiene bastante complicada. Pasó al Zainata, Salió el Zainata, quiere hacer quilombo, pero Noxie le ponía un lindo tiro. ¿Qué fue ese flick? Rever solo contra el mundo. 1 versus 3. Lo ve a Sok pasar de un lado al otro. Sok también ya los poteó y ahora Rever está complicado, Ahora Rever lo van a piquear entre los 3. Ronda para Bestia, 7-5. Termina recuperando 2 buenas rondas para ponerse al frente del lado CT. Y vamos al cambio de lado, man.
Y recuperó Cruz, te digo.
Sí. A ver. Pistolita, muchachos. La hora de la verdad. En estas pistoleras. Dale, Cruz con huevo ahora. Los mapas habíamos dicho Anubis, las 2 y Ancient. La serie 3, que son los octavos. No, son los cuartos de final de la Thunder Peak. Sólida. Sólida, vos. Ya está fuerte la Glock por medio,
Qué rica vos.
Pistolita por medio.
Y la Glock está fuerte por medio, purá.
Por todos lados. Y este que encima la juega con un poquito de delay. Para comerle un poco la cabeza, Crew. La flash que volaba para el side A, para correr hacia el templo. A ver. ¡Corre, Luchito! 1 por 1 porque con las veretas podía matar a Vesco, pero ahora Ricky queda en el medio de nada y Noxe. Ese que sanguchea. Llegaba por todos lados, bestia. Bomba plantada para el equipo de Papolín. Ataraxa con las veretas y el trade en otra parte del mapa porque era nazi que mataban CT. Luchito se solidifica en el site y el último. Y el último es Láser que deja una balita y tiene el 1 versus 2. El clutch para Wonderful. Uy, mataba ahí. Sock lo agarra por las espaldas. Tenía bastante lejos la doble kill. Uno por un lado, el otro por el otro. 8-5 para Bestia que mete la pistola y se empieza a escapar cada vez más en este primer mapa, por lo menos. Recordemos que es el pick de Bestia, el Anubis.
Culea, Crew.
Falling.
Mientras tanto, del otro lado del mundo, 10-8. Gana Navi.
Natos Vincere. Se va Rico en la 5-7. Necesita meter un tac-tac. Chao. Se vuelve para atrás porque cae el humo de su compañero para apagar esa... Molotov Deco. Ojo Deco con la MP9. 1, 2. No, solo 1. 2 por 1. A favor de Bestia que vuelve ahora a revolear ratas. Pero para el side de B en este momento. Ganando por completo el side. De esto para Lucho que no le saca mucho. 4 versus 3. Con la plantada y retake 3 versus 4. Con un forzado. O sea que no hay defuse. Y tampoco bonos armados. Eran MP9 que querían el milagro. Pero no lo conseguían. Ronda para Bestia nuevamente. 9-5. $3-12, Ri. Dale, man. Despertá, bro. No en el grupo de John Leviathan. Eso me parece que es Valorant, amigo.
Parece que era otro juego, bro.
Parece que es otro juego. El Aquito, que juega por medio crew. Lo va a skipear. Y el que se lleva a todos. El que se lleva a los 5. El que tiene el team kill. Es Nas. Que lleva su kill número 20.
Qué delicia. Vas 15.
Sí. Pasás a 20 en un cerrar, abrir, cerrar de ojo.
Te papea 5 USP sin nada.
Pasás a 20 y tenés menos de 10 kills. Menos de 10 muertes. Eso es
Claro,
sexo en el KD. Bueno. Comienza la ronda número 16. Bueno. Se picó todo en B, amigo. No llega a verlo. 10-6. La ronda número 17. MP9, M4, AP que está en el side de A y esa Ataraxia que ya le ve la sombra, pero se cerraba con lo justo. La ejecución que empieza a caer, la hace que espera en el pilar, mata a Ata, el 2x1, el respect de Ataraxia, 3x1. Ahora Ata con otra. Bueno, Ata. Y Rever con la última. El Auper estaba en el lugar indicado y metiendo los tiros necesarios para sumar una más. 10-7.
Solidificó. Ya le podría haber salido más clean a Cru. Lástima que Edu justo tiró su flash ahí, viste, la tenía seteada.
Sí.
Le comió una de las rivales. Si no sabría, le encontraba todo flasheado, literal. Pero bueno. Y si la PC está yendo para atrás y mata a todos, sí.
Sí. Que se los ha cargado, tío. Comienza la ronda número 18.
Uy, se va.
Soc. Que mata a Seba Rico con una tech. Peligroso. No sé, recién en la transmisión de Navi había una cámara atrás de Blade que mostraba las notas que usan. Eso es denunciable, o sea, nadie puede denunciar la orga por esa cámara. No sé si denunciar la orga, pero no debería estar esa cámara. Poder Navi decir, che, flaco, no me filmé las hojas porque se ve y... Hay veces que igual hay cosas que se ven que no pasan nada, pero igual no se debería ver.
No, no se deberían ver.
Ataraxia.
No sé si pasa mucho igual porque se vean, pero no se deberían ver.
Ah, no, joder. C4 versus 3 a favor de Bestia, que ya llega a pasar al side B. Planta la bomba. Y Rever que sueña, que está con todo a Rever. Llega el láser por las espaldas. El pick de Thomasin perfecto para borrar la cabeza al kazajo láser. Rever lo mismo. No, Rever muy tenso, Y está Nas con 21 kills. 2 versus 2. Busca el contacto Nas. Ataraxi que abría finito. Y Thomasin con el clutch. Clavata. ¡Ay! Cerquita para la doble Thomasin. Pero Rever no perdona. Rever que no para. Ronda para Cru. 10-8. Y vuelve Cru a tener esas rachas de victoria. Se vuelve a acercar a Bestia. Y creo que esta es pistolita. Un half me parece.
Y la mano de Rever.
No, Rever muy tenso, Bien Ata también. Haciendo buenas kills en el retake con el AP.
No está perdonando, Roberto.
Y esto es half, muchachos. Pistolita en Bestia. Va a quedar de vuelta a una ronda del empate, Cru. Miento, en el primer lado fue 5 iguales, 7-5. Pero de vuelta se vuelve a acercar. Y encima está al lado CT. Importante la P. Que haga lo que hizo nada. Que meta esa kill de retake. Y ni hablar. Una mira como Rever que no está perdonando. No está perdiendo los duelos. 10-8 gana Bestia. Y posible 10-9. Pero no hay que confiarse porque las techs son fuertes también. La corrida para medio. Y encima Ata erra el tiro. Esto lo puede llegar a perjudicar un poco si corren bien las techs. Pero láser desde pilar. Desde larga distancia. Aprovecha, mata al 2x1. Ataraxia que el repick. Y consigue otra kill. 4 versus 2. Ataraxia que ya se queda sin balas. Y Deco con la última. Ladies and gentlemen. El partido en el clásico está 10-9. Vamos en los cuartos de final de la Thunder Peak, Match importante. El que gana acá se mete en la semi de la Thunder. En un lindo torneito que reparte buena guita. Esto no es por el pancho ni la coca, esto es por estar picado. A ver. Ronda número 20 de 24, 19, gana Bestia. ¿Se podrá reponer el equipo de Papo? El violeta vuelve el 25, amigo, prox. 24, 25, 26. Seguramente sea el mapa. Alguna de esas 3 fechas. Todavía no está confirmado, pero la CCT arranca por esas fechas. Rever y Deco que frenan perfectamente, trababan. Y la ejecución de Bestia, que no era la mejor porque estaba toda la muchachada de Crew en este sector. Quiere empatar el partido y lo va a lograr. Luchito Deco de mucho daño cuando hacía el humo. Lo deleteaba Deco. Lucho quedaba en 1 de HP, muchachos. 88 para Nox, 2 versus 4. La bomba que no la va a poder plantar, yo creo, Bestia. Y se perfila para buscar hasta el mapa, Crew. 1 por 1. Y Rever que cierra. Llegando a su kill número 19. Partido empatado en la nube. Se están sacando los ojos. Ay, 3.5. El que más tiene 4.1 y es uno solo. Otro half me parece para Bestia, muchachos.
Otro half más.
Alguna Kajiro, capaz de Lucho. Puede haber una quita giro, pero más que eso no. Hay partida en pausa.
Puede haber una pausa también, me parece.
Partida en pausa para charlar lo que va a suceder en esta ronda porque se le empieza a complicar. Ya se le complicó, pero esta está iguales. No quita que esto está empatado. 2-11 Face. Uf.
Face 12, Navi 11. Locura.
Locura. A ver, a ver. La pistolita.
Parece Cayote.
¡Ay! ¡Ay! Lo escucho tarde Ri, pero sigue la vuelta y mato. Se va Ri con la doble. Lo que se quiere dejar correr por las teclas. Triple para Seba, que no venía matando mucho y con esto puede agarrar un poquito de confianza. 4K para Ri. Y pasa a ganar Crew, amigos. 11-10 se puso la Novis. 11-10 se puso el clásico argentino.
No, importante, no morir. Ya se aseguran que pueden comprar casi hasta que termine el mapa. Tenés uno con 9, otro con 9K también.
A ver, a ver.
Cara bien Crew al final del mapa. Ese mató 4, ahí agarró un poquito de confianza.
Sí. Apel manos de Ataraxia. 5 AK-47 en Bestia. Con full granadas también. Muy completo. No para de sumar Crew. Y quiere el punto de mapa, muchachos. Uf. Yata es el primero en poner a un muchacho en el suelo. Y era Luchito RL que se nos iba. No sé qué tradea en otras partes del mapa. Hace la kill sobre Seba Riggi por un humo. No sé si ya habrá sido
escalera, Gabarrito lo mató.
totalmente en el humo. O Riggi rompiendo el smoke, intentando pelear. No lo vimos, no hemos venido una a las 2 kills. 4 versus 4. Las cosas están igualadas. Y el side B está completamente libre, ¿eh? Se está juntando en medio Crew, por eso deja B. Y Ataraxia está en el side A. Si acelera Bestia va a tener el side y posiblemente el empate. Y ya lo está haciendo, ¿eh? Ya lo está haciendo. Así. El cameraman está dormido. Bestia está en el side A. Habrá retake. Hay plata, ¿eh? Pero bueno. Yo creo que sí. 4 de 4 Rever que ya empieza a buscarlo. Se va a pegar a cuartito. Vamos a ver si lo deja jugar a su compañero. Muere el láser. Busca el pick Rever. Pero toma 5 en la casa. Hacía fuerte de cuartito. Deco que mata. Y ahora sí. Puede haber una decisión de ir a guardar. Pero Taraxia está con ganas. Deco lo acompaña. Hay Aka en manos de Deco. Termina muriendo. Y toma 5. Que abre CT. Y lo apaga Ata. Que no puede hacer mucho más. Ladies and gentlemen. Partido empatado.
11 iguales.
La chufle. Se murió la cámara, man. Estoy completamente duro, guacho.
Sí, no, pero la cámara anda bien. Está duro, pero anda bien la cámara.
No, bueno.
Se rompió. Ahí está.
Volvimos.
Volviste, bro.
Ronda número 23.
El que gana esta gana el mapa. No va a haber overtime acá.
Ronda número 23. 11 iguales. Primer mapita de estos cuartos de finales. ¿Cómo va Naviface? ¿Overtime?
Sí, creo que sí. Sí, overtime. Yo no quiero decir nada, pero C4 en la base.
¿El qué? C4 en la base.
Alguien que vaya a buscarlo, viejo. Pegate un pique, Capi, que estás ahí.
A ver. A ver. Bestia que tiene las intenciones de jugar para el side B. Están volando muchas granadas, faltando 50 segundos. Setea una flash poderosa Deco, me parece, Setea una flash para duelear como loco. Abría Ri, vuela la flash, abre Deco, mata al primero, kill al segundo, da triple, completamente cerrado el side B. Nas que tradea, Rever que vuelve a abrir y mata, solamente queda uno y es Nox en el pilar. Se va Ri que vuelve a romper, apoyándose con sus compañeros en el duelo.
Solo. Vio que estaba entrando rato, eso hace que todos los compañeros lleguen por lo menos un segundito antes. Deco también con la flash ahí, mató uno.
Y se apoyó bien en el humo de fondo. 12-11. Y el punto de mapa para Crew,
tan rápido esos movimientos, para que no se ven, pero son los más importantes.
El 12-11 para el equipo del Kun Agüero. 12-11 para Crew. Punto de mapa en el pick rival, en el pick de Bestia. Que está con una economía ahí. Con Tech, con AK, con AP, tiene de todo. Pero lo que no tiene es muchas latas. 3 se preparan. Cerquita de B. 2 que juegan desde las escaleras. A ver, ya hay duelo. No vemos nada. Luchito que mata al primero. Deco que lo ve pasar a la derecha a Noxe. Que tiene AP en sus manos. 5 vs 4. Se va arriba igual. Está muriendo en guardito algunas veces. Bastante macabro. Ojo. Quiere acelerar. Completamente. Y sigo Rever. El 2-0. Hay olor a overtime, me parece. Lo van a buscar a Deco, pero Deco solidifica. Tenía una Tecnas. Y ojo que todavía no llegan a ganar el side por completo porque Deco está siguiendo la piedra en el zapato a Taraxia, que empieza a aparecer. Láser que mata a Thomasin. Ataque, no quiere morir. Sigue jugando Deco, presionando. Llega Nox y mata, abre Deco y tradea. Quiere uno más y lo tiene a la izquierda y no lo vio. Por eso Luchito sorprende a Taraxia con la pistol. No podía tirar el no scope y Sock pone la última bala sobre el Auper de Crew y tenemos el partido empatado y nos vamos al overtiming. Pero terminó ya Navi.
14 Navi, Face 12.
Ah, ripió.
¿Cómo?
Y dio...
O sea, iban levantando la tesis.
14-12. ¿Van 195 rondas? Uf.
¿Cuántas son? ¿Menos de cuántas?
No, la gente puso, digamos, la predicción. No hay menos o más.
¿Pero qué es lo que tenés que apostar? ¿Cuántas rondas se van a jugar literalmente? ¿Tenés que pegar?
Claro, ¿cuántas rondas había en el día de hoy en la EWC? No, los 5 más cercanos ganan plata en un XBet. Como para apostar free. Y el que le pegaba, si hay alguien que le pega posta a posta, o sea, acierta el 100%, yo le doy una skin de $100 o algo así.
Sólido.
Bueno, comienza el overtime, muchachos.
5v4 Navi, el overtime ya también.
¿Por qué no está viendo Face? Porque estamos viendo Bestia Crew. Clásico argentino. Uno de los mejores equipos de los lados. O sea, los mejores equipos de Argentina. Somos argentinos. Hay que apoyar a la comunidad, hermano, a la escena.
Somos argentinos y nos sobran los huevos, pibe. Por eso estamos viendo.
Claro, hermano. El capitán con el tótem lo encuentra Taraxia. Cinco versus 4, muchachos. A ver, Deco Guay, si puede poner las cosas en igual de condiciones ahora. Cuando la primera kill era de Noxe, del capitán. En la parte de medio. Buenos duelos da Bestia Crew, te digo, A ver, Luchito. Está solo Luchito, me parece que va a ser el que va a jugar solapa para llamar la atención, para intentar alguna kill, para mover a la gente de A. Se muestra Lucho y explota rápidamente Bestia hacia el 6 de A. El láser que ya escucha. Thomasin que gana espacio, se mete por el humo. Ay, láser. Uf, y Nasser el que buscaba ese pick y lo encuentra. 4v3.
Tiene doble pick.
3, 2, 1. ¡Sac! 3, 2, 1. ¡Sac! Y la primera en el overtime es para Bestia, muchachos. ¿Dónde va a ser mi predicción? De momento no hay nada abierto, pero todas esas cosas las hago por Telegram. Signo de exclamación Telegram. Métanse, aparte de, bueno, comentar, hablar por ahí, hacer muchas más cosas. También hacemos juegos de predicciones y premios, así que toda la gente que quiera participar en un futuro de otros juegos que hagamos, siguen la versión Telegram y se meten al grupo nuestro de Telegram, man. También hay otro juego, que esto está activo, aunque ya pasaron algunos días, pero ustedes pueden ir a participar. Siguen la versión EWC, hay un Discord de UniXBet, que esto es aparte, esto es otro juego también por premios, donde hay predicciones todos los días. Vos tenés que reaccionar al equipo mío e ir haciendo las predicciones todas las noches para el día que sigue. Si no sabes cómo hacerlas, siguen la versión explicación. Hay un clip ahí que explica cómo participar. 13-2 se gana Bestia. ¿Cuántas rondas hubo totales? Uno me pone: Lucho, por favor, déjame cambiar. No puede ser que los culiados de Virtus Pro y Vitality te han enseñado 3 overtime entre mapas. Pero amigo, 18 y 24 terminó hace 20 minutos y te quiere poner... Dale, dale, amigo, escuchá. ¿Qué predicción decís? Ya terminó todo. Fíjate y pone la cantidad de rondas y ganás. ¿Querés hacer eso?
Hijo de puta.
Ahí le pregunté, a ver qué anda. Te mando en audio. Bueno. ¿Soy en España? No, estamos en Argentina. Mi Buenos Aires querido. 13-12, muchachos, 4-4. A ver, a ver. Uy. Pausa de la ronda. 2 por A, 2 por B. Minuto 10. Se le complica un poco en la defensa Cruz con este 4v4. Empieza a gamblear y a jugar con 3 jugadores en el side B. ¿Cuántas fueron, Rama? ¿195 rondas? Rever que consigue la kill. Ataraxia, que también mataba con la mira puesta cuando Tomasín intentaba escapar. Ojo con este 4v4. Bestia que no fue preciso. Se fueron muriendo de a poco. Sin haber decidido para dónde jugar. Ata que vuelve a matar. Bueno, Rever. No vemos una kill, la de Ata nomás en la salida. Gracias, Joaco. Muchas gracias por el sub. 3 iguales. Le faltó decisión a Bestia, Partido empatado. Muy buenos tiros.
El segundo no se vio, pero... sólido.
Lo del Discord es EWC, amigo. Uf. Deto que lo dejan 47 de eco. 21-19 de eco, La ley del ex más fuerte que nunca. 3-3 está esto en el primer overtime. En el primer mapa, en los cuartos de finales de la Thunder Peak. Mañana, EWC, tenemos Navi. Navi contra Mouse. Y G2 contra Virtus Pro, Sólido.
Muy buenos mapas.
No, perdón. Vitality. G2 Vitality, ¿no?
G2 Virtus Pro, dijiste.
Claro, pero es G2 Vitality, creo.
Okay.
Igual. Nice. Ah, no, perdón. Virtus Pro, perdón, Vitality. ¿Es verdad? Ganó BP. Sí, sí. Lo garcharon a Apex. Luchito. Ata y 1v1. Estando de vida Ata. Lo tiene a la izquierda. Azok. Está clavando la apertura Ata. Quiere ser más paciente que el rival. Sabe que está ahí, lo va a buscar. ¡Ataraxia! Clutch para Ata. Y pasa a ganar del lado CT 14-3 el equipo de Crew.
4K.
4K de Ata. Estaba muy sólido, Tuvo paciencia, sabía que estaba a la izquierda.
Le cayeron muy mal las molos por la bestia, las de Templo. Creo que tiraron 3 molos mal, si no me mal, o 2.
Durísimo. 14-13, amigos. Y define el lado fuerte Crew en el mapa de bestia. En esta nubis. El primer mapita son 3. Ata. Que quiere el pica a cuartito. Lo hace hacia el side A, hacia caverna. Empieza a cambiar Rodeco. Para ganar esta parte. Para tirar para atrás a Sok. También rápido. Responde con un Moideto. Fiumba. A ver. Nox quedando de vida. Se termina quemando con la mono que tira Bata. Tomasin que va a buscar defender ese sector todavía. Aunque lo va soltando Crew con la ventaja. Se tira rápidamente. Uno para cuartito haciendo mucho ruido. Pero los jugadores están yendo para el side. A Láser que volvía. Uy, uy, uy. Juegos mentales y gran reacción de Crew. Los dejó pagando lo de bestia. Rever que hizo todo el ruido para cuartito. Y se la comieron doblada. Láser volviendo a mata. Y el side A es completamente de Crew. Va a ponerse punto de mapa. Ri. Pero Ri. Llega Sok con todo, pero Ri lo dejaba muy tocado este muchacho. Abre Deco el timing perfecto. Tirándose, quería meter la bala. Bueno, Deco. Uy, bueno, Deco. ¡Pará! Punto de mapa. Y creo que quiere cerrar el Anobi. 15-13. Buen comba que ha metido durante todo el mapa, De 5-0, 5-5. Empezó sacando las primeras rondas de la segunda mitad. Y volvió del lado CT encima. Con un gran rendimiento de Ataraxia con el AP, ronda claves. Con un Rever que también tuvo intratable.
¿Va?
15-13. Ya está quedando 2 de vida esta vez. Buscaba el pick y casi muere, pero AP y 2 de vida. Siga, siga, Gracias, Crash y Boris. O Crash y Boris.
Y recién se ganó uno de 2 en 4.
Ah.
Creo que estaba en coma también.
Sí. Por lo menos el último tiro, sí. No sé si había quedado así con la primera kill. $15-3, amigos.
Una smoke errada.
El humo
no sé de quién fue.
tapando.
Para que no se vea por la ventana.
Tapando las ventanas, man.
Van a venir a buscar juego por medio.
Uy, Rick, si no sale las puertas lo van a balear todo. Termina escapando en 19. Canta también bastante jugadores medio.
Te van a ir a buscar.
De vuelta al side A, Canta player medio Rick. Y aprovecha para ganar caverna, por lo menos Cruz esperando ese humo. Se junta 4 en B, bestia, y 1 en medio. La ejecución que empieza a volar hacia el side donde no hay absolutamente nadie. Donde está llegando Tomasin. Láser que de vuelta es el que queda lurkeando. Porque vuelve de B. La explosión hacia el side de A que... la Deto. Lo termina matando así a Seba que estaba en coma 5 barras. 4 Ataraxia que también están 2. Necesita la kill. Rever que come head pero mata. Sok que ya llega para controlar. Consigue la kill. Luchito. Sok. Bueno, Sok. El Yoruga Sok.
Maurito, querido.
15-14. GG bote, muchachos.
Creo que dije que no iba a haber T.
GG bote, muchachos. Ah, sí.
Yendo por el segundo T estamos yendo.
Sok con la primera. Ojo que quiere otro overtime. Bestia no quiere irse con la mano vacía en su pick. Láser que va a ganar. O quiere por lo menos sorprender. Pero estaba bien parado, nada, controlando eso. Luchito que lo revienta Seba. Y la ronda que se termina, me parece, 2 versus 5. Ay. El lado CT estaba siendo bastante fuerte, te digo, bueno.
15 iguales.
15 iguales. Y nos vamos a otro overtiming. Que siga, que siga. Siga el baile, sigue el baile.
¿Viste que Tedena le va a pelear? ¿Boxeo sin guante?
Sí, boludo, contra Soto.
Estaba McGregor, amigo, ahí en la presentación.
Sí.
Nazi.
Por el cinturón, boludo. Igual puso el uruguayo este que está siempre en la UFC. Puso... Argentina puede tener su primer campeón mundial. ¿Pero no hay ganado ya? ¿O este es...?
No, creo que el otro cinturón era tipo campeón de Europa.
Ah, verdad. Eso entonces. Pasa que McGregor creo que quiere pelear en las sin guante.
Es dueño, Mario.
Ah, ¿dueño de eso?
Y o sea, es uno de los.
Ah, no sabía.
Pero sí.
Estuvo gelado sacándose foto con...
Nazi.
Creo que le likeó y toda la publicación.
Pasa que vio la velada, Macreo. No sé
¿Era?
si sabías.
No sabía.
Dijo que vio tipo eso de... No vino a España por eso, pero vio que todo lo del boxeo de youtuber dijo que hay una gran pasión por los deportes de combate, así que no.
Claro.
No podía no venir acá. Va, acá, a España.
Tremendo.
Y es una super estrella, amigo Magreo.
Y sí, boludo. ¿Por qué aventamos? Por aquí quieras, amigo. Esto es un clásico argentino. Cruz Bestia. Dos grandes equipos. No, acá no hay un... Ahora Sok. Luchito y Sok. Se barrí. Quizás el espacio que saca poniendo la bala en la cabeza. Láser que mata. Ri también. Láser. Y se barrí. Que se pusieron el equipo al hombro en esta ronda. Bueno, yo cuando juego en los argentinos ya saben que soy bastante neutro. Lo único que cambia cuando juego a 9Z. Por ahí que ahí sí tengo un poco más de... No sé, boludo. Corazón por 9Z porque...
Y
poco...
tenés otra relación con los players también.
Sí, eso por un lado. Mi camino como streamer se formó en gran parte por 9Z también. Yo empecé streameando, o sea, yo hacía Planeta Gon, Anti-Gon con Bicho, que veíamos mucho Luca, Sharks, y cuando él deja, yo agarro a hacer K-Motion.
What the fuck, man?
Y...
¿K-Motion? ¿Le están pisoteando a K-Motion?
Meto K-Motion, y después de eso fue los RMR de 9Z, boludo. Que empezó a ir muy bien ahí. Porque yo empecé a streamear, si no, no lo perdíamos. Yeah. 2 Major, los 2 primeros Major. Como que fue todo un camino de... No sé, te agarra un poco de...
Y obvio, también con, o sea, lo que yo digo de los players, que los players de ese momento son lo mismo más o menos. O sea,
sí, obvio.
Maxi está hace 1.000.000 de años, Buda también.
Yo con Fran hablo siempre. Después creo un equipo nuevo, Bestia por ahí también es nuevo, pero bueno, también tiene Tanoxe, que también es mucho más histórico que 9Z haciendo lo que es tiempo. Pero bueno, yo nunca tuve mucha relación con ese equipo, por así decirlo, porque yo en ese momento cuando jugaba Isuru y todo eso, yo no streameaba. Gracias, Mirquinio. Entonces genera ahí un poco de relación por ese lado. Pero después siempre apoyamos a la comunidad argentina y Que le vaya bien, Geohard.
No, y si estuviera jugando contra un BR.
Cuidado. Luchito. Va a empatar el partido, me parece. Deco que metí el Valero Style. ¡Uy! ¡Qué cerca!
No.
¡Qué cerca, Deco! Se va Río con el clutch en 2 de vida. Lo escucha el de atrás. ¡Ay, Noxe! ¡Uy! 1v1. ¡Ay, mamá! ¡Ay, callase de 4! Agarró a PC ahorita, ¿eh? Ojo, no se confíe, nada, porque piqué y... ¡Ay! ¿Cuánto tiempo quedaba?
Casi, y queda poco, 15, algo así.
Le faltó arriesgar un poco, se va a ir meter un zoom y esperar un toque. Un poquito de paciencia de Auper.
Casi Noxe le dio la posibilidad.
Sí, se confió ahí Noxe.
Cambiando de arma.
Por eso siempre digo también que... O sea, cuando juegan así clásico puede ser de cualquiera, podés ser el más termo. Pero cuando juega Cru, Brasil, Bestia, Brasil, todo eso tienen que ser del equipo. O sea, tienen que ser del equipo argentino porque nos rinde, boludo, nos rinde a todos.
Y mismo, es eso lo que iba a decir. Ponele que, no sé, querés que pierdan. O sea, no tiene sentido querer que pierdan en Argentina porque no si
tiene
estás jugando
sentido.
contra un BR no hay beneficio ninguno, pero ninguno, literal.
No, el único sentido que tiene
le
es...
conviene mucho más a todos que ganen los argentinos. A
Sí.
todos.
El único sentido que tiene es si sos un termo y querés decir, vos perdiste con tal, o vos no le ganas a los BR. Está mal. En nuestra escena no somos una escena para estar en esa posición. Es una escena que es ser unidos,
Todos
boludo.
muy chicos, como todavía para...
Pero ni
A
siquiera...
veces pensamientos muy del fútbol también.
Por eso yo digo, es muy de termo
es otra
eso. Porque mismo, pongo un ejemplo. No con lo deportivo de ganar o perder, sino con las mismas marcas o las posibilidades. O si estás jugando Cru y en Cru estás jugando contra un equipo brasilero y Cru tiene hinchas de, ponele que de 9Z, de Bestia, empieza a formar una bola de que hay mucha gente, por más que no sean todos hinchas full de Cru y que en otro momento puedes estar jugando 9Z Cru y van a ir por 9Z o 9Z Bestia y van a ir por otro equipo. Hacer esa bola de apoyo está buena porque eso es lo que se ve después. Che, juega Cru y tiene 2K contra un BR. Juega Bestia y tiene 3K contra un BR. Juega 9-7 y tiene 10, 20, lo que... Eso es lo que hay que hacer, ¿verdad? Eso es lo que llama a las marcas, también a los equipos a meterse. De la nada ven que hay apoyo en todo el equipo y bueno, el Leviatán me dice, bueno, yo también quiero meterme para que me vaya bien, ¿no? Esas cosas. Bueno, pasa a ganar Cru. Bola de apoyo.
Se gana el overtime. Viene metiendo buenas rondas.
Revió, se va Ri. $17-16 para Cru. Qué vuelta vas a ganar en el cambio de lado en el overtime. Y a ver lo que pasa ahora. Se está estirando esto, ¿eh? Se están dando masa. Y 16, van a buscar cuartito. Se va Ri, que tiene que estar atento. Ay, la tal mano. Se va a cerrar Ri, va a tirar la molo. Va a ganar el duelo ahora porque Lucho lo quería ir a buscar. Y Seba estaba atento. 1 por 1. Llega a trabar. Uy, no, sé que se llevó un regalito ahora, Nas, que avanza por medio y lo pone a Taraxia. Se descajeta la ronda. Deco se está chocando con Thomasin. Thomasin que ya se lo ha esperado porque no avanzaba el model. El partido vuelve a estar empatado, amigos.
Muy peleado, amigo.
Sí. 17-17. Está la cosa, 17-17 está la situación en este primer mapita de los cuartos de finales de la Thunder Peak Sudamérica. Oh, y Láser está entregando la colita,
O no van a pasar.
Y alguna flash tiene que haber,
El
me
4
parece,
está seteando en F, por eso.
Sí. Lucho que está atento para rasgar como loco después de esa banga. Humo, flash. Lucho salía en la mira a cualquier lado. Tomasín que llega a tradear. Y el 1 por 1 que se efectúa una ronda. Y ahora la pausa. Minuto 13. Hay mucho para jugar. Lo termina beneficiando un poco la OTT. Ese 1 por 1.
Y beneficia bastante, boludo.
Y Nas que tiene el control de medio. Pero Ri, que se hizo fuerte en estas últimas mitades. En estas últimas overtime. Solidificó la mira. Empezó a sumar kills. Y acá mete una que deja 4 de su 3. Con un poco más de info. Con un poco más del mapa ganado. Sin perder medio. Y el que está sacando ahora la data es Deco. Que avanza por B. Y ve que no tiene nadie. Gana buena información Deco Wise. La flash para Caverna que tira Nox y Thomasin que ya gana ese sector también. Está bien parado. Ataque clave y Rever cerradito el contacto esperando. Chao. Y ahora juega Rever. Sorprende porque estaba con la otra mano. Thomasin. 4 versus 2. El volantazo. Y Deco está en una muy buena posición. También para sorprender. Ya se canta, disparaba y no mataba. 15 segundos. Uy, la Deto se la deja. Pero ojo que Sok gana bien. Lo va a terminar viendo Deco. Sok que tradea. 1 versus 2 para el uruguayo que tiene el tiempo para plantar. Aunque llega Ri por la espalda. Buena bala. No hay más tiempo. No, hizo el fake. ¡Ojo! ¡Oh! ¡Hizo! Que metió un clutch increíble. Lo reventó el de cuartito. Se hizo el espacio. Tiró el fake. Y salió. Se la comió entera.
Ya vos,
para
no
que
había
Sok
levantado una buena ronda.
Meta un rondón,
2
de 4.
Ese kill cuando te queda 4 de 4 de CT en este mapa es terrible. No podés, por medio, viste, no podían vaquear, Seba igual lo mató de medio, pero es muy incómodo, tenés todo muy lejos. 4 personas para cubrir todo el mapa es durísimo y los terros pueden ir y venir, pero bueno, se la ganamos ahorita 1v2 con 4 segundos.
18-17. Y pone el punto de mapa. Y yo creo que Deco por ahí se apuró un poco porque estaban 2 de 4.
Y sí, pero bueno.
Hoy te la jugaba a matarlo, no pasó, pero me mete con el dinero el lunes, pero las chances,
igual sí, en esas cosas hay que ajustar, es lo que...
sí.
Pero en esa velocidad es todo muy complicado, pero sí.
Deco Wise, que se reivindica ahora y mata, mete la fear kill. ¿4 versus 2? 5 versus 4 digo. 4 versus 2 fue la ronda pasada. A ver, Rata. Uy. Vio a 3 Ata. Y sigue de cerca porque no puede volver. Ata. Que lo borra ahora. Thomasin. Quiere otro overtime. El equipo de Cruz Ri que mata a Sok. Necesita otro milagro bestia. El observer está pero clavado, El 1 por 1. Y el que tiene en clutch ahora es Nas. 30 kills para Nas. 2 en esta ronda. Y para ganar el mapa necesita el ace. Ataraxia 2 de vida. Le va a plantar la bomba a la cara. Pero hay un humo todavía. Y el full auto de Ataraxia en el smoke termina llevándose la última. Ladies and gentlemen, nos vamos a otro overtime. ¿Cómo está esto, Y ustedes querían ver Navi Face. Tómense. Esto es counter, man.
Se puede cerrar el mapa. Estaba para una última ronda más picada, tipo un 1v1, ¿entendés?
Que se defina más finito.
Claro, queda más tenso.
$18 iguales. ¿Cuál es otro mapa? Das 2, dijimos, Jansen, ¿no? Sí, Das 2 Jansen. Este pick de bestia. Ataraxia de cerca buscando alguna kill por fondo. Va a cerrar cuartito ahora. Clear de hecho no hay nadie. Tiene un jugador pero esperando el humo también. A ver acá. Bien parado está Ata. La paciencia le va a poder dar la kill. Lo va a buscar Ri. Ricky ahí mata a Luchito. Justo se da la vuelta, pero no podía intensificar la mira. 5 versus 4. Y a volver a jugar, a volver a abrir el mapa. Estaban todos preparados como para ejecutar el side B. Empieza a ir ahora a ocupar más espacio en este Anubis de la OTT. Con un hombre menos, Bestia. A ver. Pero dejando 2. Uy, ojo, Noxe que mata. Ay, Ricky va a buscar la info y no toma sin atento. Va a acelerar ahora sí. Digo que intenta llegar a ganar el side. Molo. No. Erró la Molo. Termina quedando en el medio de la nada. 4-2. Da vuelta la ronda Bestia.
Nada que hacer.
Y es 19-18. No pueden aprovechar esa primera kill. Hicieron cerrarla rápido la ronda con la info para irse para el side A, pero la idea todavía estaba en ese side B para Bestia. El 3-2. Robertito. 2-1 quedó esto, A ver si pincha y cubre. No, dale, no más tiempo. Chao. No le va a dar la kill.
Saludada, bro.
La primera. Dispara Bestia, muchachos. $19-18 para Bestia, muchachos. Que metió la primera. ¡Oh! Uy, muy preciso, o sea, Shaquille, atrás del humo. Lo encontró el láser. Luchito, que estaba cerca y apenas mató a su compañero. Ya ganó espacio. Lo agarra Rever desconcertado. 2-0 para Bestia, que quiere meter una diferencia importante en este tercer overtime. De 2 ronditas en el comienzo. Del lado TT buscando la tercera también. Y quedar triple match point. Pero todavía primero lo primero. 20-18 va a quedar la muchacha de Bestia en su mapa. Obviamente todos estamos felices de que entre Little Kiru, pero esa no es la solución al problema. En su momento entró Leviatán, que es de largo el equipo con más plata de la región, sin contar Brasil. Estuvieron en... ¡Ah! No entendí lo que pusiste. Leviatán tuvo muy mala gestión. No culpo a nadie, pero tuvo muy mala gestión de los equipos. Leviatán fue por una idea de equipo, una idea de armado errado. Que fue, quiero este player, quiero el otro, ahí está plata y esos players van. ¿Por qué van? Quizás por su conveniencia en los contratos. Y hoy en día, nunca es así en realidad. La plata no te hace por tener los jugadores más caros o los que vos querés o los que vas armando con el dedo. En este juego no funciona, amigo. Mirá Cloud9, que se llevó un Dream Team hace poco y disolvieron a la mierda. Porque lo más importante es la química, amigo. Entonces en ese equipo por ahí que los jugadores aceptan porque es muy buena oferta. Y que no, tampoco culpa al jugador. Porque si de la nada vos no tenés equipo y te llega una oferta que es 3 veces más un sueldo que venís ganando últimamente. Y bueno, el jugador va a querer también. No puedes aprovechar esa oportunidad. Entonces ofrecer guita no te va a dar buenos resultados. Ese es el bueno, Falcon también, de esos ejemplos que están a la vista. Pasan los mejores del mundo, eso no va a pasar acá. Entonces el Leviatán se desgastó en esa gestión, hubo mucha plata que perdieron y bueno, se fueron. Bueno. Al final fueron las 3 al hilo, 21-18.
Ojo que no hay otras 3 cruz.
El Leviatán, bueno, pero Valorant es otro juego, amigo. Por eso digo el counter. El counter no funciona así.
El Valorant, obviamente que también es en equipo y todo, pero para mí no tiene tantos años de juego. Entonces como que, no sé, en el counter tenés, bueno, los equipos top de la región, tenés a 9Z que tiene pibes que juegan juntos hace 5 años, ¿entendés?
Por eso.
Hace 5 años no existía el Valorant. Entonces, cuando vos armás un equipo de counter, necesitas que sea así, boludo, sólido, para competir. O bueno, si no te va a llevar un tiempo.
Sí, sí. Ataraxia. Ah, bueno, te crees, es cap. O sea, no te creas tan así. Es muy difícil tener resultados en el counter también. Es un juego complejo. Donde hay mucho level, donde hay muchos jugadores, donde hay... Brasil está competitivo, muy competitivamente.
Es muy complejo y más... O sea, cuanto menos oportunidades, más es difícil que la gente se dedique.
Claro. Es muy caro también el juego y no te da mucho rédito.
Y boludo, necesitas una compu posta para competir. Un monitor posta.
No, bueno, a eso da par también. Yo digo más caro también de tener un equipo que... O sea, tener un equipo counter es caro. Jugar el counter es caro.
De players nuevos que pueden aparecer así promesas. Es difícil también, boludo, porque los pibitos... Yo qué sé, boludo. ¿Para qué vas a jugar tanto al counter si no sabes qué onda? Además necesitas una compu de la NASA, horas, 10 horas por día capacitado, boludo, es complicado. Y entre estos nuevos equipos, justamente lo que trae, que obviamente no va a ser insta, ¿no? Porque arme un equipo, el que sea, va a crecer todo de una, pero en un futuro va a haber muchos pibitos que empezaron a jugar capaz por esto, ¿entendés? Que siguieron o que ven, como decís vos, que traigan a la gente que traigan, algunos se va a enganchar. Obviamente, muchos se van a enganchar. Y eso te lleva a enganchar todo ese equipo, todo, o sea, eso sirve siempre, boludo, sea el que venga.
Obvio, obvio.
Más que Sprint Elite Killers, son gente de la comunidad, no es que está viniendo, no sé, un chabón que está lleno de plata y viene acá y arma un equipo y fue. Son gente que saben cómo llevar las cosas.
Sí, sí, lógico. Pero bueno, es lo que yo digo también. Por eso también tengo la liga mía que reparto ahorita, porque siento que eso también es importante, porque ahí tienes una motivación extra para jugar el juego. Y de ahí después, bueno, vas agarrando, che, me da para competir, me da para entrar acá. Hay una academia, entro acá.
Que eso es lo único que, o sea, de acá a Argentina lo único que...
Bueno,
Tomasín jugar es el clan Winning, boludo.
Tomasín es un ejemplo muy claro. Tomasín arrancó jugando en la Liga A, rostizaba, después llegó a la Pro. Y a mí me lo he dicho, se compró la compu con todos los premios que ha ganado, o sea... Y hoy en día está jugando en Betis y está con los mejores equipos. Y así es la idea, por ejemplo, la Liga es eso. Porque al ser un juego tan complicado, como me venía diciendo, que haya un incentivo extra, es lo que hace que después lleguen por ahí ya los jugadores o se le dé la oportunidad. Porque si vos después la jugando de la nada el juego sin ganar una mierda, perdiendo tiempo, o nunca, a lo mejor nunca vas a llegar a tener esa posibilidad de decir, che, al final el juego me puede dar algo. Porque a lo mejor jugar for free, hay matchmaking que no da una mierda, que anda como el orto todo. Ganó Bestia nomás.
Además la liga, también conocés gente que está en esa misma. Tipo, capaz un pibito que te mandás, ve que se mande y decís, che, este juega bien, a ver qué onda.
Claro,
le hablo, che, ¿qué onda? ¿Vos querés jugar en equipo? Y como empieza todo.
Bueno, a Nas, no se lo había conocido en su primer momento cuando había entrado la primera vez, también me dijo lo mismo, que lo había visto en la liga. Se necesitan esas cosas. Como en la liga mía, también se necesitan justamente cosas como Shinden, como Bestia ahora hace su academia, como 9Z ha hecho su academia, que también hoy en día ha hecho. Le ha dado la posibilidad a Trai, le ha hecho la posibilidad a Buda, le ha dado la posibilidad a Guaso. Esas cosas se necesitan en la escena para... Y también es un negocio para el equipo. Porque la nada sacás a un jugador. Pero bueno, sí. Pues también 9Z está haciendo negocio con los brasileros, porque hay mucho más brasileros. Entonces tiene que haber más argentino, tiene más. Pero bueno, a nosotros nos complica un poco más eso porque el juego es caro. Como decimos, para jugar bien con los FPS de jugar a los brasileños necesitamos gastar una locura ahí. Bueno.
Pero claramente en Argentina es un poco más complicado. Por todo eso que si vos también tenés ping.
También.
O sea, no hablas portugués y tenés mucho más jugadores que hablan portugués.
Se puede decir y bueno, es un poco mirar las actualidades, no es cierto, está top 11 del mundo. Si no es de los que más cobran, estamos a la mierda. Ganó Bestia el primer mapa, amigos. Después de una serie de un mapa durísimo. Termina cerrándolo y nos vamos ahora al DAS 2, amigos.
Y para mí el Fortnite ahí que están hablando es distinto. El Fortnite vos jugás solo. Es distinto. El juego organiza muchas cosas también. El CS es un juego complicado también de que Valve no le da tanta bola. Entonces cuando vos sos un jugador casual, que obviamente todos empiezan como un jugador casual. Vos todos empezamos así jugando por jugar. Y boludo, ves el juego que ya de base el matchmaking te recontra chitean. Ya es una verga, ¿entendés? Para poder jugar a un buen nivel y que anden bien los servers y que no te cheaten, tenés que bajarte ya un anti-cheat, jugar desde una página. Todo eso ya es Hanner del CS en sí. Y si encima no hay un camino claro porque no hay organizaciones, no hay plata, es todo muy complicado, ¿entendés? Por eso las academias, la liga, eso es clave mal. Y capaz que de acá a unos años, boludo, todo eso se va a ver una banda los frutos. O sea, capaz salen muchos pibitos que dicen, no, yo empecé jugando la WPL y como Tomasín ponele, pero bueno, Tomasín era un poco más conocido ya cuando jugaba la liga.
¿Y qué cosa?
Y digamos que yo ya lo conocía, creo, antes a Tomasín, o no sé, no me acuerdo.
Sí, Tomasín arrancó jugando, conocido por jugar mucho la liga también.
No me acuerdo, después estoy falando fruto.
O sea, Tomasín cuando jugaba la liga no estaba nunca, o sea, no estaba en equipo. Él arrancó jugando Liga A y ahí clasificó. Él clasificó a la Pro League por rostizar la Liga A. Y después creo que, sí, o sea, clasificó a la, clasificó a la Pro League, WPL.
Ah, la WPL, es verdad.
Y después de ahí creo que entró a Boca y de ahí se fue. No, a Boca, tuvo un equipo antes de eso. Creo que fue. ¿Qué equipo había sido? Bueno, no me acuerdo. ¿Cuál es el de Corea? ¿Cómo es el equipo Corea? Creo que ahí estaba.
New Pampas.
New Pampa.
Ahí te digo, ¿cuál está?
New Pampa, River.
En House.
No. House. Okay.
House. Después estuvo en AP Gang. Después estuvo en Boca.
Boca. Boqueta. Bueno, amigos, se viene.
No, boludo, justamente exposición ahora es lo único que te puedo decir que es lo más fácil, capaz de conseguir. Tenés mucha gente, boludo, que está todo el día transmitiendo el juego. Tenés la liga de Lucho, ponele. Podés streamear vos.
¿Por qué dijeron?
Como que es difícil a veces ganar exposición.
Nah, eso lo digo siempre. Eso te puedo creer que hace mucho, bueno, que haya pocos equipos, que los que estaban eran los amigos de, o eran roster conocidos, o no había forma de hacerte conocido. Hoy en día si sos bueno, vas a llegar. Si sos bueno, vas a destacar o en la liga mía, o vas a destacar en algún lado que te van a conocer, o vas a aprender vos a stream y vas a topear a una liga, o vas a aprender vos a stream, vas a cagarlos a tiro y te van a poner en los recopilados o vos mismo podés mandar los videos de los recopilados para que te suban, te haces conocido. Si sos bueno, yo me acuerdo que Try, por ejemplo, antes que sea la academia, ya sabíamos que iba a ser bueno. O sea, nosotros nos tocaba el lobby y decíamos, che, el pibito de 14 años que juega re bien, que esto que lo otro, y cuando entró a la academia 9Z ya estaba como medio adentro, ¿entendés? Porque ya todos lo conocían y era un loquito que arrancó jugando solo también, lobbies. Mismo, Luca era un loco que arrancó jugando solo y le decían chitero, ¿entendés?
El tema es que vos justamente... Para mí un poco esa de, che, necesitas exposiciones, corte... Che, yo tengo talento, bueno, si me dan todo, arranco a jugar. Y justamente es al revés.
No, es al revés.
Obviamente que hay mucha gente que capaz tiene un talento terrible, pero después tipo post 18 años dice, che, bueno, ya está, no estoy más para jugar el jueguito porque pues ya está, amigo.
Si vos tenés talento y tenés ganas de llegar, vas a llegar.
O sea, lo que no te pueden faltar son esas cosas. Tener la gana de querer, porque si vos estás esperando a que te pongan un stream de 50.000 personas para demostrar, es al revés, boludo.
Sí, es lo que me dice también Luli, pero yo creo que es como todo. O sea, en ningún lado vos vas a, no sé, a jugártela por algo y primero vas a tener que... O sea, en todo momento tenés que sacrificar algo. Hasta sean estudios, sean... Hay veces que te la vas a tener que fumar y comer pasto hasta que se te dé, o mismo con el estudio, mismo con, no sé, bro, un proyecto, una empresa, o sea... Lo que sea, bro. Y acá lo mismo. Si arrancás de abajo y realmente tenés el talento y las ganas, bueno, hay veces que hay que apostar y decir, bueno, me voy a romper el orto 3 meses comiendo arroz y fideo. Y si se me da, se me da. Y si no, bueno, ahí sí tenés que buscar otra cosa. Pues no podés vivir ya 1 año, 2 años sin nada.
Él nunca va a entender, boludo, diría Gabres. Los europeos, estas cosas ni las piensan. ¿Cómo no van a jugar mejor después, boludo?
Ah, obvio. Y pasa que también los europeos
tienen mucha más guita ya de base, o sea, los viejos.
Nacen una cuna de oro, una cuna de oro ya de antes, ya a los 15 años tienen una nave espacial de compu. Nos vamos al segundo mapita.
Novoy también es un buen ejemplo, boludo. Es un chabón que empezó streameando y era tan bueno que lo terminaron metiendo en el equipo porque se
¿Quién?
notaba que era bueno. Novoy.
Ah, sí, bueno, Novoy también es un ejemplo, pero... Ranque Pro encima, o sea, no es que se hizo conocido en FPL. Clasificó feliz. Se conoció en Ranque Pro ese loco.
Y a poquito fue haciéndose el top 1 de GC ahí.
Lo llamó el BTO para su selección esa. Ganar un torneo.
Ah, obvio, el stream lo ayuda, pero lo principal es que el chabón está haciendo esas cosas que dice Lucho, boludo. Agarra, juega el Ranque Pro, te queda top 1.
Hace 28 meses no era el Novoy de ahora, que queda sentado esto.
Ah, bueno.
Al que también estaba suscrito era Snow, boludo. Pero ese me parece que se me fue, amigo. Bueno. Este yo me había suscrito también en algún momento, pero no lo tengo, boludo. Ah, no, igual no lo tengo suscrito. No me dice renovar. Raro, boludo. No me parecía que estaba suscrito acá. ¿Qué hacer? Nah, yo creo que en la liga ya cumplo mi cuota de... ¿Qué es esto? Ya con mi liga creo que cumplo mi cuota de aporte, y estoy bastante pasado con la cuota, Estoy... Hace 4 años vengo poniendo plata, pero sólida todos los meses acá. Hoy en día obviamente están las marcas que apoyan mucho. Pero bueno,
yo... Hay que traerla a las marcas. Por eso, eso es lo que vale.
Las marcas podrían ser... O sea, yo lo que...
Más allá de la plata, lo que
a mí me pasó siempre con la liga es que las marcas eran para mí tranquilamente. O sea, yo las pongo ahí, pongo la guita ahí porque me pinta. Pero yo tranquilamente, Shell puede estar conmigo en mi stream y Corsair también, pero son marcas que están conmigo en mi stream, pero yo con la plata la pongo acá.
Tío, te podría llevar el 90% de la plata si total no hay nadie que ponga plata. O sea, con que pongas poca plata te va a alcanzar. Y la liga da buena plata. Ah, que da plata nomás y bueno.
Está lleno de tablas, guacho. Corsair 9, Shell 7. Arrancó creo que hoy, ¿no está, no? Sólida, 100 dolaretas. En una semana. 7 días te metes 100 dolaretas. Jugar, porque si rostizas un mes la liga y te va bien, te puedes comprar una compu tranquilamente.
Sí, boludo, hoy. Así hizo Tomasín, literalmente.
Sí, a ver. A Erti se había comprado un auto con la plata que ganó en la liga mía, boludo. Ese loco no para de ganar la WPL. Debo tener, a ver si tengo el documento de cuando me ponía a repartir la plata. Acá está, mirá. Es más, había hecho hasta un coso de tops. Ranking abre. Julio, Aerti ganó 500 acá. Aerti ganó 450 acá. Agosto. Por mes, boludo. Esto ya es sueldo de... Igual esto fue ya... Una de las últimas... O sea, acá cuando me había puesto tryhard con el dock y ya estaba terminando casi. Mira, acá ya están los BR. Frostesor.
Ganás Only Su. Ponerle 4 tablas semanales deben ser $600. Pero además, no es que es una vez. Es todo el día eso, siempre, boludo. Toda la semana. Si no ganás una vez, bueno, capaz ganás la próxima. Porque son muchas las oportunidades de llevarte plata.
Sí,
y obviamente
sí.
hay una tabla que es del mes también, ¿o no?
También. O sea, la de Only Sub en realidad.
Después tenés skins también, que los podés buscar la manera de venderlo.
Yo no estoy coteando. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Y quiere ser proti de GC? Yo no estoy coteando porque me estoy coteando con vos. Se puede
Ese voz es apuntando
Sí,
con el dedo
sí.
en el pecho, ¿viste? Con vos, tac,
El
y
que
te
quiere
toca en el
ser
pecho.
proti GC o Fesi no me sea más exposición que sé. Que yo estoy. O sea, yo no sé cuál es el hilo, ¿no? Pero yo creo que es así, amigo. No necesitas más exposición que esa. Hoy en día necesitas más exposición. Si vos tenés talento, ganas, o sea, a ver, esto va acompañado de tu talento y tu inteligencia y... Porque esto, para jugar al juego necesitas talento e inteligencia. Yo creo que son dos cosas, o talento en general, entra inteligencia, aim, ni siquiera aprender, o sea, saber del juego, porque eso lo vas aprendiendo en tu camino. Pero sí pegar bien y reaccionar y ser inteligente. Para mí la exposición, pero para ser profesional no alcanza. Sí, amigo, alcanza. O sea, te pongo los ejemplos.
Pero ¿para qué querés
way.
más que eso que para hacer posibilidad? O sea, vos querés que te conecten el teclado, el mouse, que ya juegues como simple directamente y que te pongan... O sea, si vos no jugás en un momento y no te intentás mostrar jugando como un loco, porque no te queda otra, boludo. Jugar todo el día, jugar contra gente cada vez mejor, que cada vez te va haciendo más conocido, no hay otra manera.
Yo creo que también
la única.
la exposición también es importante, como decís vos, pero vos tenés que darte esa exposición, no a alguien.
Claro, por eso es lo que digo.
O sea, no way. Luca era un inju que le decían gordo chitero. Era un fachero que pegaba head, amigo. Y se hizo conocido él solo. Y de la nada...
Luca lo ha dicho, él que esperaba poner a que 11 mande. Se
Claro,
mandaba al mismo
bueno,
tiempo. No lo gosteaba, obviamente, pero... Yo qué sé, boludo, sos chiquito, sos guachín, te pinta que te vean cómo jugás.
Y
lo
encima,
haces,
en el
y
momento
Luca se lo
ese-
pijeaba y se nota, boludo, esas cosas que sos bueno.
Y en el momento ese donde hasta la exposición que hay hoy en día es mucho menor en ese momento.
No, olvidate, en ese momento era cero la exposición.
Y no ganabas plata jugando el counter en una liga como la mía, no había FPL, no había FPLC, no había una mierda, ¿eh? Entonces,
De hecho, no había tantos equipos como hay ahora tampoco.
tampoco de claro, entró
El único
Furious,
equipo-
que era uno de los mejores en ese momento, porque
Sí, Surus era el único equipo más referente y tampoco era un equipo que viajaba tanto.
Te debe pasar por otro paso que no tiene tanto la posición que te deje surface. Ahí ya no sé qué estás diciendo.
No, obvio, boludo. No es que
Pero-
te vas a GC y ya vas a tener la posición que querés. Justamente todo lo que le tenés que poner es el esfuerzo.
Pero yo creo que los procesos que voy a decir, lo que yo te estoy diciendo, simplemente. Ser inteligente, o sea, claramente vos con tu talento y tu inteligencia no vas a... Obviamente, eso ya es aparte, que no tiene que ver con la posición. Eso vos tenés que romperte el orto, bien. Ni siquiera viendo demo, jugando, rostizando.
Ah, el chabón dice tener que competir un tier más bajo. Obviamente, todo esto es acompañado de poder conocer gente y armarte un equipito y jugar todo lo que puedas jugar. Eso lo necesitas sí o sí, porque vos justamente te haces conocido así. Cada vez vas jugando en equipos mejores, contra gente que es un poco mejor. De repente cagaste a tiros a uno que le gustó cómo te jugabas y te dice, che, escuchá, se me va uno del equipo, estás para jugar, ahí te metiste a un equipo mejor. Después lo mismo, en ese equipo la seguís rompiendo, jugás contra otros que son mejores. A uno le gustaste cómo jugó, te van conociendo, ¿entendés? Es así que...
A Tomasini le pasa un poco eso, boludo. Empezó jugando en la liga. Yo digo empezó jugando en la liga, pero bueno, no sé cuándo arrancó. Yo digo porque tuvo una liga, llegó a FPL, lo llamaron para un equipo que fue Hawks, después entró a Boca, fue escalando, boludo. Y ahora está en Bestia. Es escalar también eso.
Jugás lobby, también te van conociendo y jugás lobby con gente de otros equipos también que... Ahí te vas haciendo relaciones, así. Pero esa posición ahora es mucho más fácil que en cualquier otro momento, la posta.
Aparte de academias que antes no había. Bueno, Snow arrancó una academia y geleando la Young Blue de no sé qué mierda, de qué equipo era.
Sí, la de Gotzen.
De Gotzen y de Juan Payne, boludo. Obviamente que mejor la antición de las así suena fácil, pero obviamente que también tenés ese talento. Eso es un juego complicado. Tenés que ser muy inteligente, tenés que... No es para cualquiera tampoco. Por eso hoy en día no hay jugar todos los días porque a nosotros nos cuesta mucho más. Por la plata, por las combos, porque somos menos. Qué gana de dejar el laburo y vivir el CS. Bueno, eso también un poco que el CS, que entender que el CS, cuando vos vivís del CS, es una vida dura también. No es que vos vivo del CS, estoy... La competencia, vos pensás, cuando vos jugás al fútbol en un alto nivel, o un equipo de primera, o donde sea, entrenás a la mañana, comés, vas al gimnasio, o entrenás y vas al gimnasio a la mañana, comés, tenés un doble turno después de, no sé, de gimnasio, lo que sea, y después ya tenés libre, digamos. Acá entrenás 8 horas por día.
¿A qué hora está libre un futbolista?
A las 3 de la tarde ya va a estar libre, 4 de la tarde ya va a estar libre, boludo. Toda la mañana.
Mucho menos también, ¿eh?
Mucho menos.
Y deben tener días que hacen cosas así en el club, como decís vos.
Y
Pero... Y el counter lo que tiene también... Perdón, no sé qué ibas a decir, te interrumpo.
No, sí.
Que como decís vos, se juega tantas horas, o sea, si vos querés, podés jugar 16 horas por día.
Claro, por eso.
Y son 5 personas que están jugando 12 horas por día y capaz que las 12 horas las juegan juntos, tipo, después de entrenar también. Entonces
Claro.
avanza todo mucho más rápido, ¿entendés? Que en el fútbol, ponele. De un año para el otro el juego ya cambió mucho, los equipos juegan mucho mejor.
No, obvio, muchas variantes, muchas cosas. El fútbol, si bien también tiene su estrategia, tiene su estudio de juego, pero es prácticamente siempre lo mismo.
Obvio, sí.
Acá es una locura, tenés jugás contra miles de equipos en un plazo muy corto de tiempo. Entrenas 8 horas, más lo que jugás vos individualmente, o sea...
Estás todo el día sentado en la compu también.
Es un mundo
Quieras o no.
sacrificado en el alto nivel.
Además no es que... O sea, lo que tiene también que al vos no tener que cumplir unas ciertas horas, digamos, no es que vos vas al club de esta hora a esta hora y listo. La competencia te lleva a tener que jugar mucho, porque si vos no jugás mucho va a haber otros locos que sí jueguen mucho, amigo.
Quedás obsoleto.
Claro, o sea, vos yo, si querés podés treinar y jugar al counter, tipo sí, 6 horas por día o no sé, 7 horas por día lo que tenés con tus equipos. Pero después le tenés que meter extra porque si no te pasan por arriba.
Claro. Será el 4-0 para Bestia, muchachos.
Ah, déjate que, o sea, nosotros le hemos visto ponerle... Fran juega todo el día, amigo, o sea, y hace muchos años que juega todo el día y le decís, che, Fran, vamos a hacer tal cosa. No, hoy me quedo jugando lobby porque tengo que jugar lobby, ¿entendés? No es porque...
Claro.
Porque me hace bien para ganar después, boludo.
Claro.
Me quedo jugando FPL, lobby, no sé.
Sí, llega un punto que a lo mejor a veces ni gana tiene que jugar, pero tiene que jugar porque es la obligación de pro player, boludo. Por eso también que decimos hoy de que el compromiso y Es el compromiso y la dedicación es hasta más importante que todo lo otro.
Es. Sí, boludo. De hecho, voy a poner algo que no, capaz no se puede decir, pero...
Pasa...
¿De aposta o no?
Sí, sí, sí. Borraba el...
Por la duda.
Mucho el proceso es a disfrutar del juego. Y es que como todo, amigo. Yo creo que pasa en todos lados.
Es como todo.
Yo eso lo he hablado con Fran banda de veces.
Lo dejas de disfrutar capaz y a la vez es un día capaz que no disfrutás, tenés tiempo que estás full disfrutando.
Hay veces que querés reputear y dejar toda la mierda. Hay veces que ganas un torneo y decís, che, esta es mi mejor vida. Es...
Literal.
Si fuera muy lineal todo, sería muy fácil, boludo. También eso es lo bueno. Y ahí es cuando tenés que saber lidiar con eso y bancátela. Y ahí es cuando también se ven quiénes son los que llegan y quiénes no, porque hay gente que no pasa ese proceso porque es más flojo de mente, lo que sea, y no se lo banca y bueno, dejan el camino. Y hay gente que termina ganando todo porque no porque disfrute el juego al 100%, sino porque supo pasar esos momentos. Y encima este juego es algo que estás tan cerca de las redes que constantemente entras a Twitter y te están puteando de la nada. Imagínate acá, que antes hace 3 años no éramos nadie, no llegábamos ni a las semifinales de una CCT y hoy en día jugamos Major, semifinales de una Dala y de la nada perdés contra cualquiera y sos el horrible del mundo.
Y 9Z, o antes de la Dallas, venía un poco ahí como que lo estaban cascoteando y...
9Z después de antes de la Dala fue perder segundo en CCT, en la Res, va a ser Res perdió con la Ruboneta, en esto que el otro. Contra Dale, a mí. Y 9Z para mí los Major tuvo mucha, no sé, mala suerte, pero por ahí un planteo en las cosas que no eran. Para mí los Bo1, los Infernos. Que bueno, también es parte también de la competencia. No que nos contó esos Infernos, ¿eh? A Dale amigos, Odic también había sido. No, Odic creo que fue en Overpass. Red Canids. Uy, retomación. A Dale amigos habíamos ganado igual, ¿no? Muy apretado, pero ganado me parece. Odic perdimos un Overpass. Que encima los partidos que perdimos habían sido horribles porque veníamos ganando hasta... Perdimos una pistol en 11-11 y nos complicaba... Y ahora posiblemente estamos en la RMR, man, y estamos picados. 6-0 para Bestia, que arrancó con todo y pistolita encima ahora de...
Es una gran tranquilidad eso, el RMR, posta.
Sí. Hay que saber controlar los...
Y además los pibes en LAN juegan muy bien también.
La presión ahora en RMR, porque bueno, por meter RMR, esa presión de
no,
llegar al medio sigue estando. Es crucial el primer partido. Entrar con el pie derecho, que se vayan esos miedos, esa presión, lo que sea, ya...
Pasa, esa quali online, boludo, da miedo, posta. De repente empezás así, como decís vos, y... Estás con un pie afuera, boludo.
Sí. Sí, aparte de la mínima, que ya perdés tu mapa por ahí no tiene que perder, te cruza mal y te pone contra por ahí un rival fuerte. Y...
La típica quedás 0-2, justo perdido, viste, 2 mapas en equipo repicado, y ya tenés un equipo que se queda afuera ahí, capaz te queda fuera vos.
El resto de 2 ayuda bastante. Y la verdad es que sí, yo creo que das 2. O sea, si bien perdimos justo over para que estaban jugando bien los pibes ahí. Pero sí, das 2 era un mapa fuerte, o sea, el más fuerte de 9-7 en ese momento. Creo que igual ahora últimamente también están muy en Inferno los pibes. Están jugando muy bien en Inferno, por lo menos en Potré. En la Fire metieron un cambio de cara en la de Inferno increíble, como si lo hubieran practicado 10 años seguido. O sea, si fuera el primer mapa. Bueno, Anubis también ha metido un poco de mejora en todos los mapas. Esperemos seguir así. 6-0 para Bestia, muchachos. De re, uy. Meyer está sin equipo ahora, mío. No sé si entrará alguno. 5 vs 4 a favor de Cruz esta ronda. A ver si puede sumar la primera. Estamos en el pique de Cruz, Es duro igual por más que sea tu pick, perder el primer mapa con tantos overtime desgasta bastante. Muy mental también. Cuesta levantarse eso. Tanto sacrificio, tanta ronda, tanto desgaste para que después estás abajo en la serie 1-0. Que es lo mismo perder 3-0 que como perdieron. Es duro. Si me arranca jugando TT, que no gana la pistol. 7-0 para Bestia. Y se va a ir otro buggy donde Cru necesita sumar sí o sí. Ahora a ver, Sok. Con la P en su mano, Sok. Doble P. Se va Rick, le quiere mostrar el hombro. Uy. Jugó a bolera en la cámara, Sok.
¿Qué onda, Maurito? Terrible foto.
Cambia de arma, hermano, Sok.
Me encanta.
Uy. ¡Uy! Mató, pero se le murieron los teams. 4-3.
Pasito a pasito. FBs.
Y Raminaron bien esa flash en la cara, Sok.
Abrimos cara, abrimos esquina.
No se desesperaron por ir a buscar la kill.
A pesar de ir perdiendo 7-0, tener esa tranquilidad, habla
Muy bien.
de que están muy bien en partido todavía.
A ver, Nas. No lo clearía Ri. Ay, qué lástima. Cerca se va Ri. Amigos que están participando en el Discord, de las predicciones solamente ya están para las predicciones de mañana. Son 2 series, así que vayan a hacer. Queda ya el último tramo del evento. Semifinales y final sábado y domingo. Y se pica, vamos a ver quién será el campeón, Me vuelvo loco si gana G2. Full team G2. Sólido Tomasini, el W1. Termina dando vuelta la ronda Bestia. Rever que juega con la flash. Llega a pasar Tomasini. 30 segundos, pincha. Ahí no le salió el pinche, por ahí le iba a hacer ahí arriba. Para estar más cerquita todavía, pero se caía. Y Tomasini. 8-0 para Bestia. La ronda número 9, muchachos. Revisen la cuenta de un equibet Revena. Para. Juego Forge, no un equibet, man. Si no hace un equibet. Métanse al Telegram, que hay jueguitos. Vamos a ir para la final, hacemos otro juego. A ver. Ojalá Bestia en el club de RMR y sería una locura, amigo. Ojalá que puedan solidificar, afinar un poco las cosas hasta el RMR. Hasta la Closed. Creo que los dos ya están asegurados en la Closed. Y 9Z, bueno, en la RMR. Lo bueno de RMR es que ya es LAN, boludo. Entonces 9Z también ahí tiene su...
Eso lo digo yo, boludo. Y a 9Z le cuesta mucho comparado, o sea, le cuesta mucho la quali comparado a cómo les va en el RMR siempre.
Sí. Cómo le van las LANes.
Claro.
4-3. Avanzando está el equipo de Cru para el side de A con un hombre menos. Nox se tiraba ahí un flick medio movimiento. El 2-1, pero Rever Nox siguió con el repick. Y el 2-1 a favor de Bestia, que quiere el 9-0. El clutch es para Taraxia, pero llegaba Nas por baranda. 9-0.
Muy bien, Nox,
Y un lado y un
muy
mapa
difícil de matar.
Contundente para el equipo de Bestia. Mañana tenemos 11 de la mañana. G2 Virtus Pro. Lindo horario, ¿no? Y después Nave contra Mouse. Se picó. Vamos a decir que se picó todo.
¿Mañana qué hora arranca entonces?
11:15 creo que así. ¡Monese! Una gana de gritar Monesi desacatado. Rubia.
¿Estás jugando bien, Monesi? Sí, ¿no?
Está jugando muy bien, Mones.
Nada.
Nico también, mal, se arrancó bien. Ese roster, mucha fuerza. Y Snax ha tenido sus mapas que no mató uno y después ha aparecido ganando clutch. De momento.
Y es que para mí el gordo Snax tiene eso, es un gordo místico.
Y-
De repente se gana en 1v3 y se está cayendo a pedazos.
Sí, 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 sí.
Y debe ser muy bueno también jugando.
Ah, obvio.
En el equipo debe ser muy pro.
A mí como que, no sé, boludo, me resulta medio chocante el pensar, más que nada, que un loco que no sé si tuve inactivo un tiempo, pero no ha estado en el alto nivel del counter y de la nada agarrar un equipo como G2 que viene peleando todos los torneos a higelearlo, es como que decís, che,
Y es raro, es raro.
es como que también tiene que haber una pizca de no tanto ego de Nico, de Monés y decir, che, me está higeleando un loco que pasó por Gamer Legion, no sé qué otro equipo ha estado últimamente, pero un win me parece, no sé qué tuvo.
Y pero el gordo Snack lo respetan demasiado.
Ah, obvio, obvio, ahí
y además
también.
sí o sí Taz estuvo ahí pusheando
Sí,
para que lo metan, no sé.
seguro.
La supremacía polaca.
Quiero decir, son leyendas, pero bueno, en el juego de hoy en día también
Y
es otro
sí,
juego, es otro juego, es otra época.
O sea, Monesi obviamente lo conoce, Snack, todo, pero nunca jugó contra,
Claro.
nunca ni vio el momento que el chabón estaba nazi.
Nunca. Y eso también habla bien de ellos.
Y Stewie, ¿te acordás cuando descandiñó?
Ay, ganaron.
Dijo que... Ah, sí, que Monesi era clave, digamos. Full buena onda, guachín, y demasiado bueno.
Claro.
Pero como que sentía ahí que, no que lo respetaba, pero... Dijo que era uno de los mejores compañeros con los que jugó así de
Tremendo.
energía y que juega, obviamente juega muy nazi. Obviamente. Igual eso... El armó quilombo Stevie, ¿lo viste vos eso?
¿Cuál?
Puso en un chat como que no sabía ni quién era Monesi, o sea, nunca lo había visto en mi vida antes de jugar en G2. Es medio bobo
¿Neta?
Stevie igual con esa cosa, sí, pero después dijo que por más que ni lo conocía ni nada, como que se llevó re bien.
Igual. ¿Quién lo va a conocer? Monesi lo viene con...
Sí, es un bobo. Stevie igual varias veces se hace el capo.
Stevie tuvo el problema con Simple, que el hijo ruso. Cuando jugó toda la vida con Simple. Y Simple le tiró, y como yo te diga que vos sos chino, le puso. Simple es un hijo de puta. Pasa que justo en un timing muy malo, boludo. ¿Cómo les...? O sea, están en guerra, boludo.
Sí, no, es el peor timing de
Y
la
encima
vida.
Simple full, o sea, que está perfecto, o sea, full, que hace banda que está con la pelea esa, o sea, poniendo la bandera en la mesa y peleando por...
¿Y te acordás que se la pudrió a unos de G2? Creo que eran, porque se sacaron una foto con una bandera
Ah,
rusa.
sí, boludo. Me acuerdo. ¿5 de 4? ...10-1 a la bestia. Se está ahogando en su propio vaso, yo creo, el Gru del Mental. Les costó ese primer mapa, les costó la mente.
Lo vieron.
Se agarrí. 11-1. Si no pueden cerrar la ronda. ¡Ey! ¡Ey!
No le pegan al nuevo.
Hmm.
Gordito, quédate quieto. Mirá
Ese
cómo-
bully, man.
Ese es el trato que le dan a los nuevos jugadores, man.
Mal. ¿Cómo viene el Clan Windingo esta noche de viernes? ¿Cuántos hay jugando, man? A ver. Se están dando masa, Se están dando masa los muchachos. 5 de 4. Creo que si no una utilización grande de Faceit ahora. Creo que ahora server argentinos de Buenos Aires. Doble 2. Sock. Y la pistoleta les puede dar ya la seria bestia, que se va a meter a las semifinales de la Thunder Peak, amiguitos. Y juega con el ganador de Recanitz y el otro equipo, no sé. Uy, Deco. Y Noxe, que cierra la ronda, pone esto en 12-1 en las 2.
Se lo va a llevar nomás, me parece.
¿Ah?
Se lo va a llevar bestia nomás.
Y sí.
Ya está muy complicada. Verdad, pues, debe ser mapa. Debe ser de los pocos mapas donde un clásico argentino no es peleado. Casi todos los mapas son partidazos. Siempre juegan dos equipos argentinos.
Sí, sí,
por más que esté
dan
9-7, que esté el que sea, siempre van a overtime. Segundo mapa 13-11. O 3 mapas, ¿viste? Más peleado. Pero el primer mapa fue muy peleado.
Y para mí los mató un poco eso, creo, boludo. Si me puedes jugar a TT, perder la pistol. Arrancar medio mal, ya se cuesta, boludo. 5 de 4 para el Gru, que busca el milagro, 26, Tomasín. Sí.
A ver.
Ay,
Se la parte, Mauro.
2 de 4, Ojo, me parece que todavía no hay GG. Deco. Y el clutch para Luchito Herrera. Que tapea, que busca, que quiere. Que no encuentra.
Bueno, ojo.
Comeback.
Lo que dije, ya está, ya está.
Comeback, pa. Un ratito a solas. Se barrí. Malena 11:30. Ahora ya digo el horario. Perfecto. 11:45. 11:45, 12 menos cuarto. ¿A qué hora corre igual Colapinto mañana, boludo? Clasificó mal hoy, boludo, Colapinto. Lape. Mañana que hora corre, man. Ah, dice viernes. ¿A la 1? ¿Corre mañana? ¿Lo fuiste a ver? A Barcelona, sí. Bueno, 2v2. ¿Cuánto de la punta? Creo que 6, 7 décimas, me parece. Pasa que en la primera stint, de la primera parte, había metido P4. Y después cuando cambiaron las gomas, en la vuelta rápida de él, se le fue el auto y no pudo cerrar una vuelta rápida. Bueno, GG. Bestia que se lleva la serie y se mete en las semifinales de la Thunder Peak, amiguitos. Vamos a tirar estos últimos minutos de Keydrop y ya nos retiramos por el día de hoy. Mañana 12 menos cuarto tenemos semifinales de la eSport World Cup. 9 y cuarto mañana con la Pinto. A ver, voy a ver esto.
Estoy para pegarme un baño. De 2 meses ya que no me baño.
Ahora ponemos musiquitas. Fórmula 2. Mañana 9 y 5. Budapest es lindo. 9. No tengo stream. Sí, el domingo re temprano, boludo. A las 5 de la mañana. Pero bueno. Encima la paja clasificó bastante. P12. Del P10 para atrás es malo. Porque en el Steam, o sea, en el sprint, si vos clasificás P10, largas primero. Por lo menos ahí podés sumar unos buenos puntos. Y si no, así, de atrás, del P10 para atrás, largas en la misma posición. Necesitas suerte y necesitas una muy buena remontada para sumar puntos. Un buen poquito de luchito CJ, man. Amigos, código Forgi en Kedrop, 0.50 gratis. Todos los seguidores ahí me ayudan mucho. Beneficio de depositar, siempre siendo mayor de 18 y con responsabilidad. Y si quieres probar suerte tenés 0.50 gratis para abrir cajitas y ver qué onda. Ponen los bots, ¿los jugamos nosotros versus los bots? Mandale. Bueno, no entra nadie. Aguántense de información. EWC está el Discord ya de 1xBet, donde pueden ir a hacer las predicciones del día de mañana. Sin información, explicación, si no lo hicieron nunca, ahí está para saber cómo participar. Es por plata, igual ya quedan los últimos días. Lo de Telegram, mañana, y voy a ver, amigo. Veo ahí el ganador, lo pongo ahí. Lo anoto. Es un proceso, es un procesito. ¿Ahí va a haber otro? No sé. Vamos a ver. Tiene que estar ahí en el Telegram y cuando vaya... Ahí. Oh, me las patas. Me voy a poner las zapas, un short y me voy a correr media horita. Y me pico.
Yo me parece el poste para ir a bañar.
Bueno.
A ver qué voy a comer.
Dale.
Hay un olor, boludo. Alguien está haciendo algo. Algún vecino, no sé.
Y pedirle que te dé, man.
Pero...
Pasa seguro.
No, es como olor a, no sé, a pescado podrido, a mí me parece. A ver.
Juego Forge X en Kedrop, en un video. Hoy sale Furious. Ah, me dijeron esa. No. Ahora no juego, amigo. Se te consume la vida. Me encantaría ser mega millonario para viciar todos los avos del mundo.
Cada uno que abra.
Cada uno que abra, rostizarlo todos los días y no salir de mi casa. No, ya no juego. El último juego fue hace poco, el Frost. Cuando salió, antes que arranque el año, metimos 3 días ahí de vicio.
¿Verdad? Mucha quest.
Mucha. Llevarle esos avos, yo sé más del TDP, boludo. Sin intervalo, me cuesta a mí esos avos. Pero bueno. Bicho no me ganó un duelo, la verdad. Todos los duelos que jugué en ese AO los gané. No me ganaste, la verdad.
No llegamos buen level igual. Buen level, pero...
En el level que jugamos.
No me acuerdo. Nah, pero vos sí, a veces eras pala, boludo. Ahora sí me acuerdo.
Maguito pala.
Sí, boludo, yo tenía un maguito ahí todo, nivel 30 y pico.
Y para que me mates tenías que hacer locuras, pero bueno.
No, ¿cómo que hacíamos juez, boludo? Qué bueno. ¿Verdad? Éramos capaz 6 en el mismo mapa.
Ah, sí.
Matando bichos, pero a lo loco para que completen toda la quest.
Qué lindo hacer qué, boludo. Yo nada, dice los pibes, no, me voy a bañar, no me voy a comer. Yo me quedé en los pingüinos, que me quedé 1 hora y media farmeando plata.
¿Te acordás?
Mi billetera estaba explotada, amigo. Para nada, yo sé que después no la iba a usar. Me encantaba tener los numeritos.
Vos dejaste tu PJ con la contraseña y todo y tenía oro para comprar hechizos para todo, más o menos.
Sí, estaba petadísimo. En una parte estaba cristiano y me faltaba un golem de no me acuerdo qué. y aparece la bolsita de Forgy. O sea, yo sabía quién era el nombre. Le digo, amigo, soy Forgy, pará, me maté. Me dice, ¿posta? No, mentira, me estás volviendo. Le digo, no, soy yo, amigo, posta. Y me dejó vivir y terminé el quest. Me matás, soy Forgy, amigo, todavía es como yo, amigo. Todavía es la bolsita mía.
Ese está streameando, ¿viste? Vos.
Claro.
No, además es muy tilteante cuando te matan.